continent had all the specifications needed, not falling short compared to other continents. You must know, Qin continent is now benchmarking itself against Zhong continent. He looked to his side at Lin Yuan. Are you nervous now? Not really. Lin Yuan was also quite calm. Although the performances for all the continents, including the Blue Star Spring Festival, were being broadcast together, making the competition fiercer than ever before, the programs he had selected from the system were all top-notch bomb productions. Almost all the best programs from the Celestial Dynasty's spring festivals over the years were gathered here. How could Zhong continent possibly crush the essence and spirit accumulated from the Celestial Dynasty's spring festival over so many years? He was even a bit excited. Initially worried about the timing of the broadcast, he had thought about dropping An Unforgettable Night from the program lineup, but now there was no need to cut it. Such a timely song would be a pity to lose. Then let's keep at it. Tong Shuwen suddenly seemed to burst with unstoppable energy. This round of planning by the Literature and Art Association wasn't necessarily good news for Qin continent, but it wasn't bad news either. Because this year's Spring Festival would draw unprecedented attention, and Qin continent had already decided to measure up to Zhong continent, there was no backing down now. It would be broadcast on the same day. Everyone would clash fiercely, battling against all other continents, including Zhong continent. Just the thought of it made Tong Shuwen's blood boil, stirring infinite competitiveness within him. Let's get to work. Lin Yuan nodded. Tong Shuwen was the director of the Qin Continent Spring Festival, and he was now the chief planner of the Qin Continent Spring Festival. This was a decision made by Qin Continent Spring Festival's director group and station leaders, putting Lin Yuan on the same level as Tong Shuwen. For this reason, Lin Yuan had many concerns. Many programs required him to work alongside Tong Shuwen to finalize and follow up. Even in most cases, Tong Shuwen listened to Lin Yuan. Just like that, the Spring Festival's director group, together with all the major program teams, discussed stage arrangements, prepared costumes, handled various rehearsal needs, and more. After several days, Lin Yuan ended up worrying about even more things than Tong Shuwen did. For instance, the Dragon Dance opening. Lin Yuan had to personally demonstrate for the performers, not to mention overseeing the presentation of some dances and songs. He had to keep a close eye on everything. And when October arrived, Tong Shuwen finally gathered the station head and other television leaders, pulled Lin Yuan and the director group together, ready to proceed with the second review of the Spring Festival program. I can hardly wait. The state of all the performing groups was excellent. Everyone had been preparing with all their might for so many days, filled with vigor and energy, because they had great confidence in the programs they prepared, especially after hearing that this year's Spring Festival would be broadcast simultaneously across 8 continents. Everyone went even crazier. Everyone harbored a desire to show off. They all wanted to capture all the attention when it was their turn to perform. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the great programs provided by Teacher Admirable Fish? Yes, these programs were provided by Admirable Fish. All major performing groups of Qin Continent Spring Festival were aware of this, especially those groups that rehearsed with Admirable Fish. They were now even more eager to perform well and earn Admirable Fish's approval. Admirable Fish had become everyone's mainstay. What? Need approval from the director too? Isn't Teacher Admirable Fish the director? Chapter 1105, 983. The trailer is out. The second round of auditions lasted all day. After all, there was 6 hours worth of programming. But the good news was, even though they had been wiped out in the first round, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala's second round went very well, and all the performance groups passed the review. Congratulations, everyone. As Tong Shuwen finished announcing the news, everyone started to cheer, and some even began to tear up on the spot. There were also many who called home right away, like a young girl, who sobbed over the phone as soon as her family picked up. Mom, my Spring Festival Gala piece got accepted. Wah. You've always passed in previous years. Why are you crying now? You don't know. This year is different. What's different this year? Isn't it just all the continent's Spring Festival Galas being broadcast together? Aside from me, your mother, who'll be watching Qin Continent TV, the ordinary viewers will still be watching the big Spring Festival Gala in the end. Then you're really underestimating me. The local spring festival gala can send you into the stratosphere. Mom, okay, my daughter's the best. If it had been before they got their hands on the program materials, even passing the second round wouldn't have gotten such an excited reaction from all the performance groups. After all, it was just a local spring festival gala. However, after they received their respective materials and realized the brilliance within, everyone's mentality changed. Because they were in close contact with the directorial team every day, they were the ones who could most personally feel the unique aspects of this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. The clever ones already had a premonition. This year, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala would be a dark horse. The performances everyone was holding were all fierce. With this mindset, everyone was no longer simply treating the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala as just a local show. In terms of importance, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was now the big Spring Festival Gala in everyone's eyes. And when the next day arrived, the Qin Continent official media suddenly turned up at the TV station. They wanted to interview Tong Shuwen, the director of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, mainly to ask him about this year's Qin Continent Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. There was no way around it. Now, the topic of the Spring Festival Gala was everywhere online. All continental official media had taken action to endorse their own continent's spring festival galas. Qin Continent was of course supporting its local gala and rushed over hastily. After all, it was a matter of prestige for the upper echelons of each continent. As a result, the officials from Qin Continent's media had no idea that this visit for an interview would yield such a huge scoop. Tong Shuwen actually used this interview to drop a bombshell. Xianyu is the chief planner for this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. What does chief planner mean? It's on par with the chief director. What I mean is, what does the chief planner do? Everything. Tong Shuwen was stumped by the reporter's question, answering uncertainly. Reporter, something didn't quite add up. But without dwelling on what this planner was supposed to do, Tong Shuwen turned around and dropped another bombshell. At this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, all the crosstalk and skit segments that everyone will see are using scripts from Chu Kuang. Oh boy, Chu Kuang, the old rascal, was involved? And he's writing skits and crosstalk scripts? The official media reporter's mouth gradually widened, enough to fit 2 eggs. That odd feeling intensified. Tong Shuwen wasn't done yet. While the official media reporter's mouth was still open, he released a third piece of explosive news. Not only are Xianyu and teacher Chu Kuang involved, but for the most important artistic work of this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, we invited teacher Shadow to create. Holy smokes! The 3 brothers. Not a single one was missing. The official media reporter's mouth indeed couldn't close, just like his unsettled heart and his eyes that, unbeknownst to him, were bulging like 2 brass bells. In the afternoon, the interview was released. Netizens had mixed responses after seeing the report. Some were excited, some criticized. In any case, the effect of the interview was out, and the topic of Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala suddenly overshadowed the rest. My God, Qin Continent is awesome. The 3 brothers are all here. Am I the only one who finds this inexplicable? Too many things to ridicule. I don't even know where to start. I can understand Xianyu being the planner for some music segments. But what does it mean for him to be involved in planning all segments? Does Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala have no other types of performances beyond songs? What kind of Spring Festival Gala would that be? Might as well call it a concert. This must be a joke. What's this mess with the old rascal all about? Are you sure you're not just trying to make us laugh? The old rascal writing scripts for skits and crosstalk. I don't know whether the old rascal's scripts will make people cry or laugh. But when Director Tong said the skits and crosstalk at this year's gala were handled by him, I really did laugh. Are you sure this isn't just messing with us? Stop guessing, it's definitely hype. Maybe Chu Kuang really did design a program? I lean towards that too. Even if it's hype, they can't be completely making it up, right? The leak about the 3 brothers joining forces directly made Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala discussion explode. If Tong Shuwen dares to say it's fake news afterward, he's going to get a torrent of rage from countless viewers. However, the 3 brothers always move together and rarely join forces easily. Did this move really upset them due to Zhong Continent suppressing Xianyu? I'm starting to believe some of those conspiracy theories. It's normal for the Yu dynasty to leave the Zhong continent Spring Festival Gala, but now Xian Yu is stepping in as a planner, pulling Chu Kuang and Shadow into the mix. It's hard to believe there's no special reason behind it. The Yu dynasty exited the Zhong continent Spring Festival Gala. Many people online said there was a conflict between the two sides. Chapter 1106. 983. The trailer is out _2. Unfortunately, Zhong continent and Starlight remained tight-lipped about the matter. And now, considering Xian Yu's movements, people gradually believe that there indeed was a conflict between the two sides. And speaking of the public's lack of knowledge about Yu dynasty's withdrawal from the Spring Festival Gala, old-timers from each continent's Spring Festival Gala team could vaguely guess some reasons. Xian Yu has quite the temper. Even Zhong continent couldn't make him yield. Xian Yu became famous at a young age, and not long ago, he boasted looking down on all other mountains. How would such a person know how terrifying Zhong continent is? It's not just Xian Yu who's unaware of this. Apart from us old-timers, the younger generation today hardly knows how formidable Zhong continent is, so he has enough courage to revolt. Zhong continent has always been so domineering. In earlier years, the best talents from all continents and industries mostly went to Zhong continent. They have the right to look down upon everyone. If Xian Yu had been born in that era, he would definitely have been absorbed by Zhong continent. He is making such a big deal now to prove his worth. The idea is naive, but also passionate. Maybe it really could produce good results, but surpassing other continents, let alone Zhong continent, is no easy feat. Yes, all continents are really striving. All continents were striving hard, and this was indeed true. Though Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala was drawing massive attention from all continents with the appearance of three brothers, other continents were not idle, all meticulously preparing their Spring Festival galas and occasionally generating headlines full of gimmicks. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan and Tong Shuwen began to divide their responsibilities. Lin Yuan primarily took charge of the direct effects of the program, such as teaching everyone the movements and how to perform the songs. Tong Shuwen, on the other hand, was responsible for the indirect effects. For example, the rehearsal of the hosts, as Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala hosts were extraordinarily extravagant. The words for each famous host from various continents had to be carefully arranged. Additionally, costumes, props, and set design also had to be repeatedly tested during rehearsals. They kept busy until the end of October. The rehearsal results of all major performance groups were already very impressive. Tong Shuwen smiled and said, "By doing 2 more complete dress rehearsals in November, we should be good to go." Lin Yuan nodded his head. Tong Shuwen suddenly added, "However, there's another thing we need to handle." "What?" Zhong continent has released a Spring Festival Gala publicity video, and the effect is pretty good. I originally didn't plan to pay attention to it, but now other continents are imitating this format and releasing similar publicity videos. So, I thought we should also make one. We can't appear as if we're the odd one out. I have already thought about the content, featuring people from the Yu dynasty, showcasing the characteristics of Qin continent's Spring Festival. How about that? Publicity video? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not care about such trifles, but now, because of Zhong continent, he was placing significant emphasis on Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, wanting everything to be the best, unwilling to gloss over any small details. Using our group from the Yu dynasty as the protagonists is too monotonous and lacks innovation. The audience has seen too much of fish-walking with you. How about we choose a different theme? What theme? What is the Spring Festival Gala? It's just the Spring Festival Gala. Tong Shuwen was puzzled. If you're talking about local spring festivals, then it's the local New Year's entertainment. If you're referring to Blue Star's Big Spring Festival, then it is the longest, largest-scale, star-studded cultural evening. You're looking at it from a director's perspective. Lin Yuan smiled. To prepare well for Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, he had customized countless related works from the system, including several promotional videos for spring festivals of the Celestial Dynasty. Some of these videos were good and some bad. Lin Yuan planned to use the best-reviewed one as Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala promotional video, titled, "What is the Spring Festival Gala?" You have an idea? I'll first draft a script. The promotional video was only a few minutes long, and of course, the script could be completed in a few minutes. After showing it to Tong Shuwen, he immediately smiled. I've realized that I, as a director, am really quite dispensable. Even a tied-up dog could win as a director. Lin Yuan. A normal reaction would be to politely respond with something like, Director Tong is joking. Lin Yuan remained silent. Tong Shuwen felt a bit awkward. Brother, your reaction seems like you agree. Say something at least. Well, fortunately, Tong Shuwen was used to Lin Yuan's unconventional approach. After a few awkward minutes, he was smiling again. Let's go shoot. From finding people to shooting and then editing. 2 days. Qing Continent's Spring Festival Gala promotional video was completed. November 1st. The internet was abuzz discussing the Spring Festival Gala. Did you guys catch the news from Qi Continent? I heard they are inviting the cast of old friends to participate in the Spring Festival Gala, a drama that is a part of countless people's childhood memories. Not bad. That drama is nostalgic. Qi Continent's Spring Festival Gala is also interesting. They're planning to use special effects to bring to life 10 classic anime characters for an interaction. That's going to be quite costly. Those special effects are expensive. I'm looking forward to Yin Continent's program. Han Continent is also not bad. Zhao Continent said they are going to host an ancient-themed Spring Festival Gala, which sounds very interesting. I wonder how Wei Continent will do. They said they will only join the merger on the day of the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 1107, 983. The trailer is out _3. News from Qing Continent is scarce, isn't it? Qing Continent has the Three Bros works, though. I'm quite looking forward to that. Beyond that, they haven't released much news, giving off a rather mysterious vibe. Truly mysterious. Every other continent has released a Spring Festival Gala trailer. Only they haven't. Bro, did you just cast a spell with your mouth or something? The moment you mentioned the trailer, they released it. Yes, it happened amidst the netizens' discussions. Qing Continent's official account posted their Spring Festival Gala trailer. Suddenly, many people clicked to watch. Although these kinds of lofty, preachy trailers aren't generally interesting to everyone, the point was to join in the fun, as if watching it could bring one a day closer to the new year. What is the Spring Festival Gala? A line of text appeared on the screen. Then, a family was shown eating New Year's Eve dinner, the auntie placing a bowl of dumplings on the table. The Spring Festival Gala means celebration. It means excitement. The camera panned. More people appeared. For instance, an old grandpa looking at his family said, the Spring Festival Gala means reunion. And Qing Continent's movie star, Zhang Xiaoming, was affable and approachable. Oh, the Spring Gala, it's not missed when absent, but it's just an accompaniment for the common people on New Year's Eve. Taxi driver, the Spring Festival Gala means rest. This entire year, today is the day I can truly watch TV in peace. Scholar, the Spring Festival Gala? It's getting more boring each year. Scholar's wife, I don't know who insists on watching our continent's Spring Festival Gala every year. If it's so boring, why do you watch it so eagerly? Primary school student, the Spring Festival Gala means red envelopes from dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma. Even the director Tong Shuwen made an appearance. Whether it's the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala or local ones, it's still the gala. And the criticism of it just signifies the attention it gets. People point out its faults while still watching it. It precisely demonstrates its significance. Some guy working out of town, not being able to go home for Spring Festival and watching the gala, that's homesickness. A well-known comedian, the Spring Festival Gala? Isn't it just New Year's Eve? Some young guy, do you know what the biggest pleasure of watching the Spring Festival Gala is for me? Someone next to him laughed, roasting it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Different groups of people appeared on screen, expressing their own understandings of the Spring Festival Gala. In every continent, the audience was stunned. Other continents' trailers were all about praising the Spring Festival Gala, all high and mighty, and even had a sense of preachiness that everyone had grown accustomed to. When it came to Qing Continent, this trailer completely changed the gameplay. No deliberate preaching. They just chatted about the concept of the Spring Festival Gala. They even directly mentioned in the trailer the fact that in recent years, the Spring Festival Gala had been on the decline and widely criticized. You should know. It wasn't just the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala that was declining, but local galas as well. Now, Qin Continent's trailer was openly self-mocking, even self-deprecating, saying things like the Spring Festival Gala is just tacky, inviting everyone to criticize it. And the audience actually felt warmth. Isn't that so? Which year had the Spring Festival Gala not been criticized? Which year had it not been roasted? Yet how many people claimed it was becoming less interesting while still watching it? It was very realistic. Quite interesting. Someone wanted to comment just like that, but suddenly stopped. At that moment, the trailer was almost over, but not completely. A traffic cop appeared on screen, earnestly saying, "While everyone enjoys the show, we ensure your safety." A nurse appeared on screen, looking at a newly born baby. The Spring Festival Gala means welcoming new life. At the police station, the Spring Festival Gala means being on combat-ready duty. Several young firefighters. The Spring Festival Gala means being on full alert. At last, a text message appeared on the screen. "Sorry, Mom and Dad, I still have work. I'll come back later." A line of text appeared on the screen. The Spring Festival Gala, it's the 365 days of missing you. If the first part was self-deprecation and festive spirits, very down-to-earth, then the latter part was the elevation of the theme. You enjoy your festivities, and some carry the weight to make that happen. During the Spring Festival Gala, countless people from all walks of life are on holiday. Yet some are unable to take holidays for various reasons, like some doctors and nurses, some traffic cops and firefighters, and so on. Even though this part did have a preaching tone, not a single viewer felt repulsion, only full-hearted emotion. In terms of Spring Festival Gala trailers, Qin Continent 1. Chapter 1108, 984 Spring Festival Gala begins. After watching the promotional video, netizens couldn't stop sighing in admiration. For all of Blue Star's 8 continents promotional videos, this one from Qin Continent tugged at my heart the most. Yeah, when I saw the segment about firefighters, I almost cried because my younger brother is a firefighter, and they really have it tough. Other continents' videos feature various celebrities, but Qin Continents has the fewest stars, and yet it resonates with me the most. Who designed this? The promotional video is like an advertisement for each continent's Spring Festival Gala. The ad for Qin Continent is particularly impressive, even carrying a philanthropic essence. Look at this. This is actually designed by Xianyu. Accompanied by exclamations, someone revealed the fleeting credits at the end of the video. In the subtitles, right under the column for promotional planning, the name Xianyu was conspicuously written. These two characters even were prioritized over the name of the director, Tong Shuwen. Way to go, my fish. The creative idea behind this promotional video is really good. Fish Papa really has a firm grip on creativity. All the games he designs are stunning, and it's the same for filming a promotional video. There were people who said Fish Papa wasn't suitable to plan the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Do they still think it's unsuitable? With Fish Papa's brain, supervising the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, he could absolutely enhance the watchability of the show. This promotional video has got me looking forward to the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, even though I originally planned to watch the Zhong Continent one. No worries, just flip channels. When the time comes, switch between the 8 broadcasts. How interesting. Amidst the online praise, this promotional video quickly went viral. All kinds of sharing, all kinds of likes. Other continents' Spring Festival Gala teams saw this momentum, and although they felt sour, they didn't pay too much attention. However, people in Zhong Continent were not in good spirits. Other continents might not care about the public reaction to the promotional video, but Zhong Continent couldn't ignore it. Not only because Zhong Continent wanted to be the benchmark of Blue Star, not wanting to lose in any aspect, from the overall effect of the Spring Festival Gala to just a small promotional video. Moreover, because Zhong Continent was the host of this edition of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. Zhong Continent's responsibility for the Blue Star Spring Festival was akin to representing the authentic Xianmen sect. Compared to them, other continents' local Spring Festival galas were just cheap imitations. Now, the reputation and impact of the Qin Continent's promotional video had surpassed that of Zhong Continent. It looked like the genuine product was outshone by an imitation. In Zhong Continent, the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala, Director Zhuang Xian, was furious, immediately lashing out in the meeting room. What is the promotional department doing? The person in charge of the gala promotion looked dejected and secretly grumbled in his heart. I showed the final product to you, and you personally approved it, even praising it for capturing the spirit of Zhong continent. Of course, these words could never be openly spoken. He not only had to take the blame, but also had to soothe the big director. Please calm down, sir. It's just a promotional video. What really determines the viewership of the Spring Festival Gala are the stage specifications and the quality of the programs. And most importantly, this year it's our turn to host the big Spring Festival Gala. I don't want us to fall behind the local Spring Festival Galas in any aspect. Director Zhuang Xian's voice still carried anger, mainly because Qin Continent's promotional video was designed by Xian Yu, someone who had left the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala team, yet had assisted Qin Continent in creating such a successful promotional spot. After calming down slightly, Director Zhuang Xian asked, "How are the preparations for other continents' Spring Festival Galas coming along?" "They definitely can't match ours." One of the deputy directors, Chang In, quickly responded. Although the stages of spring festivals across various continents have been upgraded compared to previous years, they still pale in comparison to our major spring festival, and especially Qin Continent, Chu Continent, and Wei Continent are keeping things under wraps. I can't thoroughly understand what exactly they have planned, but I imagine it's nothing much different from the other continents. Director Zhuang Xian nodded. He wasn't actually worried about the effect of other continents' spring festivals. As Zhong Continent, as the host of this edition of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, he never thought about how to win, but rather by how much he could win. Arrogant? This was not arrogance, but a matter of common sense. Blue Star had never seen a major spring festival gala surpassed by local versions. Sponsorship levels, stage specifications, stage design effects, special effects quality, guest lineup, program quality. The most crucial elements of the Spring Festival Gala were all maximized by Zhong Continent, leaving no room for any competitors. With continents publishing their promotional videos one after another, the arrival of the Spring Festival Gala quietly moved a step closer. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In November, all the continents became increasingly focused on preparing for the Spring Festival Gala. And when December arrived, the Spring Festival finally entered a 30-day countdown. Simultaneously, Wei Continent joined Blue Star's grand merger. Although the rhythm of the merger of the continents was yearly, in practice, it often started a bit earlier. Whoosh! The people of Wei appeared. The internet suddenly came alive. To those unaware, it seemed like the new year had come early. In reality, it was just that the netizens from various continents couldn't wait to engage in friendly interactions with the people from Wei Continent. The consistent project since the merger of Blue Star was mainly continents greeting newly joined friends and then introducing and understanding different cultures, customs, and so forth. But this year, besides the topics mentioned above, the main focus of discussions was about the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Yuan was also interacting with the people from Wei, but not online. Because there was more than one person from Wei participating in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, all specifically invited by Tong Shuwen, one of whom Lin Yuan was quite familiar with. This person from Wei was named TZ. Chapter 1109, 984 Start of the Spring Festival Gala _2. His profession was a magician. Lin Yuan designed some close-up magic for the Spring Festival Gala, which was performed by TZ. This was also the reason why TZ and Lin Yuan got acquainted. Through TZ, Lin Yuan learned about some situations in Wei Continent. If it could be said that each continent had its own characteristics, then Wei Continents would definitely be technology. Yes, Wei Continent had particularly good technological development. Many high-tech products were invented there. Even a certain type of silicone human-like product was most outstanding when produced by Wei Continent, although that thing had a very low technology content. Geographically speaking, as Wei Continent was close to Zhong Continent, Wei Continent reaped many benefits due to its proximity to the latter, thus its economy was developing quite well. Speaking of technology, TZ even joked with Lin Yuan, since our Wei Continent's technology isn't too bad, our science fiction novels also have a significant impact. I've read sci-fi novels from other continents, and overall, they are not as good as ours. In addition, sci-fi themed movies and the like also have a big market in our continent. I heard you're skilled in many areas including filmmaking. Why not try making a sci-fi movie? Science fiction? Lin Yuan silently noted this point. It seemed that people in Wei continent really liked sci-fi elements. Making a sci-fi movie or writing a sci-fi novel was indeed a good idea. The addition of Wei people seemed to make the festive atmosphere a bit stronger. As the preparations for the Spring Festival Gala progressively improved, Lin Yuan finally could catch his breath. That day, as soon as he got home, he was immediately surrounded by his mother and sisters, with Antarctica humming and wagging its tail happily beside him. Lin, the great planner. His sister asked with a smile, what kind of programs are there in Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala? Top secret. His younger sister took the initiative to peel some fruits for Lin Yuan and inquired, will Jiang Kuei sing her new song? Yes. His mother was concerned about the issue of live tickets. Do we have tickets? I've arranged them for you. Lin Yuan spoke, just follow my assistant to get in at that time. I might not have time to accompany you as I have to prepare. Backstage. Hey, his sister was unhappy. They both can talk, but you keep it secret from me? Lin Yuan glanced at Antarctica. His sister's face darkened. So, you mean to keep it secret from your sister and the dog? Their mother laughed. You asked him about the programs. How could he specify? The Spring Festival Gala has at least dozens of programs. Let's use this rest time to write some spring couplets at home. Okay. Lin Yuan's calligraphy was quite famous. Naturally, he would be the one to write this year's spring couplets. Additionally, the house's New Year goods were also well stocked, not just with things like peanuts and melon seeds, but also plenty of meat. Compared to the present, the festive atmosphere was actually thickest at the end of the year. When the last day of the year arrived, festivities were visible all over in each continent of Blue Star. The day before Spring Festival. In the streets. At a certain market. Let's get some dumpling skins. You must eat dumplings for the Spring Festival. The dumplings in your continent would just be considered wontons in ours. Whether it's dumplings or wontons, the shape is all that matters. Pair it with some Xiaomi peppers and soy sauce vinegar. Eating them while watching the Spring Festival Gala is simply bliss. Decided which Spring Festival Gala to watch. Come on, only children need to choose. As an adult, I want them all. Look at you swaggering just because you're watching the gala. I'll definitely watch Zhong continents, and maybe consider Qin continents too. I heard the three brothers are participating in it, and they really have something special. By the roadside, at a small stall, let's get some firecrackers. We're not allowed to set off firecrackers here, but how about this instead? Get some sparklers for the new year. Let's buy some then. Lou, are you coming over tonight to set them off? I'll pass. The Spring Festival Gala starts at 6, and rare enough I have a holiday, so why not just enjoy it at home? But the gala has a replay. After so many years of watching the Spring Festival Gala, haven't you felt that watching it live and watching the replay the next day are completely different experiences? That's true. This year's gala is handled by Zhong continent. It's bound to be exciting. I think all the continents are quite worth looking forward to, like Qin continent and also newly joined Wei continent. Online. On a forum. The countdown to the Spring Festival Gala has started. Guys, have you decided which one to watch first? I'm watching Zhong continent. I'm also from Zhong continent. 80% of people will first watch Zhong continent, but the opening dance usually isn't anything fresh. If you ask me, it's all the same no matter which channel you watch. I'm watching Qin continent. The Qin continent promotional video was so touching. Then I'll watch Wei continent, taking this opportunity to learn about the Wei people who just joined the merger. Where are the Three Brothers fans? Three Brothers fan reporting here. The three greatest icons are together again. What reason is there to not watch Qin continent? Everyone's all talk now, but once it starts, they'll probably keep switching channels to compare, like picking a damn concubine. Urban area. Some media. It's our turn for overtime this year. No choice. The Spring Festival Gala always has loads of topics. The media will be busy with a lot, like that Qin continent promotional video that should feature some of us journalists working over the holidays. Who knows how many headlines there will be this year? This year's headlines will definitely far exceed previous years. Because of the special circumstances, this is the first time since the merger of Blue Star that all 8 continents are present. That's true. So each continent is really fighting hard in the Spring Festival Gala this year. Let's stick to the plan then. I'll watch Zhong Continent, and you guys watch the other continents. Damn, I want to watch Zhong Continent. What's there to fight over? I'm the eldest, and what I say goes. Then I'll watch Qin Continent. I think Qin Continent might be quite interesting this year. Meanwhile, backstage at the Spring Festival Gala for each continent, the tense atmosphere had completely spread. It's starting soon. This year's Spring Festival Gala is crucial, no room for error. Our goal is to secure the third place or fight for second, besides not being able to compete with Zhong Continent. All other continents are our enemies. Put out the advertisements. Get more people to stream in. Each continent has its gimmicks. Let's see whose is more interesting. It's just a pity our continent's two big stars couldn't make it. Otherwise, we'd definitely close the show. It's the same with the other continents. Seems like all the heavy hitters have been invited away. No matter what, the quality of our shows is still guaranteed, aside from Zhong Continent. Who else but us? Zhong Continent. Director Zhuang Xian's gaze was profound. The directorial team was all serious. All departments ready. Countdown 1 hour. I need each of you to tightly control your respective areas. We are Zhong Continent. We are the hosts of this Spring Festival Gala. We need to let Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei all know why Zhong Continent is Zhong Continent. Qin Continent. Tong Shuwen was nervously making all sorts of arrangements. Lin Yuan was chatting with family and friends on his phone. Are you there yet? Already entered. We're sitting in the first row. My seat next to me apparently belongs to a top tycoon from our Qin continent. I've seen him on TV. Why does that tycoon's son keep staring at me? Sis, your charm is unbeatable. That young hunk has been peeking at me for a while. Too bad he's not my type. Lin. Yuan chuckled. Sister loved to joke. The family had obviously found their seats. The Yu dynasty people were also ready, and everyone had a show to perform, and even Lin Yuan had a role to play on stage. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's ear picked up Tong Shuwen's voice as he instructed each department to get ready. Next was the live countdown to the Spring Festival Gala. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong Continent. The same countdown sounded simultaneously. The Spring Festival Gala began. Chapter 11:10, 985. Why are they so rich? It's starting. The Spring Festival Gala must be watched on Zhongzhou Station. I'm watching Wei Continent Station. I'm from Wei. Brothers, Qi Continent Television is absolutely amazing this year. Simply lightning. Supporting Chu Continent Television. Roar. Yan Continent's giving it their all. Han Continent's first time hosting a 6-hour stage. Don't miss the excitement. As if this year any other station isn't doing 6 hours. And there's even a replay after 6 hours. I suggest you pay attention to Zhao Continent, bringing you a classical spring festival experience. Qin Continent's three brothers are legends for all time. As the Spring Festival Gala just began, the internet was extraordinarily lively. Many netizens were stirring up the crowd, drawing attention to their own continent's Spring Festival Gala. This year, due to related changes. Within the Literature and Art Association, each continent's commitment to the Spring Festival Gala had risen a notch, all turned into a 6-hour event. You should know, in past years, aside from the major Spring Festival Gala, other continents' local galas have always been 4-hour performances. Fortunately, the responsibility for the major Blue Star Spring Festival Gala has always been on a rotating basis. All continents had experience hosting a 6-hour major gala. There was no confusion. Everyone brought out their big gala disposition. The first program, the opening dance of the Spring Festival Gala. Each major continent simultaneously ignited the stage. Qi Continent's opening dance. This was a gentle dance with no particularly explosive drum beats, yet it mysteriously brought a sense of comfort, with many in the audience enjoying it so much they closed their eyes. Very comfortable. The artistic conception is so beautiful. Comparing the opening dances from previous years to the current, this one completely crushes them. It's nearly on par with the major gala. Chu Continent's opening dance. Just as previously advertised, there were actually several classic Chu Continent cartoon characters appearing on stage, dancing. Both the young and old in the audience showed satisfied smiles, for even the older folks in Chu had their favorite cartoon characters. This idea is great. The special effects are pretty good. It looks like this year's Chu Continent Spring Festival Gala is going to be worth the anticipation. Yin Continent's opening dance. The audience began to applaud. Han Continent's opening dance. The audience wore smiles. Zhao Continent's opening dance. The audience gave a thumbs up. The opening dances from each continent were to varying degrees beloved by the audience. Clearly, each major continent's Spring Festival Gala was truly well prepared, with effects far beyond the audience's imagination. And at this moment, Zhong Continent's opening dance was underway, and the audience was boiling over. Suddenly, the vast studio stage began to blossom with kaleidoscopic colors, with different colored flowers unfurling in turn, turning the whole place into a sea of flowers. Even the seating area turned into a tapestry of blooms, as if a fairyland on earth had descended, with a fragrant scent seeming to waft through the air. White, yellow, red, blue, purple, green. A variety of flowers even attracted countless butterflies and bees to dance in the air among them, accompanied by the flapping of wings and the buzzing of bees. This was Zhong Continent's opening dance. The program was named Voices of Spring. Everyone clearly knew that these flowers, these butterflies, and these bees were all created with special effects. Yet one look made them seem even more beautiful than actual flowers, the butterflies more vivacious than real ones, and the bees truly appeared to be gathering nectar. Next, a group of girls appeared on stage to start dancing, with skirts fluttering and forming different shapes, mirroring the changing special effects, their faces painted with butterflies, bees, and various floral designs. The audience was hyped. Only the major gala can have this effect. The floral special effects are amazing, just like the real thing. The dance is great too. Just based on this opening dance, the other continents can't even compare. Of course they can't compare. Our Zhong continent has always been the strongest, and now that we're hosting the major gala this year, we've got the prestige and official support, plus these explosive special effects. Who can compete? 3D effect without the glasses is amazing. It's not only glasses-free, it also involves other more cutting-edge technologies. Only in Zhong can you see such an opening dance. The other continents can't afford these level of special effects. All continents' Spring Festival Gala commenced simultaneously. Naturally, the opening dances all made their debut at the same time. And 1 minute before Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala was to officially start, Lin Yuan was still looking around below the stage. Are the folks from Yu Dynasty backstage? Big Yao Yao spoke softly. It's a pity Antarctica couldn't come to join us here. Mother laughed and said, We've got the TV on at home, and I've prepared the best canned food for him. Indeed. At this moment, in a large mansion, a dog sat alone watching the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Having said that, the 3 women of the Lin family couldn't help but imagine the scene. Just then, a sudden scream rose from the side. A dragon. Someone's eyes widened. What dragon? Where did this dragon come from? The 3 members of the Lin family quickly looked towards the stage. Then with a rumbling sound, they were all stunned. Among the interweaving lights and shadows, the entire stage transformed into an ink-brushed landscape painting. This painting covered everything in sight, as if it carried a soul-capturing power. And from those deep mountains, suddenly there came a roar, followed by a huge shadow emerging. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears like a cow, whiskers at its mouth, a bright pearl under its jaw, and underneath its throat were inverse scales. Chapter 1111. 985 Why are they so rich? _2. It's a dragon, darkening the skies, summoning wind and rain, turning mist to clouds. At this moment, the audience's eyes ignited with fervor, not only because the dragon is a totem worshipped generation after generation in Blue Star, but also because descriptions of dragons in countless movies and novels have always inspired awe and longing. Moreover, the dragon before them was so majestic, so lifelike, surpassing any dragon in film or even paintings they had ever seen. To put it bluntly, this dragon was damn cool. perfectly aligning with Blue Star's aesthetic. Under the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, the massive, elongated body circled the entire stage before even flying over the audience's heads for a lap, then finally flew back to the deep mountains from whence it came, eliciting even more exclamations of awe. Dang, these effects are so realistic. Are naked eye effects really this insane now? Is this level of special effects really produced by a local spring festival gala? This is absolutely the coolest, most majestic, and most beautiful dragon I've ever seen. Who created these virtual effects? They're sickly good. Could it be Shadow's work? To support a dragon's effect without dimming in the slightest. Wait a minute, what's this now? To the audience's bewilderment, 2 more dragons appeared on stage, also emerging from the deep mountains. Unlike the virtual effect dragon, these 2 were played by people. Dragon Dance. 9-section cloth dragon. Guided by a dragon ball, the dragon dancers held instruments, accompanied by drum music, and through movements and changing poses of human bodies, they mimicked the image of a dragon, equally coming to life, seamlessly coordinated, a sight truly pleasing to the eye. Dart, soar, leap, flip, roll, frolic, twist. All the dragon dancers, in perfect harmony, performed various movements and routines in one breath, like 2 dragons play. With a pearl, snow covering the top, huge leap through the dragon gate, and so on. Classic actions within dragon dance performances. After all, the culture of dragon dancing has been passed down for countless years in the celestial dynasty of a former era. Lin Yuan just needed to choose the coolest movements to display, and the overall choreography was nothing short of perfect, enhanced by the special effects unique to Blue Star. With the enhancement of special effects, a curtain of 9-section cloth dragons slightly obscured, with a serpentine effect like lights and candles all around. Spectators could also see moments of spouting water and firing flames among other spectacular sights. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The audience was mesmerized. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first appearance of Dragon Dance on Blue Star, combined with special effects only possible on Blue Star, shocked all viewers encountering it for the first time. Online, as opening dances from all continents performed, the discussion among netizens grew increasingly heated, watching the shows without affecting the surfing activities of netizens across continents. Which channel are you guys watching? I'm watching the one from Han Continent. Han Continents. I glanced at it too. Honestly, not as good as Zhao Continent. Chi Continents is good too. Chi Continents feels too soft. Look how majestic our Yin Continents is. Most dances are too clicked. Chu Continents is the most innovative with anime characters. Wei Continents is also not bad. The best dance should be in Zhong Continent, right? Zhong Continent's dance, the special effects were maxed out, creatively excellent, and it won with the stage standards. Go watch it if you don't believe me. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Why watch Zhong Continent's opening dance? You guys need to see Qin Continent's now, or it'll be too late." Immediately thereafter, a flood of netizens chimed in. Quick, quick, head to Qin Continent's channel. Their dance is unheard of, shockingly amazing. A New Year celebration of the dragon. How could it go without a dragon? Including Zhong Continent, all continents' opening dances were off-topic. Only Qin Continent did a proper dragon. Switched to discussing, now choosing Qin Continent. Qin Continent's visuals are shocking. The painting is Shadow's masterpiece. That dragon, too, superbly painted. The overall presentation with effects is too cool. Qin Continents is good. The netizens previously arguing over which continent's opening dance was the best were momentarily taken aback, then switched their streams to Qin Continent's channel. No choice. The voices supporting Qin Continent's channel seemed more numerous, piquing curiosity. What dragon? What dance? What painting? All sounding flashy. And when these netizens tuned into Qin Continent's channel, they indeed started getting dumbfounded. What kind of dance is this? The coordination is too good. A group of people actually forming a dragon? Dancing in a painting? What kind of special effects are these? Why do I feel these effects are even more fierce than those in Zhong Continent? This year's Spring Festival Gala in Qin Continent, I suspect, is using the same tier of top-notch effects as Zhong Continent. Besides the effects, other aspects of this opening dance in Qin Continent are also superb, such as the dance being very innovative, apparently called Dragon Dance, designed by Xianyu. The painting on stage is awesome too, designed by Shadow, but you missed the beginning. There was a dragon at the start, really domineering. You'll see when you watch the replay. After the Spring Festival Gala began across the continents, all the major gala crews turned their attention to the galas in other continents. Upon seeing Zhong continent, the various gala teams sighed, each to their own. Actually, the opening dance in Zhong continent isn't that explosive, but their stage effects are great, purely a matter of stage specifications overwhelming. After all, it's the big Spring Festival Gala that gets to enjoy a proprietary stage with the latest special effects. Look at that light shadow equipment they're using in Zhong continent, currently the most advanced in Blue Star and SL Peak series, probably the P9 model, just released last year. A set costs exactly 10 billion. Currently, only the P10 model could surpass them in extreme effects, but it's not yet released to the public. You need certain connections to get it. Ordinary people can't buy it. Not that they could afford it either, as the equipment costs nearly 20 billion. All you're saying is just proving that Zhong continent relies on special effects. There's really nothing to be sour about. Their special effects are indeed good. Putting aside the effects, their dance itself isn't bad either, much better than ours. Stop talking about Zhong continent now. Guys, look at Qin continent. What's there to see in Qin continent? Look and you'll see. As the various gala teams noticed what was happening in Qin continent, they immediately called their colleagues to watch. Then, as they watched, all the gala teams were stunned. Next moment, each of the Spring Festival gala crews let out a groundhog-like shriek. Nanny, oh my God, this isn't scientific. My dear mother, these special effects, this stage specification, what's going on? Wasn't it said that only Zhong continent could use the Spring Festival Gala exclusive stage, but Qin continent's stage isn't even Qin TV station's own specification? These effects are clear top tier. That machine model flashed in front of the camera just now. It's the same as the one used in Zhong continent's Spring Festival Gala. And the key is that it's even higher a level. Clearly the SL Peak Series P10 model that hasn't been released yet. Do they have more money than Zhong continent? Damn, how much money is that? Where did they get so much money? So much money is one thing, but the key is that their dance is so well done, and this painting, does Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala plan to make big news this year? Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala stage specification totally surpassed their imagination. Their light shadow equipment is even more advanced than Zhong continent's. As for the show's quality, Zhong continent's opening dance wasn't even close to as good-looking as Qin continent's. Anyone with eyes could make that judgment. Actually, Zhong continent isn't bad. Just that Qin continent's opening was too enchanting. In Zhong continent, they also noticed something was off with Qin continent. Director Zhuang Xian and Chang'an, along with other members of the director teams, faces changed instantly. Hiss. Has Qin continent gone mad? How come their stage specification is so high? The opening special effects are even more extravagant than our standard. No. Where did they get the money? Could their light shadow equipment be P10? How could a local Spring Festival Gala have such a big budget? Look at these effects. Every frame is burning tons of money. Did they pour all their budget into the opening dance? Darn. Is it necessary? Just an opening. All of Zhong continent couldn't understand why Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala dared to spend so much money right in the opening, even bringing out the most advanced current technology as if they were the grand Spring Festival Gala. What are they trying to do? How could they be so wealthy? Chapter 11-12. 986 The host caught in one fell swoop. Confusion. Incomprehension. The stage specifications and equipment levels of the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala were so high that even the people of Zhong continent were left dumbfounded. Not until the opening dances of each continent had ended did they gradually regain their senses. At this moment, in the Qin continent TV station's main control room, Tong Shuwen was directing with a serious face. The hosts are ready to go on stage. Countdown starting in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. After the opening dance, it was time for the hosts to take the stage. Amidst the live music, there appeared 8 figures. Viewers of Qin Continent TV and those watching online. I am host Chen Feng. I am host Beiji. I am host Yizi. Each host greeted the audience in turn, both men and women. When everyone had finished their lines, they all made the gesture of wishing a Happy New Year towards the camera together, their voices in unison. Happy New Year. The hosts of each TV station pretty much said the same thing, just some auspicious words that people have heard over and over but never tire of. However, when this group of Qin Continent hosts took the stage, the Spring Festival Gala teams and audiences of the other continents, who had just managed to recover, were collectively stunned once again. In Qi Continent, someone snapped, "Teacher Beiji, why is Teacher Beiji at the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala? I was wondering why our Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala didn't have Teacher Beiji this year. I thought he had gone to Zhongzhou Station, considering his status in the hosting community, but Qin Continent TV station managed to snatch him away." Chu Continent was speechless. Our Chu Continent's teacher Yizi is actually a host for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Could there have been some mistake? Goddess Yizi, have you gone to the wrong set? It was almost the same in Yin Continent. Why has OL Chen gone to Qin Continent? Didn't OL Chen say he would host our Yin Continent Spring Festival Gala until he retired? What's happening here? Han Continent was no different. PFF. No wonder our Han Continent's Spring Festival Gala felt a bit lacking in New Year's spirit. Turns out our #1 host ran off to Qin Continent. Goodness, suddenly the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala feels so much closer to my heart. And in Zhao Continent, the few directors of the Spring Festival Gala had grim expressions. Damn it, isn't that little Li? How did our most popular host in Zhao Continent end up at Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala? The same was true for Wei Continent. In fact, the directors of the Spring Festival Galas across all the continents were fuming. What is all this? Our best host in Wei Continent is not hosting our program, but running off to have fun in Qin Continent. What is Qin Continent up to? Even Zhong Continent was flabbergasted, suffering a second heavy blow after being outmatched by Qin Continent's opening dance and program quality. Teacher Zhu, didn't he announce his retirement last year, much to the regret of countless Zhong Continent viewers, claiming he would no longer host the Spring Festival Gala? How come this year he's back again, and damn it, appearing at the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala? Totally stunned. There was no other choice but to be stunned. These 8 hosts were all top-tier hosts from their respective continents. Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, Zhong Continent, all present and accounted for. Perhaps only the audience of Qin Continent didn't find anything odd, because the central host on stage was Qin Continent's very own leading host. Suddenly, the internet went wild. Zhongzhou Station is aiming for the skies with this one. They've invited all the top-tier hosts from the continents. I just checked. That Beiji from Qi Continent. He's the real deal, the top host over there. I have no idea how our Qin Continent managed to get him to come. That's so freaking awesome. It's not just Beiji. All these hosts carry their continents. I'm not sure about the other continents, but I am very familiar with our Han Continent's host. For the past 10 years, he's always been the central host. This has got to be the hosting lineup of the major Spring Festival Gala. In the past, it was only the major Spring Festival Gala that could bring together all the top-tier hosts from the continents to hold the fort. Seeing our continent's best host here suddenly makes Qin Continent's TV station's Spring Festival Gala feel more familiar. Majestic. What sort of lineup does Zhong Continent have? They mostly use middle-state people, and a few of the hosts are supposedly from other continents. But those are the dual-registered kind. That being said, it seems Qin Continent's got the more exciting lineup. Damn, suddenly, I'm hesitating. Which program to watch next? Zhong Continent's or Qin Continent's? The host isn't related to the quality of the program. I'll go check out Zhong Continent's first. I'm sticking with Qin Continent. Zhong Continent. At the official viewership data monitoring center, dozens of staff were intently watching different graphs on their computers. Suddenly, someone spoke up. What's with Qin Continent's viewership data? It was 5th at the beginning of the broadcast, and in just this short period, it shot up to 2nd. There must have been some excitement. This year's policy adjustments had a big impact, didn't they? Zhong Continent's viewership actually dropped a bit. I saw that too. No big deal. It's not a significant drop. We have 6 hours. This is a battle of attrition. Zhong continent is still overwhelmingly ahead for now. Look, Qin continent's viewership is rising again. There was certainly no issue with the data shown. In fact, Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala viewership was indeed on the rise. Equipment. Opening dance. Hosts. Qin continent started with a triple punch, shocking not only the industry but also the audiences. As for the reason for the increase in Qin continent's viewership, it was because the second program had started. Chapter 11-13, 986. The host caught in one fell swoop _2. Singing competition program. The song Because of Love. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singers, Chun Jiu, Zhao Gu. The audience in front of the TV and online screens all saw these lines of captions. As the curtain rose in an instant, Yu Dynasty member Chen Jiu was the first to appear before the camera, softly singing. I'm giving you a CD from the past. Listen to our love back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget. I'm still in love with you. Following that, Zhao Gu stepped out slowly. I can no longer sing those kinds of songs. When I hear them, I blush and hide. Though I often forget, I still love you. The two looked at each other, beginning to sing in a duet. Because love will not easily become sad. Everything looks like happiness. Because love grows in a simple way, I can still go crazy for you at any time. Chen Jiu and Zhao Gu weren't singing together for the first time. They sang many songs together in a television series adapted from Chu Kuang's martial arts novels. Because of this, the two had already amassed quite a fan base, and their voices were incredibly in sync from their long-term cooperation. In front of the screen, some audience members enjoyed the performance so much they closed their eyes. On the internet, there was a vast amount of discussion from Xian Yu fans. Regarding the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, the last thing I worry about is the music performances, with Fish Papa guarding the creative process. If the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala couldn't present several astonishing songs, that would be so unlike Fish Papa's style, and indeed, it's true. The first song of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala commanded the audience. I dare to say other spring festivals, even if pushed to their limits, could not surpass this level. The production team really understands the audience. They know that those of us who pay the most attention to the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala are here for Fish Papa's music. It's been a while since I've heard a new song from Fish Papa. This, Because of Love, is immediately recognizable quality, explosively creative. The music performances in the Spring Festival Gala are hard to get right. Singing old songs can bore the audience, and new songs require a process of acceptance. But Fish Papa's new songs are the exception. He always manages to write new songs that captivate the audience immediately. Look at the stage effects. So beautiful. Every song comes with special effects, containing a tinge of youthful innocence within the sorrow. The whole effect combined with the song felt even more touching than watching a music video. I thought Fish Papa would write something explosive, really lively. I didn't expect it to be so quiet. Yet it's so surprisingly good. Without any need for screaming, the song firmly grasps the listener's ears. Is the song available for download yet? I'm going to download it. Of course, there were various discussions online. Each continent's Spring Festival Gala had program topics popping up on the internet. The trending searches were changing almost every 10 minutes. Blogs, tribes, countless forums. At this moment, the traffic was explosively high. And from the overall trending topics, it seemed Zhong Continent was the highest, as the main Spring Festival Gala was a long-standing tradition, not easily changed. But Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush. The Spring Festival Gala was 6 hours long, and it was just the beginning. No one could guarantee what twists might happen in the next few hours. Lin Yuan never expected that just a stunning opening dance and a duet love song would be enough to attract the entire Blue Stars audience. That's unrealistic. Attracting the audience is a process, and this process was underway. Qi Continent. In a certain household, a family was watching the Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala. In the corner of the sofa, a young man, likely a college student, was curled up with a tablet and headphones, watching the Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala. Because he had no interest in the Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala his family was watching. The family members were chatting and evaluating the program. Why are they singing such old songs again? I think it's quite good. Old songs are classics. It's all about nostalgia. Grandma and Grandpa, you don't understand. The Jeune Continent Spring Festival Gala is better. They host the main gala. Is that what Little Belle is watching? Little Belle must be watching the main gala. Young people are not interested in our local gala. Little Belle. The sister beside nudged the young man in the corner. The young man's earphones were accidentally pulled out, and suddenly a stretch of song could be heard. Because of love, how can there be vicissitudes? Thus we still look young. Because of love in that place. There are still people wandering there, coming and going. The sister was taken aback. This song really hit the spot. Grandpa and Grandma didn't have much of a reaction. It's young people's music. No sooner had they finished speaking. The rhythm of the music changed. This segment of the song. Performance was continuous. As one song ended, another began. A refreshing female voice suddenly came through the transition music, as if piercing the soul, bringing the breeze of early spring. Sweet honey, your smile is sweet honey. As if flowers are blooming in the spring breeze. Blooming in the spring breeze. Where have I seen you before? Your smile is so familiar. I can't remember it for a moment. In dreams. This time, Grandpa and Grandma were also stunned. The sweet articulation was indeed heartwarming. The parents looked at each other and stopped watching the Chi Continent Spring Festival Gala, switching the channel to Jeune Continent. The main gala's quality was indeed better. However, when they switched to Zhongzhou Station, it was a dance performance. Young Little Belle couldn't help but speak up. This is the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Qin Continent? The family was taken aback and immediately switched to the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Though they missed part of the performance, the charm of the song still unfolded on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Chapter 11:14. 986 The host caught in one fell swoop _3. In dreams, I have seen you. So sweet with that smile of yours. It's you. It's you, the one I dream of is you. Where have I seen you before? Your smile is so familiar. For the moment, I just can't recall. Oh, in my dreams. Grandpa clapped his hands in joy. Now that's what I call singing. Grandma couldn't stop smiling either. We particularly loved songs like this when we were young. You young people might not like it though. Who says? Sister said. I really like it, especially the part, oh, in my dreams. It's so sweet. It feels like not just singing, but like a little girl suddenly coming to a realization. So adorable and so pure. Little Belle was moved. Jiang Kuei is truly a goddess. Blue Starian didn't know who Teresa Tung was. Yet at this moment, Jiang Kuei somehow had a similar charm. Of course, Jiang Kuei was not anyone's shadow. She had her own style. Her voice's freshness had captivated countless people even before this song. What's different is that this song had even more power to captivate hearts. So simple, yet so mesmerizing. Mom agreed. This song is really good indeed. Dad said, let's just stick with Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala for now, and switch to another channel if it gets boring. Inside a certain community, Yang Zhongming was seated in front of the TV. Beside him was none other than his good friend Jing. Various snacks and beers were laid out in front of them, with the Spring Festival Gala on TV. Qin Continents. Zheng Jing laughed. This, because of love, is going to be a hit soon. Very suitable to echo on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. I prefer this one. Yang Zhongming spoke, listening to Sweet Honey playing in his ears. Zheng Jing couldn't help but smile. You just like the kind of simple songs that can get to people's heads. But this song is indeed good. Our parents' generation should particularly like this kind of tune. It seems Little Fish's Spring Festival Gala is doing quite well. We've just started. I have a feeling there will be surprises later. He's not the kind to start off strong and then taper off. During their conversation, the two continued to watch. Like Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing, many viewers were already set on Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. But there were also many like Little Belle's family, who switched to Qin Continent's TV station for some reason along the way. This group belonged to a fickle style. If later on, the programs of Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala weren't entertaining, they would switch channels at any moment. Other stations were the same. When they were enjoying a particular Spring Festival Gala and suddenly came across a program that wasn't to their liking, some had already started switching channels, especially those watching the Spring Festival Gala alone. Watching the Spring Festival Gala alone, there's no need to consider others' feelings, nor to get approval from family members. Naturally, one would switch channels as they please. For instance, a woman still working outside during the festive season. Watching the Spring Festival Gala alone on such a holiday, she felt particularly lonely, and her impatience seemed infinitely magnified. At that moment, she switched from a certain Spring Festival Gala to Qin Continent's TV station. Qin Continent TV had just finished the performance of Sweet Honey. Jiang Kuei left the stage. Xia Fan stepped onto it. The screen displayed the title of the song, Always Visit Home. Just like the previous two songs, the lyrics to this song were also written by Xian Yu. However, this woman who had just changed channels naturally didn't know which songs had been sung before. She even didn't notice the current program. She just switched channels subconsciously. Suddenly, a song came from the TV. Find some free time. Lead the children to always visit home. Bring a smile. Bring well wishes. Accompany your lover to always visit home. Mom has prepared some nagging. Dad has prepared a table full of good food. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. Chapter 1115, 987 The Seven Fairies of Flying Apsaras. Mom, is that you, Yingzi? Mom, it's me. Have you had dinner yet? Yes, I just had dumplings with your dad. And we even made your favorite three-freshness filling. It's a pity you couldn't come back this year. Mom, I understand. Work is busy, and you can't get away. It's okay. Your job is important. Take care of yourself when you're outside. Don't always eat takeout. Mom, I miss home. Oh, I'm coming home tomorrow. When the woman uttered these words, she felt as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. After all, work was merely a matter of earning a bit more or less money. Meanwhile on the TV, Xia Fan's singing continued. Share life's troubles with Mom. Discuss work matters with Dad. In fact, thousands of households, countless people watching the Qin Continent's New Year's Gala were touched by this song, whether they were parents or children themselves. Make sure to visit home, even just to help Mom wash some chopsticks, clean some dishes. Old folks don't expect their children to make grand contributions to the household. A lifetime of hardships, they just yearn for togetherness. Xia Fan's singing prowess wasn't particularly outstanding among those of the Yu dynasty, but the most useful skill she learned at the Yu dynasty was how to convey emotion. Singing with genuine emotion is very important, especially for a song that doesn't test one's vocal skills. The expression and release of emotion directly determine the success or failure of the song. What? Lip-syncing at the gala? If at the New Year's Gala planned by Lin Yuan, guests from the Yu dynasty needed to lip-sync, then the so-called maestro would be a laughing stock. Singing is a serious matter. As long as Lin Yuan had control over the stage, there would be no lip-syncing by anyone. The discussions about the New Year's Gala on various forums became more heated. Zhao Continent's gala has got some intrigue this year. Still, the Zhong Continent's is the most entertaining. Can't be bothered to change channels. Zhong Continent is indeed good. I didn't even check other channels. The big New Year's Gala is the big New Year's Gala after all. Actually, Wei Continent's New Year's Gala is not bad. No. That's because you haven't seen Qin Continent's New Year's Gala. Qin Continent's Gala is the most spectacular. Agreed. These few songs are too good. This is the third song now. Feels like it's time for a change in genre. Yes, even though the songs are nice, the New Year's Gala shouldn't just be a concert. Being just songs would be too monotonous. I personally don't mind. I'd be happy for it to continue singing. Some observant people have already noticed that online discussions about the Qin Continent's New Year's Gala seem to have increased. There were many musical acts, but the programming was all about balance and measure. After 3 consecutive songs, Tong Shuwen and Lin Yuan exchanged glances. Get the ladies ready. Department 3 prepare. 3, 2, 1 begin. Since Lin Yuan had personally choreographed the next dance, he was also responsible for the cue before they took the stage. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, a round stage appeared on the main stage. On it stood 7 anciently dressed beauties. They were surrounded by a misty aura, not the low-level dry ice effect of some stages, but pure top-tier 3D effects, as if clouds had been captured onto the New Year's Gala stage. And through the camera's close-up, each of the 7 beauties was breathtakingly beautiful. Dance, flying, apsaras, choreography, Xian Yu. Costume, Xian Yu. Music, Xian Yu. Creative Director, Chu Kuang. Performance by Qin Continent First Women's Art Troupe. An online viewer quickly noticed the information in the bottom left corner. Wow, all these acts were designed by Xian Yu. From the opening dance, the songs Just Now, and Now a Dance, Fish Papa is single-handedly responsible for all the acts. The special effects are explosive. Wait, the creative director is Chu Kuang. Are these 7 ancient beauties supposed to be the 7 fairies from Journey to the West? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. With Chu Kuang in charge of the creation, plus the rustic music and celestial vibe, it does have a bit of that flavor. Elements from Journey to the West. I love this. Even before the act officially started, the audience was excited. In fact, flying apsaras did not mean the 7 fairies, but it was indeed apsaras from the Dunhuang murals. However, in this world, there were no Dunhuang murals. Instead, Journey to the West had been popularized by Chu Kuang. Given this backdrop, it made sense that viewers naturally associated it with the 7 fairies, which was perfectly normal. Journey to the West currently had an immense influence. Who didn't know the story of the Monkey King catching the 7 fairies to steal peaches? And furthermore, in Lin Yuan's past life, when flying apsaras made a big splash at the New Year's Gala, many people likewise exclaimed about 7 fairies. It was all intentional by Lin Yuan. With no Dunhuang murals to speak of, listing Chu Kuang as the creative director was just a way to ride the hype wave of Journey to the West. Downstage, Mum laughed. The 7 fairies from Journey to the West have arrived. Lin Xian exclaimed. Where did they find these girls, so beautiful and with great figures? Big Yao Yao declared. They're dancing. The 7 fairies on stage began to move, their figures graceful, with gentle smiles on their lips, embodying both purity and allure. The audience applauded. Everyone was simply there to see the beauties, without expecting the dance itself to be mind-blowing. A standard performance, complemented by beautiful effects and the additional draw of the 7 fairies. But then, all of a sudden, the 7 performers leaned backward, without any support, a full 90 degrees, as if defying gravity. Wow! Impossible! What kind of back strength is that? How can they lean back so far? Chapter 1116, 987 Flying Apsaras _2. Why are they able to do such outrageous moves? Are they even human? They weren't human to begin with. They are the 7 fairies under the Heavenly Empress. The audience was shocked, but before their exclamations could end, an even more jaw-dropping scene occurred, causing some on-site audience members to nearly stand up from their seats. Suddenly, the 7 fairies performed a golden rooster stance, their bodies tilting to the left, to the right. Despite seemingly lacking a center of gravity, they stood firm and upright, all the while chuckling gleefully. Beautiful, stunning. Apart from professional dancers who might have instantly guessed there were mechanisms beneath their feet, the ordinary audience members were dumbstruck. Following that, the applause was like a tidal wave. The on-site audience erupted amidst cheers, as did the viewers in front of their screens. At the chairman's home, Lin Yuan's female disciple, Li Lizzie, screamed, "Dad, look quick. How did they not fall over?" Li Songhua spoke reflexively. Li Lizzie said proudly, "Because it's a dance choreographed by my teacher." Meanwhile, on the internet, netizens didn't have time to analyze the dance structure. Everyone was astounded, more accurately, thoroughly dazzled. Xian Yu's dance is absolutely fantastic. Fish Papa is the god of dance. As quirky as it is, you can't call it divine just yet. What about adding the moonwalk then? Don't forget the moonwalk was also first created by Fish Papa. Xian Yu's understanding of dance is just brilliant. The moonwalk looks like it's defying gravity too. Gravity has forgotten about the 7 fairies' existence because they don't belong to this world. Tong Shuwen said with a smile. It looks like our flying apsaras was a success. Lin Yuan nodded. He wasn't really surprised. This was the most explosive dance of Earth's 2008 Spring Festival Gala. The explosive here, of course, doesn't refer to a lively tempo. Rather, it's a dance of gentle elegance with an expressive ethos, and the effects of those dance moves were simply explosive. Even before Lin Yuan had crossed over, A search for flying apsaras would yield a plethora of similar performances. Many claimed to be original creations, but in reality, most were adaptations of this dance. Among these dance moves, many were taken from the records of the Dunhuang murals. Some moves looked like they were straight out of Chang'e's Flight to the Moon, exuding a truly ethereal grace. Not to be outdone, as the dance was garnering popularity in Qin continent, Zhong continent's Spring Festival Gala coincidentally featured an exceptional dance of its own. The barrage on Zhong continent's Spring Festival Gala was wild. It's so beautiful. Worthy of Teacher Wan Yi, Zhong continent's top dance choreographer. Teacher Wan Yi has always won championships when he danced in his youth. The dance king of Zhong continent. This dance is definitely the best act of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Using this dance for the opener would have been great. It would have overshadowed that gimmick from Qin continent. Qin continent. Yeah, I glanced at Qin continent's opening act. It was just a cheap trick. After seeing this dance, I'm going to take a peek at Qin continent's too. It seems some people are talking about it in the barrage. They're dancing in Qin continent too, and it's not inferior. You guys should check it out. In a certain dance group chat, many prominent figures in dance were there. I must say, this year's dance in Zhong continent is truly good. After all, it was designed by Wan Yi. Wan Yi is ahead of us in the dance scene. Have you seen Qin continents? Qin continent. I did. It made me not pay much attention to Zhong continents. All because the 7 fairies were too captivating. The 7 fairies what? Just know that Qin continent's dance holds its own against Zhong continents. What? It's a dance choreographed by Xian Yu. You can still catch the tail end now if you go watch. In fact, there was no tail end left. A dance only lasts the duration of a song. By the time many dancers turned to Qin continent's television station, the flying apsara's performance had already ended. However, when the dancers switched over to Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, they didn't rush to change channels. Because they noticed something peculiar. What the heck? Our continent's hosts. Why are they on Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala stage? Not everyone is constantly online, and not everyone knew what had transpired on Qin continent's television station right away. On the stage, top hosts from various continents were chatting and linking segments. Viewers of Qin continent's television station took the opportunity to stir up excitement online while chatting amongst themselves. Don't miss out as you pass by. Come watch Qin continent's treasure of a Spring Festival Gala. There are so many surprises in Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala. The dances, the songs, they're the best. Hey, what's the next program? It's 6 hours long. Old songs won't do. Old dances won't either. There should be a wide variety of types, right? My favorite to watch are actually the spoken word acts. Crosstalk. What I'm talking about are sketches. Speak of sketches, and here they come. On the stage, the hosts were warming up the crowd with chit-chat, but soon one of them consciously left, leaving only the female host from Qin continent, Li, on stage to announce. Next up, we have a sketch for everyone. Li, hold on. The actors aren't here yet. Suddenly, an anxious voice that was all too familiar to the audience rang out from the side. And when the owner of the voice appeared on stage, the whole place erupted into screams. How is it him? He's actually participating in the Qin continent New Year Gala. Shiyan. Teacher Shiyan. I love Teacher Shiyan so much. Didn't Shiyan and Qinfeng say they wouldn't attend the New Year Gala if there wasn't a good script? I heard they even turned down Zhong continent this year. But here's Teacher Shiyan all of a sudden. What about Teacher Qinfeng? They're a classic duo, aren't they? If Shiyan is here, is Qinfeng here too? Shiyan, one of Blue Star's most influential sketch actors. People truly didn't expect him to appear at the Qin continent New Year Gala. They all thought he would be at Zhong continents. Just then, another familiar figure appeared on the stage. The audience's screams instantly grew even louder because Qinfeng was also there. Shiyan and Qinfeng, a classic combo in the sketch world. The audience's expectations were immediately raised. Not just in the venue. The internet was also boiling over at that moment. The Qin continent New Year Gala is awesome. They actually got Qinfeng and Shiyan, my 2 favorite sketch actors. It's been years since I've seen them. They're still so endearing. I've missed them so much. Wait, look at the program details. The sketch is titled Eating Noodles. Performers Chen Feng and Shi Yin. Script. Chew. Chew chew chew. Damn. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. The sketch script is written by Chu Kuang, the old rascal. This is it. What the hell is an old rascal's script going to be like? Tong Shuwen said it before. Could it be true that the old rascal actually wrote a sketch script? Alright. Even though Chu Kuang's involvement was a bit unexpected, the performers were after all Chen Feng and Shi Yin, so the audience was still buying it. The Qin Continent New Year Gala wouldn't dare to mess around, right? And once the news that Chen Feng and Shi Yin were appearing at the Qin Continent New Year Gala came out, the effect was immediate. The barrage on the live stream suddenly became much denser. I am the emperor who has come from Qi Continent to see my two loyal subjects Chen Feng and Shi Yin. Chen Feng and Shi Yin are really here. Mamma mia, Qin Continent has got something special. How did they manage to invite these two big comedy stars? You can't not watch this act. Say no more. I'm going to call my grandpa. Your grandpa is also a fan of these two? No, my grandpa is a fan of Chu Kuang. This sketch is written by Chu Kuang. Man, your grandpa is hardcore. I'm here to watch a sketch written by Chu Kuang. Zhong Continent has an overview of viewership monitoring across all continents. And while the continents outside of Zhong Continent may not know the viewership ratings of the others, they can still check their own. Therefore, almost at the same time, everyone noticed a certain drop in their own viewership ratings. Upon investigation, everyone was stunned, gazing at Shi Yin and Chen Feng's figures on the Qin Continent television station. Teacher Chen Feng. Teacher Shi Yin. No wonder our viewership is dropping. Many viewers have been drawn over to Qin Continent by these two. But why are they in Qin Continent? This doesn't make sense. How did Qin Continent invite people this year? It's more impressive than Zhong Continent. Although Zhong Continent also invited impressive guests, they still filled the spots with a lot of their own people. Qin Continent, on the other hand, has performances from all continents. This is too much. Who the hell is hosting the Grand New Year Gala? I have a feeling that this year's New Year Gala is actually being hosted by Qin Continent. Some changes were starting. The viewership of the Qin Continent New Year Gala began to climb. Everyone was curious. What kind of sketch had Chu Kuang cooked up? With such an odd style, could there really be no problem? And what kind of performance would Chen Feng and Shi Yin bring to the stage after so many years? Chapter 1117, 988 ratings soar wildly. Blue Star, Qin Continent TV station. The audience was focused. The dance was great. The song was great, and even the choice of hosts fit the audience's tastes perfectly. At present, Qin Continent TV station had seen the rise of Shi Yin and Chen Feng, two comedy sketch heavyweights. This all led to everyone being very curious about the content of Qin Continent's first comedy sketch. The sketch had just started. Shi Yin played a director who was preparing to film a play, but the actor never showed up. Beside him, a passerby volunteered to join in the performance. And this passerby happened to be Chen Feng, who had just made everyone cheer. Shi Yin, have you acted in movies before? Chen Feng got pumped up. The Truman Show, Life of Pi, ended on. Flirting Scholar, Spider-Man, Hachiko, Resident Evil. Shi Yin was astonished. Chen Feng's voice continued. I've seen all these movies. Uffed. The audience burst into laughter. This gag was a success. Basically, everyone knew these movies were all from Blue Star. Shi Yin had no choice but to agree. What we're shooting today is simple. It's just eating noodles. Eating noodles? Chen Feng suddenly covered his mouth and cheekily said to the audience, I just so happen not to have eaten today. The audience, ha ha ha. Shi Yin turned to Chen Feng. What did you say? Chen Feng changed his tone. I said I will definitely work hard today. The audience laughed again. Shi Yin took him at his word. Attention all departments. The cameraman, get ready. Beside him, Chen Feng began to serve the noodles with quick and lively movements, once again showing a sly and proud expression. Noodle with gravy. Now it was good. Shi Yin, as the director, was busy preparing for the shoot. Chen Feng, however, grabbed a bowl and started to devour the noodles heartily. Slurp, slurp, slurp. At this moment, the audience was shocked, and amidst their shock, they erupted into laughter on the spot. Ha 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 ha. His acting is simply divine. It's a complete no-props performance. Oh my God, there are clearly no noodles in the bucket. How did he manage to be so convincing? Chun Feng is amazing. This is what a performance artist truly is. You say, he's funny, he's extremely professional. You say he's professional, but how can he be so funny? He's eating air, yet he's made me hungry. Could this be a no-props mukbang? He's enjoying it too much. I'm going to have noodle with gravy for breakfast tomorrow. Incredible. No-props performance. Chun Feng relied on just a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to perform serving and eating noodles, and he didn't let the audience feel any disconnect, even making them feel like he was really enjoying it. On stage, Shiyan suddenly spoke up. What's that noise? Chun Feng quickly covered his bowl, trying hard to swallow the food in his mouth. In fact, he had nothing in his mouth because it was a no-props performance. However, his actions were too natural. He even made it seem as though he actually had food in his mouth. Silence. Turning his head, Shiyan continued with the play. Chun Feng went back to eating. Slurp slurp. Shiyan finished communicating and walked towards Chun Feng. This part of the play is... Shiyan's voice paused. Chun Feng had reached the climax of his eating, the bowl perfectly covering his face, his chopsticks moving furiously, accompanied by countless slurping sounds. Backstage, everyone from Yu Dynasty was in fits of laughter. Chun Jiu was holding his belly. His acting is too godly. Sun Yaohua was also grinning. The key is that the performance is also particularly funny. Xia Fan, I watched their rehearsal before, but watching the formal performance, I still couldn't help but crack up. Jiang Kuei suddenly asked, was this script written by Chu Kuang? Wei Haoyun was startled. Does Chu Kuang, the old rascal, look like someone who would write a comedy sketch? Zhao Yingge said, just don't call Chu Kuang old rascal in front of the representative. After all, that's the representative's good brother. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in deep agreement. The performance continued. Shiyan explained the play. It's now 8 o'clock, you are eating noodles, and your girlfriend calls you from outside. After finishing eating, you put down the bowl and run off, with only 2 lines. What's the hurry? Chun Feng, I'm not in a hurry. Shiyan helplessly said. You've got just 2 lines. What's the... Chun Feng interjected. Just 2 lines, I'm not in a hurry. Shiyan got anxious. I'm saying you've got just 2 lines. What's the... Chun Feng, right. I'm really not in a hurry, director. Shiyan went from helpless to excited and finally to an almost blood pressure-raising roar, finally managing to explain it to Chun Feng. As per the script, after one rehearsal, Chun Feng ate a bowl of noodles, very contentedly. Rehearsal over. Shiyan, how do you feel? Chun Feng, tastes good. Shiyan, I'm asking how you feel about this place. Chun Feng, full. Whoosh. The audience went wild laughing. Someone shouted out loud. Good. Countless applause. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. In a certain media studio, a reporter was holding a tablet, laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouth. Inside the room, there were a total of 8 reporters working overtime. Each person was holding a tablet, respectively responsible for watching the New Year's Eve specials of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continents. This was so they could report any news immediately. However, when the other reporters saw this one laughing so hard, they couldn't help but wonder. You're responsible for watching the Qin continent's New Year's Eve for any special news, right? What's the program that's making you laugh so much? Chapter 1118. 988 ratings, soar wildly _2. Comedy sketch. What comedy sketch? The one Chu Kuang wrote. Did Chu Kuang really write a comedy sketch? The other reporter's eyes suddenly bulged. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Release a press release. This is huge news. Who did they find to perform in it? The reporter said, Shiyan and Chun Feng. Ah, there's the gold. The other's eyes grew even wider. That's such explosive news, and you're there laughing? Write the piece and send it out. The reporter finally snapped back to reality but hesitated for a moment before saying, wait till I finish watching. It should be ending soon. His fellow reporters, is it really that funny? The man nodded. This Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala is too good. 8 continents. Top hosts. His colleague, what? All you care about is watching the gala and laughing like an idiot. Think about all the news you've missed. On TV, the comedy sketch was in its final phase. All the build-ups had erupted. To nail this scene, Chen Feng went for his third bowl of noodles. He was feeling quite stuffed now. Shi Yin, act naturally. Don't make it feel like acting. Chen Feng, so it should feel. No feeling? Shi Yin, good. Let's shoot. Eat the noodles. Chen Feng, slurp slurp. Shi Yin, speak, speak, say your lines. Chen Feng, barely managing to swallow his mouth full of noodles, waved his hand. No feeling. The room burst into laughter. This gag got the biggest reaction. Not because the joke itself was that explosive, but because the emotional build-up peaked right then, making the line especially hilarious. But this was still not the end point. When they rehearsed the noodle-eating scene again, a similar thing happened. Shi Yin, speak, speak, the lines. Chen Feng, the lines. Shi Yin, your lines. Chen Feng, my lines. The several bowls of noodles had Chen Feng utterly stuffed. He started talking nonsense. And at this point, the story was reaching its final climax, the biggest one yet. The last bowl of noodles. Chen Feng really wanted to scoop up less. Shi Yin directly picked up the bucket and dumped it all into his bowl. Chen Feng felt like crying. Stop, stop, director. How can I eat all this? Shi Yin, just hold. On a little longer, we can finish in 1 minute. All departments, get ready, action. Chen Feng looked at the noodles, his expression one of agony. This guy was no longer showing off. Before he was boasting about how he hadn't eaten yet, or how the spicy meat sauce was just right, looking so smug. And now here he was looking like he was about to burst, a stark contrast. Eat, eat, eat. Slurp. Speak, speak, your lines. What's this hic you hic? Chen Feng couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't stop hiccuping. At that moment, the audience couldn't take it either. Cheers filled the air, with clapping and roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Tribe, blogs, social media, everything exploded. This sketch's layered build-up and final execution surpassed everyone's expectations. Ha 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 ha. I laughed till my stomach hurt. Typical Chen Feng and teacher Shi Yin. This is the best sketch they've ever done together. The performance without props is impressive. The prowess and acting skills of the artists are all on stage. The way teacher Chen Feng hiccuped while speaking, it's exactly like someone who's overstuffed. I'm starting to feel full myself. 5 bowls of noodles, and such big ones, unbelievable. The acting is great, and so is the script. Who would believe that Chu Kuang wrote this sketch? Right, I almost forgot that bit. This is actually a script by the old rascal Chu Kuang. Unbelievable. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, is too twisted. I always thought the old rascal Chu Kuang was best at making people cry. Never imagined he could make us laugh too. I'm dying of laughter over here. This old rascal isn't planning to use tonight's joy to offset his past wrongs, is he? It's the new year. Let's not hold grudges against the old rascal and send him 4 words. Happy New Year. The Spring Festival Gala. Comedy sketches are always the main attraction. Qin continent's sketches always come before those from other continents, with the added hook from Chu Kuang and the fame of Chen Feng and Shi Yin. This sketch no doubt drew in a massive audience. Zhong Continent. At the Blue Star Viewership Monitoring Center, a staff member's gaze shifted. Look at this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other staff crowded around. Then their eyes changed too. This. How is this possible? It's rising too fast, isn't it? What kind of program did they put on? It's probably not just one specific show, or rather, one show might just be a trigger. What's really causing this is probably word of mouth. Even so, these ratings, they're climbing too fast. On this staff member's screen, Qin Continent's viewership ratings graph was steadily climbing, becoming more and more exaggerated. Chu Continent, a young guy, on the phone with his girlfriend. Sweetheart, can we hang up and watch the Spring Festival Gala for a bit? Do you not love me anymore? You'd rather watch the gala then. Be with me. That's not true. I'm sharing the gala with you. Between me and the gala, which one do you think is more important? Of course it's you. You're actually comparing me to the Spring Festival Gala. Are you never done? Not only did you compare me to the Spring Festival Gala, but you're also yelling at me. Beat it. The young man hung up in a rage. 2 minutes later, as he watched noodle eating, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha. And all his troubles were forgotten. Chapter 1119. 988 ratings skyrocket _3. Women just distract me from watching the Spring Festival Gala. Han Continent. Someone was smoking on the balcony. Suddenly someone shouted from below. Brotherly. O.L. Wong. Out for a smoke late at night. Yeah, feeling down. Had a fight with the wife. Tell her to watch the Spring Festival Gala. I'm not interested in the Spring Festival Gala. That's because you haven't seen Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Watch Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. It's more interesting than smoking here in boredom. Spend time with your kids too. Let's all watch the Spring Festival Gala together. Really, trust me, Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is really fantastic. Yin Continent. Someone knocked on the bedroom door. A voice came from inside. Dad, what is it? I'm playing a game. Dad, come out and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Son, is the Spring Festival Gala more fun than games? Dad, Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is more fun than games. Silence from inside. After a while, the door opened. Dad, smiling, said, why aren't you continuing your game? Son, pouting, some guy went AFK, said he's watching the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Is it good? Dad, pointing with his lips. It's really good. There was just a comedy skit that was brilliant. You missed it. They're about to start singing, but the songs in Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala are put together by Xian Yu, so the quality is quite good. Son sighed. I find the songs in the Spring Festival Gala pretty dull. As soon as he said that, Fei Yang's voice suddenly came from the TV. My passion is like a fire, consuming the whole desert. Even the sun hides from me. It too fears my love's fire. With me, the desert is never lonely, blooming with flowers of youth. I sing aloud, you sing softly. Intoxicating small love river in the desert. What a lively song. It totally matches the aesthetic of the Yin people. The son and dad exchanged glances, suddenly excited, their bodies quivering, chins moving with the melody. Sharing is human nature. This is why word of mouth takes effect. Countless viewers captivated by Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala started calling friends. The buzz spread like wildfire. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. Friend to a friend's friend, then to the friend of a friend's friend. Spreading in a loop. Qin Continent TV station's viewership kept growing. Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala ratings soared. Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is amazing. Such a treasure of a show. I used to be a staunch supporter of Zhong Continent, but now I'm completely won over by Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Another great song. The singer is actually Fei Yang. The Passionate Desert. This song suits Fei Yang. The program planning is so interesting. After an awesome act, they schedule a song performance to give everyone a break. I wonder what Qin Continent's ratings are now. I think it must be in the top 3 for Blue Star. First place is definitely Zhong Continent. Zhong Continent being first is no suspense. It can't be surpassed. It's a huge gala, and the quality of the programs is also good, but I always feel like Qin Continent's is more to my liking. People discussed online. Inside the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala Directors team, Director Zhuang Xian got a temporary ratings report. His eyelids twitched when he saw the ranking on it. Is this the viewership across the continents? The assistant director, Chang'an, leaned over to look, and then his blood pressure spiked. How is that possible? What's the panic? It's still early. Zhuang Xian took a deep breath, but he felt very uneasy. Chang'an clenched his teeth. They must have scheduled their best programs at the start, trying to make a strong initial impression. A 6-hour gala is a marathon. Indeed, that's what everyone said. Yet, Chang'an also felt uneasy. The ratings report showed Qin Continent was ranked second. That wasn't the scariest part. Someone had to be second. Any continent could be. The most terrifying part was the rate of viewership growth for Qin Continent since the gala started, exceeding all other continents including Zhong. The upward trajectory of its ratings graph was reaching an exaggerated level. Qin Continent. On TV, you provide the raindrops to nourish my heart. I provide the breeze to open your flowers. Love stories belong to you and me. Our love is like the passionate desert. My passion is like a fire. Fei Yang was completely rocking it. Backstage, in the control room, Tong Shuan smiled. Could this fire burn Zhong continents behind? Chapter 1120, 989. This is the moment to witness a miracle. Fei Yang originally had only one performance planned, and that was Winter Fire. However, Lin Yuan felt he was very suitable for this type of song, so he arranged another song, Passionate Desert. As it turned out, Fei Yang's singing really stirred up the atmosphere. When Passionate Desert hit the airwaves, the audience was instantly energized, and applause was non-stop. Sounds great. King Fei is still so cool. Even if he is perennial runner-up, it's Fish Papa who crowned him perennial runner-up. This song is so uplifting. New Year's is perfect for listening to such festive and lively songs. It would be great if King Fei could join the Yu dynasty. You can clearly see our Yu dynasty is more yin than yang. What with Wei Haoyun, Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, and Jiang Kuei, the four girls, and only Sun Yaohua and Chun Jiu representing the guys. What about Fish Papa? Fish Papa is the leader of the Yu dynasty after all. I've always hoped Fei Yang could join the Yu dynasty. The songs Fish Papa has written for him always suit him so well. After Fei Yang finished a song, the music suddenly changed. The new melody was different from Passionate Desert. The screen displayed that this song was titled Winter Fire. The name of Xian Yu was still in the credit for lyrics, composition, and arrangement, and the singer was still Fei Yang. You're like a fire in the winter. The roaring flames warm my heart. Whenever you quietly come by my side, the firelight illuminates me. Your big eyes are bright and twinkling, like the brightest star in the sky. The audience was surprised. Fei Yang is singing again? Could it be that Fei Yang has really joined the Yu dynasty? He's got 2 songs from Fish Papa. That's the privilege of Yu dynasty insiders. Perhaps it's also because Fei Yang is the face of Qin continent's king of singing? But the song really does sound good. It feels a lot like the previous one, very cheerful. Fish Papa's songwriting is truly amazing. Both about fire? Indeed, both songs are about fire. At the Olympics that time, Fish Papa wrote a bunch of songs themed around flying. Now for the new year, it's all about fire, which has a great meaning. For New Year's, we want it to be prosperous and thriving. Prosperous and thriving for New Year's. Fei Yang singing 2 songs related to fire wasn't just for the sake of the prosperity symbolism. In fact, just as Fei Yang finished his 2 songs, Sun Yaohua came on stage to take his place. He has fire in his name too. So what are the most common auspicious sayings for our spring festival? Everyone has different versions, but it's certain that everyone loves to say these 4 words. Wishing you prosperity and wealth. Just like the song Sun Yaohua is performing right now. In thousands of households, numerous people split their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with love for the song. I wish you wealth and splendor. I wish you a wonderful life. The best things please come over. The worst please go away. Oh, no harm in too many greetings. In some household in some province, an aunt suddenly spoke up. I feel like Sun Yaohua now has the aura of a superstar. Ordinary folks don't understand professional jargon. They just know Sun Yaohua's performance is as spectacular as Fei Yang's. Only insiders of the music industry truly understand what it means for Sun Yaohua's performance to follow Fei Yang's and still be able to lift the spirits of the whole audience. Just having finished a business deal outside, Fong Moken returned home. His wife's voice came from the living room. Husband, you finally came back. Have you eaten? Fong Moken, I have. What are you guys doing? Wife, watching the Spring Festival Gala with our daughter. Daughter shouted, Daddy. Fong Moken smiled and sat down on the sofa, patting his daughter's head. Which Spring Festival Gala are you watching? Daughter, Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Fong Moken looked at his wife in surprise. You know about my investment? Wife smiled. Not at all, but my daughter and I think Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is more enjoyable. We noticed our daughter's brand advertisement on there only after watching the Spring Festival Gala for quite a while. Are you sponsoring our Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala? Fong Moken nodded, then curiously started to watch the Spring Festival Gala. His wife just said that Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is better than Zhong Continent's? Although Fong Moken had spent a great deal sponsoring the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, he actually did it to secure the Shadows Painted Soul series and truly did not expect the sponsorship to bring any advertisement effects for his liquor brand. But his wife's words made a ripple in his heart. Could the broadcast effect of Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala indeed repay his hefty sponsorship investment with some good returns? With that thought, Fong Moken only then noticed the person on TV looked familiar, and the voice was very familiar as well. Upon closer inspection, isn't that Sun Yaohua, the one who sold him the paintings? On TV, Sun Yaohua, facing the camera, sang with a fluent singing style while making a fist gesture. I wish for the world's girls to marry good boys. May they be together forever. For the world's children to be smarter than scholars, filled with IQ in their heads. For the respected grandmas to go 36 rounds without panting and with unchanged countenance. For the third uncle's business to gain fame, his fortunes booming, and live in mansions striding and smiling, troubles removed by the heavens on your behalf, wishing you prosperity and wealth. Shouted out boldly. Fong Moken was stunned. He seemed to suddenly understand why Sun Yaohua, even though very wealthy, still insisted on his career as a singer. Singer Sun Yaohua. Businessman Sun Yaohua. It's like one person but resembles two. This Sun Yaohua on stage shining brightly, with a charm that captivates the heart. Chapter 11:21. This is the moment to witness a miracle _2. It sounds good, and it's hilarious. Sun Yaohua must be the richest singer in the entertainment industry, right? Fong Moken couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, thinking that a person like him singing a song called I Wish You Wealth was indeed very fitting for the occasion. No one was more suitable to sing this song than him. That's somewhat interesting. Fong Moken watched the Qin Continent Spring Gala with his family. Online, even more people joined the discussion about the Qin Continent Spring Gala. Inside CNU's fan group, there was nothing but laughter and joy. As expected, all the songs were crafted by Fish Papa. The first 3 songs were sung consecutively, and now another 3 in a row. Fish Papa has already brought out 6 songs, and each one is of great quality. I have a feeling that 6 songs won't be the end. There will definitely be more songs later on. Even if there are more songs later, they can't just keep singing them in sequence or the audience will get tired of it. After these 3 songs, they should really bring out some new acts. That's true. How about a comedy skit next? Maybe it will be a magic performance. This year's Spring Gala from various continents have prepared magic acts, and the audience seems to still be interested in magic. It's true that the Blue Star Spring Gala has magic performances every year, but to me, magic is just a novelty. Even though I know it's all tricks, I personally find it kind of uninteresting. There's magic on the Qin Continent too? I suddenly think magic could be quite interesting, haha. Let's not talk about the double standards of the fans. As the second round of song performances concluded, the host came on stage and finally brought up the topic of magic. On stage, the host, Beiji, said, "We've all enjoyed great dances, songs, and comedy skits. Now, let's switch it up a bit. I'd like to introduce a magician, a close-up magic master from Wei Continent, Mr. TZ. The live comments instantly became lively. Magic is just magic, but what does close-up magic mean? How close can it be? This is a fresh approach. What's so fresh about it? To me, magic is not as fun as singing, dancing, or comedy skits. The song, I Wish You Wealth, just now was so nice to listen to. Haha. I also like the song that Sun Yaohua just sang. My dad even said he wants to set it as his ringtone. TZ is from Wei Continent, ha. The interesting thing about the Qin Continent Spring Gala is that the guests come from all around Blue Star. It's totally up to the standards of a big spring gala. I love this aspect so much. The discussion wasn't much about the magic itself, but rather turned to other topics related to the Qin Continent Spring Gala. On the Spring Gala stage, TZ sat in front of a glass table, somewhat nervous. He took a deep breath and then smiled. Hello, everyone. I'm TZ, a close-up magician. Close-up magic, as the name implies, is magic performed at close range. I believe you've rarely seen magic this close, right? His voice trailed off. The audience was taken aback. The camera was indeed very close, only about 2 meters away. This was different from the magic acts people were used to seeing at the Spring Gala, where magic was viewed from a distance. Whether it was producing doves or making people appear out of thin air. This piqued the audience's curiosity. Below, someone whispered, "Isn't he afraid of slipping up being this close? Look, there's a coin on the table." TZ noticed the change in the atmosphere and gradually became less tense. Here, we have 2 cups. A large cup, a small cup. TZ smiled. In this case, the coin probably won't fit, will it? Beiji was startled. You mean you're going to put the coin into the small glass? TZ nodded with a smile. Could I ask Teacher Beiji to make a mark on the coin to prevent anyone from thinking I switched it? Beiji said, okay. He wrote a word on the coin. Fish. The audience immediately smiled knowingly. The symbolism of that word was self-explanatory. TZ held the coin in his right hand away from the glass. In magic, there's a concept known as the transposition effect. Now, I will transfer the coin in my hand into the glass cup. If I succeed, I don't ask for much. Just 5 seconds of applause from everyone, okay? Beiji skeptically said. If you do it, we'll applaud. TZ focused on the audience. Open your eyes wide. What follows is the moment to witness a miracle. Gosh, his line was quite cool. It had a bit of that "there is only one truth" vibe from Conan. But compared to the line, what truly astonished the live audience was when TZ clenched his right hand, and with a snap, the coin fell into the held cup. In the close-up shot, the coin clearly bore the word fish. Beiji was shocked. This is the coin I just marked. Such a diabolical coin. How did it just seem to move through thin air? The live audience was already applauding thunderously. TZ smiled and said, count down from 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. And in front of the television, numerous viewers were flabbergasted. How did he do that? His hand was so far from the cup. It truly was a miracle witnessed. Unbelievable. Even with such a close-up, we couldn't see how he did it. It's impressive because it was so close. To perform such magic right before everyone's eyes. But to talk about being shocked, it falls a bit short. How is this not shocking? People who feel the shock are those who haven't seen enough magic. I've seen more impressive ones than this. Chapter 1122, 989. This is the moment to witness a miracle _3. Really, he hasn't left the stage yet. Could there be more to come? There must be. Now I'm even more excited. The way he talks is quite interesting, with remarks like, next we'll witness a miracle. His little lines are pretty cool. Amidst the audience's anticipation, TZ truly did have a new trick up his sleeve. Some might say that my last magic trick wasn't anything special, that other magicians could also do it. So now, I will perform a trick that no other magician can. Has everyone seen this egg here? TZ took out a bunch of eggs. Beiji laughed. Are they raw or cooked? TZ shrugged. Why? Don't you pick one out? Beiji picked out one straight away. TZ said with a smile. We'll cover this egg with a glass, and then pick up our coin. The coin with the fish character. Beiji seemed to have a strong attachment to the coin. What are you planning? TZ looked at the egg. I can tell from the look in your eyes that you're guessing what I will do, and I can confirm that I intend to do exactly what you in the audience are thinking. I will put this coin inside this egg. Beiji exclaimed, that's impossible. Not just Beiji, the entire audience was filled with disbelief. TZ spoke up. If I can successfully perform this magic trick, I don't ask for much. Just 5 hours of applause from you all. The place erupted in laughter. Whether or not everyone believed him, at least TZ's words were very engaging and he had a good sense of humor. Just kidding. TZ continued. 10 seconds of applause will do. All you need to do now is open your eyes wide because next, we'll witness a miracle. Under the watchful eye of the public, TZ held the coin in both hands. His hands hovered above the glass. The glass still quietly covered one egg. TZ rubbed his hands together a few times. The coin that was just between his fingers had vanished. Where did the coin go? No way. Did it really go into the egg? That's impossible. I've been watching the glass and the egg the entire time. The egg hasn't moved from the beginning. He didn't even touch the glass, did he? So close, how did he do it? Disappearing coins are simple. Any magician can do that. But to put it inside an egg, there's no way to explain it. For a moment, all eyes were on TZ. TZ turned to Beiji. I see doubt in your eyes. Beiji looked at the audience. I see doubt in the eyes of every single spectator. TZ couldn't help but smile. Everyone has to believe me. There's really a coin inside, and it has a fish character on it. It's our signature. Beiji picked up the egg. Let's try it then. TZ held a plate underneath. Let's give it a try. Crack. The egg was broken open. Egg yolk and egg white flowed out. And along with the egg yolk and white, a sticky coin tumbled out, indeed bearing the character fish. Stupefied, shocked, horrified, the audience had forgotten to clap, staring dumbfounded at the scene. TZ took out the coin. Let's not forget our agreement. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished, the audience suddenly began to applaud, a sound as roaring as tidal waves. Astonishing, thrilling, shocking. The magic show had nearly overturned everyone's preconceived notions of magic, with the magician TZ creating a miracle right before their very eyes. At Fong Moken's house, his daughter stood up excitedly. This uncle is so amazing. His wife's mouth hung open. I just saw Xian Yu's name mentioned in the plan. This magic trick is actually related to Xian Yu. Fong Moken himself didn't show much change in expression. However, if someone observed closely, they would notice his face turning slightly red and his hands clenched into fists. Because of the shocking magic? Of course not. For shock, look at Shadow's paintings. Definitely more shocking than any magic performance. At this moment, Fong Moken's excitement stemmed entirely from a premonition. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. It looks like it's going to blow up. The quality of the program is just too good. It seems his costly sponsorship wasn't in vain after all. Chapter 1123, 990 Change of Face and Top in Ratings. The Internet. Frozen. Countless people were stunned. TZ's magic show amazed everyone. Blindfolded method. This is clearly magic, damn it. I just want to say this thing isn't hard at all. Just a basic third-level magic spell. Uft. A wizard, sure. Next you'll say it's a cultivator. Wait until the full video is out. I'm definitely going to study it in slow motion. I feel like there must be some important clue hidden here. Are you playing detective or what? The main thing is it's just too magical. It makes me especially want to know how exactly he did it. Am I the only one who finds that aside from the magic, TZ's way of talking was also really interesting? He's the most humorous magician I've ever seen. Very down-to-earth, interacting and joking with the audience the whole time. Yes, he's so relatable. People from Wei Continent are so proud I've already fallen for this magician named TZ. I'm going to look for his programs later. Obviously, TZ had gone viral. Someone had even cut this clip and shared it on major internet forums, with each title more exaggerated than the last. Like magic? No, this is magic. Or the moment to witness a miracle. And there's only one truth. TZ is a wizard. The most exaggerated title even featured Lin Yuan. Come and see the so-called magic planned by the great archmage Xian Yu. The TV had subtitles introducing the show. Many people noticed that the designer and planner of this magic show was Xian Yu. Wei Continent. Lu Ping was online. While most people on Blue Star were watching the Spring Festival Gala, not everyone was interested. Like Lu Ping, it was while he was browsing some forum that he suddenly stumbled upon a post titled, "The Magic Show at the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is mind-blowing." There was a high rate of replies to the post. Lu Ping clicked in nonchalantly. After watching the magic show, Lu Ping was utterly dumbfounded. How was that possible? How did the magician do that? Was there more of this magician's performance later? A strong interest surged in Lu Ping's heart. Qin Continent Television Station. Lu Ping hurriedly turned on the Qin Continent Television Station on his computer. Broadcasts of Spring Festival galas from different continents could also be watched online. To Lu Ping's disappointment, when he turned on the Qin Continent Television Station, the magic show had already ended. Too bad. Lu Ping decided to continue surfing the internet. He was only interested in that magic show, but just as he was about to close the webpage, the host's voice rang out. The next act, well, is not a magic show, but is still more magical than magic. I can hardly define its specific genre, so let's ask this. Have you all seen Journey to the West? Journey to the West? Lu Ping raised an eyebrow. Not only had he seen the complete version of Journey to the West, but he was also a die-hard Journey fan. Could the next program be related to Journey to the West? With that thought, the host had already started to walk off the stage laughing. Please enjoy the following act. Face changing. Program, face changing. Creation, Chu Kuang. Planning, Xian Yu. Performance, Lu Dan. Lu Ping saw a person step onto the stage. The performer, painted with a somewhat comical smiling face and dressed in a robe that looked like a theatrical costume, walked onto the stage with huge shoulder pads and several flags sticking out from behind, very much like a general one would see on a theater stage. Is this going to be an opera? On Blue Star, there were operas, so the audience was not unfamiliar with such costumes. Suddenly, background music started to play. What happened next blew Lu Ping away. In front of the screen, from the start of this act, the barrage was very lively. It's not magic, but even more magical. What does the host mean by that? Are we about to see something even more incredible? Journey to the West. Is it a show derived from Journey to the West? Planned by Chu Kuang. It has to be journey-related. It's not going to be a flying apsaras kind of trend chasing, is it? Ha ha ha. Flying apsaras was indeed spectacular, but it really was riding on the popularity of Journey to the West. The whole Seven Fairies gimmick actually has little to do with Journey to the West. Who cares? I like it. Everyone loves flying apsaras. I came in later. What is flying apsaras? You missed a lot coming in later. You'll understand after tomorrow's replay. During the discussion, the new program began. When the performer stepped on stage, everyone thought he was going to perform opera. However, to everyone's surprise, as the background music started, the performer dressed in the robe suddenly touched his face. The next moment, his face changed. One moment, it was an ordinary smiling face makeup, and the next it had turned into the Bull Demon King. How did the audience know it was the Bull Demon King? Because the moment the performer completed the face-changing move, a massive phantom of the Bull Demon King appeared behind him. Whoa! Lu Ping was shocked. The live audience was shocked. Viewers in front of the screens were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone was astounded, not knowing how it was achieved. My God, what did I just see? His face, how did it change? This is even more outrageous than TZ's magic show. No wonder TZ kept saying, the moment to witness a miracle is coming. So the real miracle was this next act. Magic. This act is even more enjoyable and more incredible than TZ's. Are they planning to defeat magic with magic? It has to be something to do with his hand. Is there a mechanism involved? What exactly is going on? Chapter 1124. 990 change of face and top in ratings _2. The audience was gasping when suddenly, the actor on the stage waved his hand and lifted his face, turning into Zhu Beiji. Yes, Blue Star had no face changing. When Lin Yuan found out that Blue Star did not have face changing, he had already decided to bring this show to life. To achieve the desired effect, he enlisted a lot of people. After jumping around, Lin Yuan found that only the actor on stage could master the face-changing techniques in a short time. To let the audience experience the tremendous shock of seeing face changing for the first time, he creatively added special effects to enhance it. Special effects, only Blue Star could achieve this. The Earth Spring Festival did not have such lavish efforts or this level of technology. Each time the actors changed faces, they would use character special effects to match, and the theme was Journey to the West. After all, the audience on Blue Star was already very familiar with Journey to the West. For those who were unfamiliar, this was the perfect occasion to get to know it through this show's debut. Bull Demon King, Zhu Beiji. As the actor continued to perform, more classic images from Journey to the West emerged. Wiping the face, blowing on the face, tugging the face. Following the techniques taught by Lin Yuan, the actor transformed endlessly. Various monsters made their appearances, including famous ones like the White-Bone Demon, and others like Monk Sha and Red Boy. At last, the actor lifted his face and shouted loudly, "Hey!" In the next moment, his face turned into the great sage, heaven's equal, handsome Monkey King. Boom! The whole place exploded. Face changing had debuted on Blue Star for the first time, on a stage as grand as the Qin Continent's Spring Festival, paired with top-notch special effects. The shock left everyone with goosebumps. Some media, a group of journalists and editors, were all trembling. What kind of program is this? How can there be such a program? How many faces did he change just now? Someone's home. The whole family was dumbfounded. All from Journey to the West characters. Is this Sun Wukong's 72 transformations? Seeing the final face of the great sage, I suddenly felt like crying. Even the Spring Festival crews from other continents, who sneakily watched the Qin Continent's Spring Festival, were shocked. Qin Continent's show is unprecedented. It's more magical than magic itself. This must be real magic. The face changed in an instant. Even though my eyes didn't blink, he changed into another face. Songs, dances, sketches, magic. The programs in Qin Continent were indeed breathtaking, but they were all known types of shows, ones everyone had seen forms of before. Even the opening dragon dance, though very creative, was just a combination of acrobatics and dance. However, the face changing was incomprehensible. No one had ever seen such a program. No one could decipher its principle. Is this magic? Is your family's magic done this way? With a slight lift of his face, he became the Jade Emperor. With a swing, he turned into the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Each different mask was lively, complemented by the top-notch stage effects, creating a novel and astounding vibe, sweeping over everyone. At this moment, the online voices suddenly became unified. Qin Continent. Look at Qin Continent's Spring Festival. Qin Continent's show is too mind-blowing. Trust me, Qin Continent's programs are superbly exaggerated. It moved me to tears. This is really a spring festival with conscience. Special effects, stage, standards, performances are all top-notch. Qin Continent YYDS. The planner is Fish Papa. The planner is all Fish Papa. Qin Continent is too strong. Since the Spring Festival broadcast began, the reputation was very good. Many topics were always centered around Qin Continent. In terms of topic volume, Qin Continent's impact was second only to Zhong Continent. However, this time, when face changing took the stage, Qin Continent's topic finally exploded, for the first time being on par with Zhong Continent. Many viewers who were watching Zhong Continent's Spring Festival gradually couldn't contain their curiosity and switched to watching Qin Continent's. At that moment, only the staff in Zhong Continent, who could see the ratings change firsthand, knew that Qin Continent's Spring Festival's ratings were shooting towards theirs. My gosh, Qin Continent's ratings. They're defying the heavens. Why do I feel like Zhong Continent is in danger? Not just a bit. It's damn extremely dangerous. Of course, Lin Yuan did not know the situation of the ratings, but he had pondered it in his heart. Although he mastered countless top-tier Spring Festival programs, Zhong Continent was still Zhong Continent. With the big name of the Grand Spring Festival, so Qin Continent overcoming them in ratings in a short period would be impossible. In other words, in the early phase of the Spring Festival broadcast, Zhong Continent was basically in the rhythm of being the #1 in ratings on Blue Star. Qin Continent could probably rise to the second place in Blue Star's ratings in about an hour. At this moment, Tong Shuwen suddenly spoke up, his face filled with excitement. Latest news. Our ratings are currently ranked second on all of Blue Star, exactly half of Zhong Continent's Spring Festival ratings. Lin Yuan frowned. Only half. Tong Shuwen was astonished. Was Xian Yu unsatisfied with the situation? Did he realize what half of Zhong Continent's ratings meant? Lin Yuan regretfully said, I thought we would, by now, at least reach 2/3 of their level. Tong Shuwen. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Over an hour had passed since the Spring Festival began. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, figuring another hour of effort should be enough for both sides to be on par, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked forward to the stage. One after another, the performances continued. Acrobatics. On Earth's Spring Festival, there were many fantastic acrobatic shows. Lin Yuan chose one that audience loved the most in terms of difficulty and visual appeal. The performing arts group was specially invited by Tong Shuwen to come from Zhong Continent, costing countless money. Chapter 1125, 990 Change of Face and Top in Ratings _3. The audience watched with their hearts pounding, yet they found it incredibly thrilling. Awesome. Too awesome. This acrobat is also planned by Fish Papa. Good heavens. I'm reminded of a viral meme online. Aside from giving birth, is there anything Fish Papa can't do? The song in Springtime. When the host introduced it as sung by a pair of migrant worker brothers, the audience was a bit stunned, but as everyone listened to the song, they were deeply moved. This is so heartfelt. Is this the first time migrant workers have performed at the Spring Festival Gala? I like this format. They don't sing as well as professional singers, but I can hear their love for life in their voices, and that spirit is so touching. I'm about to cry. The songs Fish Papa had before focused too much on atmosphere, but this song is the most heartfelt. The song The Three Joyous Treasures. When the host introduced the singers as a family, the audience was shocked again, feeling that this Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala was beyond compare. A whole family singing on stage? Not until everyone heard this family sing. Little girl, Daddy, Daddy, yes. Little girl, did the moon go home when the sun came out? Daddy, that's right. Little girl, where does the sun go when the stars come out? Daddy, it's in the sky. Little girl, why can't I find it? Daddy, it went home. Dad, Mom, daughter together. The sun, moon, and stars are a joyous family. Little girl, Mommy. Mommy, yes. Little girl, when will the green leaves flower? Mommy, wait for summer to come. Little girl, can I pick the fruits when the flowers are red? Mommy, wait for fall to arrive. Little girl, can the fruits in the ground sprout? Mommy, they will grow. Parents and daughters sing together. Flowers, leaves, and fruits are a joyous family. The audience was utterly captivated. This was one of the most talked about songs in the Global Spring Festival Gala. This song is good. Singing as a family, how heartwarming. They even have dialogue while singing. This format is really innovative. The Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala is so thoughtful. Although there have been many songs so far, we can clearly feel that each song has a different style and type. Each song is so good. I especially love this little girl's voice. It's like my ears have been bathed. I give full marks to the song design. I'm willing. Time silently passed. Yet the audience of the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. And when the Spring Festival Gala had been broadcasting for about 2.5 hours, a message suddenly spread among the various continents' Spring Festival Gala teams. The TV ratings for the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala have caught up with the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. Really caught up? How is that possible? No local Spring Festival Gala has ever matched the Big Spring Festival Gala. Not to mention that this year's Big Spring Festival Gala is managed by the Zhong Continent team. Nothing is impossible. Haven't you seen the programs from Chin Continent? Each one is more extraordinary than the last. Where did they get so many good programs? Just sharing one of our programs would earn rave reviews from the audience. But Zhong Continent isn't bad either. If Zhong Continent's programs weren't good, Chin Continent would have already crushed them to nothing. But at this pace, I feel like Chin Continent might surpass Zhong Continent in TV ratings. I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not doesn't change the fact that Chin Continent's programs are better than Zhong Continent's. Now it depends on whose stamina is stronger. From what I know, Zhong Continent still has a trump card program that hasn't appeared yet. But Chin Continent is unpredictable. Whatever program CNU plans, I wouldn't be surprised. The message wasn't wrong. Chin Continent and Zhong Continent's Spring Festival Galas tied for first place in TV ratings for the first time. And the other continents' Spring Festival Galas were far behind in the ratings. Online, some powerful media outlets immediately released TV rating screenshots from the various continents. Across the continents, the audience was stunned. Only those who had been watching the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala revealed knowing smiles, not surprised at all. I bet that when the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala is replayed, the TV ratings will skyrocket. They've missed out on too much excitement. Chapter 1126. 911 officials compete for merit choir of blogs, tribe, moments, all the major forums. Countless messages and reports about the real-time TV ratings of Chin Continent's Spring Festival Gala were emerging endlessly, startling all those who hadn't yet watched the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala, including even those who had been tuning in to Zhong Continent Station since the beginning of the broadcast. What? Is the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala that impressive? The ratings are on par with Zhong Continent's. How is that possible? How extraordinary is the Chin Continent Spring Festival Gala that it can match Zhong Continent? No, this piqued my curiosity. I'm going to check out Chin Continent's TV station and see why their ratings are so high. I'm going to see for myself. Local Spring Festival Gala ratings on par with Zhong Continent's grand celebration. That's too preposterous. Let's see what's so astonishing about it. A wave of curiosity was unleashed. The idea that a local spring festival gala could compete with Zhong Continent's ratings was incomprehensible to those who hadn't seen Qin Continent's spring festival gala. Under such intense curiosity, numerous viewers switched to Qin Continent's television station. If they were watching online, they would see a screen filled with dense bullet comments, all from new viewers who had heard the news from other spring festival galas. Is the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala any good? I heard that this one is tremendously exciting. Are the ratings really matching Zhong Continent's? I came here especially from the grand celebration. Same here. I'm from Zhao Continent. I came from Han Continent's Spring Festival Gala. I came from Wei Continent's Spring Festival Gala. At 95-27, the ratings for Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala surged once again. Zhong Continent. Director Zhuang Xian had an extremely grim expression. His assistant director, Chang'un, had turned pale. The entire Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala directorial team was frightened by Qin Continent's ratings, and anxiety spread. Why is this happening? Our ratings are being matched by a local Spring Festival Gala. We're ruined. We've lost all face for Zhong Continent. There has never been an instance where the grand celebration's ratings were caught up to by a local gala. Even if this year is exceptional, such an occurrence is still a disgrace to Zhong Continent. Is this about disgrace right now? The issue is whether Zhong Continent will still need you and me to host the Spring Festival Gala in the future. Panic ensued among everyone. Director Zhuang Xian suddenly shouted, "Quiet, all of you. Who said we're done for? There's still half of the Spring Festival Gala left." Only about 3 hours had passed. Zhong Continent's Spring Festival Gala had several trump cards tucked away in the remaining 3 hours, as per his planning and arrangement, saving the best for last. He had almost forgotten about this. The team came to their senses and calmed down. They had merely been frightened by Qin Continent's viewership numbers. Director Zhuang Xian was right. The best parts of Zhong Continent's Spring Festival Gala were yet to come. Qin Continent had not hidden its talents, showcasing many exciting and entertaining programs in the first 3 hours. But did they have enough heavyweight events left to compete with Zhong Continent for the remaining half? Thinking this, Assistant Director Chang'un suddenly became excited, looking towards the stage, his complexion regaining some color. It's finally their turn. This'll be a great show. As soon as the members of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala saw who was on stage, they broke into joyous laughter. We don't have to worry about the ratings for this round. Crosstalk. The next item on Zhong Continent's schedule was a crosstalk performance, featuring Blue Star's top crosstalk masters, the famous Lu brothers, Lu Kuan and Lu Wei. Their status in the crosstalk world was comparable to that of Shi Yin and Chen Feng in the skit world. The Lu brothers were performing their crosstalk. This news spread quickly to the ears of audiences of various spring festival galas, immediately sparking a flurry of excitement. Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala was also affected. Guys, hurry up and switch to Zhong Continent Station. They're finally serving the main dish. What's this main dish? I'll just say 4 words, the Lu brothers. Lu Kuan and Lu Wei. Wow, let's switch to Zhong Continent Station. I knew it. Zhong Continent must have something substantial lined up. Even though Qin Continent's programs are exciting, I just can't help it. I love the Lu brothers crosstalk too much. Let's go. You gotta watch major spring festival galas for quality crosstalk. Many who had just tuned into Qin Continent's TV station hadn't settled down when this news grabbed their attention, and even many who had been watching Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala started to feel tempted. Lu Kuan, Lu Wei. It's the Lu brothers. Their crosstalk is way too impressive. Should we first go over to Qin Continent's TV station for a bit? After watching the crosstalk, we can always switch back to Qin Continent's TV station. As many people were getting ready to switch channels, by a twist of fate, just as they prepared to do so, the presenter bridging the acts suddenly introduced the next act. We know there are 2 types of crosstalk. One is the solo crosstalk, which is performed by one person. The other is the banter crosstalk, which involves 2 people, one who setups and the other who follows. But have you ever heard of crosstalk performed by 5 people? Have you heard of group crosstalk? Backstage, Lin Yuan smiled to himself. In Blue Star, There was solo crosstalk and banter crosstalk, but there was no group crosstalk. His concept was truly innovative. However, even in Celestial Dynasty's crosstalk circles, group crosstalk was rare. Classic acts were mostly solo or banter crosstalk, as group acts were not mainstream. This was because there was a saying in the crosstalk world: 1 performer to tell the story, 2 for a laugh, 3's a crowd, 4's chaos, and 5 is just a mess. 3-person crosstalk was already uncommon, for people tended to create chaos, and the challenges of a 5-person crosstalk went without saying. Even Lin Yuan, having scoured the system's inventory, had only found a few examples of group crosstalk. And one of the most classic group crosstalk pieces was Teacher Ma Ji's traditional crosstalk, The 5 Officials Debate Their Merits. Chapter 1127-911. Officials competing for credit, Choir of Stars _2. Officials refer to organs. The subject of the crosstalk is a debate between the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and head. As the host introduces, several lines of text appear on the lower left corner of the TV screen. Program: 5 Senses Debate. Performance: Guolong, Zhao Qilin, Li Qian, Peng Zhou, Feng'an. Script: Chu Kuang. Many viewers who were ready to change the channel couldn't help but set down their remote, more or less attracted by this gimmick. 5 people performing crosstalk? That's quite a fresh idea. The crosstalk script is provided by the Old Rascal too. The Old Rascal is really changing his stripes. First, sketches, and now crosstalk. Can this thing really work? I was going to express my skepticism, but then I remembered that sketch eating noodles, and I feel like the Old Rascal scripts must be pretty decent. The 5 performers aren't bad either. While individually these 5 can't compare to the Liu brothers, collectively, their presence is no less significant. Crosstalk doesn't work that way. More people doesn't necessarily make it more entertaining. But I must say, seeing 5 crosstalk masters perform together is quite a draw. Plus, with the Old Rascal script, I'm intrigued. Chu Kuang. 5 crosstalk masters. An unprecedented group crosstalk. All these gimmicks together provide plenty of reason for many viewers to stick around. Just then, Qin Continent's crosstalk begins. Zhong Continent's crosstalk starts as well. It's common for the programs on the various New Year's galas not to be synchronized, and occasional overlaps are normal. This is the first overlap between the two, both featuring crosstalk performances. Guolong steps onto the stage, his slightly plump figure radiating friendliness. Let me tell you all something, folks. I had a dream last night, a really weird one. I dreamed that my 5 senses. Suddenly, a voice comes from the side, and the other 4 performers walk onto the stage one by one. They each take on the roles of the eyes, head, nose, and ears, creating a fun play with Guolong as the head. Hey, head. Oh, haha. Hello. Do you still recognize me? May I ask for your distinguished surname? I am surnamed I. What surname? Surnamed I. Is there such a surname in the 100 family names? It's the very first one. Which line? Zhao Qian's son. I. Never heard of it. Zhao Qian's son I? It's Zhao Qian's son Li. The 5 senses argue over whose contribution is greatest, turning incredibly commonplace things into something extraordinarily humorous and witty when spoken by the crosstalk actors. Zhong Continent. Director Zhuang Xian frowned. Crosstalk in Qin Continent too? Chong and sneered. Now they've really hit the gunpoint. Horizontal comparisons make it easiest to see the differences. Once the audience sees our program, they'll realize which side's show is more exciting. Just look at the scene. On the stage of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala, the Liu brothers were putting on a very exciting show. From time to time, the audience below clapped and cheered. Without a single mistake, the Liu brothers were as funny as ever, and the quality of their program was as good as always. No wonder that each year, regardless of the continent's gala, the Liu brothers are invited. These two can really hold the scene. But director Zhuang Xian was still uneasy. Suddenly, he found a spot away from everyone else and, compelled by some force, turned on the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala on his tablet to catch a bit of their crosstalk. On the Qin Continent stage, the 5 senses were still quarreling. Nose, you're always siding with mouth. Head, how am I siding with him? Nose, hey, you shove all the good food and drinks, the chicken, duck, fish, meat, rare delicacies, tangerine soda, Cream. Popsicles, where? Right into his mouth. Head. If I shoved it into your nose, could you digest it, huh? Mouth. Cut it out, nose. Even before I taste any delicious food, the smell has already wafted your way. Nose, First, the smell hits me. Then why are you the one drooling? Mouth. Nonsense. If you catch a cold and start wheezing, I have to take over your breathing. Ice. Stop it, both of you. You get to eat and smell all the good stuff, while I'm left dry-eyed, with no part in it. Ears, right? And I can't even see what's going on. Head. All right. You two are absolutely irrelevant here. Nose. All the good stuff falls on mouth's plate. Mouth. Enough. You only see me enjoying good food and drink. But who ends up dealing with the disasters and diseases? Who has to swallow the bitter medicines? Isn't it all crammed into my mouth? What am I saying? You. Nose. Even snotty water can end up in my mouth. So, am I your spittoon? Ears, yeah? And these ear studs end up piercing my ears. Mouth, indeed. You get your ears pierced, and I have to keep smiling. Eyes. Yeah. When you grin, I have to squeeze out tears. Nose. And my nose turns sour for no reason. Am I to be blamed? You eyes are never content. Don't think I don't know. The 100-inch TV in Head's house was bought for you. Director Zhuang Xian, who was parachuted in, watched without context. However, it took only a glance for Zhuang Xian to grasp the comedic intent of the crosstalk, where he viewed it. Had no effect on his understanding of the punchlines. He turned his head and looked back at the performance of the Liu brothers on the Zhong continent stage. Though there was plenty of laughter and applause from the audience, he felt a bit anxious, especially after seeing the flood of audience comments and messages on the screen. I'm dying from laughter. Never expected Chu Kuang, that old rascal's crosstalk, to be so playful. The old rascal's really showing off, managing to find an angle like that for a script. The performers are great too. 5 of them doing crosstalk without any chaos. Chapter 1128, 911. Facial features vying for merit, Choir of Stars _3. So much fun. I've always felt that skits are more fascinating than crosstalk, but this is the first time I've discovered that good crosstalk is just as great as skits. How fresh. A collective crosstalk. There's nothing unoriginal about the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala's performances. If the Liu brothers are still at their previous level, I feel their crosstalk won't stand a chance against the debate of the 5 senses. Form, purpose, perspective, content. This crosstalk had everything it should. You'd say it's traditional, but it's so innovative. You'd say it's innovative, but traditional crosstalk fans really bought into it too. Both netizens and live audiences were all applauding. You know, this was nearly a 20-minute crosstalk. Yet, through 20 minutes of performance, not a single audience member grew impatient. The whole internet was full of praise. The crosstalk from Qin Continent and Zhong Continent were even being compared. The Liu brothers' crosstalk was as splendid as ever. After all, they grew up together and their understanding of each other is undeniable. But this crosstalk from Qin Continent has truly pioneered collective crosstalk. Perhaps because it's the first time I've seen this form of crosstalk, I always feel that the impact of 5 people performing is greater than just 2. Chu Kuang's script is amazing. This is the first time I feel that the Liu brothers' crosstalk was outperformed by someone else's. It's not the Liu brothers' fault. This is a 2-on-5 battle, It's actually 2-on-6. The script from Qin Continent was done by Chu Kuang. And when it comes to the creation of works, Chu Kuang is really incredible. People from the literary world, come take a look. The old rascal is no longer content with writing mystery, fantasy, martial arts, or fairy tales. This guy now wants to write skits and crosstalk. I'm inexplicably moved. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala really brings back the feeling of watching the gala when I was young. People say the quality of the Spring Festival Gala's performances is getting worse, but I dare anyone to call this year's Qin Continent Gala anything but amazing. Even if they don't have any more good acts later on, I'll still watch it all the way through. How are the ratings in Zhong Continent? This round should be a tie, although I feel that Qin Continent's was more exciting. But the Liu brothers are very appealing. Many people switch channels, not knowing that Qin Continent's crosstalk was even more brilliant. The debate of the 5 senses was coming to an end. Guolong, playing the head, smiled at the audience and said, I've come to understand that these five senses are just like family members. Only by loving each other like a family can we win honor and achieve happiness together. The five senses. That's right. Ears, listen. The five senses, we can't hear. Ears. Then, can everyone else hear? The audience was momentarily stunned, but suddenly a wave of singing filled the air as the song, Love Each Other Like a Family, began. I love it when I come home to a warm and waiting light. I love it when I wake up to see smiling faces all around. I love it when I leave home to strive for my family and my dreams. I love it when our family gazes in the same direction with hearts united. I love it when I feel joy and immediately want to share it with you. I love it when I'm hurt, and I remember your warm embrace. I love it when I'm angry and think of your everlasting tolerance. How magnificent. I love it when I travel and bring beautiful memories back home for you. Because we are a family that loves each other. Only with heart can one empathize. Only with heart will one cherish. Why let the clouds cover our eyes? The transition in the program was incredibly smooth, and dozens of top stars from different continents shared the stage singing, each king and queen of singing taking turns with the lyrics. The climax, a collective star chorus. Even with so many stars, it was enough to get the audience hyped up, let alone the song itself, which fit perfectly with the Spring Festival gala vibe. Too ruthless. Qin continent is too ruthless. What kind of lineup is this? All the top kings and queens of singing from every continent are here. These people are all qualified to be on the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. The Swan is also here. The Robot is also here. A few of the highly popular kings and queens from the Masked Singer. Weren't the Swan and the Robot also invited by Zhong Continent? And they refused, only to turn around and not partake in Zhong Continent's gala because they're attending Qin Continent's gala? Man, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala has some serious clout. If Qin Continent didn't have this attraction, it must be Fish Papa's influence. Watching all the way through, my biggest feeling is that the budget for Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is really damn high. The sponsor is Flame Hot Pot. There's also another sponsor called Daughters Red. These two sponsors must have given a lot of money, especially Flame Hot Pot. Why does every project of the U Dynasty have this brand involved? Zhong Continent. Director Zhuang Xian was watching Qin Continent's program, his gaze almost freezing in place. Not only had the preceding comedy sketch gripped him, but this chorus performance also swayed his heart and soul. Even more so, the impact of this chorus on him was greater than the comedy sketch. Of course, it wasn't because the song was extremely good. The song was indeed nice, but the real focus was on the caliber and status of these kings and queens of singing. Director Zhuang Xian recognized them at once. Among Qin Continent's star-studded chorus were several top kings and queens who had been invited to Zhong Continent's Spring Festival Gala. They had refused. At the time, Director Zhuang Xian didn't think much of it, assuming some celebrities preferred to spend the Spring Festival with their families. But now, Director Zhuang Xian realized these kings and queens had not turned down Zhong Continent to spend time with family. They refused because they were going to attend Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. More specifically, because of Xianyu. Director Zhuang Xian found it utterly incomprehensible. Why on earth would they choose that fish over Zhong Continent? In the eyes of these kings and queens, did Zhong Continent's Grand Spring Festival Gala carry less weight than Xianyu? Wasn't Xianyu just a maestro? Did he deserve such fawning and flattery from them? They'd rather sing a couple of pitifully short lines of lyrics in Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala than perform a solo at Zhong Continent's Grand Gala? This was the first time Director Zhuang Xian was questioning the allure of Zhong Continent's brand. Before this, when he or any other stars from any continent showed the Zhong Continent brand, regardless of the magnitude of the celebrity, they would treat it with utmost importance. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Director Zhuang Xian glanced at the newly received message, his pupils instantly constricting to pinpoints. Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala ratings have just barely surpassed yours. The margin is extremely small. I can hold off the news for Zhong Continent for an hour, but if Zhong Continent still can't reclaim the ratings within the next hour, the spectacle this year will really look pretty embarrassing. Director Zhuang Xian clenched his phone. There had never been an instance in Blue Star's history where the Grand Spring Festival Gala lost to a regional gala. And if Zhong Continent, hosting the Grand Gala, were to lose to a regional gala, it would be the most humiliating moment for Zhong Continent in all these years. Director Zhuang Xian was certain. If Zhong Continent could not win back the ratings, the team he led for the Spring Festival Gala could forget about ever wielding the director's baton for the gala again, and many might have to retire early alongside him. Not possible. There's still hope. There are still good acts coming up. Director Zhuang Xian seemed to be encouraging himself, although he understood that even if he reclaimed the ratings, it was merely saving face. Being so beaten by a regional Spring Festival Gala, it was as if Xian Yu had slapped Zhong Continent's countless magnates right in the face. The offense Xian Yu caused to Zhong Continent was one thing, but his own dismissal after this gala was another matter entirely. Chapter 1129, 992, The Miracle of the Silent World. Online. A frenzy of discussion. The crosstalk at the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala was brilliant. It was so interesting to have 5 masters performing crosstalk together. But what shocked me the most was the song that followed. Are you talking about love each other like a family? The song itself was okay, but the singers were amazing. I saw the king of singing and queen of music from each continent, like our very own Taylor from Han Continent. Brittany was there too. The one with glasses, not too tall, is our top king of singing from Zhao Continent. I heard he's never participated in events outside Zhao Continent before, but Qin Continent actually managed to invite him. Seeing our stars from Qi Continent feels so nice. I felt the same way seeing our superstar from Yin Continent. I think Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala is absolutely blue star level. It's surpassed the realm of local galas. I ran here from the Zhong Continent's broadcast in the middle, and I feel like this one's even better. What's the next act? I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's definitely worth looking forward to. Qin Continent's gala is simply nonstop excitement. On TV, the live broadcast continued. Spring Festival Gala stages from each continent. A variety of acts took turns performing. 50 minutes later, a topic suddenly exploded. Come check out this act on Zhongzhou Station. What an amazing dance. Holy crap, this is like a universal level lineup. Teacher Wan Yi is leading the dance, and he's the Blue Star Dancing King. The other dancers are so powerful too. Leading dance artists from Blue Star are all here. This is a gathering of immortals. Any one of these artists could carry a whole dance performance on their own. This is purely a visual feast, worthy of Zhong Continent. Finally, they pulled off a program that blew everyone away. I feel like it's even more intense than Qin Continent's Flying Apsaras. Actually, it might not be more intense than Flying Apsaras, but it's hard to beat these famous artists, who all have such amazing personal strength. Yes, following the Liu brothers' crosstalk, Zhong Continent had finally come out with another heavy-hitting act, collaborating with a group of top dancers, led by the Dancing King-level superstar Wan Yi from Blue Star, to present an impressively skillful dance. For a moment, even some of the audience watching Qin Continent's gala couldn't help but switch to Zhongzhou Station. How's it going? Director Zhuang Xian's expression turned eager as he messaged people immediately to ask about the ratings. In recent 50 minutes, the program quality of Zhong Continent's gala began to rise, with hit after hit taking the stage. He could clearly feel the viewers' enthusiasm increasing through their comments and the barrage of messages, especially the emergence of this latest dance act, which sent the comment section into a frenzy, with overwhelming praise all over the internet. The response messages came in. It's neck and neck. Director Zhuang Xian's heart sank suddenly, as if doused with cold water. He had thought with these explosive acts, Zhong Continent's gala could take the lead again among the others. But despite throwing out all these great cards, they had only managed to tie with Qin Continent. Zhong Continent's was the major Spring Festival Gala. For the major gala, a tie was tantamount to a loss, especially considering the gap between Qin Continent and Zhong Continent. It was essentially a crushing defeat for him. How could this happen? His eyes started to show signs of despair. This dance was Zhong Continent's ace in the hole, and they only managed a tie in viewership after deploying their trump card. Gritting his teeth, Director Zhuang Xian turned on Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala again. But when the host introduced the next act, Director Zhuang Xian suddenly revealed a smile of surprise. In the words of Xian Yu's poetry, faced with mountains and rivers, the path seems gone. But there, a village emerges amongst the dark willows and blooming flowers. At Qin Continent Television, the interim host smiled and said, "Unbelievably, our gala has been going on for over 4 hours, and there's only a little more than an hour left until the end. The next act I'm about to introduce is the most special of this year's gala. What makes it unique is that all of the beautiful girls participating are friends who are deaf and mute. Their world is different from ours. They can't even hear the loving calls of their parents, nor can they perceive the melody of music, but even so, they still want to transform their New Year blessings into beautiful dance moves for us. Let's appreciate this special dance together." As this announcement was made, some viewers instinctively frowned. Qin Continent could have won just on the quality of the acts. Why suddenly pull this stunt? Do they really think the audience can't see through their little ploy? An emotional ploy? Suddenly arranging a performance by deaf and mute individuals. It's clear they're aiming for an emotional appeal. It's nothing more than showcasing that although the performances by deaf and mute individuals may not be of the best quality, they're still trying their best to show themselves to the world, thus promoting a wave of humanitarian care and the true, good, and beautiful. So, annoying. I hate this kind of thing the most. This segment completely ruined my impression of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. The previous acts were so good. Can't we just rely purely on talent? Why suddenly show off like this? In today's era, people do not like preachiness or this kind of manipulative emotional appeal. Whilst many do have sympathy for disabled individuals, many despise those who exploit disabled people to garner the audience's sympathy. Now, this act from Qin Continent gave off a vibe that they were playing the sympathy card in the most kitsch way possible. Obviously, if a performance by disabled people couldn't match other dances, who would dare not to applaud after watching it? Chapter 1130, 992, Miracle of the Silent World _2. Isn't this moral blackmail? That's why director Zhuang Xian suddenly felt happy. There was a problem with the programming idea at Qin Continent TV station. They had inserted a sob story segment. In the past, playing the sympathy card had indeed been very effective on audiences, but due to the overuse of such tactics in numerous shows, audiences no longer bought into it. Bringing in people with disabilities? The idea was a good one. If it were 10 years ago, the naive viewers would definitely have been moved. After all, these were disabled people who couldn't even hear music, allowing them to perform clumsily on stage. No matter how poor the performance, the audience would not only refrain from despising it, but would also applaud vigorously. However, now the audiences had become cleverer and familiar with these tricks. The routine was too hackneyed, to the extent that everyone instinctively felt an aversion before even watching the show. Zhong Continent's opportunity had arrived. As countless people watched with various thoughts, subtitles appeared in the bottom left corner. Program: Thousand-Armed Guanyin. Performers: Qin Continent Deaf and Mute Women's Dance Troupe. Choreographer: Xian Yu. Was this dance designed by Xian Yu? This thought flickered through everyone's mind before they could form any clear concept. And suddenly the music started. The dance floor. A beautiful girl in golden attire stood there. Under a close-up shot, her hands moved upwards and downwards, forming exclusive Buddhist hand gestures. Suddenly, the camera shifted slightly upwards. Only then did the audience realize there wasn't just one person on stage. Their figures overlapped, and if the camera hadn't moved, it would have seemed as if it were just one person. The music played. The strings were plucked. Behind the girl, suddenly 2 slender hands appeared, giving the sudden sensation that the girl had spontaneously grown an extra pair of arms. And then the number of hands kept increasing. 3 hands, 4 hands, 5 hands, 6 hands. Amidst the audience's bewildered watching, it was impossible to count just how many hands appeared. Everyone felt as if these hands had naturally sprouted from the girl's body. These hands moved in endless variations. Soft and supple, incredibly agile. And when the music hit a certain drum break, all the hands disappeared simultaneously. The uniformity was absolute, like a lotus rising from the water. When the hands on either side reappeared, the shiny golden nails glittered brilliantly on stage. At that moment, all the audience was stunned. The next moment, all the audience went crazy. The audience saw the phoenix spreading its wings. The audience saw the peacock displaying its feathers. The audience saw the arrow being drawn from its sheath. The audience saw the dragon rolling waves. One iconic scene of thousand-armed Guanyin after another appeared. The girls' every move was clean and crisp, their actions perfectly coordinated as if they were a single entity. Those swaying arms showcased what was meant by a myriad of graceful gestures. How did it matter if they couldn't hear the music? This group from a silent world possessed calm and pure gazes, serene and dignified demeanors, and beautifully graceful thousand arms. Their control was effortless. They were exceedingly beautiful. So breathtakingly beautiful, it was intoxicating. Amidst the majestic and magnificent music, the colors were rich and splendid. Light and shadow combined. Dreams and hands bloomed. The layers of golden light seemed almost divine. As if all the impurities of reality disappeared instantly, it was a blend of beauty and culture. That beauty stemmed from the peace of the inner heart and the mundane world. That beauty arose from the ascendance of the soul and spirit. It struck right at the heart. As the camera circled around the girls, the audience, stunned for a long time, finally snapped back to reality, and the screen exploded with dense comments. So beautiful. Absolutely breathtaking. How can they be so synchronized? This is performed by a group of deaf and mute individuals. Why do I feel even the most professional dancers might not perform better than them? They can dance this well without hearing the music? Even though I know Qin Continent TV is playing the sentimentality card, I can't help but feel a tug at my heartstrings. This is thousand-armed Guanyin. You might think Fish Papa is stirring emotions, but actually, Fish Papa created this program to tell you to stop being so damn self-important. These deaf and mute people are far more excellent than you. Even if you judge them by the most professional standards, you can't find any fault. They perform so well, and whether or not they are deaf and mute doesn't really matter. If there must be a connection, it's that the effort they put into this performance is unimaginable to you. This is a miracle from a silent world. All these moves like the moonwalk, the flying apsaras, all the top dancers pale in comparison to this dance. This is the most awe-inspiring dance I've ever seen. I heard people criticize the Qin Continent Spring Festival for setting up with deaf and mute people, calling it a gimmick, and I was prejudiced and arrogant. I subconsciously thought that these people were on the show because of their defects, not their skills, and I apologize for that. I'm sorry to Teacher Admirable Fish and these girls. Astonishment. Screams. Madness. When thousand-armed Guanyin ended, no one could remain calm or indifferent in front of such a dance. A miracle performed in a silent world, destined to be remembered by everyone. Director Zhuang Xian stared blankly at the screen. He thought the Qin Continent Spring Festival would ruin its hard-earned reputation by showcasing a program with deaf and mute people. However, who knew that these performers would deliver such a stunning performance? No, even if they weren't deaf or mute, this performance was breathtaking enough. Show-stopping. It didn't matter how good the previous acts were. This act, thousand-armed Guanyin, stole the show, and adding their special identity as deaf and mute performers, the shock this act delivered was multiplied several times over. It was over. Director Zhuang Xian knew he was finished. Zhong Continent's Spring Festival was completely outshined. Even with a few good acts left, facing Qin Continent's thousand-armed Guanyin, they all seemed dull. Especially, he saw many viewers apologizing in the live comments. These viewers, like him, had subconsciously thought that deaf and mute people couldn't possibly perform well on such a significant stage. Now proven wrong, they willingly apologized. Because this shock was so direct, everyone felt profoundly ashamed, a shame that created a rebound effect. It's like when you realize you did something wrong, you desperately want to make it up to the other person. Under such psychology, many viewers hailed this act as the defining moment of the Spring Festival. Has it become legendary? Director Zhuang Xian couldn't be sure, but he was certain this act would become one of the most explosive moments in Spring Festival history. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. The ratings are out. Director Zhuang Xian glanced at it and showed a resigned expression because news was already everywhere online. Qin Continent creates Spring Festival history. Qin continent's Spring Festival surpasses Zhong continent, achieving #1 in real-time ratings. This is the first time Zhong continent has been beaten by another continent in this way. The miracle of Qin continent. The first time a local Spring Festival beat the national Spring Festival in ratings. Viewers are pragmatic. People flock to the National Spring Festival because it usually has the highest ratings. The authentic Xinmen sect, indeed. But when a local Spring Festival surpasses the national one in ratings, is the national festival still authentic? The viewer's answer was, whoever has the higher ratings is the authentic one. Thus, when Qin continent took the throne of #1 in Spring Festival ratings, countless informed viewers from other continent festivals swiftly changed channels. Swish, swish, swish. Qin continent's ratings surged again, one batch of new viewers after another. From Zhong continent's Spring Festival. Coming from Qi continent. I just rolled in from Zhao continent. I just saw someone post the 1,000-armed Guanyin recording online, and I immediately switched over. Man, I have to watch the replay tomorrow. Qin continent has gone crazy. They've outdone Zhong continent's big Spring Festival. How many mind-blowing acts were there earlier? Haha, you guys are late. It's only past 11. You've missed the headliner act. What act has passed? Isn't 1,000-armed Guanyin the headliner? 1,000-armed Guanyin certainly qualifies as a headliner, but doesn't the Spring Festival traditionally prefer to use comedy skits as headliners? Besides, there's still nearly an hour left till the festival ends. Aren't there any more acts that can carry the finale? Amidst audience discussions, midnight was drawing closer. Chapter 1131-993, Countless Lights, An Unforgettable Night. Online. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is really spectacular. Each program is very well arranged. How did I not discover this earlier? By the time I realized, the Spring Festival Gala was almost over. It's almost midnight. What's the next program? Logically, the next program should be the finale, right? Who will be the finale performer? Here it comes, it's a skit. Wow. Oh my god. Why is it him? Wasn't he banned by the Zhong continent? Good gracious. A person banned by the Zhong continent and Qin continent just directly invited him to perform. I just want to say, nicely done. Not only online discussions were heated, Qin continent TV station audience members were also suddenly wide-eyed. Only about 10 minutes left until midnight. As the host transitioned, the bottom left corner of the screen displayed an introduction to the next program. Skit, Selling Crutches. Script, Chu Kuang. Performance, Dong Wang, Ni Yun, Zhou Fan. Ni Yun and Zhou Fan are quite famous skit actors, but in the world of skits, they definitely can't compare to Shi Yin and Chen Feng, but Dong Wang is different. He has a higher status than Shi Yin and Chen Feng and was once known as the king of skits. Unfortunately, years ago, Dong Wang had a conflict with the Zhong continent and was banned. Since then, no one dared to invite him to perform in shows. Over the years, countless viewers have been missing this skit actor, hoping to see him at the Spring Festival Gala again, but it hadn't happened. Who would have thought? The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala stage actually fulfilled everyone's wish. King of skits, Dong Wang, broke the ice in the ban after years. Qin Continent is really bold. Not only did they surpass Zhong continent in viewership, but now they have also directly invited a banned actor. Back then, it was said that both sides escalated to legal actions. Dong Wang won the lawsuit but offended Zhong continent and got completely banned. He won the lawsuit, so that means Dong Wang was not in the wrong. You can't twist your arm harder than your thigh. No one in Zhong continent used Dong Wang after the ban. Qin Continent TV is the first to break the ice. After not seeing Dong Wang for years, does he still have the level from years ago? He looks somewhat older than before, but that youthful look back then might have been what led to the conflict. Let's watch the program. Now I'm just worried whether he's lost his form after not performing on stage for years. Backstage, Tong Shuwen bitter with a smile. We have really offended Zhong continent this time, not only surpassing their viewership, but now also directly employing their banned actor. Lin Yuan said, but he performs the best. Dong Wang is a skit actor who was banned by the Zhong continent. Lin Yuan of course knew about the banning of Dong Wang in Zhong continent. Tong Shuwen had informed him thoroughly about the specifics, which involved many interests. However, Lin Yuan didn't care. After confirming that Dong Wang's artistic integrity was intact, Lin Yuan decisively arranged for Dong Wang to perform this skit named Selling Crutches. Yes, if his artistic integrity is in order, nothing wrong doing, Lin Yuan dared to use him, regardless of who had banned him. Before choosing Dong Wang, Lin Yuan had seen many of Dong Wang's early skits, only to say, this Dong Wang truly deserved the praise as king of skits. The performance was too wonderful. If not for this reason, Lin Yuan would not have placed him in the finale position. Keep in mind, once this skit ended, this Spring Festival Gala would nearly be wrapping up. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan heard huge applause coming from the audience. Dong Wang had appeared on stage. The audience, long missing him, cheered eagerly. Everyone hadn't forgotten this once greatly celebrated king of skits. Zhong Continent. The Spring Festival Gala directors were stunned. Directors from various continents were simultaneously dumbstruck. Has Qin Continent TV gone crazy? How dare they use Dong Wang? Wasn't Dong Wang specifically named and banned? All continents had an unspoken agreement to forsake collaboration with Dong Wang. How dare he, Xianyu, commit such an outrage? No, he's been competing with our Zhong Continent in a showdown, even overtaking us in viewership. What wouldn't he dare? This guy is really bold. He's going to face consequences later. In these years, no one has ever dared to offend Zhong Continent as severely as he has. Let's watch the program. I'm really curious if Dong Wang still has his original skill. It would be interesting if Dong Wang messed up now. Wouldn't it be something if everything went well except the last shot misfired? Will the last shot misfire? Dong Wang was beaming, showing no signs of someone who had just returned after being banned, his cunning filled with a humorous charm. Beside him, the actress Lin Yuan shouted, "Big swindler, big swindler." Dong Wang nonchalantly said, "Hey, what big swindler? I'm out here selling this thing today. Can you not call me by my stage name?" Chuckles erupted. The audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Dong Wang sure can do it. Stage name Big Swindler. What the heck? So those two are scammers, huh? After not seeing teacher Dong Wang for so many years, his performance still has that same zest. He seems even more comedic than before. The moment he came on, I could feel it. That's the skill of the king of skits. Although it had just started, the audience had already entered the rhythm and atmosphere of the skit. Soon, another actor, Zhou Fan, appeared. Zhou Fan played the role of Fan Wei. Chapter 1132, 993, Countless Lights, An Unforgettable Night _2. Fan Wei's voice was distinctive, and so was Zhou Fan's, pleasant in tone. The comedy world was indeed blessed with many such talents. Their chemistry was perfectly in sync. Dong Wang began to bluff. "I know what you do for a living." Zhou Fan stammered a bit. "You know what I do? What is it that I do?" Dong Wang proclaimed. "You're a big business tycoon." Zhou Fan exclaimed, "What?" Dong Wang's voice did a swift turnaround. "That's just not possible." If someone else had said this line, it might not have been funny, but when these words came from Dong Wang's mouth, the whole audience burst into laughter. At this point, everyone had forgotten about any bans. All eyes were on the skit itself as the two continued their dialogue. "Do you know why your face is so big?" "Why?" "Because the nerves at the ends are dead, making the top swell up." "Where did it swell from?" "From below your waist. Feet going up." "Legs." "Exactly. No, my legs are perfectly fine." "Walk a bit. Walk a bit." "No ailments, walk." Down in the audience, Mom laughed herself silly. "Oh my, this is killing me." Even Big Yao Yao couldn't help but comment, "Such a big bluffer." Lin Xian simply clutched her belly. "This big bluffer is just shameless." The nearby audience chimed in. "The Spring Festival Gala skits just have to include Dong Wang. That's for sure. The gala sketch comedy isn't complete without Dong Wang. It feels like something is missing." "There's nothing missing this year, not at all. Dong Wang's performance feels just as good as ever. It's on par with the skit earlier by Shi Yin and teacher Chen Feng about the dieting. Both were contenders. Let's keep watching, keep watching." Amidst the applause, the audience's smiles grew even wider. Then came the classic moment. Dong Wang directing Zhou Fan. "Your leg definitely has an issue. One leg is shorter. How about this? Let me adjust it for you. Do you believe that by following my hand signals, lifting your leg as high as possible, and then forcefully dropping it. It'll work out? Do you believe it? Your leg definitely has an issue. The right one is shorter. Come on, up you get. Lift the foot. Stomp. Lift it again. Another stomp. Stomp firmly. After several rounds, Dong Wang shouted, "Do you feel numb?" Zhou Fan replied, "I feel numb." And Ai Yun was dumbfounded. "Hey, how did he get numb?" Dong Wang chuckled. "Nonsense, you stomp. You'd feel numb too." And Ai Yun retorted, "You bluffed his good leg into being lame." In front of the TV, countless viewers were in stitches. "I'm dying here. What do you mean you stomp? You also feel numb." There's no decline at all. Dong Wang hasn't lost his touch. Even a good leg gets bluffed into being lame. This Zhou Fan, I never realized before how adorably dumb he is. Didn't Dong Wang always play the honest guy? This guy unexpectedly playing such a role is hilariously funny. Oh, I love Dong Wang so much. He better not be banned again. The Spring Festival Gala is way more fun with him. The good old days were back. The feeling of joy Dong Wang once brought to the gala audience was back again. In the midst of laughter, the audience was completely satisfied. And to everyone's surprise, Dong Wang's return was more than just a comeback. It was a breakthrough. In his past comedy skits, he mostly portrayed the honest guy. This time, he played the role of a big-time bluffer, a huge contrast, stronger in comedy, especially when, after discovering Zhou Fan didn't bring enough money, he stared at his wife and Ai Yun and delivered that classic line. "Bicycle? What do we need a bicycle for, you old lady, what?" This time, the audience was totally bamboozled. How come every line in this skit feels iconic? It's over, Mr. Dong Wang has gone bad. Now this performance is too hilarious. He wasn't always like this. Who cares what style it is as long as it's funny, right? Amazing. This skit is sensational. To be precise, the entire Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is sensational. It had special effects, quality staging, emotional moments, and novelty, including the sentiment and memory of the old galas. Qin Continent's gala had it all. Splitting sides here. Though different in style from eating noodles, both skits had their own brilliant comedic moments. My belly hurts from laughing. Finally, the skit reached its climax. Dong Wang, pushing a bicycle, laughed to the audience. "Find someone with bad legs. Let's sell him the bicycle." The final sentence. And the audience was roaring with laughter again. This time it wasn't just laughter. It was also accompanied by endless applause, countless screams, and an electrifying atmosphere. Waves of excitement surged on and on. Among the clapping, Dong Wang continued to smile, but as he stepped off the stage, a glint of tears shone in his eyes. He had returned. The stage he thought he'd never set foot on again. He had finally returned to this year. He couldn't help but think of the young man who had stood by him. "Don't worry about Zhong Continent. This is our Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. Thank you. I hope I didn't let you down." Dong Wang quietly wiped away a tear, still smiling. On stage, he could make the whole world laugh, but off stage, he was moved to both tears and laughter by the young man known as Xian Yu. If life were an elimination-style talent show, then it was as if he had been revived by Xian Yu's own hands. Across different continents, on the internet, all viewers were conquered. Thanks to Fish Papa for letting me see Dong Wang's performance again. He is truly adept at comedy. There are few performers who can make you want to laugh the moment you see them. Chapter 1133, 993, Countless Lights, An Unforgettable Night _3. King of Skits. A few years gone by, and he's still performing so well. The script is awesome too. The script definitely owes thanks to the old rascal. I really didn't expect the skits and crosstalk he wrote could be so classic. This Spring Festival Gala is totally a big show of the three brothers. The various beautifully enchanting stage effects are all Shadow's handiwork. The program sequence is all managed by Admirable Fish. And the scripts for the skits and crosstalk, with this grand finale, are handled by the old rascal. The final skit sparked countless discussions, and just as the audience's emotions had yet to settle, Yu Dynasty suddenly took to the stage to sing a song, with Lin Yuan's voice leading off. Love each other throughout the world. Embarking thousands of miles away, hearts are connected as one. On this night of countless household lights, perhaps through the window pane, one dreams of a beautiful realm. This song, Love Each Other, fits Blue Star perfectly, especially at the current time of the merger of the regions of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei. The members of Yu dynasty worked together seamlessly. Jiang Kuei, looking up at the towering Mount Tai, traversing the tunnel of time, embraced by the sky. Xiao Fan, the heartbeat of youth, in sync with pride, the saints in the clouds are smiling. Chunjiyu, the winding rivers, converging into the four seas. Zhao Yinggu, the dragon emerges at the crest and tail of the waves. Sun Yaohua, at this heartfelt gathering, blue auspiciousness lifts spirits to soar. Wei Haoyun, the gentle east wind blows. The climax came once again, with the rousing music of the collective chorus, igniting everyone's emotions. Admirable Fish. Finally, everyone saw Admirable Fish's appearance. At this moment, all eyes converged on Lin Yuan, because everyone understood the true credit for this spring festival gala lay with this young man, who connected everything, making Qin Continent's spring festival gala shine brightly. It felt somewhat destined. Just at this time, Qin Continent's gala ratings reached an all-time high. The live audience couldn't help but stand up, countless wild shouts and screams merging with the song, Love Each Other throughout the world. Unrestrained, let loose. No one could say for sure how many years had passed since such an exciting spring festival gala was last seen, as if everyone had forgotten when they had become indifferent to the New Year's Eve celebrations. Once upon a time, people always lamented, the spring festival is losing its festive spirit. But this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala finally brought back the long-missed festive feeling. The host loudly said, firecrackers mark the end of the old year. The spring breeze warms the wine. As dawn breaks on every door, we replace the old peach with charms with new ones. Let's present teacher Admirable Fish's poem to everyone. There's only 1 minute left until midnight. Are you ready to bid farewell to last year's regrets and wave in the happiness of the new year? And of course, don't forget to thank yourself for your perseverance and hard work over the past year. With only 10 seconds to midnight, the top hosts from all the continents stood on the same stage, proclaiming in unison, let's begin the countdown together. Crash. Whether it was the audience or the performance teams, everyone joined in the final countdown, filling the venue with a unified voice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity in all things. Amidst the spring festival rituals, firecrackers served as background music, and with no host to cue, a new song began. The spring festival gala was over. A new year had begun. Fireworks rose in every continent. Firecrackers sounded in unison in every continent. Tonight, as countless homes were lit up, many viewers watched the end of the spring festival gala with feelings of wanting more, their sentiments aligned with the title of the final song. An unforgettable night. In Zhong Continent, the production team was collectively dumbfounded. Their gala had also ended, but they were no longer the main attraction. At the Qin Continent Gala, an unforgettable night rang out. Director Zhuang Xian felt the song was oddly ironic. Indeed, an unforgettable night. Beside him, Chang'an's face was ashen. He knew there would be consequences to follow, and as the one who had caused Admirable Fish to withdraw from Zhong Continent's gala, he would surely be the first to fall. He deeply regretted everything, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. His only consolation was that director Zhuang Xian would probably fall with him, making the journey not so lonely. Right. Perhaps Admirable Fish would meet his downfall too. The more glorious he was tonight, the louder the slap on Zhong Continent's face resounded. In other continents, some were in awe, some shook their heads, some bitterly smiled, some were dazed. Qin Continent had held the craziest spring festival gala, unprecedented and perhaps never to be surpassed. After watching Qin Continent's spring festival gala, the most intense feeling for everyone was wondering what they would do when it was their turn to host the grand celebration. At that moment, everyone's emotions were incredibly complex, as one person muttered to themselves, there's no need to doubt now. He's declaring war on Zhong Continent, and the first battle won astoundingly. Chapter 1134, 994, Crazy Ratings. 12:15 a.m. All Continental Spring Festival galas concluded one after another. The moment the live broadcast signal for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala ended, as Tong Shuwen shouted, "That's a wrap," the entire directorial team erupted into spirited cheers. Many people embraced each other heartily, and some even quietly wiped away tears with reddened eyes. This Spring Festival Gala was not only managed by Lin Yuan and Tong Shuwen, but also had numerous staff members contributing countless efforts and sweat. Every program on stage carried the dedication and emotions of the staff. It's over. We did it. The best stage. No mistakes at all. This is the best new year. Staff from different departments gathered amidst the intermittent cheers. Although they were unable to spend this moment with their families because of work, every staff member knew that their families were at home, witnessing just how spectacular the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was. Thank you, everyone. Tong Shuwen's eyes were also turning red. In preparation for this Spring Festival Gala, he had traveled across Blue Star to invite the most talented and fitting performers to stage the shows. It could be said that for several months, all of Tong Shuwen's thoughts were dedicated to this work. Suddenly relaxing now, he only felt an airy lightness throughout his body. He was very clear. This Spring Festival Gala was a miracle. And just as Tong Shuwen was thinking this, the figure who had truly created this miracle finally appeared before everyone. None other than Lin Yuan, who had just returned from the front desk. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Yuan, and deep down, everyone understood who was the greatest contributor behind the scenes, who was the real person guiding them all to achieve this feat. Suddenly, clap, clap, clap. The applause started. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Our stage standards are very high, and a lot of money was spent, but the investment seemed never-ending. So, I discussed with the station head, and this year, the bonuses for everyone in the Qin Continent Television Station Spring Festival Gala team will be doubled from the original basis. The station head has already agreed. Hurrah! Teacher Admirable Fish is mighty. Fish Papa, we love you to death." The applause suddenly became more enthusiastic. Everyone definitely had a spirit of dedication. After all, it was for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. But if, after dedicating their value, they could also get rich, then everyone was satisfied in every conceivable way. Everyone loved Xianyu. Tong Shuwen felt incredibly moved inside. He knew that in the future, Xianyu's prestige at the Qin Continent television station would soar, because those who could join the Spring Festival Gala directorial team were the true backbones of the Qin Continent television station. The support of these people almost condensed and represented the power of a continental television station. Yet now, everyone, not belonging to the station's staff, had nothing but adoration and support for Xianyu, now also owing him such a favor. As Tong Shuwen expected, at this moment, everyone surrounded Lin Yuan, chattering away. "Teacher Admirable Fish, remember to come hang out at our TV station more often. You need a studio or something, just let me know. It's my responsibility here, and I assure you I can get the authority for you. If you need reporters, look for me. I know all the reporters at our TV station, and about TV drama cooperation and broadcasting. If you want publicity coverage, you can also contact us. Qin Continent Television. Station's ratings have always been in the top 5 on Blue Star. There's no problem with influence." Online. After the Spring Festival Gala ended, countless netizens still had no desire to sleep. On the contrary, many seemed particularly excited. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was so amazing. I can't remember how many years it has been since I've watched such an exciting Spring Festival Gala. It's like a dream back to youth, but I'm very clear that when young, I felt the Spring Festival Gala was exciting, partly due to nostalgia. Yet this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala didn't need any nostalgia. It was incomparably thrilling in its own right. So many great programs. Those acrobatics, those dances, those magic acts, those songs. Pick any one, and it's very much worth watching. To have so many classic performances concentrated on the same stage, I suddenly feel a genuine happiness. Watching the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is a treat. Is the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala as divine as you guys say? I've been watching the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. I just learned from the news that the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala's ratings actually surpassed Zhong Continent. My family and I were all dumbfounded. Add one from above. in a dumbfounded state. I'll see the replay tomorrow. Thanks to Fish Papa, it was so good to watch. Teacher Shadow also did a great job. The three brothers all did perfectly. Chu Kuang. Old rascal, you've tortured us readers for so long. Who would have thought that this year he'd write skits and comic dialogues that made us laugh out loud? It's a bit unlike the cold-blooded, domineering old rascal I remember. Xianyu, Chu Kuang, Shadow. The online following of these three skyrocketed simultaneously. Because in this Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, 90% of the wonderful moments were contributed by these three. Without them, this gala could not have been a success. Without them, the audience would not have enjoyed so much happiness. Their comment sections were also lively. In Xianyu's comment section, there were the most voices of thanks. Because Xianyu was the planner of this Spring Festival Gala, the greatest behind-the-scenes contributor. Chu Kuang and Shadow's participation in this Spring Festival Gala was all because of Xianyu. This was information Tong Shuwen had revealed in an interview before. In Shadow's comment section, Chapter 1135, 994 Crazy Ratings _2. Countless netizens expressed their gratitude and respect at the same time, but even more people were shocked by Shadow's painting skill. Everyone's previous impression of Shadow was more of a cartoonist, but after experiencing this Spring Festival Gala, many people changed their opinions. Chu Kuang's comment section was the funniest. Many fans' comments were quite haughty. Comments like, "You did pretty well this year," "The skit was okay," "The crosstalk was passable," were everywhere. There was an unspoken agreement. Very few people praised the old rascal in an especially extravagant manner or language, because he had always been a writer that everyone loved and hated. Usually, there might be more hatred, but tonight there was a bit more love. Of course, Lin Yuan was definitely impartial. On the ride home with his sister, his little sister, and his mother, he briefly reviewed the comment sections of all three of his vests. At that moment, his sister suddenly exclaimed in joy, "The news is already out. Our highest viewership reached 39%. His mother, curious, asked, "Is that high?" His little sister chimed in, "This is the highest viewership of the Spring Festival Gala in the last decade. And if compared to the local Spring Festival Galas of previous years, this record has indeed made history." Qin Continent indeed made history with this wave for local Spring Festival Galas. But no one compares the local Spring Festival Galas with Qin Continents anymore. They are simply not on the same level. The first day of the Lunar New Year, people directly compared the achievements of the Zhong Continent's main Spring Festival Gala with this year's Qin Continent Gala. The results were shocking. Zhong Continent's highest viewership was at 36%, better than the performance of all major Spring Festival Galas over the past decade. You must know, in the past, the main Spring Festival Gala had monopolized this prime time on New Year's Eve without any competition. But this year, Zhong Continent had to face the siege of Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, the 7 major continents. If it weren't for Qin Continent's phenomenal performance, Zhong Continent could truly claim to dominate the Spring Festival Gala. However, with the emergence of the freakishly good Qin Continent, Zhong suddenly became just a high-profile, extravagant background board in history. Even in terms of average viewership, Zhong lost. Zhong's average viewership was 32%. Qin's average viewership was 33%. The small difference was primarily because Zhong benefited from the main Spring Festival Gala, attracting many viewers early on. Qin, a local Spring Festival Gala, had caught up purely through sheer performance. A stunning counterattack. All these were reflected in the headlines of news reports. For instance, titles like Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala breaks local gala records, or decade-high viewership record of major Spring Festival Gala surpassed by a local Qin Gala. From highest to average viewership, Qin Continent achieved a double kill over Zhong. Netizens used TZ's famous quote to joke about Qin's victory over Zhong. What follows is a moment to witness miracles. Of course, there were also many reports on the details of Qin's Spring Festival Gala. Thousand-armed Guanin's stunning arrival, moving countless viewers. The most genuine voice on the Spring Festival stage, a migrant worker walking through spring. Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala Director. I'm really worried about what to do with future galas. The three joyous treasures, wishing you prosperity, Maestro Xian Yu stepping up, every song remarkable. King of Skits returns, Dong Wang breaks ice after ban with Xian Yu's support. Chu Kuang's skits and crosstalk, subversively surprising. Is Shadow really just a cartoonist? Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, Shadow's Spring Festival Gala. That's the real gala. It's not an exaggeration to say, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the vast majority of media and news reports were about Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Besides, blogs, tribes, social media, countless social platforms such as major forums. Everywhere was filled with related information about Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. Taking the blog's topic rankings as an example, the top few topics were undoubtedly about Qin Continent's gala. Hashtag 3 Brothers Run Gala. Hashtag 1,000 Armed Guanyin Performer. Hashtag Xian Yu helps Dong Wang break ban. Hashtag latest songs of Spring Festival Gala Xian Yu. Hashtag Qin Continent Gala viewership. Hashtag Xian Yu counterattacks Zhong Continent for revenge. Hashtag understanding the grudge between Xian Yu and Zhong Continent Gala. It wasn't just about the content of the Spring Festival Gala. Even the old gossip about Lin Yuan leaving the Zhong Continent Gala was brought up again. Everyone believed that Xian Yu had troubles with Zhong Continent, which led him to lead the Yu dynasty to exit. Need evidence? There was no evidence before. Now, Dong Wang's appearance was solid proof. Because the sign of Dong Wang being banned by Zhong was his sudden disappearance from the stages of major to local Spring Festival galas starting some years ago. But this year, Xian Yu actually let Dong Wang appear on the gala. This action was in no way giving any face to Zhong Continent. It was even a slap in their face. There had to be grudges. Zhong Continent remained silent. No public statements were made. Only insiders knew of the undercurrents stirring. Chang'an was dismissed from his position. Director Zhuang Xian retired. Chang'an faced the most severe punishment because he was the most direct culprit. Quite a few people involved in Zhong's current Spring Festival Gala team fell into serious misfortune, but the matter was handled very low-key, and the outside world was not aware of the specifics. What the outside world was more concerned about at this moment was the rerun of the Spring Festival Gala. Usually, the rerun of the Spring Festival Gala wouldn't attract much attention. But this year was somewhat special. Not to mention that all the continents had unified the broadcast time of the Spring Festival Gala. Just the phenomenal viewership of Qin's Spring Festival Gala alone made many people inevitably curious. You need to know, many people only found out about Qin's superbly reviewed gala after watching the other continents' galas. Under such circumstances, most viewers couldn't help but be curious about why Qin's Spring Festival Gala was so highly praised. Chapter 1136, 994, Crazy Ratings _3. Thus, when the Spring Festival Gala of each continent was rebroadcast, numerous pairs of eyes almost simultaneously locked onto the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. As a result, everyone understood why the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala had beaten Zhong Continent. Awesome. This dragon dance is so cool, combined with the special effects at the beginning. It's mind-blowing. Even stronger than the opening in Zhong Continent. These songs are all so good. Xian Yu truly is a maestro. The acrobatics are amazing. This eating noodle skit is just perfect. Group comic dialogue. Facial features compete for merit. Dang. 1,000 Armed Guanyin. Watching it gave me goosebumps all over. Ha! Dong Wang actually returned and performed in such an amazing skit selling crutches. I knew I shouldn't have watched Zhong Continent last night. Should have just stuck with Qin Continent. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is just as spectacular as they said online. Last night, I switched to Qin Continent channel halfway through, and now I just finished catching up on the earlier part. This Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala really had no dull moments throughout. Amidst countless laughter, the various programs of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala became even more explosive. This influence was clearly visible. For instance, in some malls, aren't there TVs? No need to guess. The TVs were definitely playing the rebroadcast of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Don't have a TV? That's okay too. There's always a sound system, right? Just listen carefully to the nearby songs. Don't they sound familiar? Songs of Spring. The three joyous treasures. May you prosper. Love each other. Always visit home. Any song that appeared on the stage of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala had basically become the top choice in every major mall. The customers were all being brainwashed. The last time a song received this kind of treatment was Wei Haoyun's Good Luck Comes. This year the strength lay in. Although these songs were also looping and brainwashing, fortunately, there was a variety of them, so people didn't have to listen to the same one over and over. And when the afternoon of the very first day of the new year arrived, a sudden piece of news once again shocked the entire Blue Star. The news was announced by the Literature and Art Association. The rebroadcast of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala averaged a viewership rate of 55.5%. At this moment, the media was dumbfounded. Every continent was astounded. Even Lin Yuan himself had not anticipated it. This was insane. It wasn't enough that the local Spring Festival Gala initially smashed the viewership of the Guangzhou Continent Spring Festival Gala. This local Spring Festival Gala, during its rebroadcast, hit an even more absurd viewership rate, 55.5%. Tong Shuwen was shaking at this moment. He was currently attending an industry gathering. Because the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was a huge hit, he became the center of attention at the event. And when the viewership for the rebroadcast of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was announced, Tong Shuwen could feel his entire body overheated. Countless gazes almost seemed to set him on fire. Especially a few fellow directors, their looks towards Tong Shuwen were filled with unmistakable madness and envy. Congratulations, Director Tong. Waves upon waves of voices. Yet Tong Shuwen seemed to hear behind those voices the almost mad whispering. Lucky dog. Tong Shuwen suddenly laughed loudly. It's quite embarrassing. I was actually assisting teacher Admirable Fish. After all, I'm just a director. Boasting. Showing off. Of course, it also had to do with this out-of-this-world viewership rate. Tong Shuwen wouldn't dare take all the credit. Such an incredible achievement would forever be remembered by the world, and it belonged to whom it belonged. After all, he was just a director. Chapter 1137, 995, Master-Level Piano Technique. The day after New Year's Day, the news of the Spring Festival Gala envelopes the air even now, continuing to ferment. Netizens expanded their focus beyond the programming of the shows themselves, growing fond of this year's gala and extending it into reality. For example, Qin Red Daughters wine boomed. As one of the title sponsors of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, Qin Red Daughters brand was mentioned more than once by the hosts, with the hosts repeatedly mentioning it and its advertisement posters flashing on the screen from time to time. Everyone remembered the brand. Therefore, the sales of Qin Red Daughters wine soared. Compared to Red Daughter, talking about the Flame Hot Pot, another title sponsor of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, is almost pointless. On the second day of the new year, Flame Hot Pot opened for business. As soon as the doors of various Flame Hot Pot restaurants opened, countless customers arrived. Truly a fortune-filled start to the new year. No need to research to know. These people came because of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala advertisements. In truth, whether it was Red Daughter or Flame Hot Pot, people had heard of them. However, previously, although many knew about these two brands, not all would choose to patronize them. The greatest effect of Qin Continent's advertisements was in boosting people's consumption. For instance, when someone wanted to buy wine, they had to choose a brand first, right? At that point, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala advertisement played its role. After being mentioned so much by the hosts, why not buy some Red Daughter to try? The advertisements were so impactful, and it was even prestigious to gift them. And regarding Flame Hot Pot, no more needs to be said. Whenever someone wanted hot pot, they immediately thought of the Qin Continent Spring Festival advertisement and naturally chose Flame Hot Pot. This title sponsorship, both Sun Yaohua and Fong Moken struck it rich. Especially Fong Moken, it was his first time experiencing such success. He was counting money even in his dreams. Probably only he knew exactly how much purchasing the Shadows Painted Soul series coupled with sponsoring the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala made him. When he made the decision initially, he looked forward and backward. Now, having come to his senses, he realized it was the best decision of his life. For this, he even personally called Sun Yaohua, saying that in the future he'd go through fire and water for any requests, and so on. The implied meaning was clear to Sun Yaohua. This guy wanted to take advantage of their relationship. After careful consideration, Sun Yaohua agreed. After all, the younger brother would need money in the future. If he was low on funds, he could seek help from Fong Moken, who was one of the wealthiest in Qin continent. Now that he had seen the younger brother's capabilities, he would likely be much more willing to shell out money than before. There was only 1 year until the big merger. Sun Yaohua already felt a profound sense of crisis. Currently, he was not capable of facing the top capital forces of Zhong continent directly, and the relationship between his younger brother and Zhong continent was so strained. He needed to become stronger quickly to protect his younger brother. Although many times his younger brother could solve problems even without his intervention, Sun Yaohua did not like the idea of letting his brother face troubles alone. Moreover, he knew clearly in his heart, once the big merger was completed, the brilliance of his younger brother would surely make him a thorn in the side of many from Zhong continent. Anyone who wants to touch my younger brother must get through me first. Biting his lip lightly, Sun Yaohua thought about the gains from this spring festival gala, and his mood brightened a bit. If the Qin continent spring festival gala could popularize Red Daughter and Flame Hot Pot, not to mention the performing guests who shone brightly on the gala stage. The three brothers, needless to say, the biggest contributors of this year's Qin continent spring festival gala had already been praised to the skies by netizens. TZ skyrocketed in fame. With his magic performances and humorous banter, this magician from Wei continent became instantly popular. Dong Wang was reborn. The former king of skits returned and captivated countless hearts with his masterful performance in The Beggar. The trio who sang in the spring also became popular. And there is no need to mention performers like Shi Yin and Shen Feng, from skit actors to comedians and more. Besides, most notably was the Yu dynasty. Jiang Kuei, Sun Yaohua, Xia Fan, Chen Jiu, Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyan. The Yu dynasty group of 6 had always been popular. However, previously, they seemed more like followers of Xianyu. In other words, by being around Xianyu, their brilliance was severely overshadowed. However, this spring festival, members of the Yu dynasty each displayed their unique capabilities. For instance, Jiang Kuei's performance of Sweet Honey was a massive hit, even becoming the favorite of older audiences. Or take Sun Yaohua, who belted out "Congratulations on Getting Rich." In this song, he actually exuded the presence of a superstar singer, with a grand stage presence that seemed to control the entire venue. Or perhaps Wei Haoyan. He directly performed the closing song of the Qin Continent Spring Festival, an unforgettable night. Was there even a need to question his ability and importance? And then there were Xia Fan, Chen Jiu, and Zhao Yinggu. Each person in the Yu dynasty seemed to have started their own independent kingdom. The group still revolved tightly around Xianyu, but without Xianyu, they could each shine on their own. Together, they were a fire. Apart, they were stars scattered across the sky. Back at the villa, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, ready to check his gains from this spring festival. System, oh system, who is the world's system? Snow White. Lin Yuan smiled, no longer joking. Let's check the prestige. Ding dong. Lines of blue text suddenly materialized in front of Lin Yuan. Skipping the useless information, Lin Yuan looked directly at the critical numbers below. Age, 26. Lifespan, 40. Games, 1600698. Film and television, 1033457. Painting, 2686646. Literature, 4045678. Music, 4907655. Overall, 14274134. Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the overall number, his voice tinged with excitement. I've completed this round's lifespan mission. Previously, the lifespan was 30. Now the lifespan was 40. The tension in his nerves eased. At 26 years old, Lin Yuan no longer had to worry about dying young for the next 14 years. Suddenly, system, this round's lifespan mission is complete, and the lifespan reward has been distributed, and there is also a gold treasure chest. Gold treasure chest. He almost forgot about that. Lin Yuan quickly glanced at the gold treasure chest without any hesitation. Open the chest. Swoosh. Amidst the dazzling gold light, Lin Yuan heard the sound of unlocking, and then the precious gold treasure chest opened. Ding dong. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level piano skills. Lin Yuan was stunned. He had previously only had professional-level piano skills. Professional level was more than enough to dominate the entertainment industry. But when facing piano masters, or even near masters like Gu Shi, he sometimes fell short. Let's try it. Unable to wait, he sat at the piano at home and gave it a try. After playing a few pieces, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. Indeed, it was master-level piano skills. Lin Yuan's piano skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even facing a real piano master in the future, Lin Yuan wouldn't back down. Chapter 1138, 996 Music Arena. How many piano masters does Blue Star have? Lin Yuan didn't know. He just knew that even someone with a talent for piano as strong as Gu, she hadn't been able to take the final step in many years to become a true master of the piano. Indeed, he could always trust the gold treasure chest. The system said that above gold, there was an even more awesome diamond treasure chest. However, having owned the system for so many years, Lin Yuan had never even caught a glimpse of a diamond treasure chest. If he really got a diamond treasure chest one day, what amazing treasures would it contain? Would there be a transformer? Thinking like this, suddenly, there was noise from downstairs. Happy New Year. Auntie, long time no see. Auntie, this is a gift for you. Familiar voices overlapped, and Lin Yuan walked out of his room, looked down from the second floor, and realized that the people from Yu Dynasty were visiting his home for the new year. Representative. People below waved, Happy New Year. Lin Yuan smiled, Happy New Year. This was the first time the Yu Dynasty had come to his home as a group. His mother was very happy. His sisters were also excited, especially his younger sister. She was a fan of Jiang Kuei. During the new year, how could she not be thrilled that her idol was visiting her home? But the most excited was Antarctica, because brother Sun Yaohua had come over and brought him lots of tasty treats. Let's eat lunch at home. Mom decided to cook. The house hadn't been this lively in a long time. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan, and seeing that he seemed to have no objections, they immediately nodded excitedly. Yes. Zhao Gu and Xia Fan even clamored to help out, but her sister kicked them out. I'll help. You guests go upstairs and have fun. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Let's play cards. During the spring festival, forget about playing werewolf. Playing cards was just fine. Though they said they were playing cards, they mostly chatted. Everyone talked about their work. The new year wasn't even over yet, but notices were coming in one after another. This is fame. Chun Jiu felt deeply. My appearance fee is almost catching up to the king and queen of singing. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan casually asked, how far are you guys from becoming the king and queen of singing? Ask them. Xia Fan said, I'm further behind. Madame Haoyun should be quite close. Wei Haoyun smiled. Unless something unexpected happens, I, along with Zhao Gu and Qin Jiu, might all become the king or queen of singing within a year or two. It won't take that long. Zhao Gu seemed to have a plan already. We can develop in Wei continent. They have just joined and merged. The market potential is huge. It should help us become the king or queen of singing. Xia Fan frowned. If you can think of that, so can others. Zhao Gu smiled. Then you definitely don't know. Wei continent has a very special program. Jiang Kuei was curious. What program? Zhao Gu uttered 4 words. Musical battle arena. Everyone was stunned. A ring. Zhao Gu nodded. Wei continent has a long-standing music competition called Singer, where there's a champion every day. The singer who defeats the champion then has to become the new champion and defend the title on their appointed day in the future. Lin Yuan said, Isn't this just a normal singing competition? Zhao Gu replied, You could say that, but the great singers can keep winning. A singer who successfully defends the title continuously can attract countless attention in Wei continent. It's Wei people's favorite music show. Sun Yaohua chuckled. Then having to compete every day must be exhausting. Are you even listening to me? Zhao Gu rolled her eyes. There are 7 days in a week, so there are 7 champions on the singer stage. Even if you are the champion, you only need to fight once a week on the weekday you became the champion. For example, if you conquer the ring on Monday, then you are Monday's champion, fighting every Monday of every year and every month until you lose a match. As for other weekdays, there are other champions to compete. In fact, no one can defend the stage for too long. With ever-emerging challengers, eventually, someone will encounter defeat, and many are already targeting the Wei continent market. The Yu dynasty is very popular. However, like other stars from various continents, they aren't well known in Wei continent. Because Wei continent has just recently joined the Union. And what better way is there for a continent's people to quickly familiarize themselves with a star? Different continents have different strategies. For singers in Wei continent, the perfect route is fighting in the singer music ring. The longer you defend, the more familiar Wei continent's audience gets with you. Now everyone understood. This music ring sounds quite interesting. Lin Yuan played a card, seeing everyone seemed interested, and smiled. Why not go to Wei continent and record some variety shows? Zhao Yingji's eyes lit up. You mean? Lin Yuan said. You are 6 people. You can match up to 6 champions. Lin Yuan was very confident in everyone's abilities. If everyone went to Wei continent to participate in this show, they should have a chance to conquer a ring each. Xiaofan blinked. But there are 7 champions in total. Aren't we still one person short? Exactly. Has it been a long time since you competed? Not only has it been a long time since I competed, but it's also been a while since I've really sung. Look at the songs I've sung this year. Either it's nervous, or it's the great king orders me to patrol the mountain. We have the talent, so let's sing some proper songs, and just let Wei continent people see how great you are. Goodness. A group of people directly urged Lin Yuan to compete as well. Zhao Yinggu was rubbing her hands excitedly. If you're competing, then you must conquer the Sunday ring. Everyone asked, why Sunday? Zhao Yinggu explained, because the Saturday and Sunday rings are the most terrifying, especially Sunday. Starting from the king and queen of singing, as it's a weekend, the viewership is at its highest, making competition fierce. That's perfect for you then. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yuan, united in their mindset. Firstly, the show was indeed very interesting, and performing well could bring rapid fame in Wei continent. Secondly, everyone wanted to take this opportunity to show the strength of the Yu dynasty, where everyone could stand independently. 7 days a week. The Yu dynasty plus Lin Yuan made exactly 7 people. If the 7 of them could really each take over a ring for a day, it would become a beautiful tale in the music industry. All right, Lin Yuan was persuaded by everyone. He still loved singing. Having not sung for a long time, playing around seemed like a good idea. Most importantly, he felt the music competition format was appealing, and through this show, he could help Chun Jiu and others cross the threshold from top-tier singers to becoming kings and queens of singing. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, after Wei continent joined the Union, they weren't the only ones eyeing the singer music ring. Chapter 1139, 997. The Grand Assembly of the Martial World in the Music Industry. January 8th. The New Year's holiday had already ended. The Yu dynasty finally set off towards Wei continent. Regarding this, Sun Yaohua joked, "Is this what we call team building for our Yu dynasty? Let's just call it team building then." That day, 7 people arrived at the airport, keeping it low-key. Each one of them was wearing a mask and sunglasses, being incredibly inconspicuous. The airport was bustling with people coming and going. Although the Yu dynasty was incredibly popular, with their disguises, nobody recognized them. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Wu Qianhan!" The crowd ahead instantly became frenzied, surging forward like a flood. Many bystanders were taken aback, pushed to the periphery by these enthusiastic fans, with some even stumbling and falling. That's right, these were a group of fans. You could tell from the uniform merchandise they wore. Zhao Yinggu let out a gasp, stumbling slightly. Next to her, Lin Yuan reacted quickly, steadying her immediately. What happened? Zhao Yinggu, supported by Lin Yuan, didn't know whether to be angry or happy. Someone stepped on my foot. Lin Yuan looked at the frenzied fan group ahead. Frowning. Next to him, Xiaofan snorted, "This is why I don't like to share my travel plans with fans. Don't lump all fans together like that." Jiang Kuei raised an eyebrow. "Anyway, my fans wouldn't be so ill-mannered to cause such a scene in public. It's just asking for trouble. Our fans are all pretty sensible." Chun Jiu said with a chuckle, "Those fans ahead are quite young. Their admiration for celebrities depends on looks, favoring the young, fresh faces. It's a trend that has been growing over the past few years as the continents have become more integrated, with these young celebrities becoming increasingly popular. Still, we keep a low profile. Sun Yaohua smiled, his expression teasing. Just then, a fanatical female fan actually tried to break past the bodyguards to get close to the man encircled in the middle. With a snap, the bodyguard pushed her, and she fell to the ground. For the first time, the celebrity, known as Wu Qianhan, spoke up, scolding the bodyguard. "Can you show some respect for my fans?" The bodyguard quickly bowed and apologized. Nearby female fans were smitten, and some even consoled. "Don't be mad, Qian." From Lin Yuan's point of view, he could see the whole scene, which made him quicken his pace. Arriving at the VIP lounge of the first-class cabin, Lin Yuan and the others finally took off their masks. Many waiting passengers immediately recognized them. "Ah, they are the Yu dynasty. To think we'd run into them here. Haha, we're pretty lucky. I watched the whole Qin continent Spring Festival Gala this year. I'm a fan of Teacher Admirable Fish. Hello there, teachers." Accompanied by the murmurs, some couldn't help but greet them. Lin Yuan and his companions smiled and nodded. Being recognized after taking off masks was a usual occurrence. Some people even came up to ask for autographs from the members of the Yu dynasty. Lin Yuan didn't refuse. After signing a few autographs, no one bothered them anymore, and one by one, members of the Yu dynasty started playing with their phones. After about half an hour of play, more people gradually entered the VIP lounge. A group of people caused a stir as they entered, but after scanning the room, their eyes lit up and they headed towards the corner. Teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan, who was playing Plants vs. Zombies, looked up and saw a familiar face. "Swan. You still like to call me Swan, huh?" Shu Yu smiled. "But it does feel intimate hearing you say that." Lin Yuan smiled. He hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance at the airport. Although the recording of The Masked Singer had not been pleasant with most of the contestants, Swan and Robot had maintained a good relationship with Lin Yuan. After greeting Lin Yuan, Shu Yu began to greet the other members of the Yu dynasty. "It's been a while. You all are becoming more and more impressive. Every time I open my computer or phone, it seems like your news is everywhere." Everyone laughed. Shu Yu looked back at a few young and attractive men and women. "Why don't you guys also say hello to the seniors?" "Hello, Fish Papa." "Hi, Teacher's son." This group of young men and women was familiar with the Yu dynasty. Each member knew the others and introduced themselves as they greeted in turn. They were all new generation stars in the entertainment industry, mostly in their 20s and still attending university. But don't be fooled by their youth. In the presence of the Yu dynasty, each knew how to seize the opportunity. With just a little bridge building by Shu Yu, they understood this was a great chance to curry favor and ingratiate themselves. Among them was the young man they had encountered at the airport, Wu Qianhan. However, unlike his lofty demeanor during the airport scene, he was now extra tactful, showing not the slightest bit of arrogance. After all, he didn't dare to be bold. Despite being a glamorous young celebrity, any member of the Yu dynasty could easily squash him. Even newcomers to the entertainment industry knew this, and Wu Qianhan, who had already played a few decent roles, had a clear understanding of the strict hierarchy in the industry. "Teacher Zhao, I used to follow your show." Facing Zhao Yinggu, Wu Qianhan was very enthusiastic. "I've really liked you since then. Are you trying to say I'm old?" Zhao Yinggu rolled her eyes, completely uninterested in the young idol. Chapter 1140-997. The Martial World Convention of the Music Industry _2. Seeing Xian Yu's face every day, how could a bean sprout like Wu Qianhan catch her eye? Wu Qianhan was stunned, unsure why Zhao Yinggu was unfriendly toward him when she was all smiles with everyone else. It was Chun Jiu who said with a laugh, "Xiao Wu, you're quite popular. Just now at the airport, your fans were insane, those kids. Not only did they step on Zhao Yingji's foot, but they also gave our representative quite a scare." Wu Qianhan's face turned pale in an instant. Although Chun Jiu was smiling as he spoke, tinged with jest, Wu Qianhan didn't think it was a joke. His fans had actually clashed with Xian Yu? Instantly, Wu Qianhan regretted it deeply, wishing he had never arranged for his fans to meet him at the airport if he had known he would encounter Yu dynasty today. No wonder Zhao Yinggu was not showing him any warmth. Thinking about it more, even Xian Yu had been rather cool towards him just now. With this in mind, Wu Qianhan suddenly felt the young people nearby subtly move a couple of steps away from him. At the same time, Shu Yu also frowned noticeably. Coming back to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. I'm so sorry, extremely sorry, Teacher Admirable Fish, Teacher Zhaoing Ge. Look how scared the kid is. Stop apologizing, it's no big deal, just a trifle. Sun Yaohua waved off the apology. At Sun Yaohua's words, Wu Qianhan immediately closed his mouth, not daring to let out a peep. If his fans saw this, they'd be stunned. Because Wu Qianhan was a classic rapper, having mixed in the underground for 2 years, his most distinctive persona was fearlessness. Real, unafraid of offending people. Tough, unable to learn to bow down. Lin Yuan wasn't paying too much attention to Wu Qianhan. He was chatting with Shu Yu. Shu Yu asked with a smile, "Where is Teacher Admirable Fish heading?" Lin Yuan replied, "Wei continent." Shu Yu was taken aback, his expression turning strange. "Don't tell me you're also headed for the music competition." Lin Yuan was surprised. "You too?" Shu Yu responded with a bitter smile. "Had I known you were going, why would I bother with this mess? I was just accompanying these youngsters to explore the market in Wei continent. But then someone sent me off to participate in a music competition in Wei continent and insisted that I must win a round." It seemed he wasn't the only one interested in the music competition. Lin Yuan pondered. "Someone sent you. Who is that person?" Shu Yu lowered his voice. "Literature and Art Association." Lin Yuan was puzzled. "What's the connection with them?" Shu Yu spoke quietly. "Haven't you noticed? Since the policy amendments to the Spring Festival Gala broadcast, the competition between states has become fiercer. The emergence of the Wei continent music competition was timely, prompting an unspoken agreement. Each state is sending some top kings and queens of singing to shine in the competition. As for importance, the upcoming period's music competition will likely be even tougher to handle than the season's charts. Regional rivalry? Lin Yuan finally grasped Shu Yu's implication. It seemed that every state viewed the music competition as a battleground. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. 7. What a clever number. Yes. Shu Yu expressed his feelings. There are 7 days in a week, and Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei are the 7 major states. Zhong continent has not yet joined the merger, so each state wants to secure a spot in the music competition. If any state can't secure even one, it would be a huge loss of face. So I've been under a lot of pressure these days until meeting you today, which has lifted all my burden. The top kings and queens of singing from other states will participate in the music competition. I'm not confident I can win for sure, but with Teacher Admirable Fish present, you can definitely win a round. Thus, even if I fail, we still have you to fall back on. We must ensure that at least one spot in the competition belongs to our Qin continent. Not to mention that besides us, there's also an old friend likely coming to Wei continent. Who? King Fei. Who is the strongest king of singing in Qin continent? If asked years ago, there would have been different answers. However, with Fei Yang's ruthless performances on The Masked Singer, he has been gaining momentum as the #1 king of singing in Qin continent. Xian Yu? He doesn't count. He is beyond the 5 elements category. This was why Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala had invited Fei Yang to sing 2 songs back-to-back, to give the strongest king of singing in Qin continent the treatment he deserved. As for Shu Yu, among the queens of singing in Qin continent, she was top-notch, with formidable competitive skills not to be underestimated. In fact, despite Lin Yuan being the champion of The Masked Singer, if he faced opponents like Fei Yang or Shu Yu, even Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to claim a guaranteed victory. The plane landed in Xian City of Wei continent, one of the largest cities in Wei continent. The venue for the music competition, Singer, was inside a large broadcasting hall in Xian City. Before getting off the plane, Shu Yu spoke. "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I plan to challenge the current champion right away. The defender is a local king of singing from Wei continent. I'll do my best to nab a victory for Qin continent first. After I'm defeated, it will be up to you and Teacher Fei Yang to seek revenge." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Since Shu Yu planned to challenge tomorrow, Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush to make a move. He was aware of Xu Yu's capabilities. There were hardly any singers in Blue Star who could withstand her challenge. After chatting for a while, everyone disembarked and went their separate ways. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure from a distance, Xu Yu suddenly turned to Wu Qianhan. "Teacher Admirable Fish doesn't like you." Wu Qianhan was taken aback. Chapter 1141-997. The Martial World Convention of the Music Industry _3. Xu Yu spoke evenly. "Don't appear in his sight, and definitely don't stir up any news that would embarrass Qin continent." Wu Qianhan gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Xu Yu said, "Keep your dissatisfaction to yourself. Don't think I'm unaware of your antics. If you dare to cause trouble in Wei continent, you won't even need Teacher Admirable Fish to say anything. I'll have you sent back to school for re-education myself." The Fate Symphony. Back in the day, the Yu dynasty was just a group of minor singers revolving around Xianyu. Now, the Yu dynasty had such influence that a mere hint of their dissatisfaction with an artist required careful consideration. Upon learning that the Yu dynasty was coming, a company in Wei continent that had previously worked with Starlight immediately took on the task of hospitality, hotel, luxury car, service. This company arranged everything perfectly, attending to every need of the Yu dynasty's personnel with meticulous care. In fact, even without this company, countless others would be vying to serve the Yu dynasty. And when night fell, suddenly, a barrage of headlines popped up online. This event, with the involvement of officials and wrapped in regional sentiments, immediately sparked attention across all continents. Many people had not even heard of the music showdown before, but once they learned the specifics, online chatter heated up instantly. "This sounds really interesting. The season's rankings are lit. Challenging the title, defending the title. Is there a respective master every day? 7 days, 7 continents, just like the 7 arenas. Logically, each continent should win a title, right? That's the reasoning. But clearly not every continent thinks so. Each would love to dominate all 7 arenas. I've seen the way people's explain her, and they say the hardest arena is the one on Sunday. Wouldn't it be cool if someone won as the master for several consecutive victories? Wishful thinking. As a way local, I'm telling you, no one can win too many matches in a row, because no matter how good you are as a king or queen of singing, you only have a few explosive songs, and those challengers come prepared. What's the difference between this and the season's rankings? The most obvious difference is that for the season's rankings you just need a song. But for the singer, you need to perform live, and it's not easy to shine if you sing dryly. It's best to bring some unique features. In the hotel, Zhao Yingji's face turned pale. Isn't this too difficult? She only thought of making a name for herself through the music showdown in Wei continent, but had not expected that the music showdown would already have gained the attention of all continents. Top kings and queens of singing from all continents had arrived. Without even mentioning distant prospects, just Xu Yu alone was enough to overwhelm everyone. Jiang Kuei, the Yu dynasty's most talented, had previously lost to Xu Yu. In such a scenario, aside from the official representatives, who else from the Yu dynasty dare say they held a sure victory? Xia Fan, the least courageous, started to backpedal. "Shall we go back?" When it came to strength, Xia Fan was indeed the weakest in the Yu dynasty. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Now that we're here, why not try our hand at the challenge? Let's find a place to rehearse tomorrow." With so many big shots around, this can certainly be considered a grand gathering of the martial world of the music industry. Chapter 1142-998 Blue Song Olympics. It wasn't Xia Fan's fault for being nervous. Originally, with the strength of the Yu dynasty, challenging the title wasn't considered difficult. However, now that all the great kings and queens of singing have gathered in Wei continent, the intensity of the stage had dramatically increased, so much so that even Lin Yuan had to treat it with caution. Still, Lin Yuan didn't think this was a bad thing. The stronger the opponents they encountered, the higher the quality of the stage would be. Besides, he had made arrangements early on. He knew every person's style in the Yu dynasty like the back of his hand and was crystal clear about what song each could sing. Of course, rehearsals are possible. Xia Fan winked at Lin Yuan. But shouldn't we choose a piece first? Everyone burst into laughter. Chuan Jiu teased, "This is called strategic retreat. Xia Fan's earlier hesitation was feigned. She was waiting for Lin Yuan to take the lead. While the kings and queens of singing were indeed formidable, if they competed with Xian Yu's new work, it was uncertain whose game it would end up being. There indeed is a song, Lin Yuan said, but whether we can win depends on your own singing, as the opponents are, after all, the kings and queens of singing. No matter how good a song is, it depends on the singing. Different songs have different effects in different hands, a fact that everyone should understand. There's nothing to fear. Jiang Kuei's eyes sparkled brilliantly. Please leave teacher Shu Yu to me. Zhao Yingge chuckled. Who would dare to compete with you for the swan? Xia Fan clicked her tongue. It seems that having lost to the swan in our song, it became a thorn in our little Kuei's side. The Yu dynasty had participated in the variety show, Our Song, where Jiang Kuei reached the finals, but ultimately lost to the swan, Shu Yu, and burst into tears. What made her even more indelible was that her representative not only didn't comfort her, but also remarked that Shu Yu indeed sang better than her. This had become a thorn in Jiang Kuei's heart, stuck in her throat. She had been waiting for an opportunity to defeat the swan head-on. She wanted to prove to her representative that she was indeed very strong. Sun Yaohua said, "What if the swan fails in challenging the title?" Jiang Kuei shook her head. That's overthinking it. Though the stage is filled with masters, with teacher Shu Yu's ability, it's impossible for her to fail in challenging the title. Even though she considered her a rival, Jiang Kuei deeply trusted the swan's capabilities. Great! Sun Yaohua exclaimed loudly. This is also a perfect stage for the music world to witness the strength of the Yu dynasty. Hearing this, everyone nodded vigorously. Jiang Kuei choosing such a formidable opponent like the swan right from the start was a great motivation for everyone. The reputation of the Yu dynasty was well known, and no one wanted to tarnish the name of the Yu dynasty. This was a kind of team cohesion. Lin Yuan looked at the group, faces filled with fighting spirit, and felt a touch of emotion within his heart as he spoke with a smile. Our opponents are strong this time. You can tell me what song you need. The group was startled. Does the representative mean? A flicker of peculiarity crossed Lin Yuan's gaze. You can customize freely with me. It's okay to be a bit more detailed. For many years, whenever Lin Yuan needed any work, he would directly customize it with the system. Today, he had decided to act as the system for the Yu dynasty's singers, giving everyone an opportunity for free customization. The group was taken aback. Free customization with the representative? Wei Haoyun tried to speak up. I particularly like Jiang Kuei's wishing one lasts forever. Lin Yuan. How could Madame Haoyun throw a challenge at him right from the start? He couldn't help but cough. Although I've allowed you free customization, you also need to consider the compatibility of the style. The melody and singing style of that song don't match your voice. I didn't mean that, Wei Haoyun quickly said. I meant to say, I particularly love the lyrics of Song of Water, the way it combines poetry with music and interprets it. Speaking until the end, Wei Haoyun's voice lowered. Am I asking for too much? Madame Haoyun was somewhat nervous. Lin Yuan asked, how do you feel about drinking alone under the moon? Wei Haoyun's eyes brightened as she recited. Do you not see the yellow river flows from the sky, streaming to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the grief at the high hall's mirror, hair turning from black to snow with the passing day? I love it very much. Lin Yuan had written many lines of poetry at the poetry conferences. These lines were now no stranger to the public, and among them, Drinking Alone Under the Moon was particularly loved by countless people and highly praised. Wei Haoyun was not a student, and nobody forced her to memorize it, but she had memorized Drinking Alone Under the Moon completely, which showed her affection for the poem. As long as you like it. Lin Yuan looked at the song list in the system library and saw the Phoenix Legend had sung it in classic recital. A very successful creative attempt. Wei Haoyun's voice was full of resonance and breadth, displaying wide compatibility. Lin Yuan felt that she could definitely bring out the charm of this song. However, you will need a male partner. You could try with Fei Yang. Lin Yuan spoke with a smile. Fei Yang's voice could be thick or fine, truly living up to the name of Qin continent's top king of singing, making him a fine partner for Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun forced a smile. Could King Fei be content being my mere backdrop? I'd better find Yaohua. Sun Yaohua was very straightforward. I'm ready anytime. Lin Yuan said. All right then, I'll give you the song tomorrow. Unlike others, Sun Yaohua's voice had been enhanced through cheats by Lin Yuan, and in terms of sheer power, he was definitely no weaker than Fei Yang. It's just many people hadn't realized this yet. As everyone saw Wei Haoyun genuinely customizing the desired song, they became motivated, each gathering around Lin Yuan, proposing their own ideas for customized songs. Chapter 1143-998 Blue Song Olympics _2. After all the hassle, they finally decided on a song for each person. Sun Yaohua smiled and said, It looks like we won't be challenging the stage for a while. Why don't we go to this singer live show tomorrow to get a feel for the strength of these competitors? Sure, everyone agreed, and Lin Yuan nodded too. When they got off the plane today, Xu Yu said she was going to challenge the stage tomorrow, in such a hurry that she skipped rehearsal, and Lin Yuan wanted to see what was going on. I'll get the tickets, Sun Yaohua said. After everyone went back to their rooms to rest, Lin Yuan began to write songs, preparing tracks for himself and the other 6 people. It was quite a workload. The next day, around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan and the others entered the VIP section of the music arena. Looking around from the VIP room, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, This is some high-tech stage. Indeed, high-tech. The venue was a square space, one wall covered entirely with screens. Lin Yuan had never seen such a large screen in his life. It was impressive. With such a massive screen, Lin Yuan wondered how Wei Continent managed the pixel quality, guessing that watching a movie here must be exhilarating, with characters like King Kong appearing in actual size. The screen displayed a female singer's poster. The poster also had her name, Jean Mina. Jean Mina was the Saturday champion. There was also some information about her next to it. Wei Continent's Queen of Song. She had successfully defended her title for 2 matches, including the challenge performance. She had beaten Wei Continent's King of Singing at the end of the month, Wei Continent's King of Singing Huang Xiaotian, and Qi Continent's Queen of Singing Mi Qi. Jiang Kuei curiously asked, Is this Xu Yu's opponent for today? I suddenly feel like Xu Yu is in danger. Zhao Yingge looked at the champion's information and couldn't help clicking his tongue, genuinely touched by the challenge. Xu Yu is strong, but Jean Mina, having won 3 consecutive matches, defeating 2 kings of singing and 1 queen of singing, must be no easy opponent. At this moment, cheers erupted from the venue. Playing with her phone, Jiang Kuei perked up. Has it started? By now, the audience seats were filled. The screams were intermittent and relentless. Zhao Yingge shook her head. It's just the warm-up performance. The music arena was broadcast live. Only 1 show a day, but with a huge number of viewers, they couldn't just let everyone watch the stage, could they? The duration was too short. Thus, the music arena arranged for stars to perform. There were popular boy or girl groups, some top singers, and occasionally kings and queens of singing to warm up the crowd. This format was pretty good. Lin Yuan was in no rush, leisurely watching a girl group perform, feeling somewhat impressed by Wei Continent's music level. Like the girl group's performance before him, the rhythm of the dance music created a good atmosphere. The girls, sweat dripping as they danced and twisted, managed to keep their voices stable. Quite a feat. What amazed Lin Yuan the most was the venue's giant screen and the stage effects that combined to make it interesting. Although it wasn't as good as the effects of a Qin Continent's Spring Festival stage, it was certainly first-rate, with various spectacular visual effects maxed out. After a few performances, the atmosphere at the venue changed. The host's voice became emphatic. Ladies and gentlemen at the venue and watching on TV, our main event today is about to begin. At his words, the big screen split into 2. On the left was Jean Mina's poster, with the word champion written on it. On the right was Xu Yu's poster, with the words challenger written. The crowd went wild. Jean Mina, Jean Mina, Jean Mina, Jean Mina, as the champion, had already won 3 consecutive matches. The momentum from 3 consecutive wins, combined with her own appeal, it's no wonder the audience was so frenzied, a home field advantage unique to Wei Continent. After all, they were on Wei people's turf. Over 90% of the audience were Wei people. Wei Haoyun worriedly said, having home field advantage is a huge benefit. I hope Xu Yu isn't affected. The Yu dynasty were all Qin people. Compared to the Wei's Jean Mina, Everyone was obviously supporting Shuyu. Zhao Yinggu said, "This is a test for the singer themselves. We'll also have to face this disadvantage when playing away, but if you're mentally strong, it won't affect you, as this is a live broadcast. Audiences from all continents can vote. And you can vote too. Just go to the Music Arena's official website, and since it's linked to your ID, each person can only vote once." Is this being broadcast live? Are we on TV then? We're not on TV. This is a VIP room, meant for those who can't appear on TV. Why didn't Sun get regular tickets? It feels better to watch in the audience seating. There's a better atmosphere. After chattering for a while, Zhao Yinggu pulled up the external live broadcast on her phone. Interestingly, the live broadcast comments even showed the continents the viewers were from. Wei Continent's music arena had now become a grand entertainment event, watched by all continents. The comments section was bustling. Don't think Shuyu has no popularity in Wei Continent. Even viewers hardly recognize her. Shuyu was quite famous in the 4 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan. Since she had participated in The Masked Singer, by that time, the 4 continents had already merged. Go Shuyu. The White Swan rises. Teacher Shuyu, representing Qin Continent's Queen of Singing. Charge, Qin Continent. Home field advantage for Wei's singers is huge. Jean Mina is strong. She's performed in our Han Continent before. Chapter 1144-998 Blue Song Olympics _3. Among various bullet comments, many people were exclaiming in recognition of the celebrities. It turned out that many celebrities from different continents were seated in the front rows of the audience, even including the King and Queen of Singing. Clearly, the matchup between Shuyu and Jean Mina had piqued intense interest in many people. For example, a particular Queen of Singing. Some audience members suspected that she came to gather information on her opponents, potentially to launch a challenge later. And amidst various discussions, the performance finally began. Jean Mina, as the current champion, had the right to choose the singing order. She decided to sing first. Jean Mina's voice had an inexplicable charm. It felt incredibly enticing. The song Jean Mina chose was called Haitang. The song followed the plot of a music video. It was about an ancient emperor and a concubine named Haitang's love story. Her lyrics were from the perspective of the concubine, who used all means to seduce the emperor, only to find that she had fallen in love with him. She changed her mind, wanting to help this emperor turn the tables, but was unaware that the emperor had already seen through her identity. When she helped the emperor eliminate his rivals and wanted to confess everything, she was stabbed to death by the emperor with a dagger. The plot wasn't particularly thrilling, but the emotions were very intense. After the song finished, the whole place erupted. Lin Yuan couldn't help but remark, "Exceptionally talented." Lin Yuan had many vocal tones and could sing in a female voice too, but he couldn't imitate Jean Mina's enchanting voice. He was, after all, a man. Men can't sing with that kind of seductive allure. And the most impressive part of Jean Mina was the handling of the last part of the singing. The enticing feel vanished, replaced with relief and pain, as the voice suddenly shifted to a deep and affectionate female tone. Subsequently, Shuyu began to sing. If Jean Mina's voice took a seductive, enticing route that made one itch with fascination, then Shuyu's voice gave a very mellow feeling, like a breath of spring, warm and comfortable. Neither of these singers were high-pitched vocalists. Their styles seemed different, yet their understanding of singing converged in a similar way. Just like the two of them both considered singing as a display and interpretation of the emotions in the song. Like Jean Mina, after Shuyu finished her song, she also received countless applause. Even though the audience was from Wei Continent, it did not affect their respect for this queen of singing from Qin Continent. After both performances ended, the Yu dynasty fell silent. The capabilities of the two queens of singing put pressure on everyone. Lin Yuan spoke up. "It looks like our plan for the Yu dynasty to dominate the 7 arenas is going down the drain. Plans cannot keep up with changes. With all the kings and queens of singing gathered, it was nearly impossible for the Yu dynasty to achieve the feat of dominating all 7 arenas, even with Lin Yuan providing the songs." Everyone smiled wryly. They did not dwell too much on the issue. Wei Haoyun was a bit curious. Who will win? Even professional singers at that moment dared not easily make a judgment. Jiang Kuei, who had initially thought Shu Yu had a firm grip on victory, now looked hesitant. I guess it's hard to say. Sun Yaohua nodded. It depends on which style the audience prefers. Chun Jiu smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling a huge pressure. Didn't Zhao Yinggu say that Sunday would be the scariest? Today is only Saturday. Zhao Yinggu rolled her eyes. How was I to know all the kings and queens of singing from different continents would come here to join the fun? Xia Fan suddenly said, "It's out." Everyone immediately looked. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but pay curious attention. Because he too couldn't predict who would win. Both performers were excellent, but neither had reached their limit. Jean Mina was probably running out of pieces after several arena challenges. Shu Yu might have been underprepared, considering she had just arrived in Wei Continent yesterday and was performing today. On the big screen, the results showed Shu Yu narrowly won. Whoosh! The news instantly spread across the entire network. And just as Shu Yu won the arena, an unexpected event occurred. The Literature and Art Association officially wants to intervene in the music arenas, and like the Olympics, they will organize the Blue Song Olympics. Not only Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, Zhong Continent will also send their kings and queens of singing to participate, forming representative teams from each continent, and the location will be in Wei Continent. Blue Song Olympics? Isn't this just the musical version of the Olympics? A perfectly fine music arena. The Yu dynasty hadn't even officially participated, and it had turned into a major battle of singers sweeping across the 8 continents of Blue Star. Chapter 1145, 999. Selected for the coaching staff. What does the Literature and Art Association mean by this? I didn't quite understand. Blue Song Olympics. A knockoff Olympics for the music scene? The competition is indeed being organized following the Olympic standards, but the specifications are not as simple as you think. It's required that every continent send participants. Zhong Continent reacted the fastest and has already called upon top singers and maestros to prepare for battle. I heard that the rewards for the competition are also like the Olympics, including gold, silver, and bronze medals. Wow, the continents are just competing in singing. Singing can't be divided into a bunch of events like in the Olympics. Then, you're out of the loop. A friend from the Literature and Art Association leaked some info about the competition categories to me. They've got all kinds of music genres including pop, electronic, rock, rap, and folk, etc. Plus, there are categories based on vocal range, like bass, baritone, tenor face-offs, and even by format, like duets, choruses, and even trios and quartets, and so on. While the total number isn't as high as the Olympics, it's certainly not small. My goodness, is this for real? The official document from the Literature and Art Association is coming out soon. You'll see then. This Blue Song Olympics might just become the ultimate competition for us Blue Star musicians. Musicians from around the globe will be eager to participate. Shockwaves in all directions. Continents are trembling. Countless messages spread rapidly. And when the next day arrived, more concrete news came from the Literature and Art Association. This is an unprecedented music festival in the history of Blue Star. We hope this marks a great beginning for continents to compete and communicate through music. In competition, we should learn from each other's strengths and improve the musical culture of each continent. For this purpose, we grant each continent the authority to organize their contingents, teams, competition, deployment. This is straight out of the Olympics playbook. The comments in the streets were true. The Literature and Art Association is establishing the highest level of musical competition in Blue Star. At this moment, the entire music scene is shaken. Netizens from all continents are instantly fired up. The competitive spirit from the Olympics has returned. Meanwhile, powerhouse singers from all continents almost simultaneously express their willingness to participate in the Blue Song Olympics through various channels, including the King and Queen of Singing, who indicated via media they are ready to answer the call from their continents. This is the Blue Song Olympics we're talking about, the top musical event worldwide. Who wouldn't want to participate? Those singing show champions have nothing on this kind of premier music competition. Who can win an award at the Blue Song Olympics? That's an achievement one could boast about for a lifetime, especially for the King and Queen of Singing. King and Queen of Singing are already the highest honors they could receive. If there's an even higher honor, it would be the gold medal at the Blue Song Olympics. Among them, Yin Continent moved the fastest. On the morning of January 10th, Yin Continent officially announced that Team Yin Continent would be led by Maestro by Nya into battle. As soon as the news broke, the other continents were on high alert. Yin Continent is really going all out, aren't they? They've even brought out Bai Nya, the demon king among Yan's maestros. Hasn't Bai Nya retired for several years now? Retired or not, his caliber as head coach of Team Yin Continent is more than sufficient. Yin has stats showing that 80% of the songs covered by kings and queens of singing were written by Bai Nya. It feels like Mars has collided with Blue Star. Yin Continent has brought out Bai Nya. Can the other continents remain indifferent? Zhao Continent has teased an announcement. They're revealing their head coach tonight. Actually, there aren't many choices. The Blue Song Olympics involves too many categories and music types. This means the head coach must be a total all-rounder, proficient in every music type, and have a certain level of composing and arranging skills. Once you filter the options, you'll realize that maestros make the best team leaders since they generally have such capabilities. You've been proven wrong. What happened? The head coach selected by Wei Continent is the legendary singer Piao Kaiying, one of the few who has won the Queen of Singing title 4 times. But seriously? Aunt Piao. Apparently, Aunt Piao is not only invincible in singing, but also incredibly skilled in composition. It's quite normal for Wei Continent to choose her, and another advantage of having a singer as head coach is that she can directly guide the competitors in singing, even if her voice is not what it used to be. I'm starting to look forward to seeing who the other continents will choose for their teams. As Yin Continent and Wei Continent announced their head coaches, official channels from all continents became the focus of netizens' attention. Choosing this one, choosing that one. Netizens from different continents had differing opinions, passionately promoting their favored candidates. The names of many music industry bigwigs kept coming up, with calls for them growing louder and louder. On the flight from Wei Continent back to Qin Continent, Wei Haoyun couldn't help but laugh and cry. We haven't even started the competition, and we've been called back. Chun Jiu appeared contemplative. If you end up being selected, you'll have your chance in the ring. Sun Yaohua, on the other hand, turned to Lin Yuan. Are you going to join the coaching team? Indeed, Lin Yuan had received a summons from Qin Continent. An official person in charge from Qin Continent had contacted him personally, hoping he would join the Qin Continent team's coaching staff. Chapter 1146-999, selected for the coaching staff _2. To serve the continent. Lin Yuan was stunned for a long time upon receiving this message. To be exact, Lin Yuan hadn't yet recovered from the decision made by the Literature and Art Association. Blue Song Olympics? What was that? It took quite a while for Lin Yuan to realize this was a unique competition bred from the soil of Blue Star. This was clearly the Olympics. The 8 continents were akin to 8 countries vying for victory, with the difference being that the competitors were musicians, not athletes. Furthermore, others in the Yu dynasty had also received the message. There would be an internal selection to choose a group qualified to represent Qin Continent in battle, and they all had to undergo screening. No one would refuse. It was not just about bringing glory to the continent, but also about fighting for personal honor. Even just stepping onto the stage of the Blue Song Olympics was a kind of qualification in itself, even if the results were mediocre. The singer's desire to compete in the Blue Song Olympics was just like athletes longing to compete in the Blue Olympics. I should be joining the coaching team. Lin Yuan answered Sun Yaohua's question, though the decision was made with reluctance. Why the reluctance? Because Lin Yuan could completely participate as a competitor himself, but a coach could not compete. That was the regulation. He had to choose one or the other. With Lin Yuan's ability, he was confident that as a singer, he could win more than one gold medal for Qin Continent. However, in the end, Lin Yuan chose to be a coach, not only because being a coach had strategic significance for the team of Qin Continent, but also because of a particular rule of the Blue Song Olympics regarding the competitors. A single competitor could participate in a maximum of 4 events. After all, many singers excelled in various types of music, like Fei Yang, the quietest ballads, the loudest rock, the most popular pop, and so on. He could sing them all well. There were quite a few such kings and queens of singing, neither too many nor too few, which is why such a restriction had been established. Lin Yuan felt like he had been restricted the most, and quite severely at that. Even Dao Mei hadn't been cut down this badly. Since that was the case, he might as well join the coaching group, especially since the official recruitment had expressed this intention. As for the music arena, that would definitely have to be set aside. The importance of the Blue Song Olympics was clear. Over the years, Lin Yuan, as a Qin person, had developed a sort of regional sentiment. Since he was from Qin continent, of course, he wanted to contribute to the music of Qin continent. Because for the music of each continent, it was a concept of shared glory or shared disgrace. If Qin continent performed poorly at the Blue Song Olympics, the entire Qin music industry would lose face, and no one would be spared. Lin Yuan was well aware of this. Qin continent. Inside a certain building. As soon as Lin Yuan walked in, he saw the room was full of maestros, like cabbages on the side of the street, and the kind nobody wanted to buy. Yin Dong, Zheng Jing, Lu Sheng, Yang Zhoming. All of Lin Yuan's acquaintances were there. The maestros of Qin continent had almost all arrived. Noticing that no one was sitting to the right of teacher Yang Zhoming, Lin Yuan went over. Is there a meeting? Yang Zhoming shook his head. We'll be casting anonymous votes in a moment. Lin Yuan was taken aback. A middle-aged man in a suit entered. I am Qin Feng, the Deputy Director of the Literature and Art Association's Qin Continent branch. Today, we have invited everyone to cast a fair vote to select the head coach for the Blue Song Olympics. How about considering me? Lu Sheng half-jokingly, half-seriously joked, prompting quite a bit of laughter. Zheng Jing was blunt. I saw online they call you little salty fish. Lu Sheng corrected. Little Xianyu, not little salty fish. The crowd teased. With your capabilities, you're at best a salty fish. All right then. Jokes aside, when it came time to count the votes, Lu Sheng indeed received quite a few, ranking second. The person with the highest number of votes was Yang Zhoming. This wasn't something that carried much suspense. In the professional circles, Yang Zhoming was a top-level big shot, and the maestros were all aware of the gap between themselves and him. Now that it involved the entire Qin music industry, everyone dared not harbor too much selfishness. Although nearly every person present coveted the position of head coach for the Qin continent team. Of course, that did not include Lin Yuan. Not that Lin Yuan did not want to be the head coach. The main reason was that Lin Yuan knew he wasn't qualified. The position of the coach for the Qin team involved too many aspects, including countless experiences in music. Lin Yuan had the system's help, and his own music cultivation had improved greatly over the years, but compared to a grandmaster like Yang Zhoming, there was still a significant gap. He knew this well, so when voting, he did not hesitate to write down Uncle Yang's name. Teacher Yang Zhoming, would you like to say a few words? The Literature and Art Association's Deputy Director of Music, Qin Feng, smiled. You are now our Qin continent's Grand Marshal for the expedition. Okay. Yang Zhoming did not decline and stood up to speak. Thank you all for your support. I accept the role of Grand Marshal, but I'll need a few generals. Qin Feng said. Pick them. Yang Zhoming's gaze swept across the crowd. Lu Sheng, Zheng Jing, Yin Dong. He named 8 people in a row, and lastly looked at Lin Yuan beside him, and Xianyu. Yang Zhoming had selected 9 coaches. Those who had not been named had various expressions. Some were indifferent, some disappointed, and some slightly resentful or even disagreeing. Pretending not to see the faces around him, Yang Zhoming turned to the rest. The rest of you don't think about slacking off. Later, we'll have a meeting where everyone will join different events according to their expertise, given the hundreds of coaching positions available. The coaching members from all the continents were successively announced. Qin continent. Online. The netizens were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Chapter 1147-999. Selected for the coaching staff _3. Our continent still hasn't announced it. Zhong continent seems to have not announced it either. I don't care about Zhong continent. I just want to know who will lead our continent and who is in the coaching team right now. Wonder Lu has to be there, right? Maybe. Wonder Lu will be the leader. I think teacher Yang Zhoming is more likely to lead the team. I support Father Yang. Speaking of Father Yang, will Xianyu be in the coaching team? That might be a bit of a stretch. Xianyu doesn't have enough experience. Looking at the other continents' coaching teams, The youngest coach is also over 30. Xian, you should probably join the composition team. Singers from all continents will need a lot of new songs for the competition. Just at this moment, Qin Continent's officials finally announced the coaching team. Whoosh! The netizens of Qin Continent erupted. Xianyu. There's actually Xianyu. Fish Papa is mighty. I thought Fish Papa would be a contestant. Fish Papa is so unique. He can be both a contestant and a coach. He must be the youngest grade 1 coach in the coaching teams of all the continents, right? What does a music team's coach do? With Fish Papa's sharp tongue in The Masked Singer, what do you think he's going to do? Ha 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 ha. I feel sorry for the singers under Fish Papa. Father Yang is taking command, huh? Is he going to be a match for those old guys from Banya? I heard from a friend in the music circle that Yang Zhongming's status in the industry is much higher than ordinary people imagine. We don't understand professional matters, but there must be enough reasons for choosing Father Yang. Qin Continent is the land of music, and we have so many talented composers. Only Zhong Continent is a bit stronger than us, but we don't know by how much until we compare, right? The other continents also saw the list from Qin Continent. It had to be said that the reputation of the land of music, Blue Star, was still very resounding. When simulating hypothetical enemies, the top target was Zhong Continent, and the secondary target was Qin Continent. Yin Continent. Banya laughed. It is indeed him. At the same time, several voices arose in the other continents. No surprise there. He's not easy to deal with. Don't overcomplicate things. There are many factors that affect success or failure. The key is still the singer's performance. That's true. Even with a great song, if the singer goes off pitch, they'll be eliminated with a low score. Have you noticed this person? Xianyu. Didn't expect Xianyu to be in the coaching team, too. Qin Continent really values the youngest maestro of Blue Star. I wonder which category he will coach. Zhong Continent. In a certain conference room, a voice spoke up. So, Abigail will lead the team? I will take it seriously. A man with slightly graying hair spoke, none other than one of Blue Star's top maestros, Abigail. Beside him, a man of a similar age laughed. You really can't stop thinking about Yang Zhongming, can you? I'm giving up this position for you, but don't flip over in the end. Besides having to win, you owe me a favor. I know, Abigail responded indifferently. At that moment, in the room's highest seat, a voice suddenly said, There's someone called Xianyu in Qin Continent's coaching team. Take note. I know of him. Abigail remembered that night at the Golden Hall, when Nocturne made its stunning debut. A very impressive young man. This person organized a local spring festival gala, and it made our Zhong Continent lose face for the first time. That voice said with a hint of laughter. Once is enough for such an incident. Don't disappoint the higher-ups at the Blue Song Olympics. I am Abigail. Abigail spoke, as if delivering the most powerful assurance. Chapter 1148, 1,000 chapters, peaches and plums all over the world. You all need to join the pre-selection team. In a certain room, Lin Yuan said to the people of the Yu dynasty, getting on the list isn't an issue. But to represent and to become official members, that might be a bit difficult. And as for a gold medal or something, our abilities are still lacking. Don't set your expectations for us too high. I'm afraid only Jiang Kuei and Yao Hu are confident in achieving results. Everyone felt uneasy. Although the abilities of the people of the Yu dynasty were not bad, they were not considered exceptional in the Blue Song Olympics. In the entire Yu dynasty, only Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua had the potential to achieve results in such a competitive event. The rest, even if they were to participate, would only be considered junior level. Lin Yuan, however, was uncharacteristically resolute, staring at the crowd. We have half a month before the official selection starts. During this half month, I will take time to arrange special training for you. Everyone was surprised. It seemed the representative had high hopes for everyone's participation in the competition. Biting his teeth, Chunjiu suddenly said, I understand. The others looked at each other and nodded seriously. All right. At that moment, there seemed to be a change in the vigor and spirit of the crowd. What the people of the Yu dynasty couldn't see was that several lines of blue subtitles appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Task name, Blue Song Olympics. Task content, lead the Yu dynasty and the Qin Continent team to achieve good results in the Blue Song Olympics. Rewards will be settled after the event concludes. Task reward, to be determined. Task note, the teacher's halo status is temporarily enhanced. While teaching others, the host will become a true strict teacher. The stricter you demand from the contestants, the more potential you can stimulate in them, allowing the contestants to improve rapidly within a short time. Special effect prop. The store opens a limited edition vocal skill enhancement prop for the Yu Dynasty. Yes, a task. Even though it was unclear what the rewards were, Lin Yuan had a feeling that this task was definitely worth a shot. The system was reliable. To help his own task proceed more smoothly, the system had even temporarily upgraded his teacher's halo, the kind that could stimulate a singer's potential. Such an opportunity was too rare. Even without rewards, Lin Yuan would seize it. It was known that the abilities of the King of Singing and Queen of Singing were largely set. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for the King and Queen of Singing to improve anymore. Now, Lin Yuan had the system's temporarily enhanced teacher's halo, the effects of which were simply extraordinary, as it could stimulate a singer's potential. Did this not mean, even if it were the King or Queen of Singing, after training with Lin Yuan, they could make significant gains? Not to mention the system had also introduced exclusive special effect props tailored for the Yu Dynasty. This meant that Lin Yuan could use a pay-to-win method to enhance the abilities of the people from the Yu Dynasty. However, Lin Yuan did not rush to use the props that could enhance everyone's singing abilities. He wanted to try the effects of the system's temporarily upgraded teacher's halo first. Let's begin our special training right now. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Yuan activated the teacher's halo. In an instant, Lin Yuan's mind became crystal clear, as if even his eyes were sparkling with rationality and wisdom, showing little emotion. The people of the Yu Dynasty shivered inexplicably as they watched Lin Yuan at this moment. It was hard to describe their feeling at the time. The representative before them was still the same one, but somehow he seemed different. The next day, Qin Continent Music Center. Inside a spacious conference room, including Yang Zhongming, 10 maestros gathered together. Lin Yuan sat among them, being one of the core coaching team members handpicked by Yang Zhongming. The Qin Continent team had already been divided into ranks internally. Yang Zhongming was the head coach of the entire Blue Song Olympics Qin Continent team. The 9 people, including Lin Yuan, were the master coaches, second only to the head coach. Below the master coaches were the ordinary coaches. Today's meeting, which the ordinary coaches weren't qualified to attend, was a work division meeting for the core coaching team. Yang Zhongming said, "Take a look at these project lists." Someone distributed the project lists. Lin Yuan looked at the project list in his hands, somewhat surprised. The Blue Song Olympics was indeed the biggest and most extravagant event in the history of the music industry. The competition's categories were simply too many: pop, folk, rap, ancient style, rock. These were pretty standard. Then there were categories like duets, choruses, triplets, quartets, quintets, bel canto, tenors, baritones, basses, and so on. Just singing? Of course not. There were also musical instrument competitions. All the mainstream instruments were included, such as the Chinese zither, guzheng, eru, and so on. Modern instruments like the piano, cello, violin, etc. go without saying. In the end, the Blue Song Olympics had set up a total of 108 large and small events. Some categories were derived from larger ones, similar to how, in sports, table tennis could be split into singles and doubles and further divided into men's and women's divisions, creating a multitude of gold, silver, and bronze medals. Music could also be divided in this fashion. Just look at the partnership categories, for instance, male-to-male duets, male-to-female duets, and even female-to-female duets. Lu Sheng spoke, 108 events, including you, the head coach. There are only 10 of us in total, and it is impossible to cover every single event. Moreover, some of the music types are beyond my expertise. For instance, I know nothing about the violin. Yang Zhongming said, some of us are proficient. Maestro Yi Zhiqiu said, like myself. Yang Zhongming nodded. I chose you few as master coaches because of your own level of expertise, and also because you can cover a wide range of events. Furthermore, each team within has their own coaches leading them. You master coaches just need to grasp the overall direction, and before the competition officially starts, your task is to give lessons to different teams, to train their skills and understand each individual's style, so as to determine suitable entries for them. Chapter 1149, 1000 chapters, peaches and plums all. Over the world _2. Why are the core coaching teams of each continent mostly made up of maestros? Because in the Blue Song Olympics, one aspect is whether the singer's own level excels, and the other is the level of the piece. The ability and vision of maestros are key to a singer's victory, especially when the singer's levels are not much different. Whichever side has the better piece, that side will have an easier time gaining the upper hand. This is why the status of Blue Star maestros is so esteemed. There are far more people who can sing than those who can compose. Moreover, most Blue Star maestros like to be involved in the actual production of pieces. Taking on the attributes of music producers, their work is no longer just about songwriting. However, compared to the participating singers from each continent, there are certainly not enough maestros. Fortunately, the reserve forces in each continent are impressive. Some potential maestros also have very high levels. Just like that, the meeting went on for 2 hours. 2 hours later, just before the meeting adjourned, Yang Zhongming suddenly said, "Zhong Continent's head coach leading the team is Abigail." Everyone's faces tensed up. In the following days, each continent began its vigorous selection of team members. From time to time, news came out, for instance, which singer was selected for a certain event. At the same time, Qin Continent's selection also began. Head coach Yang Zhongming was in charge, with Lin Yuan and the other 9 master coaches assisting, and over 100 professional coaches serving as judges. King of singing, queen of singing, first rate, even second and third rate, and so on. Singers who believed in their own capabilities all participated in the selection. During this process, apart from the likes of Fei Yang and Xu Yu, who easily got selected as king and queen of singing, the entire Yu dynasty also made the cut. This was within Lin Yuan's expectations. King and queen of singing aside, even a group of first-rate singers from the Yu dynasty had no trouble entering the preliminary selection with their eyes closed. The real challenge lay in becoming official team members. Yes, this was just the selection. Passing the selection merely meant becoming a preliminary squad member. Who would become an official team member still depended on the actual performance. Who wouldn't want a chance at the Blue Song Olympics? The internal competition and strife were extremely fierce, as there were only so many official spots for each event. Outside world, the center of attention, plenty of official journalists were deployed, constantly sending out frontline news. The Qin continent forums were continuously updated with information about the Qin team for the Blue Song Olympics. 2 weeks later, the large list of preliminary teams was announced. Countless netizens from Qin continent watched immediately. Fei Yang got in. The White Swan. 2. The entire Yu dynasty advanced. If the Yu dynasty couldn't even make it into the preliminaries, they would have been mixing in the crowd for nothing all these years. So many kings and queens of singing. The Qin continent song and dance troupe also got selected. There are a lot of potential masters in official organizations like the Qin continent song and dance troupe, some of whom are as good as kings and queens of singing despite their low profiles. This is even more exaggerated. The Qin Continent Literature and Art Association's singing group. The Literature and Art Association has branches in all continents. I didn't expect even the branches to send people to participate. That's so freaking hardcore. A conglomeration of experts. Our Qin Continent is too fierce. Not just Qin Continent. The large rosters of the other continents were also announced. But these were just the preliminaries. The real roster would need further deliberation. Just like the individual or even pair events at the Blue Olympics. With so many people in a single continent team, not everyone could participate, right? Nevertheless, this did not prevent the major continents from making strategic deployments. Some continents had already begun studying those strongest opponents in advance, because some top singers were bound to compete. Like on the side of Qin Continent, people like Fei Yang, Xu Yu, they're definitely the focus of research for the major continents because these are the ones who are sure to compete. Furthermore, even Zhang Kuei, Sun Yaohua, and anyone who has reached the level of king or queen of singing have also attracted attention from the other continents. The hot candidates from each continent are all very strong. This guy from Zhao Continent, it said that he once won a championship in a major competition in Zhong Continent. Although not well known, his strength is terrifying. This Jean Mina from Wei continent is also formidable. Jean Mina is indeed powerful, but Shu Yu from Qin continent is stronger. They've competed on the music battleground before, and Shu Yu won. That's not necessarily the case. Defending in a contest is a round-robin battle. Do you understand that concept? It's really hard to say. There are many factors that can affect a contest, like an incredibly strong maestro or a singer's beyond exceptional vocal cords, and so on. Isn't the strongest Zhong continent? Zhong continent's team is filled with heavyweights. We can't compare with them. If we can compete with the land of music, that wouldn't be too bad. That's right, don't compare with Zhong continent. If we can't defeat Zhong continent, at least we have some hope of winning against the land of music. The Blue Song Olympics preliminaries start on April 15th. Each continent had a little over 2 months to prepare, which seemed a bit tight. Yang Zhongming integrated the singers, letting everyone go into their respective specialties and receiving internal training. The first few days were led by the coaches, and after several days, master coaches also began to be arranged to teach in various project groups. As one of the 9 master coaches, Lin Yuan was naturally no exception. His first class was with the pop team. Before him, people like Lu Sheng had already taught lessons. Pop was, after all, a large category, so the number of people was very high. Lin Yuan glanced over and saw a crowd of easily over 100 people staring at him. Among them, members of the Yu dynasty were all present. There were also Fei Yang and Shu Yu, among others. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and directly opened the teacher's halo. Down below, next to Wei Haoyun, a familiar singer laughed and said, "Is Teacher Admirable Fish's lecture super gentle?" Chapter 1150, 1000 chapters, peaches and plums all over the world _3. Wei Haoyun's complexion changed, and his voice sounded somewhat strange. It used to be. Used to be? The singer was stunned, but then Lin Yuan called him out directly. "Wei Haoyun, Lu Yan, do you two want to go out and have a talk?" Indifferent. Serious. Lin Yuan stared at the two of them, his face expressionless. Lu Yan awkwardly stuck out her tongue, while Wei Haoyun covered his mouth with both hands, obediently admitting defeat. The scene became noisy. Everyone was surprised at how serious Xian Yu was. Being directly named, Wei Haoyun, a familiar member of the Yu dynasty, and Lu Yan, whom he did not know well, were criticized right from the start. Many did not know. Actually, the Yu dynasty had been following Lin Yuan for intensive training recently and had indeed suffered a lot. Once the representative started teaching, he seemed to become another person, very serious and even somewhat indifferent. However, thinking of something, a look of expectation flashed in Wei Haoyun's eyes, not feeling down due to being called out. On the other hand, Lu Yan didn't dare to make a sound for a long time. Class begins. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he finally began to lecture. Fei Yang watched Xian Yu on stage with a complex expression. He had never thought that he would sit like a student below the stage one day, listening to the others lecture. If it was in the past, Fei Yang would definitely not have accepted this. However, at this moment, there was no resistance in Fei Yang's heart. Besides the seasonal rankings, the other parties seemed to have always treated him quite well. Instead of those messy thoughts, Fei Yang was more curious. He was curious about what Xian Yu's teaching would be like. In his imagination, Xian Yu's music was so powerful, his teaching must be very impressive, right? Must have many unique viewpoints, right? Must have opinions that could make one ponder, right? However, after listening for 10 minutes, a hint of disappointment inevitably passed through Fei Yang's eyes. How to put it? Xian Yu's teaching was not bad, but as he listened all the way, it seemed there was nothing special. It was just like the lessons other maestros taught. Speaking of principles everyone understood. Oh, wrong. There was something special. The first special aspect was that Xian Yu liked to demonstrate. His singing was terrifying, the kind that even scared himself. For instance, when Xian Yu spoke about how a certain lyric should be sung to sound the best, he directly demonstrated, causing all the singers present to feel their scalps tingle. It was more perverted than his singing skills during The Masked Singer. If he entered the competition as a contestant, everyone could buy their tickets home early. This was a capability that other maestros didn't have and could not adopt as a teaching method. Calling it special was not an exaggeration. The second special aspect was seriousness. Actually, those previous maestros were also very serious when teaching. But Xian Yu's seriousness seemed different from others. He didn't scold anyone, didn't say anything too harsh, and had a quite mild temper, but he just exuded a sense of seriousness. It was like an inexplicable authority, or even pressure, the kind that made everyone unconsciously slow their breathing. The whole classroom was eerily silent. After attending so many classes, Xian Yu's was the quietest. He spoke in a very normal tone, but it just gave people an extreme sense of danger. Fei Yong even thought back to the 3rd grade in elementary school, when one day he forgot to do his homework, and after the teacher counted the number of homework books, she suddenly asked calmly, "Still one missing. Who hasn't turned it in?" Fei Yong didn't know why he made this association. What made Fei Yong feel even stranger was that despite being somewhat distracted, he didn't miss any of Xian Yu's words. He absorbed every single word. Really strange. Fei Yong listened to the lecture while thinking, it's all the same old stuff that other maestros have droned on about. Swoosh. Suddenly, as if a flash of lightning streaked through his mind, following a certain explanation from Xian Yu, a problem that had troubled Fei Yong for 2 years seemed to be gradually unraveling. Lin Yuan, unaware of these, continued teaching. Fei Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and when Lin Yuan finished that key point, he had an epiphany. What Fei Yong didn't know was, not only him, but many others in the audience showed similar changes in expression, with the wind sneaking into the night, nurturing all things silently. Many people couldn't quite say since when, but Xian Yu's words suddenly seemed like a supreme truth. Everyone had their doubts about music. Those doubts might be knots that persisted for 1, 2 years, or even longer, and couldn't be untangled. But today, Xian Yu was unraveling some people's knots in the simplest of ways. That was why, after being called out, Wei Haoyun's eyes held only anticipation. The Yu dynasty had been undergoing this kind of intensive training recently. The representatives' lessons had a kind of magic power, capable of helping everyone solve many problems they couldn't figure out. The charm of music was not merely reflected in singing prowess. With the same decent singing skills, some could sing in a way that moved listeners to tears with overflowing emotions, while others might just make listeners feel, this person sings really well. Under the guidance of the teacher's halo, Lin Yuan had very clear thoughts. He couldn't expect to improve a singer's skills in 2 months. What he could enhance was everyone's aesthetic appreciation of music, understanding of performance, and the use of emotions, among other things. These improvements, if elevated, might shock people even more than enhance singing skills. This was Lin Yuan's first class for the Qin continent team. It was also the beginning of Xian Yu moving towards a legacy that fills the skies. Not long after this class, Xian Yu's class suddenly became highly sought after. Among the other leading 9 master bishops, not one had a classroom more popular than his. Even though while he was teaching, the scene was always eerily quiet. Chapter 1151-1001 Bishop Fish's teaching. A certain top-tier singer was chatting with a companion. I don't know if you've ever felt this way, but Teacher Admirable Fish's classes are really special. Hiss. The companion responded immediately, as if struck by the comment. I thought it was just me. Do you feel the same? Perhaps the voice was too loud. Several other top-tier singers joined in, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Teacher Admirable Fish's class. The class I love attending the most is Teacher Admirable Fish's. Although he only teaches 1 lesson a day, every lesson is immensely beneficial to me. Right? The things he talked about in yesterday's class completely opened my eyes. You all feel this way? Apart from being a bit sharp-tongued, Teacher Admirable Fish teaches exceptionally well. The thing I look forward to the most every day now is his class. Even if I'm finally not able to officially compete for the Qin continent team, just having gained from Teacher Admirable Fish's classes makes the trip worthwhile. Nearby, Fei Yong passed by and heard this conversation, which stirred a tempest in his heart. Indeed, his feelings were not unique. The fact that Teacher Admirable Fish's classes could bring such great benefits even to someone like him, a king of singing, was incredible. Fei Yong had almost forgotten the last time he improved because, for many singing kings and queens, they had found no way to better themselves. Fei Yong even thought his level of skill would remain the same for life. Yet, teacher Admirable Fish's classes had given Fei Yong a sense of progress and improvement that had long been missing, and that was an unbelievable affair. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind Fei Yong. "It's like magic, isn't it?" Fei Yong turned his head and saw it was Shu Yu. Shu Yu's eyes twinkled. "If I hadn't attended teacher Admirable Fish's class, I really couldn't imagine that there would be anyone else in the world who could elevate our skills once more." What did this mean? Fei Yong and Shu Yu were both acutely aware. It wasn't just them. The effectiveness of teacher Admirable Fish's classes had spread among all the first-line singers. This was also why teacher Admirable Fish's classes quickly became so sought after. The core coaching group was busy, not only teaching classes, but also songwriting. They collected the songs created by the maestros and then filtered through them. The best of these songs were given to the singers for the competition. Additionally, the core coaching group had meetings every day. At the moment, Yang Zhongming was leading a meeting with the 9 master coaches. During the meeting, they talked about the effectiveness of the lessons. Zheng Jing said with a smile, "All of us combined aren't as popular among the singers as Little Fish." "Yes." Lu Xing looked at Lin Yuan. "I'm just a little curious about how you're so good at teaching." Yin Dong also expressed admiration. "The key thing is, the results really show." "I'm convinced." One of the Qin continent maestros, who had been surpassed by Lin Yuan more than once on the seasonal charts, self-deprecatingly joked, "We're all master coaches, so why is there such a big gap when it comes to teaching?" Everyone laughed. This was clearly a line from Begging for Living. Lin Yuan also showed a smile that revealed 8 teeth. He knew exactly why his classes were so successful. The system had given him a temporary boost to the teacher's halo, and with the already formidable buff enhanced, the effectiveness of his classes was naturally outstanding. As for being too strict with his students, Lin Yuan didn't mind it. Master is there to impart wisdom, educate, and resolve doubts. Whether one is stern or not isn't the point. What matters is whether there is substance. All right. After the group had laughed and joked for a while, Yang Zhongming, who was chairing the meeting, reminded them, "There will be reporters coming here for a set visit today, so be sure to cooperate with them." Everyone nodded. The news that reporters were going to visit the Qin continent's Blue Song Olympics team had already spread. In fact, all continents were acting in concert recently. There were similar publicity phases for everyone. For a moment, netizens of Qin continent were all paying close attention. Netizens from other continents, however, didn't pay much attention to the affairs of Qin continent. The Blue Song Olympics was a special event, and currently, every continent was mainly focused on following the news of their own competitors. Like on Earth, we, the home of flower planting, only care about how the athletes of the Celestial Dynasty are preparing. Few care about how foreign athletes are getting ready. Amidst this attention, the official set visit began. Representatives from major Qin continent media outlets entered the music hall where the Qin singers were preparing. The vast space, numerous rooms, instruments found everywhere, professional music-related facilities. Well-known big-name Qin singers whom the viewers were very familiar with were all meticulously preparing under the guidance of their coaches. Reporters were visiting each project one by one. While visiting, the reporters were also introducing the situation to the audience along the way. The staff responsible for leading the way said, "Up ahead is the pop music group. The pop music group should currently be led by Bishop Fish." The reporters chuckled, "Bishop Fish." The staff member laughed as well. Coach envying Fish is too long, so everyone likes to call him Bishop Fish. During the conversation, the reporters entered the pop music group. The audience watching the live stream immediately perked up. "Is Fish Papa leading pop?" "Bishop Fish, haha. So many big names in the pop group. Fei Yong is there. Shu Yu is there too. Several of the Yu dynasty. What are they doing? Wow, why does it look like he's giving a lecture?" Lin Yuan had activated his teacher's halo, and at that moment, he was somewhat angry. The pop group had just undergone a trial singing, and the results were far from satisfactory to Lin Yuan. Beside him, a staff member came over and whispered, "There are reporters coming in for a set visit. They're live broadcasting." Chapter 1152, 1012. Lin Yuan didn't look at the reporters. Instead, he stared at the hundreds of singers on site, his expression showing little soothe. At this moment, All the singers from the pop group stood up, forming several rows. Fei Yang and Xu Yu, among the strongest singers, stood prominently in the first row. Lin Yuan began, I don't know what the scoring criteria are for the Blue Song Olympics, but if I were a judge, with your recent performances, you wouldn't get many points from me. A group of singers bowed their heads. The adjacent staff twitched nervously, glancing at the reporters filming beside them, wishing they could cut off the live broadcast. Good gracious. It just so happened to capture the scene of Bishop Fish scolding people. Would this negatively impact how the audience sees this? No, wait. The staffer felt helpless because the audience had already seen it. The live broadcast had no delay. The scene of Lin Yuan's dressing down was fully witnessed by the viewers. Uft, is he really scolding them? This is the first time I've seen Fish Papa so serious. So scary. Suddenly reminds me of my math teacher. All these famous singers are just taking the scolding. Fish Papa is so brave. Scolding hundreds of celebrities without a miss, huh? The audience was wide-eyed. Lin Yuan's lecture had just begun when he turned to a small figure in the first row. Jiang Kuei, your recent trial singing was weak, like a primary line singer. Primary line singers on site. Not highly damaging, but extremely insulting. Viewers watching the broadcast. Uft, weak like a primary line singer? That wasn't a dig at Jiang Kuei. He criticized all primary line singers using her. Poison tongue. Why do I feel like laughing at this? Is this the Fish Papa I know? Jiang Kuei hung her head, looking utterly aggrieved, while the reporters eagerly arranged for close-up shots of her. The perfect aggrieved.jpg Jiang Kuei edition meme. After scolding Jiang Kuei, Lin Yuan continued, I believe you all understand. I'm very dissatisfied with you. What are you looking at Jiang Kuei for? I'm talking about you, Xu Yu. My goodness. Scolding Jiang Kuei wasn't enough. Even Xu Yu is being scolded? She isn't one of your Yu dynasty, is she? Reporters snapped Xu Yu's reaction immediately. However, to the surprise of both reporters and the audience, the so-called ill-tempered swan Xu Yu, when singled out by teacher Admirable Fish, showed neither dissatisfaction nor defiance, but silently averted her gaze under Lin Yuan's direct stare. Lin Yuan didn't care about the media or the live broadcast. With the teachers, halo shining brightly, he stepped into the role of a master. In the eyes of a serious and responsible master, no student is beyond criticism. He was very dissatisfied with Xu Yu for a simple reason. Because Xu Yu was not serious. She thought she was above primary line singer level, and her trial singing was half-hearted. With Lin Yuan's exceptionally keen eye, he could see through anyone who trained half-heartedly, which is why he spoke so bluntly. If you can't cut it, get lost and let someone else take over. Singing Queen. The last thing we lack here are kings and queens of singing. After Lin Yuan's lecture, Xu Yu was biting her lips tightly. The audience was convinced. Is this my proud swan? My goodness. Even facing the maestro, Xu Yu wouldn't be this timid, right? Different from the previous Master Bishop sessions, the singers were very active then. Why is the style so strict here? So many top-tier celebrities together and no one dares to rebel. Ha ha. That line is too perfect. The last thing we lack here are kings and queens of singing. However, the lecture was not yet over. After criticizing the white swan, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards Fei Yang. Fei Yang and Xu Yu had the same problem. Did you and Xu Yu conspire to hoodwink me together? Fei Yang lowered his head, not daring to retort in the slightest. Lin Yuan was still glaring at the other person, right now, besides being Qin continent's top-ranked king of singing, you have no other titles. Fei Yang hung his head even lower. Lin Yuan swept his gaze across everyone. Each and every one of you is nothing. The audience in front of the TV went crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Apart from being Qin continent's top king of singing, you are nothing? Poor King Fei. The mighty overlord has fallen to this. Admirable Fish. No wonder you've always been the perennial runner-up. Ha ha. Bishop Fish is so powerful. The return of the Prince of Lanling, and even harsher than before. He's not leaving any face for them at all. Prince of Lanling, Admirable Fish is online. All kings and queens of singing punished to stand. With so many people, why doesn't anyone dare to rebel? Even a maestro wouldn't dare to curse at hundreds of big names to their faces, right? No one felt that there was anything inappropriate about the situation. It was quite normal for a coach to criticize for poor performance. What everyone found strange was that this group of big shots was being disciplined by admirable fish, and they didn't dare to utter a single word of disagreement. Each one hung their heads, like students who were caught skipping class. Even a maestro couldn't possibly keep so many top-class singers in line all at once. And what amused everyone the most were the venomous words from admirable fish. Things like, weak as a top-tier singer. Things like, the one thing the team isn't short of is kings and queens of singing. Things like, apart from being Qin continent's top-ranked king of singing, you're nothing. All these accolades that were the pinnacle of honor in the music industry seemed trivial from the mouth of admirable fish. The scolding went on for a full 15 minutes. Only after 15 minutes did Lin Yuan stop. Reporters wanted to interview him, but one glance from Lin Yuan made them silently withdraw a couple of steps. They filmed Lin Yuan's retreating figure and then turned their cameras to the singers. How should they put it? These were Qin continent's top-tier singers, most of whom were there. Yet, at this moment, the audience couldn't see even a glint of their former shine. These people felt like frostbitten eggplants, utterly wilted. A reporter caught one of the singers for an interview. "Why were you criticized by teacher Admirable Fish?" The singer replied like a school kid who made a mistake, didn't sing well. Fei Yang was also pulled aside for an interview. "Do you ever have conflicts with the head coach during training?" Fei Yang retorted, "Why would there be conflicts?" The reporter was puzzled. "I saw everyone getting a talking to from the head coach." Fei Yang said irritably, "Isn't it normal for a student to be scolded by a teacher for making mistakes? Weren't you ever criticized by your teacher when you were in school?" After rebuffing the reporter, Fei Yang turned and walked away. The reporter stood stunned for a long time, then suddenly realized that Fei Yang referred to Admirable Fish not as the head coach, but as a teacher. Was he willingly calling himself a student? This behind-the-scenes live broadcast quickly spread throughout Qin continent. The many memorable lines from Admirable Fish's scolding were widely circulated. "Ha ha ha, yes. Fish Papa's scolding is too powerful. Things like the team not lacking kings and queens of singing. Why do I feel like it's a brag? The pop division is indeed full of kings and queens of singing." This scolding session, there's a lot to unpack. I believe many can figure out the underlying message. Fish Papa holds a lot of prestige among the singers. Otherwise, how could this group of music industry bigwigs just stand there and let him scold them? The most noteworthy thing is actually what Fei Yang said. He said he's the student, Admirable Fish is the teacher, and it's only right for a teacher to scold a student. Those who don't know might think all these people have joined the Yu dynasty. Apart from the Yu dynasty, I can't think of anyone else who would dare to scold them to their faces. And this is much harsher than the Prince of Lanling era. Inside the music hall, the core coaching staff meeting, everyone looked at Lin Yuan with a mix of laughter and chagrin. "You really didn't leave any face for those singers, did you? Face can be earned for oneself." Lin Yuan didn't feel he had done anything wrong, even though he had temporarily turned off his teacher's halo. If they win medals of sufficient weight at the Blue Song Olympics, that will be what truly gives them face. Everyone chuckled. There was no bad impact from this. Strict demands from the head coach were not a mistake. Yang Zhongming also supported Lin Yuan in this, even encouraging everyone to do the same. If they need scolding, scold them. Don't worry about the impact. Just be strict. Don't worry about feelings. Other head coaches gave a wry smile. They didn't have Admirable Fish's guts. Even Maestro with his high status in the music industry couldn't just lambaste a big shot for performing poorly. After all, it was customary to leave some face. Chapter 1153-102 Internal Elimination. Train. Numerous top singers from each continent are training. Regardless of their level, who wouldn't want to represent their continent in the Blue Song Olympics? Unfortunately, each continent has limited slots for the Blue Song Olympics, and only the strongest batch of singers could earn the qualifications to represent their continent in the competition. What to do? Then, it's time for a round of internal strife. After a period of training, continents almost simultaneously initiated an internal elimination mode to weed out the less talented singers, allowing coaches to focus their attention more effectively. Qin continent was, of course, no exception. The music hall was the training center of Qin continent. Here, the first round of internal elimination had already begun. Since it was an internal elimination, it was conducted privately, without the outside world knowing. That day, in a room that could accommodate 200 spectators, the internal elimination was about to start. Qin Continent's 108 coaches, including Lin Yuan and the other 9 master coaches, as well as head coach Yang Zhongming, were all present to participate in the voting. Beneath the stage, head coach Yang Zhongming took his seat in the middle of the first row, directly facing the center of the stage. This was the coveted central spot. No problem. Lu Sheng, ranked very high among the Blue Star maestros, was seated to Yang Zhongming's left. Likewise, there was no problem. What surprised everyone was Lin Yuan was actually seated to Yang Zhongming's right. However, when people noticed this, they simply flickered a glance of surprise and didn't show any dissatisfaction. No help for it. Teacher Admirable Fish's training results were too impressive. Over 90% of the singers felt that they really learned something from Teacher Admirable Fish's classes, even benefiting greatly, including those whose skills were already hard to improve, such as past kings and queens of singing. Through the training, Teacher Admirable Fish demonstrated his astonishing value as one of the master coaches. Even some Qin Continent maestros who previously had slight dissatisfaction with Teacher Admirable Fish. Being a master coach had no choice but to be convinced. Yes, the Blue Song Olympics hadn't even started yet, and with just a period of training in Qin Continent, Teacher Admirable Fish had already accumulated considerable prestige. These things would become his credentials. Leaving Qin Continent out, at least in the future within Qin Continent, no one would doubt Teacher Admirable Fish's qualifications to hold a high position in official events. At this moment, Yang Zhongming spoke up. Let's begin. The first round of internal elimination for the Qin Continent's Blue Song Olympics training officially started. Over 1,000 singers participated in the training at the music center, and half of them had to leave after the first round of internal elimination. The elimination was very intense. However, for those powerful singers, there was no pressure whatsoever. Top singers like Fei Yang and Xu Yu passed the first round of testing almost with their eyes closed. The performance of the Yu dynasty also did not disappoint Lin Yuan. Everyone passed the first round of internal elimination smoothly. Due to the large number of people, the whole process lasted a full 3 days, feeling a bit like the mass auditions of a reality talent show. The difference was, almost all of those participating in the training for the Blue Song Olympics were qualified to be judges on reality talent shows. 3 days later, the first round of internal elimination ended. The results were not just cruel but also somewhat embarrassing and put the faces of many in the music industry to shame. Why? Because many frontline singers were knocked out, even if they were seen as big names by the public. Instead, some lesser-known but more skilled singers were kept. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized this Blue Song Olympics would affect the future landscape of Blue Star's music industry. Singers who battled for their continent in the Blue Song Olympics would likely be on a higher level in terms of status and prestige compared to those who had never participated. Because this kind of internal elimination was a pure test of capability. No matter how popular you were in the music industry or how bright a star you were, it was useless. The judges didn't care for that. When fame, popularity, and commercial packaging were set aside, who was truly swimming naked became clear at a glance. Of course, having strong ability didn't guarantee advancement. For example, a prospective queen of singing was so nervous that she made mistakes during her performance, scoring so low that she broke down in tears on stage. Unfortunately, this did not soften the hearts of the judges. Even Lin Yuan did not hesitate to give her a low score. Because competitions don't sympathize with anyone's tears. If her performance was unstable to the point of making mistakes during internal eliminations, how would she handle the official competition? She couldn't cope. Mentally, she was eliminated. Everyone was playing it safe. After all, it was about the honor of Qin Continent. After this round of elimination, the music center became a lot emptier. Training resumed, and the remaining contestants suddenly felt a bit more repressed and tense as they realized that there were 2 more rounds of internal elimination ahead. Compared to the first, the subsequent eliminations were destined to be even more brutal. At that time, a singer made a wry smile. I'm actually not that afraid of being eliminated. What I'm afraid of is that after being eliminated, I won't be able to continue classes with Teacher Admirable Fish. I have a premonition that if I have the chance to keep attending his classes, I might have a shot at becoming a king of singing in the future. With this remark, many nodded in agreement. A female singer next to him sighed. When O.L. Zhang left, he said the same thing, and he told me to treasure teacher Admirable Fish's classes, that if I gained something from them, it could benefit me for life. In fact, not just O.L. Zhang. Many singers eliminated in the first round regretted not being able to continue training and, consequently, not being able to continue with teacher Admirable Fish's classes. Chapter 1154, 102. This was even more terrifying than being eliminated itself, because every class with Xian Yu brought them gains. Who wouldn't love the feeling of straight-line improvement, even breaking through oneself? In a certain lounge, a group of people from the Yu dynasty huddled together. Chun Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. We finally didn't crash and burn. Xiaofan said, out of all of us, my singing skills are the weakest, and if I can pass the first round, you all definitely won't have any problems. Zhao Yingge laughed. Exactly. Xiaofan rolled her eyes. I'm self-deprecating here. Why are you adding on to it? Beside them, Wei Haoyun grinned. Thankfully, we all made it through the first round. I can't imagine how angry the representative would be if any of us got eliminated in the first round. He is incredibly strict now. Jiang Kuei nodded vigorously. Even Sun Yaohua agreed, but he quickly changed the subject, saying, the fact that our representative has become so strict means he has high expectations for us now. I don't think he wants to see any of us fall in the second round. Brother Hua, it's not about what I want. Chun Jiu said with a wry smile. Being eliminated in the second round is different from the first. It's really dangerous. Sun Yaohua spoke seriously. No matter how dangerous, we have to get through it. Xia Fan smiled bitterly. Why do I feel like I'm going to face the chill in the second round? You can't. Jiang Kuei looked at Xia Fan earnestly. Besides attending the training classes properly in the next few days, we should also practice together in our spare time. Count me in. Zhao Yingge said, I don't believe I can't get past the second round. Beside them, Chun Jiu clenched his teeth. With such determination from all of you, it's hard for me not to give it my all, especially since we promised the representative. Charge. The group put their hands together, pumping each other up to fight their way out of the second round's elimination. At the door, Lin Yuan listened to the Yu dynasty group's conversation and silently turned away. Due to the mission, Lin Yuan could buy props that improved singing skills directly from the system to help the weaker members of the Yu dynasty make a leap in their abilities. He came over today wanting to use the props to help everyone improve their singing skills, because he felt that the Yu dynasty might be in danger in the second round, with the possibility of both advancing and being eliminated. However, when he heard everyone's conversation, he was suddenly touched. Maybe he should trust them more. Relying too much on himself was not necessarily a good thing for them. Some obstacles were ultimately for them to overcome on their own. If they couldn't even withstand the second round of elimination, it would only show that they weren't trying hard enough. Not just Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua. Chun Jiu and the others were also excellent singers. If everyone could rely on their own strength to get through the second round, those props might make a more significant impact in the third round. Wouldn't that be a more meaningful use of them? Shortly after, Yang Zhongming gathered the core coaching team for another meeting. Since the establishment of the Blue Song Olympics core coaching team, it's been customary to hold at least 2 meetings a day, and everyone was already used to it. After all, as the Master Bishop, more work fell to the competent ones. This meeting was about the competition songs. Yang Zhongming began. The Blue Song Olympics will inevitably have a massive demand for music. I require every composer in the preparation group, whether a maestro or an aspiring maestro, or even some ace composers who are qualified to participate, to engage in the creation process. You 9 Master Bishops especially should lead by example and produce some quality works. I'm not asking for much. Start with 10 songs each. Bring out all your stockpiles. Is there a more grand stage than the Blue Song Olympics? If the works produced by you Master Bishops are too few or not good enough, it's not just a matter of losing face, but a question of whether you're fit to be Master Bishops. Qin continent is the land of music, with so many maestros. Why were you specifically chosen to be Master Bishops among dozens of maestros gathered for the training call? Because I chose you. I think you're suitable to be Master Bishops. But the rest of the maestros must not be convinced and are only holding back for the sake of unity. Therefore, the works you present must be compelling. Everyone's heart tightened. Yang Zhongming directly looked toward Lin Yuan. Xian Yu, everyone knows you're prolific. This time I hope you can truly live up to that reputation, not just by delivering songs, but also in creating musical pieces, like piano compositions which you're especially good at. The public loves to watch popular competitions, but it's the instrument competitions that truly showcase the essence of Qin continent. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Yang Zhongming then turned to the others, raising his own demands. Everyone's demands were not easy to meet, but no one resisted, and their faces showed a fighting spirit. Why? Because someone was defiant. Everyone selected by Yang Zhongming as the head coach was among the most outstanding maestros, so how could they let such defiance grow unchecked? Sensing this mood among them, Yang Zhongming suddenly administered a strong dose. There's no need for me to elaborate on what the Blue Song Olympics means. The higher-ups have asked for the list of core coaching team members from each continent. The names are in order of ranking, so which of you 9 will be the first head coach will depend on the quality of your works. 9 head coaches, now on an equal footing. However, the Blue Song Olympics won't allow head coaches to remain peers. This made everyone's feelings even more delicate. Who wouldn't want to be the first head coach and enter the history books with the Blue Song Olympics? During the training camp, everyone's accommodations were in the music hall. It was a super grand building, big enough to comfortably accommodate everyone's living quarters. The singers underwent closed training. Aside from eliminations, without any special reasons, the singers all had to stay inside the building. Lin Yuan was no exception. Upon returning to the head coach's private room, the system suddenly appeared. Host has triggered a new task. The next moment, blue text floated before Lin Yuan's eyes. Task name: Qin Continent's first head coach. Task content: become the first head coach of the Qin Continent core coaching group at the Blue Song Olympics. Task reward: to be determined based on the host's work's final standing in the competition. Lucky me, I've triggered a task. Although the task reward isn't clear, the system has recently enjoyed being mysterious. But a task is always better than no task. Lin Yuan accepted the task and immediately issued a command. Open the song library. This task required Lin Yuan to become the first head coach. The key to becoming the first head coach was to produce great songs. Lin Yuan also wanted to bring glory to Qin continent, and now with the direct drive of the task, his enthusiasm surged. I need to select some great pieces. The last time Lin Yuan had gone to this effort to select songs was when he participated in The Masked Singer. His consciousness entered the song library. Lin Yuan began choosing songs. Showy songs are a must. Even though it's always emphasized that singing should be emotional, technique is also very important. Otherwise, how can a singer's professionalism be showcased? Popular, catchy tunes are also necessary. This king of karaoke should suit senior Yaohua quite well. I need songs with healthy themes too. Those topics are quite appealing. This one, although a viral hit, shouldn't be disliked just because it's an internet sensation. Its musical quality is actually pretty good, right? Uncle Yang said musical instruments are also important. I still have Nocturne left over. Why not bring some of it out? Using Nocturne for the finals might not be impressive enough because the most explosive 2 pieces from the Nocturne series have already been released and can't be used again. Then this one it is. This flute performance is perfect for the original scenery of the hometown. An arrow. It's you, Mr. Abbing. Lin Yuan's thoughts were in flux, and his excitement was inexplicable. This was the only time Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about coming off as too high profile. Because this was the Blue Song Olympics, not just himself, all maestros would be digging deep for songs. Who knows how much heavyweight material the maestros have in stock? After much selection, Lin Yuan prepared 30 songs, along with some instrumentals, but he didn't think it was too much. Blue Star was so vast. All the maestros from the 8 continents were coming out. Who knows? Some might bring even more works than he did. Chapter 1155, The Blind Audition. 30 songs, plus some sheet music. The number seems large, but when compared with the number of categories in the competition, Lin Yuan didn't consider it a lot. The Blue Song Olympics has 108 categories. Each category can't possibly only have one round, right? Only heaven knows how great the demand for music is in each continent. Not to mention that the rule requires each continent must use brand new works. Already released works are not allowed. Lin Yuan could probably guess the reason, because the Blue Song Olympics tests not only the singers, but also the composers behind them. The competition between the maestros of each continent. For enough stability and to ensure a surefire success, Lin Yuan exchanged a few more works as backups with the system. This round is secure. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Although he had successfully exchanged for 30 songs, Lin Yuan still needed to arrange the music for these songs. That would take time. Fortunately, everyone needed time. Yang Zhongming didn't rush the composers, because there were still 2 more rounds of internal eliminations to come at the music hall. Several days later, the second round of internal elimination began. It was the same stage as last time, the same seats, and still the same 100+ judges. Begin. Yang Zhongming declared the start, and the singers began to enter one after another. To everyone's surprise, the first singer to audition was Fei Yang. This contestant was one of the strongest from Qin continent. Fei Yang's audition song was Zheng Jing's signature work called Red. This song was very difficult, but it wasn't much of a challenge for a king or queen of singing to handle, and he didn't waste words, starting to sing with the accompaniment directly. At first, everyone thought it sounded okay. But as they listened, the judges' expressions changed. It wasn't that Fei Yang's singing was bad. Quite the opposite. Fei Yang's singing was too good. In the front row, Yin Dong's eyes widened. He was a maestro who had collaborated a lot with Fei Yang, and he knew Fei Yang's abilities well. But at this moment, he was shocked. When had Fei Yang improved so much? To have been able to improve his singing talent to this extent, and even the emotional depth that was always his weakness was so full now. Goodness, he's improved so much. Worthy of being one of our Qin continent's top contestants. His level now is no less than those singers from Zhong continent. What exactly happened? When did he become this powerful? The other judges also showed signs of joy. The better the contestants from their own continent, the happier everyone was. With only a third of the song done, Lin Yuan called for a stop. That's enough. The master coach was entitled to stop a performance. This kind of interruption generally had 2 reasons. The first was when the singing was too painful to bear, and the master coach doesn't want the singer to waste everyone's time. The second was Fei Yang's case, where the singing was too good. There was no point in continuing since he was certain to pass. Time was of the essence. There were still hundreds of people waiting to audition. However, Yin Dong couldn't help but take a moment more of time, turning to the departing Fei Yang and asking, "Your progress in all aspects is significant. Have you had some sort of revelation recently?" Fei Yang looked in Lin Yuan's direction and spoke with a smile. "Teacher Admirable Fish taught me well." After speaking, Fei Yang nodded his head and left. In an instant, all eyes in the back row were aimed at Lin Yuan's nape. They could only see the back of his head. But this didn't stop those in the back row from being completely stunned in their gaze. Yang Zhongming and a few other master coaches who were sitting in the front row with him turned to look at Lin Yuan. Teacher Admirable Fish's lessons were highly renowned at the training center. Everyone present knew that Teacher Admirable Fish's classes were immensely popular among students. That was also the reason why nobody had any issue with Admirable Fish sitting to the right of Yang Zhongming. But it was not until today, when Fei Yang officially displayed the effectiveness of Teacher Admirable Fish's lessons, that everyone truly understood what those classes meant for the singers. They had underestimated the value of those classes. Even Yang Zhongming's gaze carried a trace of shock. The fact that Teacher Admirable Fish had elevated the capabilities of top singer Fei Yang to a new level was something he couldn't achieve. All right. OL, Yang was rarely struck by Lin Yuan like this, but it really wasn't OL Yang's fault. The teacher's halo was too much of a bug. Normal folks wouldn't think of such a mystical cheat. At this moment, in Fei Yang's heart, Teacher Admirable Fish was an unparalleled great master. It seems it wasn't only Fei Yang who had improved. Following him, many singers performed in a way that surprised the judges. It seemed like the overall level of Qin continent's singers was rising, making the judges involuntarily raise their standards. Especially Shu Yu. She was the second singer to make a significant breakthrough, emanating the capabilities of a top female singer as soon as she began to sing. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but not approvingly. Compared to her performance at the platform in Wei Continent before, today's Xu Yu was twice as formidable. This time, no one asked Xu Yu why she had improved so fast. Because Xu Yu herself initiated a conversation with Lin Yuan, her tone very serious. "Teacher Admirable Fish, I will not be complacent again." Many immediately remembered the video of many singers being scolded by Teacher Admirable Fish before, where Xu Yu seemed to have been specifically pointed out. "Good." Lin Yuan smiled. With that, Xu Yu bowed and walked away. Her performance completely ignited the atmosphere among the judges. How did Admirable Fish do it? He's raised the level of many singers. The progress of Fei Yang and Xu Yu especially stand out. Is it because these two have the best understanding? We'll need to get someone to record some of Teacher Admirable Fish's lessons. The discussion did not last long. The internal elimination continued. Chapter 1156, Blind Selection _2. Singers from the Yu dynasty also began to emerge one after another. Chen Jiyu, one of the weaker singers within the Yu dynasty. It's iffy. Chen Jiyu's level is at a critical point. If you say he's skilled, he's still a distance away from the top. But if you say he's not up to par, he's actually pretty close to the top. The singers of the Yu dynasty, Jiang Kuei, is really impressive. I think Sun Yaohua is not bad either, just don't know why. He tends to be greatly underestimated. Sounds like he can actually sing? While everyone was discussing, Chen Jiyu began to perform. Lin Yuan rarely felt nervous for a moment. There was nothing he could do about it if Chen Jiyu was eliminated. It wasn't easy to pull strings in this situation. However, this nervousness soon faded as Chen Jiyu sang. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth lightly curled up. Chen Jiyu had made it through the second round on his own. Chen Jiyu had got things off to a good start. There was no need to mention Sun Yaohua, not to mention Jiang Kuei. It was no surprise for the King of Singing and Queen of Singing to advance to the second round. Next, Wei Haoyun and Zhao Yinggu also passed the second round of eliminations. Even Xia Fan, who Lin Yuan was most worried about, made it through the second round. Although Xia Fan's performance barely qualified her for the second round, she was lucky to have received some extra points for leaving an impression. Where did these impression points come from? Because of Xian Yu's contributions to Qin continent. Xian Yu had raised the level of many contestants, which was the greatest contribution. Everyone knew Xia Fan belonged to the Yu dynasty, meaning she was Xian Yu's person, so as long as Xia Fan performed reasonably well, everyone was willing to give her relatively good scores. The third round of elimination, that's when they'd remove her. This was the common expectation among many people. After the second round, everyone already had an idea of who would be eliminated in the third round. So the day went on with quite a stir. The internal elimination of the second round finally ended. Xia Fan looked at Lin Yuan triumphantly. "I made it to the third round." Zhao Yinggu was a bit annoyed by Xia Fan's appearance. As if she were presenting commendable results. It's as though nobody else made it. Easy peasy. Jiang Kuei took the rare opportunity to show off. Chen Jiyu and the others were also really happy. Although everyone knew that some would leave in the third round. Lin Yuan said smilingly, "The next round is the most important. It determines whether you can represent Qin continent in the competition. Let's do some specialized training." Everyone's smiles vanished abruptly. To describe Lin Yuan's specialized training in 3 words. Intense, frightening, terrifying. Think about the presence Lin Yuan commanded when teaching a class of 100. He would go full power, scorching the whole room. And if it were specialized training within the Yu dynasty, it would be even more frightening than the classroom. Because there was nobody else to diffuse the intensity, it was just a few of them facing the great devil Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew why everyone's expression changed. It was because the upgraded version of the teacher's halo was indeed terrifying. There was no controlling it. When the teacher's halo was activated, Lin Yuan would immediately slip into strict teacher mode. Only in such a state could he produce the best teaching results. Why arrange a specialized training session at this time? Mainly to purchase system props without anyone noticing, in order to improve these people's singing abilities. So, under the guise of specialized training, on thin ice within the Yu dynasty, Lin Yuan quietly enhanced the group's singing skills. He believed they would definitely amaze everyone in the third round of eliminations. The next day, the coaching staff had an early meeting. Yang Zhongming began. The composers have handed in their pieces one after another. Has anyone finished their assignments? I'll go first. Yin Dong pulled out a thick stack of scores and said, a traditional style, 2 rock songs, and the rest are popular mainstream music, some of which can be rearranged as duets. I have a total of 13 songs, plus a violin score that can also be adapted for other instruments without much loss in performance value. To use them in the finals is a question, but to advance there shouldn't be a problem. Yang Zhongming praised. Not bad at all. The lyrics for these songs are already filled in. If these works were to be released, the kings and queens of singing would be envious. These creations specially prepared for the Blue Song Olympics. One could imagine their quality. As for the large quantity, that was no surprise. Many maestros had in used stock, and among them were many gems. Moreover, Yang Zhongming had set a clear standard. Each person had to present at least 10 pieces. Because each category of the competition would definitely involve more than one round, there had to be both classic hits and high-quality songs. High-quality songs to secure advancement. Classic hits to fight for the championship. Why not use classic hits to secure advancement? Obviously, there's only so many classic songs to use. The best steel must be used for the blade edge. With this move, Yin Dong didn't hold back at all, bringing out even the treasures. In fact, all participating composers for the Blue Song Olympics would not hold back. They would bring out even their most cherished works. Not just because they had feelings for Qin continent, but also because they wanted their creations to shine on the global stage through the Blue Olympics. If they won the championship, that would not only be the singer's honor, but also an honor for the composer. After collecting Yin Dong's works, Yang Zhongming said, "This is why I ask each person to bring out at least 10 songs. The singers are like soldiers fighting a battle for us, and when soldiers enter the battlefield, they need weapons and gear. Our task is to write good songs and compile a luxurious arsenal for them. Well, I've got a few of the top sniper rifles right here." Yi Zhiqiu cheerfully presented a stack of scores. "I haven't filled in the lyrics yet. Just find a lyricist to help out. I have exactly 10 pieces. The 11th is still being perfected. I'll give it to you once it's complete." Chapter 1157-103 Blind Selection _3. Okay. Yang Zhongming casually glanced at the score and then collected it. Everybody started bringing out their songs one after another, clearly well prepared. When it was Lu Sheng's turn, he was the most smug. Their songs are suitable for the preliminaries, but mine can take the singers to the finals. They're like artillery shells. I've got 21 of them. I challenge anyone to have more. Nice quantity. Yang Zhongming responded indifferently. However, we need to look at quality first before discussing quantity. Lu Sheng was displeased. Don't you already know my level in songwriting? I would never bring up trash. That does seem good. Zheng Jing picked up one of the scores, raised an eyebrow and said, "It's just a bit taxing on the voice. The singing difficulty is high. Only a few like Fei Yang could sing it well." Of course, Zheng Jing had only given it a cursory look. The actual effectiveness of the song had yet to be judged by a formal performance. Finally, Yang Zhongming looked forward to Lin Yuan with anticipation. "How's little fish doing with the preparations?" Yesterday's internal elimination gave Yang Zhongming too many surprises. The improvement of those singers was tremendous news for the entirety of Qin continent. This had increased Yang Zhongming's expectations for Lin Yuan. Who knew? Lin Yuan would actually ask, "How many are we short?" Yang Zhongming paused for a moment. The other head coaches also seemed puzzled. How many are we short? What did that mean? Could it be, whatever number we're short, he could make up for? As everyone was still in shock, Yang Zhongming smiled and said, "There's no limit, the more the better." Lin Yuan produced a stack of lyric and music scores. Here are 30 songs. 30 songs, all hand-picked by Lin Yuan from the system's music library, all of which he was confident about the quality. These past days, he had already completed the arrangements. Still, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid to make a high-profile move. Since every songwriter at the moment was high-profile, the songs that maestros brought out averaged over 10 each. The goal for the coaches was to create an arsenal for the singers. An arsenal had to be extravagant enough to make the singers' heads spin. Lu Sheng was taken aback. "You have even more songs than I do." Yin Dong glanced over, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. "And they are all complete works, from lyrics to arrangement." Lin Yuan added, there are also samples. His words shocked everyone. His preparations were so comprehensive. Lin Yuan, never one to mince his words, continued. Additionally, I've prepared some instrumental scores, like for the eru and piano. I'll send them to Uncle Yang's email later on. Everyone was dumbfounded. With so many works prepared, could the quality still be guaranteed? But Xian Yu surely wasn't foolish enough to share subpar works knowingly, right? Wow. Zheng Jing trusted Lin Yuan quite a bit and said with a smile, Little Fish must certainly be the composer who brought the most songs. Now, let's see how many our head coach is prepared to offer. Everyone looked at Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming's expression turned embarrassingly rare. These past few years, I've been busy with symphonic compositions. People rolled their eyes. You urge others with a righteous tone. Why fall short when it comes to yourself? Yang Zhongming cleared his throat lightly. But I do have 10 songs, and I can be responsible for some of the instrumental parts. Okay. Everyone believed Yang Zhongming was telling the truth. He now shared the same pursuit as those from Zhong continent, aiming for the highest palaces of art. At that moment, a head coach named Duan Min spoke up. How do we distribute these songs? Directly assign them to the singers based on style. After the third round of eliminations, we'll open up the song library. Yang Zhongming said, the singers on the final list can choose their favorite songs from the library, and then with the help of the coaches and head coaches, we'll see if anything needs adjusting. This is a matter of strategy. We will set the policies during a meeting at that time. The 9 head coaches had strange expressions. Goodness mercy, this will make them thrilled. Qin continent's maestros, potential maestros, and even the top composers, releasing several hundred songs for the singers to choose from. What kind of concept was that? Only during the Blue Song Olympics. If not for the Blue Song Olympics, which singer would receive such treatment? This kind of opportunity would make even the most formidable kings and queens of singing completely crazy. I even want to be a singer now. Lu Xing mused. He had never thought that one day his songs would be at the mercy of the singer's choice. It had always been maestros choosing singers. Zheng Jing smiled and said, after all, it's for Qin continent. That's right. No choice, really. Let's give them a thrill this time round. We can't possibly go on stage ourselves and compete in singing, right? Everyone joined in laughter. Singers are for singing, after all. At this time, Lin Yuan chimed in. A piece of the pie. Everyone. You are indeed cheeky. Was this really your place to speak, butting in like this? Everyone almost forgot. Xian Yu could really go on stage himself and compete with those singers, who likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lin Yuan looked a bit innocent, not understanding what he had said wrong. He had merely followed the flow to keep up with the team. At the end of the meeting, Yang Zhongming spoke up. Finally, I'd like to remind everyone that these songs you head coaches have created will be mixed with works from other composers, categorized by style, and will have creators' names removed. The singers who get through the third round of eliminations will make blind selections. The results from these blind selections will play an important role in our rankings as head coaches. Suddenly, the room fell into silence. 1. Chapter 1158-104, Transformation and Stunning Debut. All 9 master coaches hadn't expected that this round would involve the singers making blind selections. Maestro. Almost. Maestro. The top songwriters from Qin continent were currently in this training center. Each of them had written more than one song. Among those, there were certainly masterpieces, even classic creations. And during the singers' blind selections, how embarrassing would it be if the songs from the 9 master coaches were less popular than those of the other maestros, or almost maestros? That was the reason for the sudden silence at the scene. However, the next moment, Lu Sheng burst into laughter. It seems head coach Yang is hoping to use this opportunity to prove to the entire training center why we 9 are the master coaches, while others are merely regular coaches. Yiji Qiu and the others began to laugh as well. As the saying goes, great talent instills great courage. These 9 were chosen by Yang Zhongming as master coaches because they were superior to other songwriters. Overall, no one was worried about overconfidence backfiring. Lin Yuan was even less worried about failing. He might not claim every piece he put out was a classic, but the overall quality was exceptionally high. This is less interesting. Zheng Jing laughed. It's still about seeing which of us ends up with the most medals. Yin Dong spoke up. However, blind selections can reveal something. The singers are not influenced by the songwriters themselves, so the pieces chosen are truly popular works. After all, the singers themselves have high appreciation levels. No one can blame this on the top singer's taste. Everyone nodded. After discussing this matter, everyone adjourned the meeting. Just before leaving the conference room, Yang Zhongming suddenly reminded everyone. A week from now, our third internal elimination round at the Qin Continent Training Center will officially begin. This will also be our last internal elimination round, so prepare yourselves mentally. We don't have much to prepare. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan. Perhaps Teacher Admirable Fish should prepare mentally. Everyone knew that the Yu dynasty belonged to Teacher Admirable Fish. It was also well known that once the third round of internal elimination started, people from the Yu dynasty would inevitably leave. In fact, apart from Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua, it was quite an achievement for the others to have advanced to the second round. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this was the Blue Song Olympics after all. Even if the relationships among the 9 master coaches were good, they wouldn't show favoritism to the Yu dynasty because of Teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan faced everyone's gaze and could guess what they were thinking. He was slightly silent for a moment before he said, "You all should prepare yourselves mentally as well." Everyone was stunned, clueless. What do we need to prepare ourselves for? Even if the singers from the Yu dynasty are collectively eliminated, we wouldn't be the ones upset. Lin Yuan didn't explain, nor could he explain. He couldn't just say he had spent a fortune in the system buying various special items that could enhance singing skills for the Yu dynasty to prepare for the Blue Song Olympics. For the Blue Song Olympics, Lin Yuan had invested heavily. If they still couldn't become official contestants under such conditions, Lin Yuan might as well consider taking the members of Yu dynasty and colliding with a block of tofu. The third round of internal elimination was about to begin, and the atmosphere in the training center grew tenser by the day. After the third round, which was also the last internal elimination, those who remained could officially represent Qin Continent in the Blue Song Olympics. We have to give our all. There are so many benefits to staying. One is representing Qin Continent at the Blue Song Olympics. The other is continuing to attend Teacher Admirable Fish's classes. I never imagined I would make it to the third round with my initial skill level. Fortunately, Teacher Admirable Fish's lessons have greatly improved my skills, bringing me this far. Whether I advance to the next round depends on the upcoming tests, but to me, continuing Teacher Admirable Fish's classes is more valuable than participating in the Blue Song Olympics itself. The third round will definitely be incredibly challenging. Many from the Yu dynasty will probably be eliminated, leaving only the cream of the crop. Some were confident, some were nervous, and within the Yu dynasty, confidence outweighed nervousness. It was somewhat strange to say this since, not long ago, they were more unconfident than ever. Aside from Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, the others in the Yu dynasty felt they might fall in the third round. Who would have thought? After the second round of internal eliminations ended, everyone's skills had surged significantly. Even Xia Fan and Chun Jiu from the Yu dynasty, who were relatively weaker, felt a remarkable transformation. At first, everyone thought they were the only ones. After several discussions, the Yu dynasty realized that everyone's skills had improved after the second internal elimination. Realizing this, they were thrilled. The effect of the training? Jiang Kuei guessed instinctively, then quickly rejected the idea. If it were the effect of the training, why had only the Yu dynasty made such great progress? Was everyone extraordinarily talented? Clearly, that wasn't the case. Who possessed less talent among those who had persisted to the third round of eliminations? So, there was only one truth. It was the effect of those special training sessions. Inside the Yu dynasty, there was a quick consensus. Lin Yuan had achieved his goal through the pretext of special training. Now everyone believed it was the recent special training sessions arranged for the Yu dynasty that resulted in such astonishing progress. What other explanation could there be, given the unbelievable improvement? Chapter 1159, 104a. Complete transformation stunt. Chunjiu. Although the special training for representatives is truly a torturous hell, right now I just want to say, please torture me fiercely, be brave and fearless in the face of challenges. Xia Fan, exactly. Wei Haoyun. Thinking about it, It was since the special training after the second round of internal eliminatory ended that I suddenly felt like I've become more powerful than before. Zhao Yingge nodded. Sun Yaohua said, let's talk about it after the third round, you guys. Sun Yaohua, worried that everyone's sudden surge in confidence might lead them to underestimate their opponents, decided to cool everyone's spirits a bit. Everyone nodded. Although progress in skill has given everyone the confidence to get through the third round of internal elimination, this does not prevent everyone from being serious, because everyone is very clear that the representative has high expectations for everyone's performance at the Blue Song Olympics. For Yu Dynasty, disappointing the representative is a sin. Only those within Yu Dynasty truly understand how good the representative has been to everyone, and this kindness is something that cannot be over-repaid no matter what. In ancient times, many prominent figures would have a group of followers around them. For Yu Dynasty, they are the followers around teacher Admirable Fish, like Zhao Yingge, who thought about ridiculous things all day and even prepared to dedicate himself at any moment. In fact, everyone's skill has skyrocketed. While the special training cannot be said to have had no effect, it actually only accounted for 30% of the improvement, and the remaining 70% was due to someone secretly exploiting tricks. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Another Monday. Internal elimination began. This destined heart-racing internal elimination is still held in the usual place. Not only are the contestants nervous, but even the faces of the judges are filled with seriousness because everyone knows that those who remain today will officially represent Qin continent at the Blue Song Olympics. Soon, the first singer finished singing. Without announcing the result immediately, Yang Zhoming let the singer leave and then arranged for the judges to have a detailed discussion about this singer's style, which was much more rigorous than the previous 2 times. In this manner, several singers completed their performances. Yu Dynasty's female singer, Xia Fan, took the stage. The judges did not show much expression, obviously not expecting much from Xia Fan. Xia Fan, being able to enter the third round of elimination, had already pushed her to her limits. Next to Lin Yuan, Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing and others turned to glance at him. Let's begin. Lin Yuan, unconcerned about others' thoughts, spoke up. Xia Fan glanced at Lin Yuan, then at the other judges on site, took a deep breath, and began her trial singing. For today, the prelude played. The song title, July. This was a piece by the head coach, Yin Dong. It wasn't a signature work, but it had a high difficulty level, a classic blues, rhythm and blues, with a lot of trills. The song choice for the internal elimination round was limited to a few, and July was definitely not the easiest, nor the best fit for Xia Fan. So when this prelude was played, surprise crossed every judge's face. Why the song? Was Xia Fan trying to break new ground? Thinking this, the judges soon faced a second surprise. In the waiting area, there was a large screen. The screen was live broadcasting the trial singing segment. People outside couldn't see what the judges were discussing, but they could see how the contestants were singing. Yu Dynasty. Everyone watched the screen with anticipation. Meanwhile, in one corner, Fei Yang glanced at the screen, then slightly raised an eyebrow. Yu Dynasty, Xia Fan. Flashing through his mind was this person's information. Fei Yang appeared indifferent. From Yu Dynasty, except for Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, the others were not worth his consideration. At that moment, a voice rang next to Fei Yang. Have you decided which categories you want to participate in? Shu Yu? Fei Yang looked at the person, without hesitation, said, pop rock, folk music, and choir. If I join the choir, I must be the lead singer. What about you? I haven't decided yet, it's hard to choose. Shu Yu smiled wryly. After all, each person can only participate in up to 4 categories. Any choice tends to lead to regrets. Fei Yang nodded. For singers of his and Shu Yu's caliber, there are definitely more than 4 categories they could participate in, but unfortunately, there are restrictions above, which confine many versatile singers. Thinking it over, Shu Yu continued. Actually, what we choose doesn't matter. What's important is how the head coaches arrange it. They will place us in the categories they think best suit us. Our own ideas can only serve as a reference for them. Fei Yang nodded, just about to say something more. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Shu Yu's eyes also widened. As if contagious, the entire waiting area, the contestants' expressions changed in succession. However, Only the people of Yu Dynasty showed smiles. Xia Fan was lucky. The first one from Yu Dynasty to undergo assessment turned out to be her. If they had replaced her with someone else from Yu Dynasty, would the same effect occur? On the internal stage, as Xia Fan sang, the judges' eyes grew wider. And when Xia Fan completed a particularly challenging chorus, some judges already could not help displaying expressions akin to constipation, facial features shifting in place. When did Xia Fan start singing so well? Meanwhile, the core coaching team in the first row, Yang Zhongming, was noting down the singing characteristics of the singers on paper, but suddenly he pressed down hard. A glaring black dot appeared on the paper. Beside Yang Zhongming, Lu Sheng and others had already opened their mouths wide unknowingly. Is this Xia Fan? How could she have improved so much? It's only been a few days. What level is this? Singing Queen. A complete transformation, a sudden rise to fame. When Xia Fan finished singing, the venue fell utterly silent. Xia Fan bowed, intending to leave, when Zheng Jing, finally regaining her composure, spoke with incredulity in her voice. Do you know how much you've improved, Xia Fan? I do. Xia Fan answered honestly. Zheng Jing asked the question on everyone's mind. Do you know the reason for your massive improvement? Xia Fan looked towards Lin Yuan. The rest went without saying. Everyone had their answer. In fact, they had known the answer all along. Zheng Jing just wanted to confirm it once more. This is insane. Could Teacher Admirable Fish have really elevated Xia Fan, a frontline singer, to a singing queen level? Waiting area. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xia Fan sang so well. This is completely unlike the Xia Fan I know. She's so strong at singing blues too. They said the weakest link in the Yu Dynasty, but why do I feel like this song almost caught up to Jiang Kuei? She's advancing. Xia Fan is going to advance. If she's eliminated after singing like this, there's no justice. Fei Yang didn't speak, but his heart was tossed with shock and awe. How is this possible? Aside from Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, the Yu Dynasty had a third singer of king and queen level. But Xia Fan's performance just now was truly of a queen level. Xu Yu suddenly sighed across. I want to join the Yu Dynasty. Fei Yang almost thought he had voiced his own thoughts, and only realized it was Xu Yu's remark upon coming back to his senses. Judges' seats. The noise was picking up. No suspense in advancing. How exactly did Teacher Admirable Fish do it? Xia Fan's previous level compared to now is like heaven and earth. The Yu Dynasty really knows how to surprise me. I always thought the Yu Dynasty's strong cards were only Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua. Xia Fan will probably be the biggest surprise of this elimination round. Who would have thought? Wait, if Xia Fan has improved this much, do you think the others in the Yu Dynasty might be improving too? No way. The Yu Dynasty has 6 people, with 3 reaching continental level is already unbelievable. Xia Fan was the first upset in the 3rd round of internal elimination. A surprising upset. A shocking upset. Her complete transformation and sudden rise to fame surprised all the judges, as this meant Qin continent had gained another high-level contestant. In the waiting area, the discussion was still lively. Everyone seemed to struggle to break free from the unexpected change brought by Xia Fan, with many discussing her improvement. Just then, a voice came from the loudspeaker. Chun Jiu, please proceed for evaluation. People from the Yu Dynasty chuckled. It's your turn. Chun Jiu stood up, looked at Sun Yaohua and the other Yu Dynasty companions, smiling as he said, See you in the advancement area. The Yu Dynasty's 2nd singer took the stage. If Xia Fan was previously regarded as the weakest female singer of the Yu Dynasty, then Chun Jiu was publicly recognized as the weakest male singer of the Yu Dynasty. Although this statement is quite unfair to Chun Jiu. After all, there are only he and Sun Yaohua as males in the Yu Dynasty, and Sun Yaohua happens to be the king of singing. Wouldn't that make him the weakest male singer of the Yu Dynasty? As for representatives, it has been said before, representatives are not within the 5 elements. Chapter 1160, 105, all members are top students. Chun Jiu took a step forward. The waiting area was still noisy as ever. Numerous voices were discussing Xia Fan's unexpectedly outstanding performance just before. When he stepped onto the assessment stage, Chun Jiu looked forward, and although the judges weren't quite as noisy, there were occasional whispers among them. Clearly, he wasn't given much attention. If it had been Fei Yang or another popular contestant stepping onto the stage at this moment, not only would the waiting area quickly quiet down, but the judges would look at them differently. This made Chun Jiyu somewhat dejected. Just then, Chun Jiyu saw Lin Yuan. Representing the moment, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth even held a slight smile, quietly watching him with encouraging eyes that brought an inexplicable warmth. Suddenly, Chun Jiyu's mood brightened dramatically. All his gloominess vanished. He picked up the microphone and uttered a phrase that would be humorously quoted countless times thereafter. "Hello, dear judges, I am Chun Jiyu, the weakest singer in the Yu dynasty." This unconventional introduction instantly triggered a lot of laughter. The contestants in the waiting area finally stopped discussing Xia Fan for the moment and turned their attention to Chun Jiyu. Haha, how come Chun Jiyu's label is always so distinct? Before joining the Yu dynasty, he was the original perennial runner-up, and after joining the Yu dynasty, he became the weakest singer in the Yu dynasty. The key is, he really seems to be the weakest singer. All because Xia Fan, who was previously the weakest, suddenly ripped off his lamb disguise today, showing terrifying queen-level singing skills. Weakest in the Yu dynasty doesn't even sound as good as perennial runner-up. Actually, Chun Jiyu isn't that weak. Relatively speaking, when placed with the people in the Yu dynasty, there indeed seems to be a gap. Don't speak too soon. Xia Fan caused a sensation. Maybe Chun Jiyu could also shock everyone. Go on, get out of here. As if Chun Jiyu could cause a sensation, then the Yu dynasty would be truly terrifying. There were also some faint laughs at the judges' seats, but no one discussed further as Chun Jiyu's skills were definitely not poor, just that the training center gathered the most talented singers of Qin continent, so he didn't seem prominent. Yet anyone who walked out from here possesses at least a top-tier singing standard. Let's begin. Lin Yuan spoke. As soon as his words ended, the music started. Chun Jiyu's audition song was surprisingly the 7th chapter of Night. This song is not easy. The unique singing style of Teacher Admirable Fish, many people in the music industry can't handle it. Yes, professional singers can sing the melody of the song, but always lose the charm of the song due to a different timbre from Admirable Fish. However, when Chun Jiyu began to sing, specifically the rap part in the first half of the song, many people's heartbeats seemed to skip a half beat. Such a subtle sensation. Very comfortable rap. Not the kind of sound that makes one's scalp tingle instantly, but a mysterious sense of immersion that makes one involuntarily want to respond along with the melody. He pushes open the door, and the evening wind swings the kerosene lamp. The typewriter stops at the name of the murderer. I turn around. The night sky of Westminster Abbey starts to boil. If evil is a gloriously cruel symphony, I will personally write its finale. The morning light dries the last line of sorrow. The black ink stains peace. Not just the perfect grasp of the rap part. The chorus melody was also delivered very precisely. It was like the plot of Sherlock Holmes unfolding right before everyone's eyes. Is this still the perennial runner-up, Chun Jiyu? Is this still the weakest singer of the Yu dynasty, Chun Jiyu? As his singing resonated throughout the venue, everyone's expressions changed. Waiting area. The contestants let out a series of exclamations, everyone incredulously listening to Chun Jiyu's singing. My goodness. No way. How did Chun Jiyu also? Can someone tell me what's going on? It's enough that Xia Fan caused a sensation for the Yu dynasty. Now Chun Jiyu too. My shock isn't costing anything, is it? We've even collaborated a few times before. I even guided him a little on some techniques. When did he become so strong? Wait. If Chun Jiyu and Xia Fan, the weakest male and female singers of the Yu dynasty, both become this strong, then wouldn't Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, and even Sun Yahua and Jiang Kuei also? Fei Yang and Shu Yu were also stunned. The two exchanged looks, their eyes widening, utterly baffled by what was happening in front of them. The real weakest singer of the Yu dynasty, Xia Fan, caused a sensation, and they were already shocked enough by that. Before they had fully processed Xia Fan's surprise, Chun Jiyu also made a wave. What kind of level is this? Shu Yu said with a complex expression. He raised the pitch at the end. Although it was falsetto, Teacher Admirable Fish also handled it this way when singing this segment. I remember Chun Jiyu was not adept at this style before. King of singing. Fei Yang gritted his teeth. He started to doubt his life. When did the title of king and queen of singing become so devalued? Just recently, Xia Fan, who was previously a top-tier singer, suddenly revealed a queen-level performance. How long has it been since then? And now Chen Jiu, also from the Yu dynasty, has brought out king-level capabilities. That's Fei Yang's judgment. He himself is the king of singing, and his judgment is not mistaken. Chen Jiu's performance today is indeed at the level of a king of singing. Chapter 1161, 105. All members are top students _2. Judges panel. The judge's eyes widened in astonishment. The voice of the weakest singer in Yu dynasty, Chen Jiu, still ringing in their ears. This guy suddenly bombarded the stage. Rap, melody, technique, style. This song showcased Chen Jiu's all-around talent. He barely had any weaknesses, and his mastery over musical styles far exceeded that of a typical singer. If judging solely by this song, even Fei Yang might not sing as well as Chen Jiu. He calls this the weakest king of singing level performance, and still the weakest in Yu dynasty? What a joke! How could a singer of the king of singing caliber describe themselves as weak? Although Chen Jiu has not yet earned the title of king of singing, his performance undeniably demonstrates that he possesses the strength and qualifications for it. Next to Lin Yuan, from the core coaching team, several head coaches, including Yang Zhongming, were unable to conceal their astonishment. Suddenly, everyone remembered, not long after a certain meeting ended, someone advised Xian Yu to be mentally prepared. Because in the third round of internal eliminations in Yu dynasty, some would be eliminated. At the time, Xian Yu's reply was, "You should also be prepared." At that time, everyone did not understand why Xian Yu said so. But at this very moment, facing this situation, everyone finally understood the implication of Xian Yu's words. It was thrilling. This scene was truly exhilarating. Unprepared, everyone kept being shocked by Xia Fan and Chen Jiu and were nearly losing their composure. "It's crazy. How did you do this? Are the floors of your Yu dynasty higher than other people's ceilings?" A few maestros familiar with Lin Yuan exclaimed. Lin Yuan smiled and explained, "Mainly because their talent is excellent." Talent. Lin Yuan attributed the reason to these two words, but he also didn't forget to add persuasiveness to this moment. "It just so happens that my teaching is also not bad." People's emotions surged, and Xian Yu let them see the gap between fellow maestros. If it's about coaching ability and the eye for selecting singers, Xian Yu is clearly the strongest, because no one here, even Yang Zhongming, could coach so many singers with such exaggerated strength. But speaking of which, among the many maestros in Blue Star, it seems only Xian Yu puts effort into building a team of singers. Most other maestros are still immersed in their own world of composition. While people had various thoughts, only Yang Zhongming quickly caught the key point in Lin Yuan's words. "You mean them?" Did this statement imply that it's not only Xia Fan and Chen Jiu whose levels have greatly improved in Yu dynasty? "Yeah, them." Lin Yuan's reply caused Yang Zhongming's pupils to suddenly constrict. Zheng Jing, Lu Sheng, Yin Dong, and even Yi Zhiqiu's cheeks twitched slightly upon hearing this. Soon, the 9 head coaches realized Lin Yuan was telling the truth. During today's elimination round, not only Xia Fan and Chen Jiu had made significant progress. Wei Haoyan, Zhao Yinggu, these two also displayed singer-level prowess. On the other hand, Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei from Yu dynasty, who were originally the strongest, performed about the same as usual, seemingly without much improvement. After all, they are already king and queen of singing. It's hard to improve further. Zheng Jing sighed without disappointment. The level of Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua, even if unimproved, was enough to advance. These two could handle countless competitions and even possibly compete for a medal. Only Lin Yuan knew. Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua did not show their strongest levels today. But these two were no longer the focus. Today, Yu dynasty's 4 top-tier singers were the stars. The entire third round of eliminations, everyone was shocked by Yu dynasty. Xia Fan, Chen Jiu, Wei Haoyan, Zhao Yinggu. These 4 individuals brought a succession of shocks to everyone. Throughout the event, they completely overturned everyone's fixed impressions of Yu dynasty. You must know, The Yu dynasty is considered incredibly strong in the hearts of many in the Blue Star music scene. On that basis, to have an even more exaggerated subversion is truly unbelievable. The Yu dynasty, 6 people. All are kings and queens of singing. Among them, Sun Yahua and Jiang Kuei are 2 nearly top-tier kings and queens of singing. At this moment, let alone ordinary kings and queens of singing, even Fei Yang and Shu Yu are afraid when they see the lineup of the Yu dynasty. Do you still have the confidence to win against Jiang Kuei? Fei Yang suddenly asked Shu Yu. Previously, Shu Yu and Jiang Kuei had a championship duel in our song, and at that time, Shu Yu won the match fairly easily. I don't know, Shu Yu retorted. Do you still have confidence to win against Sun Yahua now? Everyone has participated in the Masked Singer. Back then, Fei Yang, known as the Overlord, carried out a slaughter in the music scene. Only Xian Yu could punish him. At that time, Fei Yang had easily crushed Sun Yahua. I win. Fei Yang was slightly silent, then spoke up. Shu Yu raised an eyebrow. The old Yu wouldn't have hesitated. Fei Yang was stunned. Why was he hesitating? He clenched his teeth. In this world, besides Xian Yu, no one can beat me head-on. The third round of internal elimination is still ongoing. However, no matter how the contestants perform next, it's destined that they cannot compare to the astonishing performance of the Yu dynasty. Advancement Zone. When the group from the Yu dynasty appeared together, the way people around them looked at them changed. If the Yu dynasty were not a group, their impressive performances, no matter how extraordinary, would not cause such a great shock as now. However, they are a team, like a classroom full of top students. At the same time, below the assessment stage, the judges, gradually realizing, suddenly exchanged glances and saw excitement in each other's eyes. A pleasant surprise. Our chance has come. The level of singers like Fei Yang and Shu Yu has been almost thoroughly scouted by other continents. They will definitely bring their best songs and give their all when they face these top talents from Qin continent. But the Yu dynasty's strength on paper isn't considered exceptionally strong, so in the matches, they will likely be underestimated. This is the opportunity. The Yu dynasty can be a surprise attack force. All those who underestimate them will be torn to pieces. More than one judge thought this, and many judges had similar calculations in their hearts. Similarly, the core coaches also had their thoughts. Lu Sheng mused. Based on the strength the Yu dynasty has shown to the outside world, they clearly don't deserve the opponent's full effort. In the matches, we can take advantage by leveraging the information gap. There's a limit to taking advantage. Zheng Jing shook his head. After all, it's the Blue Song Olympics. This was indeed true. No matter how much an opponent underestimated, facing such a high-level competition, they would still be alert. Those who made it to the final list of contestants, who would be a weak opponent. Just like that, the third round of internal elimination ended. This round eliminated a certain number of singers. In addition to the singing part, the instrument section also had an internal elimination. Both parts of internal elimination were almost synchronized, supervised by some old predecessors from the instrumental circles. Eru, piano, pipa, and so on. Various instruments, both popular and relatively unpopular, occupied some of the competitions. Among them, there was an instrumental contestant Lin Yuan was very familiar with, whom people from outside considered to be a member of the Yu dynasty. This person was Gu Shi. Gu Shi was a contestant in the piano section. After all, being the piano goddess, she was just a step away from being a master. Her level was already sufficient to participate in the Blue Song Olympics. Lin Yuan nodded to her when he saw her on stage, as a greeting. Even if not mentioning their several successful collaborations before, as they were classmates after all, Lin Yuan still had a very good impression of Gu Shi. Gu Shi was very surprised to see Lin Yuan. Perhaps driven by this surprise, she performed very well and smoothly passed the assessment. Implement our previous plan, assign the projects to the players tonight, and then proceed with the blind selection. After the internal elimination, with Yang Zhoming's statement, the training center's population reduced a bit more, and when the day turned to the next, the preliminary blind selection phase began. The Qin continent's complete coaching team of over 100 people will soon open their entire music library to the contestants. Chapter 1162, 106. Of course, before officially opening the song library, The training center first needs to allocate the singers into different project groups. All singers can sing. However, each person has a different style they are good at. Rock and folk, a huge contrast, not to mention the distinctions among vocal parts such as middle, low, and high notes, etc. The methods of singing fundamentally differ. Fortunately, the past period of training has already allowed the coaching team to understand the situation of the singers, so the allocation process, under constant communication between the coaches and singers, is not troublesome. 2 days later, everyone was placed into competition project groups that matched their styles. Among them, talented individuals like Fei Yang and Xu Yu, also the kings and queens of singing, even signed up for 4 project groups. This is the maximum number of events participants can enroll in. At this time, the training center then notified the remaining official contestants about the opening of the song library. When they heard the announcement through the loudspeakers, the entire training center burst into exclamations. For maestros and maestro aspirants in the training center, allowing singers to blindly pick their works is a test. For the contestants, being able to freely choose any piece from Qin continent maestros, their first reaction is inevitably astonishment and disbelief, followed by unexpected joy and excitement. Is this the Blue Song Olympics? Every contestant clearly understood. If not for the Blue Song Olympics involving the honor of their continent, they would never encounter the same opportunity in their lifetimes. However, more than the various emotions stirring inside them, choosing their favorite songs was the most critical task at hand, especially not knowing who composed the songs. Everyone had to choose repeatedly. Inside the training center, the singers were placed into different rooms. Each room was equipped with a computer and headphones. On the computer desktop, the rules stated, the computer has logged into the Blue Song Olympics Qin Continent Song Library. Contestants can freely choose their favorite works, and the number of works available in different categories varies. Simply clicking the heart icon next to a work indicates that the contestant will participate in competing for that song, with the final result to be determined by the head coaches and master coaches. Yes, compete. Every piece has its most suitable performer, and if a certain work is too popular, it also means that the competition for that piece is extremely fierce. In the office, main coaching group, Yang Zhongming stared at the computer and said, "Our computers here are connected to the internal system of the Blue Song Olympics, and the backend can display the real-time download situation of each composer's work, clearly showing which works are most favored by the contestants." Lin Yuan and the other 9 master coaches each took their seats. Everyone stared at the computers in front of them, their facial expressions slightly solemn. No matter how skilled and courageous, it's natural to feel a bit nervous at this moment. Regarding this, Zheng Jing laughed and said, "Our current mood is probably very similar to the contestants during the competition." "How refreshing." Lu Shang, one of the few who was not nervous, said, "We have always been grading the singers. Now it's their turn to grade us. I think it's quite good." Lin Yuan was not nervous either. He looked at Yang Zhongming and asked, "Do we have any other tasks?" Yang Zhongming nodded. "We should arrange these works into different tiers, with works of higher tiers being used as the repertoire for the later stages of the competition, and those of relatively lower tiers being used as entries for the earlier stages." This statement is understandable. Qin continent singers participating in the Blue Song Olympics. The competition definitely involves more than one round, and what song is sung in each round is crucial, involving tactical aspects. Saving the good songs for later is inevitable. Otherwise, even if you advance to the final with a good song, what will you sing in the finals? And if you don't make it to the finals, then better works might never even have a chance to be performed. This is the uncertainty of competition. Just like playing cards, when to play which card is important. Can you ensure that a certain work will definitely help you smoothly advance to the next round? And this is also the time that tests the master coaches the most. Their vision and judgment will play a significant role. Of course, there's a type of card play called bomb, which guarantees a win if someone catches it, and anyone with a bit of skill can wreak havoc. "Oh," Lin Yuan nodded. At that moment, Indong suddenly announced, "It has started." Su Lian is an Eru performer. She is the renowned Queen of Eru from the Qin continent. This esteemed title was given by her peers, but it also speaks volumes about Su Lian's capabilities. making her the seeded player in the Eru category without a doubt. However, Su Lian was not satisfied. She felt she theoretically could win the championship. But Su Lian also knew that this was just theoretical speculation. For in the Qin continent, there were no top Eru composers to support her, even though it is home to the Qin continent. Maestros excel at composing, but composition also varies in direction. Different instruments resonate best with different compositions. Don't believe it? Try playing a classic Eru piece on the piano. Even though it's the same melody, the essence gets lost because of the fundamental differences between the instruments. Su Lian felt helpless about this. A skilled chef struggles without rice. No matter how talented she was, without an excellent piece to compete, how could she clinch the championship in the Eru category? I can only look forward to teacher Huang Zhao's compositions. Su Lian muttered to herself. Huang Zhao was the most skilled in composing Eru pieces in the Qin continent. While not considered top tier, ranking within the top 5 on Blue Star was no problem. With his compositions and her own skills, Su Lian was quite confident about making it into the top 3. As for blind selection of the piece, not knowing the composer, none of these posed a problem for Su Lian. Teacher Huang Zhao's Eru compositions were easy to recognize and didn't even require analysis from the style of the pieces. Just bluntly listen to them. Out of all the Eru pieces, those of the highest quality could be assuredly identified as this maestro's works. To each his own specialty. Other maestros' level of Eru compositions did not quite match teacher Huang Zhao's. After all, Eru was among his specialties. This mindset didn't change even when Su Lian opened the music library. Despite roughly 30 uncredited Eru pieces in the Eru category library, more than she anticipated, Su Lian put on headphones and began listening from the first piece. These pieces did not even have titles, only content. Within less than a third of the first piece, Su Lian sighed inwardly. Although aware that the composer was at least at an almost maestro level, it was clear they hadn't fully grasped the essence of the Eru. Su Lian continued listening. The second piece, the third piece, the fourth piece. Su Lian listened to 8 Eru pieces in a row, without finding any that caught her fancy. Of course, these pieces weren't bad per se. After all, they were from maestro's hands, each having their merits, but considering the level of competition at the Blue Song Olympics, they were somewhat lacking. She sighed once more. Su Lian opened the 8th piece. Just seconds after she clicked play, she suddenly felt as if struck by something, her eyes wide open, her body almost instinctively starting to heat up. This is Chapter 1163, 1007 Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. This is the most splendid intro Su Lian has ever heard after years immersed in the Eru. Its classic nature is no less than the eternal famous Eru piece passed down through the ages in Blue Star. Su Lian was certain, a short tune composed of 4 beats, followed by a descending scale phrase. It was as if a sigh brimming with bitterness. It was clearly just the sound of an instrument. Yet, Su Lian heard a sigh. Her scalp started to tingle, her expression suddenly changed, and she instantly stood up from her seat, with the headphone cords stretched straight, showing the intensity of her action. By her ears, the music lingered in the mid-low range, as if a person was wandering alone on the road, lingering restlessly. Deep, suppressed. Although the range was narrow, the melody line was stable, just a slight rise and fall, and it felt as if the heart surged. As the melody continued to surge upward, the rhythm became more varied, and it was no longer wandering and confusing. Was it anger? Or was it a complaint? 5 consecutive sections formed 5 variations. The phrases sometimes expanded, sometimes contracted, rising and falling with the range, and the intensity of emotions gradually heightened. It was like pride. It was like tragic heroism. Unexpectedly, Su Lian's eyes began to redden. She seemed to see a life journey, with youthful recklessness and ignorance, with older age's reluctance and helplessness. The ordeals settled over the years, all vividly displayed in the music. The movement progressed. Variation, variation, strong contrast in musical registers, intense spiritual resonance, intense auditory stimulation. Su Lian's hands moved involuntarily, as if she was holding an Eru in her arms. And if a professional saw this, they would realize that the movements of her hands could play the music exactly as the piece she was listening to. Unconsciously, the piece gradually faded. The ending finished with a light, incomplete closure, as if melancholy and sighs would never cease. The sound unknowingly became softer, just like Su Lian's eyes, which unknowingly began to redden, now glistened slightly. It's hard for some to understand. Can listening to music also bring tears? Su Lian would cry, because in this piece, she heard as if a person's lifetime of emotions condensed, not just anger and unwillingness, but also some kind of longing. Even though Su Lian didn't know exactly what the composer was longing for, she had her own aspirations, just as she had her own anger and unwillingness. Perhaps everyone does. Su Lian was deeply touched. What is the name of this piece? Who is the composer of this piece? Su Lian was certain this was not a piece that teacher Huang Xiao could have written, because the quality of this piece had reached a level where all Eru players would kneel and worship. Teacher Huang Xiao did not have this level. Not just teacher Huang Xiao, even the current top Eru composer in Zhong continent, Maestro. There, his best work still had some gaps compared to what she was hearing. There are masters among the maestros of Qin continent. Su Lian's tears finally fell, not solely because of the emotions brought by the piece itself, but also with limitless gratitude, which Maestro in the training center created such a peerless masterpiece. Why was there no sign before? Such a maestro should not remain unknown. In the entire field of composition, although Eru might not be mainstream, the maestro who could create this piece certainly deserved the utmost respect from all Eru players. Without hesitation, Su Lian nearly trembled as she clicked the heart icon behind the piece, vowing in that moment that she must acquire this piece, or she would regret it for life. And the moment she clicked the heart, the name of the piece displayed, including Su Lian. Almost every Eru player in the same project team instinctively read it out loud. Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. With a distinct sentiment, Su Lian continued to listen. This, Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, as a final competition piece will undoubtedly have a decisive effect. However, she still needs some works to support her advancing to the finals. Come out, Huang Xiao. Please help me get to the finals. Thinking so, Su Lian clicked on another song. Halfway through the song, Su Lian suddenly swallowed hard. That Era master. Oh no, I should say that celestial being seems to have written more than one Eru piece. That's right. Lin Yuan wrote more than one Eru piece, probably because of the special significance carried by the Eru. As the #1 seed player from Qin continent, Fei Yang entered 4 categories, not wasting any talent at all. Pop, rock, folk, choir lead singer. 3 individual categories plus 1 group category, just as Fei Yang had previously considered. Due to numerous categories entered, there was also a substantial demand for songs, and Fei Yang needed to select a large amount of them. But Fei Yang did not make a choice lightly. Even after listening to over 20 songs and finding all of them to be of rather good quality. This is the Blue Song Olympics. Fei Yang believed that singers from other continents would also have access to songs that were certainly not inferior. Let's listen to the next one. Fei Yang leaned back in the chair, enjoying. Maestro's unreleased songs could be freely enjoyed. Such opportunities were rare. In his ears, a voice slowly began to sing. A pair of hands beyond embellishment. Qi language. Fei Yang raised an eyebrow. Music flourished in Blue Star. In recent years, songs in Mandarin remained mainstream, but songs in Qi language and English were no longer niche. Maestros from various continents had started trying to write such songs on Qin continent. For instance, Xian Yu wrote numerous songs in both Qi language and even in English. Furthermore, people like Lu Sheng had also made similar attempts. And at the Blue Song Olympics, if someone from Qin continent were to compete using a song in Qi language, it appeared to bear quite the grandeur. What? Boosting others' morale? The cultural confidence in Qin continent's music was evident. Singing in other languages was showing respect for those languages, not about boosting others' morale. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the singing continued in Fei Yang's ears, bringing warmth always from behind, although nagging always caring, regretting not cherishing too much. Hiss! Fei Yang slightly straightened his body. As the song reached, that warmly tender gaze of yours, teaching me to look steadfastly ahead, reminding me never to give up when I fall. Fei Yang's fingers uncontrollably lit up the heart icon following the song. The song Truly Love You. It's a song dedicated to mothers. When the song title appeared before Fei Yang's eyes, his heart trembled slightly. He had once sung a song called Father. That was his first collaboration with Xianyu. And in Fei Yang's heart, mother held the same position as father. This, Truly Love You. The moment Fei Yang heard the climax, he decided to claim it. Not just for the competition, but to sing it for his mother. At this moment, Fei Yang did not know. This song was also brought out by Lin Yuan. What Fei Yang was even more unaware of was that the next song he had his eyes on still had an inseparable connection with Xianyu. It was a folk song. Chapter 1164, 1008. The First Master Bishop. Core Coaching Group. Several coaches were staring at the screen when suddenly a flurry of subtitles flashed by, all prompts sent out by the system. Su Lian has chosen Reflections of the Moon on Erquin. Zhang Chong has chosen Reflections of the Moon on Erquin. Fang Yin has chosen Reflections of the Moon on Erquin. Within the entire Eru group, out of the 5 official contestants, the first choice for all was Reflections of the Moon on Erquin, which instantly became the first piece to be thrust into the spotlight during the blind selection. Eru, a new piece by Huang Xiao. The head coaches exchanged glances, surprise twinkling in their eyes. In Qin continent, Maestro Huang Xiao was the most skilled at composing for the Eru, while other maestros weren't as strong in this area. It's not Huang Xiao, it's Xianyu. Yang Zhongming gave everyone a calm glance. The head coaches were taken aback and turned to look at Lin Yuan. You understand the Eru too? Lin Yuan replied skillfully. I know a thing or two. Before everyone could discuss further, more messages flickered across the screen. For example, Shu Yu, who was of particular interest to everyone, chose a piece named A Woman's Flower. Whose song is this? Mine, Lin Yuan said. Then whose is this wild child that Zhao Yingge chose? Mine, Lin Yuan spoke up again. The crowd had a strange expression. How about the one chosen by Chen Ping? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. There should be a more suitable singer for this piece than Chen Ping. The crowd. The implication behind Xian Yu's words was very clear. It was his song too. Luckily, this situation didn't continue indefinitely. As singers delved deeper into song selection, the works of the 9 master coaches were frequently chosen. This is a blind selection. It proves that everyone present is of a certain standard. Even if someone were to go undercover with a secondary account, they could still stand out. However, as time progressed, everyone's gaze gradually returned to Lin Yuan. This, chasing dreams with a child's heart, is mine. This is mine. Don't tell me this one is also mine. What about this piece? The head coaches wore bizarre expressions. Xian Yu's works, aren't they a bit too popular? Although the songs of the 9 master coaches were being constantly chosen by singers, the frequency at which Xian Yu's songs were chosen was indeed a bit astonishing. Lin Yuan explained, because I have the most number. This wasn't a humble statement from Lin Yuan. Indeed, he was the composer who provided the most number of works among this group, so much so that the sum of others' contributions could barely compare to his own. The demand for pieces at the Blue Song Olympics is simply too great. The works provided by Lin Yuan were not all just to seal the deal in one shot. Some were also specifically for ensuring singers progressed to the finals. Also frequently chosen was Yang Zhongming. However, Yang Zhongming only had about a dozen pieces, mostly instrumental, with not too many songs. Yet, even though Lin Yuan said this, everyone still looked at him with a peculiar gaze. A large quantity, so what? Quantity never equates to quality. And the frightening thing about this fish is that while he has a large quantity, the quality seems to have no issues whatsoever. In other words, he came up with over 30 high-quality pieces in one breath. What kind of concept is that? Yang Zhongming glanced over the crowd. I think the ranking of the head coaches should be quite clear now. The result of the blind selection speaks for itself. Xian Yu is the first head coach, the number 1 person in the core coaching group under the head coach Yang Zhongming. In this Blue Song Olympics, Lin Yuan's level of authority in Qin continent could be said to be second only to 1 and above tens of thousands. The blind selection continued for nearly a day. By evening, each contestant had made their choice. Many of them chose the same song. Because their aesthetic sense was not weak, They had the ability to distinguish good works from bad. Speaking of which, if even contestants qualified for the Blue Song Olympics can't recognize quality, how poor must the overall level of singers on this continent be? Things are about to get busy. The head coaches looked at the results of the blind selection, some of them sighing. A bunch of people fighting over the same song or the same piece. It's hard to allocate. You're overthinking it, Yang Zhongming said indifferently. Those truly good works can only be performed by those who make it to the finals. Almost forgot about that. Everyone suddenly realized that the solution was quite simple. Those highly sought-after works could be performed by anyone, as long as they made it to the finals. If they're eliminated before the finals, then it's simply a matter of being outclassed. Nothing can be done. Yang Zhongming said, let's first categorize the songs by quality. Which piece to arrange for which contestant in each round is something we need to concern ourselves with. Everyone nodded. Yang Zhongming smiled. In principle, the works chosen most frequently by the singers are best saved for the last performance. After the blind selection ended, various project teams began arranging practice for everyone, and the contestants finally learned who the creators of these works were. I knew it. This one is definitely Father Yang's work. A violin contestant was self-satisfied. Whether it's the cello or violin, Father Yang is very skilled. I chose a piece by teacher Zheng Jing. Another contestant exclaimed with joy. Indeed, I have a special fondness for teacher Zheng Jing's style. If she entrusts this piece to me, I should be able to make the top 3. King Fei. In the lively discussion of the project teams, someone approached Fei Yang and asked, whose songs did you choose? Fei Yang stiffened, coughing and saying, Teacher Yin Dong. All from Teacher Yin Dong. Not all. Then whose else? Fei Yang's expression became even more rigid. Fish. At this moment, the rock group's maestro coach suddenly called out, Fei Yang, did Teacher Admirable Fish give you a heads up in advance? You chose so many songs, aside from one by Yin Dong. All the others are Teacher Admirable Fishes. Fei Yang. The contestant who had just been quizzing Fei Yang on his song choices was also dumbfounded. Then his eyes gradually took on a strange look, as if he wanted to laugh, but was bravely holding it back. Well now, you, King Fei, signed up for exactly 4 disciplines, with hundreds of songs right before your eyes, and yet you ended up choosing almost exclusively songs by Admirable Fish? What fate this is! This is true love. Even contestants who specifically targeted Admirable Fish couldn't have chosen this accurately. Su Lian stared blankly at the name in front of her. Admirable Fish. Just as stunned as Su Lian were the other Eru contestants. That mysterious maestro is actually Teacher Admirable Fish. Why have I never heard of Teacher Admirable Fish achieving anything with the Eru? My heavens, Teacher Admirable Fish is so young. I even wondered if we had invited foreign aid from another continent. How could the Blue Song Olympics invite foreign aid, who would even consider betraying their own continent? Your idea is even less reliable than Huang Zhao's sudden skill surge. God, the god of Eru. This was the status of Admirable Fish now in the hearts of a few contestants in the Eru group. Not only because of Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, but also several other classic pieces they heard that came from Admirable Fish's hand. If our Eru group doesn't bring back a good result, we simply won't have the face to meet Teacher Admirable Fish. I wonder how the coach will arrange it. I really want to play these pieces by Teacher Admirable Fish. You won't be able to grasp it. Su Lian took a deep breath, then narrowed her eyes slightly. Let me do it. Chapter 1165, 109, It Ignited. Su Lian is not alone. In fact, many project teams are staring blankly at the surnames attached to the works they have selected. For example, the flute-playing team. The Blue Song Olympics has flute competitions. However, considering the vast number of categories that flutes can be divided into, the officials of the Blue Song Olympics decided to group all flute players together. Everyone can compete with different kinds of flutes. What can you do when the types of flutes on Blue Star are just overwhelmingly diverse? Even animals like tigers and lions are distinguished by their regions. Their size, appearance, and even some more subtle characteristics vary from place to place. The same goes for flutes. Commonly seen in the market are various flutes like the curved flute, cup flute, fixed pitch flute, added keys flute, jade screen flute, 7-hole flute, 11-hole flute, and so on. Among them, The most influential is the blue star flute. The design of the blue star flute is very unique, significantly different from flutes on Earth. It is a new type of musical instrument with very rich expressive power, which is why it has become popular on Blue Star in recent years and is even named Blue Star Flute. The flute that Lin Yuan uses is the Blue Star Flute, and the piece he selected is very suitable for playing with the Blue Star Flute. In fact, just by listening to the first few seconds of the melody, Lin Yuan was utterly certain that he had to secure this piece named The Original Scenery of the Hometown. It is a masterpiece. This is not only Lin Yuan's judgment, but also that of the entire flute performance team. This is the reason why everyone is blankly staring at the name Xianyu. This young maestro actually understands flute music? Regardless of whether the participants got the works they wanted, the future competition is inevitably full of uncertainties. Everyone does not even know the rules. How will so many events across continents be compared at that time? Will it be broadcast live? How will the timing be arranged? All these are unknowns. Because this is the first time Blue Star has hosted a music event of such scale, there are no precedents to follow. In the days to come, the continents are still earnestly preparing for the competition. Today, finally, some related news came from the higher-ups. The Blue Song Olympics is officially renamed Blue Star Music Festival. Okay, an irrelevant piece of news. People really don't care whether it's called Blue Song Olympics or Blue Star Music Festival. All everyone needs to know is that this is the first official music contest between the continents of Blue Star. But indeed, the name has changed. The media, when reporting this grand event, has already started calling it Blue Star Music Festival, abbreviated as Blue Song Olympics. And as various parties paid attention, time moved on to March, and finally, the continents received some more concrete news. Qin Continent. The core coaching group meeting. The head coaches have been extremely busy these days, rushing between various project teams. 108 project teams. Basically, everyone takes turns running around. Yang Zhongming is even more exhausted because, in the end, all decisions need to be made by him as the chief coach. At this moment, Yang Zhongming held a document and said, "A new notice from the Literature and Art Association. Judges for each event at the Blue Song Olympics will be appointed by the Literature and Art Association." Everyone nodded. This was expected, but Lu Xing still voiced his concerns. If so, wouldn't most of the judges be middle state people? Yang Zhongming. Lu Xing clicked his tongue twice, but didn't say much more. There's not much that the continents can do about this kind of thing. Just hope that the judges can be somewhat fair. Although there are no previous cases to refer to, it's not uncommon for disputes to arise due to unfair judgments by referees in previous Blue Olympics. Furthermore, Yang Zhongming smiled and said, "The entire competition will be broadcast live on television, and our head coaches will also have to participate in some commentary, mainly to explain the event to viewers from our continent. So everyone please be mentally prepared." Isn't there any news related to the official competition? The rules for the trending category have been released. Each continent sends 5 male and female contestants to play in the group stages, 5 in each group, split into 8 for men and women, with 2 from each group advancing. It seems that the trending category is being taken very seriously. Of course, because the trending category events are enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Regardless of the audience's level of appreciation, everyone can thoroughly enjoy it. Unlike those musical instrument competitions, like classical piano, where some audience members just don't understand, and that's inevitable. Just like in the Blue Olympics, there are some less popular sports that people don't really care about. They're only concerned about whether or not they get good results in the end. I actually think musical instruments will attract a lot of attention. In recent years, Golden Hall has started to broadcast more frequently, and the viewing rates have been rising year on year. This shows that musical instrument performances are becoming increasingly popular. The public is beginning to accept a higher level of music, unlike before, when only a specific group of people had this pursuit. The topic had inadvertently drifted. Yang Zhongming brought the conversation back to the point. Most song contests start with group stages, but the duet category events don't have separate groups. It's knockout from the start. Each person with one song, and competitors from the same continent may end up in contention. There weren't any bizarre rules. Different events had different competition formats. After examining the rules thoroughly, Everyone felt that the current competition format was still reasonably fair. But the official competition hadn't started yet, and there was no ruling out the possibility for adjustments in the rules of different events later on. After discussing the rules, Yang Zhongming suddenly said, "Like the Olympics, we have about a month left, and as the day of the competition draws near, we are going to hold a rally. Who has a music piece for it?" Yin Dong asked. "What are the requirements?" Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Of course it has to be exhilarating." Zheng Jing agreed. "The kind that makes people's blood boil." Yi Zhiqiu added, "It would be best to evoke a sense of tension as well." Yang Zhongming joined the discussion. "Including some electronic elements might have a good effect. Don't just talk about the requirements." One of the head coaches rolled his eyes. "What about your pieces? We need to bring out our spirit during the rally." Everyone either looked down at their feet or gazed up at the sky, pretending to be dead in unison. Lin Yuan, being the honest one, thought for a moment and then said, "How about this one?" He took out his phone from his pocket. The gazes of the crowd shifted from wondering to shocked and then approached numbness. "So freaking late in the game, and you still have a piece? Why were they all just discussing requirements earlier and nothing else? Why did they all start playing dead when they heard about needing a music piece?" Because their repertoire had been pretty much cleared out by the Blue Song Olympics. They were at their wits' end, and here was Xian Yu, who had contributed the most to the Blue Song Olympics, still able to whip out a piece. That really made the maestros feel completely defeated, not knowing what to say. Could they only say that it's great to be young? But even when we were young, we weren't this impressive, right? While everyone's thoughts were all over the place, Yang Zhongming snapped his fingers, almost having a bit of a Thanos vibe. "Let's listen to it." Lin Yuan nodded and pressed play. Wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. Amidst the changing expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yuan spoke. "This piece is called Victory. I think it has a good significance, suitable for the rally." Victory was, of course, the localized name. Lin Yuan had brought forward an essential energetic anthem for editing montages, Victory. In the midst of the music, several head coaches exchanged looks. As the rhythm gradually intensified, someone suddenly blurted out a curse. F***C Kami, it's firing up. Chapter 1166, 101 Victory. Line up in a row. Keep your heads high, chests out, eyes looking straight ahead. Your gaze must be steadfast, like a hero's. Fold your arms in front of your chest. Don't worry if this feels too cheesy, we'll fix it in post-production. Lift your chin higher, even higher. Give off that "I'm the best in the world" vibe. Look down on others through your nostrils. Yes, that's right. Try a sneer. I mean a sneer, not a silly smile. Qin Continent. Training Center. Suddenly, the athletes were asked to make a propaganda video, akin to a pep rally. It wasn't strange in itself, but when the director presented the shooting requirements, the athletes were puzzled. Were the poses demanded by the director too arrogant? Would athletes from other continents think the Qin people too ostentatious? Well, can't twist an arm that's thicker than your thigh, right? In the end, everyone filmed as directed by the director, though many felt embarrassed and thought the styling was rather juvenile. At this time, the date for the Blue Song Olympics was approaching, and continents were successively releasing their expedition propaganda videos, just like at the Blue Olympics. Even before the Blue Song Olympics had started, netizens from different continents had already formed 7 factions. Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao Wei, you name it. Zhong continent hadn't yet joined in the fray. Cultural barriers stood in the way, or there would have been 8 factions lively at it. After the filming, post-production was quite straightforward. Simply a matter of editing and scoring, then sent off to the top. The leadership of the Qin continent placed great importance on this, and after receiving the propaganda video, issued the order immediately. Promoted across the entire Qin continent. Only the Qin officialdom could muster such force. Once the order was given, from TV channels to subway entrances to the large screens in various plazas of Qin continent, many public spaces almost simultaneously featured the propaganda video. No escaping it on the internet either. Qin Continent Music Academy. Cafeteria. Lately, the students' discussions revolved entirely around the Blue Song Olympics. The list of delegates hasn't been announced yet. I wonder who from our Qin continent will participate. You can guess. Those representing our Qin music scene at the Blue Song Olympics will certainly be the top figures of Qin's music world. We'll know when the propaganda video is out. Our Qin's propaganda videos are coming out very slowly. I've heard that in a week, the continents will be heading to Wei continent. It will be interesting to see how our Qin, as Blue Star's land of music, compares to Zhong continent. We can't beat Zhong continent. Hey, why isn't there any music today? Suddenly a student spoke up. The cafeteria at the Qin Continent Music Academy was equipped with a large screen on the wall and surrounded by high-quality speakers. After all, this is a music academy. Normally, there would be music playing during meal times in the cafeteria. Today was unusually quiet, with no music playing during mealtime. Someone couldn't help but glance at the large screen, blurting out unconsciously. Look, this person pointed towards the large screen with their chopsticks. Some followed the gesture and then joined in the exclamations. Is this the propaganda video? Yes, it was the propaganda video. The screen was pitch black, and then abruptly a spotlight shone down. With a clang, light pierced the darkness. A group of people wearing uniform white attire appeared. Faces not clear, the shot only showed their backs, with one word projected on them. Qin. Before the students could discuss further, the speakers in the cafeteria suddenly roared to life. The moment the music reached the ears, it was an ensemble of instruments. With piano and strings as the bass, the guitar and wind instruments entered simultaneously. The low strings vibrated with the drum beats. The robust rhythmic feel, like the powerful heartbeat of ancient behemoths, complementing the melody. Majestic and grand, an imposing momentum. Despite the tempo being neither fast nor slow, it created a feeling of being on edge, like a fully drawn bow, ready to unleash. The camera finally turned to the front. Fei Yang, Shu Yu, Chen Ping, Chen Jiyu, Wei Haoyan, Lu Zhihui. Several musicians already very familiar to the students appeared on screen. Though they were wearing white coats, in the students' eyes, these garments seemed to transform into battle robes. Everyone was spellbound. The music marched on, gradually rising. So fired up. No one knew who had shouted this phrase, but it perfectly captured everyone's mood. Incredibly fired up. Extremely shocking. The kind that stirs boundless imagination and exhilaration, imbued with an intense sense of the epic. Majestic and vast. Instruments resonating in harmony, filled with countless emotions, like spreading fear, like boiling fighting spirit, like burning blood, like a tragic roar. There was some repression, yet it seemed like something was struggling furiously to break free, as if a scene from an epic blockbuster was about to unfold. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. All eyes converged on the big screen, watching those familiar and not so familiar contestants appear in close-up shots. Each person, just a few seconds on screen. Some with defiant arrogance, some with calm and conceit, some with fervor and excitement. Determined, composed, eyes sparkling. This was their commonality. And then as various prominent instruments moved from solo to convergence, rhythmically ascending to the climax, a woman's voice suddenly began to sing. It was like a fountain soaring into the sky, reaching its zenith, then turning into countless glistening drops, with a melody so beautiful it was explosive. At this moment, goosebumps rose on all the students' bodies. Everyone was too caught up to count the stars in the shot, nearly everyone's scalp tingling from the music, their bodies restless, wishing they could be part of it. Qin, an intense sense of regional pride spontaneously emerged. Even the cafeteria lady, who forgot her special technique of shaking the serving ladle, served a student a plate full of ribs, wielding the ladle with more force than usual. Over 5 minutes. A full 5 minutes. The whole cafeteria was silent, only the deep music igniting everyone's passion, calming down only in the last few seconds. An extra-long subtitle appeared on the screen. It was the names of the contestants from Qin continent. Of course, there was also the information about the composition. Title: Victory, Victory. Composer: Xian Yu. The music stopped, but the cafeteria remained dead silent. Until a shrill scream. The whole cafeteria exploded following the scream. I could eat 3 more big bowls of rice. Wine. Where would the cafeteria get wine? I only regret being born a few years too late. Otherwise, I would definitely represent Qin continent in the competition. They'll definitely hold it again in the future. I swear I will appear in a promo like this one day. Is this a new work by Fish Papa? A composition like this, Fish Papa, take my knees. I feel like we've already won. The promo videos from other continents are nothing compared to ours. What the hell does Zhong continent think it is? A tiny cracker? That student who previously said we couldn't match up to Zhong continent is now brimming with pride, even radiating aggressiveness. Chapter 1167, 1011. Such a genius in the small Qin continent. The Qin continent promotional video for the Blue Song Olympics, set to the backdrop of victory as its theme music, simultaneously hit television and various online platforms, igniting a storm that swept across all Qin people. On the internet, many netizens from Qin continent watched the promotional video along with the students from the Qin Continent Music Academy, and then everyone's blood boiled instantly, getting hyped up one after another. Put it on repeat for me. My great Qin sweeps across all lands, unmatched in this world. Just a promo, and I'm already freaking pumped. How can it be this lit? Fish Papa really knows his stuff. This is what I call a battle anthem. This is Qin continent. This is Blue Star's land of music. Who said Zhong continent's promo music was fire? Does it hold a candle to this? What music is the most lit? Different people have different opinions. However, there are always some tracks that can unify the majority's views and aesthetics. Like Victory. This track might not be everyone's idea of the ultimate hype song, but it's definitely high on the list. There aren't many pieces that can compete with its lit level. Of course, not many doesn't mean none. Lin Yuan still has a few tracks in hand that can be considered extremely high energy, which he plans to release gradually. Qin people are over the top, inflated, and arrogant. Netizens from other continents quickly took note of the Qin people's fervor. What's going on? Why do these Qin people seem so brash on the internet, like they're all hopped up on chicken blood? Everyone's a hero behind a keyboard? Only after these netizens from other continents watched Qin continent's promotional video, flaunted almost boastfully by Qin people, did they find themselves shocked by just the intro. And by the time they finished Victory, they were almost ready to defect on the spot. Dang, does it have to be this cool? They going to compete, or are they going to war? Is this the might of the land of music? Why is there such a huge gap between the promos? Our own promo pales in comparison to theirs. It's like the weakest of the weak. Man, listening to this makes me want to support the Qin contestants. They're like a special ops team. There's a clear feeling of disparity between us and them. I report. Report what? Xianyu, he's cheating. All I can say is the power of music is truly immense. Netizens from other continents have started to dislike their own promos. The teams from each continent suddenly found themselves on the back foot, nearly choking on their frustration. Are you kidding me? Why do you Qin people have to play like this? Playing this way makes us look so lackluster. It's just a promotional video. Who would use such a heavy hitter of a pure music track for it? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Save some energy for the competition. Why don't you? It was the same with the last spring festival celebrations. Promos from every continent were pretty standard except for Qin continent's show-off performance. That's right. Qin continent's standout spring festival promo was also thanks to Xianyu. What kind of creature is this fish? Morale is a curious thing. All continents feel like their morale has dropped. It's as if everyone was playing a small-scale gunfight, and Qin continent suddenly whipped out heavy artillery. No martial ethics at all. While morale drops on other continents, Qin continent's spirit is high as a kite. At the training center, a group of players are howling. Isn't that just too cool? Had I known it'd be this lit, I'd freaking strut with my nostrils to the sky. Did you see me or not? The one who appears at 2 minutes and 8 seconds. I'm the one who shows up at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. After looking around, I am definitely the handsomest. Your shot was just about 0.1 second. I barely saw it. These guys were previously complaining that their moves were too cringeworthy, but now they can't wait to reshoot, eager to pose with an even higher level of embarrassment. The more cringeworthy the moves, the better they felt, especially with the high-octane background music. Soon, the news came out. Qin continent's Blue Song Olympics promotional video explodes with energy. Qin continent's momentum is unstoppable. Xian Yu's new work shocks with its release. The impact of this work was no longer just limited to a promotional video. On the same day, the training center actually received several commercial offers. A gaming company wanted to use Victory as background music. A film company also took an interest in this melody. Everyone could tell this was a song that could be used in all kinds of movies and even games. Especially when it comes to high-energy scenes, pairing them with this song was guaranteed success. Even more interestingly, someone from Qi Continent, a video editor, specially modified the Qi Continent's Blue Song Olympics promotional video. The visuals were still of Qi Continent singers promoting their campaign. It was just that the background music had been switched to Victory. And then the Qi Continent's promotional video also caught fire. Then after that, people from Qi Continent started imitating. Subsequently, creators from Yin Continent, Han Continent, Zhao Continent, and Wei Continent followed suit. Of course, mostly, this was done in jest, and Qin Continent did not pursue the matter. Nor did the other continents. Mainly because they couldn't really take action. Fundamentally, this was because the netizens from each continent had great expectations for their own contestants. Better to act magnanimous. As long as you're happy, that's good. Zhong Continent. The core coaching team here also saw Qin Continent's promotional video. This piece of music is no trivial matter. It seems we really can't underestimate them. It's just a promotional song. We haven't been taking it very seriously. That's true. Who knows how long they agonized over this song. They might as well have spent that time arranging more training for the players at the training center. By the way, who's the composer? Yang Zhoming. The master coaches chatted casually. Abigail, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Xian Yu. The master coaches were all stunned. Though they hadn't commented much on the song, everyone understood just how significant this piece of music was, so naturally, they assumed it was a work by Yang Zhoming. But to their surprise, it turned out to be from Xian Yu, the young maestro from Qin Continent. In that instant, their hearts skipped a beat. A sense of caution emerged simultaneously in all their minds. It seems that the warnings from above were correct. Abigail also remembered that remarkable young talent. That night, Golden Hall, the two nocturnes had left him astonished. When forming the core coaching team, the higher-ups specifically mentioned this person, instructing him to be extremely careful. Perhaps Xian Yu was the second musician from Qin Continent after Yang Zhoming that warranted his, and even the entire Zhong Continent's vigilance. Better be careful. Yang Zhoming remained the most challenging adversary for Abigail, but clearly, Xian Yu was no pushover either. Such a small Qin Continent. Yet it also had such a genius. Chapter 1168, 112, Setting Out. The influence of Qin Continent's promotional video exceeded everyone's expectations. As the Blue Song Olympics approached, everyone was already tense, and suddenly hearing such a song, many netizens from various continents boiled with passion. Indeed, not just Qin Continent. The promotional video ignited emotions across all continents, making Blue Song Olympics the hottest topic among them. Meanwhile, in Qin Continent, besides Xian Yu's song which was much talked about, people gradually coming to their senses also started paying attention to the expedition list revealed in the promotional video. Kings of singing such as Fei Yang and others. Queens of singing such as Xu Yu and others. These lists were without issues, mostly as the public anticipated. It also included some members of official music organizations, who even the Qin people aren't familiar with, as many were institutional singers similar to those in Qin Continent cultural troupes. But people can easily clear up any doubts by searching their information online. Their achievements are outstanding. It's just that they aren't part of the entertainment circle, so they're not as famous as those star singers. Just like Celestial Dynasty's national team. Many are not famous, but their strength is terrifying, possessing highly respected official honors. They cannot be judged solely by their popularity. What really baffled everyone was, all from the Yu dynasty made it to the major list. This made many people feel uneasy, wondering how it could be that not a single one from the Yu dynasty was eliminated. Qin Continent forums recently flooded with topics about Blue Song Olympics. And today, almost all posts were discussing the Yu dynasty. Simply put, it was questioning everyone from the Yu dynasty making it to the main list. Does it seem inappropriate? Of course, I'm not doubting the abilities of these singers as each is very strong, but based on The selection standards of Blue Song Olympics. There seem to be many singers with better vocal skills than some from the Yu dynasty who were eliminated. I'm also puzzled by this. Isn't it too coincidental that none from the Yu dynasty were eliminated? It makes sense for Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua to be on the main list, but Zhao Yinggu, Chun Jiu, and even Xia Fan being selected, what's going on? Are their skills slightly lacking? Among the eliminated singers, some are clearly stronger than them. Although the fight song written by Fish Papa is awesome, the entire Yu dynasty making the main list, could there be favoritism from Fish Papa? For such an important competition, I think we shouldn't be so protective. Voices of doubt are numerous, but there is also a lot of support. I don't believe Fish Papa is someone without a big picture view. If the Yu dynasty is all selected, there must be a reason for it. Trust the core coaching staff's judgment. The internal elimination wasn't decided by Xian Yu alone, and if Xian Yu wanted favoritism, would the other coaches agree? Would Father Yang agree? I'm not a fan of Xian Yu, but I trust that the core coaching team must have their considerations. Don't create internal strife. We should support those selected. The ones deciding the main list know music more than we do. Support. Doubt. This is how public opinion was formed. Conspiracy theorists haven't explicitly spelled it out, but discussions invite speculation. I've studied the list of core coaching staff. Head coach is Yang Zhoming. Xian Yu is a head coach. Zheng Jing is also a head coach. These few people who can decide on the main list, and the singers from Yu dynasty, seem to all come from the same company. Yang Zhoming, Xian Yu, Zheng Jing, all from Starlight Entertainment. And so is the Yu dynasty. If this power cooperated, it really could help ensure the Yu dynasty enters the main list. Looking at other people in the core coaching group, although not from Starlight Entertainment, they obviously have close relationships with people like Yang Zhoming. Simply judging from the surface, this matter really invites speculation. However, the decisive factor is still the frontline singers from the Yu dynasty. Their displayed strength in the past does not surpass some eliminated singers. Back and forth, Starlight Entertainment seems to be monopolizing power a bit. In response to public opinion, the Qin Continent Blue Song Olympics organization issued a solemn statement that evening. The selection of the big list is absolutely fair, with no favoritism or protection. This statement shut some people up. However, there are still some people spreading various conspiracy theories. In their words, the entire core coaching team has been bought by Starlight Entertainment. Their statement, isn't it just issued however they want? However, the training center obviously no longer pays attention to these conspiracy theories. Instead, other continents couldn't help but become suspicious. You should know, as the Blue Song Olympics approaches, all continents are researching each other. Many singers from Qin continent have, of course, been studied by other continents. According to the thoughts of other continents, Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua from the Yu dynasty are sure to make it to the big list, as the king and queen of singing represent the top forces of the continents. Wei Haoyun and Zhao Yinggu have hopes of getting in, but the chances are not high. Xia Fan and Chun Jiu, on the other hand, are the kind with no hope at all. The result, however, is the collective entrance of the Yu dynasty into the big list. Could this really be favoritism by the Qin continent core coaching team? If so, that would really be great. All continents are happy to hear and see. It must be Xian Yu wanting to stuff these lame ducks in to pad their experience. Could it be intentionally misleading us? That's impossible. I've studied the Yu dynasty, aside from Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua. The other members' abilities compared to Qin continent's best singers aren't really outstanding. Their past performances can't be deceiving. There are so many contestants. It's normal for Xian Yu to want to gild a few people. Anyway, a few won't affect the overall competition. That's true. All continents gradually reached a consensus. This definitely isn't because the core coaching teams of the continents are too stupid. It really is that the past performance levels represented by the Yu dynasty are set in stone. Could it be possible that upon entering the training center, the Yu dynasty has collectively undergone a complete transformation? As Qin continent's statement was released, the public opinion seemed to gradually calm down, but the chain reaction it triggered had already taken place. No one would have expected that the Yu dynasty really underwent a complete transformation during the training period. Otherwise, the Qin continent coaching team wouldn't have been shocked by Xia Fan and others. What people find even more unimaginable is just how many incredible incidents occurred during the several months of training. Amidst this undercurrent of activity, time continually marched towards the official competition date. And when April arrived, representatives from the continents began to set off for Wei continent. Meanwhile, the rankings of the core coaching teams of the continents were also announced. Another unexpected scene occurred. Right after Qin continent's head coach Yang Zhongming, the first alternative listed for the main coach position was strikingly marked with the word Xian Yu. Xian Yu is the first main coach? Others are fine, but Lu Xing being ranked third? This ranking was somewhat hard to understand, even including the Qin people, although Lu Xing had previously been defeated by Xian Yu in the seasons. Ranking battles. After all, Lu Xing is among the strongest elite in Blue Star Maestro, and some people even think he could arm wrestle with Yang Zhongming. In fact, if Qin continent were to find someone comparable to the Maestro of Zhong continent, everyone undoubtedly thinks of Yang Zhongming and Lu Xing. Xian Yu is after all young. Yet looking at this Qin continent list, the mighty Wonder Lu's position in the Qin core coaching team is actually lower than Xian Yu's. I can't help but want to complain. Fans of Lu Xing in Qin continent rolled their eyes. Is this head coach Yang Zhongming too biased? Yu dynasty got into the big list. Now Xian Yu has become our continent's first main coach. Such favoritism towards Xian Yu. Is it because Xian Yu is a fish, so he won't drown? Obviously, some linked it to the Yu dynasty making the big list, suspecting that all of this is due to Yang Zhongming's excessive favoritism towards Xian Yu to an undisguised extent, and wondered how Lu Xing has been able to bear it. Bearing it for the continent. Only Lu Xing knows the bitterness in his heart. This isn't about bearing it for the continent. Without going through this 2 to 3 months of training, he wouldn't have known that he was actually only ranked third in Qin continent. What he fears most is fans being indignant on his behalf. I, myself, have bloody well accepted it. Why the hell are you guys not convinced? Chapter 1169, 1113, they haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. For nearly 3 months, the intensive daily training and the tireless cooperation of the coaching staff allowed all the maestros from Qin continent to roughly see each other's level of disparity. During this process, Lu Xing observed Xian Yu quite a lot. From the popularity of the other's works during the blind selection by countless contestants, to the capabilities that the other displayed throughout the entire training process. The more Lu Xing observed, the more he feared. This was an undeniable monster of talent. Before the meteoric rise of Xian Yu, Lu Xing was known as Wonder Lu, the youngest maestro of Blue Star. He himself was considered a monster of talent in the eyes of many. And such a monster, after observing Xian Yu for a few months, actually came to the conclusion that Xian Yu is a monster of talent. How many astonishing, dumbfounding events had occurred. Only Lu Xing knew the clearest in his heart. Actually, other maestros from Qin continent also knew. However, other maestros from Qin continent did not understand as deeply as Lu Xing. After all, Xian Yu was the master coach, and Lu Xing, also being a master coach, had more opportunities to interact. Take the simplest example. Lu Xing had personally seen Xian Yu enter the piano group. Afterwards, Xian Yu was worshipped like a deity by the entire piano group. Similar incidents, Lu Xing had observed more than once. And what shocked him even more was, within the entire training center, so many contestants, including some top stars, had experienced being scolded by Xian Yu. For example, a troublemaker from the rap group. The guy, who feared neither heaven nor earth, dared to diss maestros in his songs, and always spoke with a real attitude, filled with the rebellious habits of the underground scene. In front of Xian Yu, he became like a meek little mouse, scolded for a long time without daring to let out even a squeak. Lu Xing suspected that if he scolded this guy in the same manner, even if the guy did not dare to turn against him on the spot, there would inevitably be some resistance in secret. Not like when Xian Yu scolded him. After being scolded by Xian Yu, the guy practiced alone until late at night without a word of complaint. Why? The meanings behind these events, upon the slightest thought, felt terrifying to Lu Xing. This meant that the contestants were utterly subdued by Xian Yu's personal presence. Only in the presence of someone they admit defeat do people become docile. Mainly, it's because Xian Yu himself is terrifying. So young, yet able to have most of the contestants at the training center submit to him. If we were to compare authority within the training center, in fact, Lu Sheng seriously doubted that Xian Yu's word might be more influential than Yang Zhongming's. Let's not talk about the outcome of this Blue Song Olympics. In the future music scene of Qin continent, it will inevitably be Xian Yu's world. And if there is ever going to be a second Blue Song Olympics, it's quite possible that Xian Yu would no longer just be a master coach. Becoming a head coach would not be out of the question. These things, the outside world could not possibly know. Just like the outside world doesn't know that Yu dynasty has already been completely transformed. Without witnessing it for themselves, there would not be this concept. Many intangible things, people can only slowly come to feel. As for the internal public opinion of Qin continent, neither Lu Sheng nor Xian Yu, nor the entire training center, took it to heart. After the Blue Song Olympics, all queries will vanish like smoke. However, the situation never got too out of hand. Just like how Yu dynasty's collective selection into the big list caused public discourse, but eventually it all dissipated. Xian Yu serving as the first master coach of Qin continent, though unconventional, but if Lu Sheng, the involved party, did not object, mere fan dissatisfaction couldn't stir up too much trouble, especially with the Blue Song Olympics about to begin. The Qin people were conscious to even try to quell their internal public opinion, attempting not to burden the contestants too heavily. Facing the Blue Song Olympics, every continent is united like never before, and it can be seen from this. Each continent holds high expectations for their own performance at the Blue Song Olympics. After arriving at Wei continent, the Wei continent officials had everything prearranged for the delegations from each continent. Fine dining, superior accommodation. However, the delegations from each continent lived and dined separately, unaware of each other's circumstances. It's been confirmed. The core coaching group had another meeting, with Yang Zhongming holding a document saying, the Blue Song Olympics will officially begin on April 15th, with the operatic voice competition starting first. That's our weak spot. A maestro frowned, as the operatic voice group from Qin continent was not particularly high in level. Lu Sheng said, 108 events. No continent could possibly cover all aspects. Zheng Jing nodded. Even Zhong continent will inevitably have weaker events. It's just that their shortcomings are not as obvious. By the way, Yang Zhongming suddenly turned towards Lin Yuan. The rules also require each continent's coaching staff to provide a master coach to act as a commentator during the competition. Who's interested in this from our side? Everyone fell silent. Yang Zhongming continued. The master coach serving as a commentator is mainly to educate the audience on certain aspects, as not every audience member is so knowledgeable about music. For example, for the operatic voice competition, the standards for judging the quality of a singer's performance are not so clear to ordinary viewers, which will require commentators to analyze. But at a professional level, sometimes commentators are not sufficient, and that's when more professional master coaches like us need to explain. Zheng Jing said, whoever understands operatic voice should take it on then. Lu Sheng smiled and asked, is there anyone present who doesn't understand operatic voice? Everyone understood operatic voice to varying depths, but they were definitely more knowledgeable than the commentators. As for commentary, after all, it's not their profession. The group fell silent once again. The reason for their silence was simple. The Qin continent's operatic voice group was a weak point, and their competition results would likely not be good. A master coach from Qin continent standing as a commentator while our own contestants get eliminated would not be good for face. Chapter 1170. 1013. They haven't realized the seriousness of the problem _2. I'll do it. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. After all, the Blue Song Olympics is not the Blue Olympics. The Blue Olympics need coaches to keep watch, while the Blue Song Olympics is less dependent on competition, as the songs used in the contest are all determined in advance, mainly depending on the singer's performance. Unlike the Blue Olympics, which requires coaches to devise strategies on the fly. Besides, each major event team has its own coaches, who will come up with plans in case of any emergencies. It's better if I go. Zheng Jing ultimately still wanted to protect the junior, unwilling to let Lin Yuan commentate on a match unfavorable to Qin continent. Then you go. Yang Zhongming took a look at Zheng Jing. Seniors should indeed take on more responsibility. Having decided on the plan, Yang Zhongming then turned to Yi Zhiqiu. Old Yi, you're close to the players. Provide them with psychological support to avoid too much pressure, as we will face many challenges later. Okay. Yi Zhiqiu nodded. Lu Sheng laughed. I'm ready to be scolded. Everyone laughed along. If the players perform poorly, both players and coaches get scolded, not to mention the head coach. But those who scold others are mostly trolls. Rational netizens, understanding that there's always winning and losing in competitions, will be understanding. Let's prepare with all our might. Yang Zhoming took a deep breath. This is the first time Qin continent's music will clash with the peaks of other continents. Full preparation. Not only is this something Qin continent must do, but also something the teams from other continents must do as well. All preparations are being carried out in full swing. And during such days, the day the Blue Song Olympics starts is gradually approaching. With only 10 days left before the competition, Qin continent had basically stopped training the singers. Not only was there no training, but Yang Zhoming also hired guides from Wei continent to take everyone around for a tour, to experience the local customs and culture of Wei continent. Lin Yuan also went out with the majority and had an experience, although he had already visited once before with the people from Yu Dynasty. And now, both reality and the internet are thoroughly covered with news about the Blue Song Olympics. The media is bombarding endlessly. The atmosphere of the Blue Olympics has reached its zenith. Qin continent media. Qin continent's representative team discreetly explores Wei continent. Qi continent media. King of singing Yin Lin. I will surely beat my opponents with Qi language songs during the competition. Shu continent media. It's time for the world to hear our voice. Yin continent media. Roar. Our goal is to win over 30 gold medals. Han continent media. Han continent's top actors send their blessings to our music circle for the competition. Zhao continent media. Friendship first, competition second. Wei continent media. Blue Song Olympics opening ceremony preparations completed. Zhong continent media. Abigail. I will lead the Zhong continent warriors to dominate the kingdom of music. Every continent sent journalists along. The dynamics of each continent's delegation can be sent back to their own continent at any time through journalists. The atmosphere of the Blue Song Olympics has been ignited. The entire gaze of Blue Star is focused on Wei continent. Even many audiences from all continents have managed to get tickets to the Blue Song Olympics scene and have flocked to Wei continent. Besides the incessant news bombardments every day, each continent has arranged countdown reminders. 5 days. 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, the eve of the Blue Song Olympics. All the continents were exceptionally bustling online, day and night, like never before. Finally, it's starting. My great Qi continent is invincible. Little Qi continent dares to claim invincibility. Watch my Chu continent suppress you. Little Chu continent, how dare you show off your skills? You must not know our Yin continent specializes in curing all kinds of disobedience. Han continent watches you show off with a smile. Our music has already moved to the forefront of the era. Zhao continent, glance. My great Wei continent expresses. A home game must be won. Here is Blue Star's land of music. Do you know why our Qin continent is the land of music? Heh, it's just some empty reputation. Zhong continent has never acknowledged you as the land of music. The internet is noisy. There's a strong smell of gunpowder. However, it hasn't caused any bad impact. Everyone is just exchanging fierce words, unwilling to lose in momentum. National participation. Even some gray industries have started to lay out schemes. Online betting has commenced. People are placing bets on the scores for various competitions of different continents. In a sense, the influence of the Blue Song Olympics might even be more exaggerated than the Blue Olympics. Blue Olympics is a competition between athletes. The number of star athletes is limited, and many sports are very niche, not attracting much public concern. The Blue Song Olympics is a competition between singers. Top star singers from all continents are numerous, and music, as a medium, has a low entry barrier, almost universally understandable and clearly more popular with the masses. Just like that, one night passed. The next day at 10 in the morning, the Blue Song Olympics opening ceremony. Since this is the first Blue Song Olympics, Wei continent is the host, So the opening ceremony is also managed by Wei Continent. Global broadcast. The opening ceremony is spectacular. A dazzling performance of songs and dances presented in front of the Blue Star audience. Wei Continent's use of stage technology has reached a pinnacle. Combined with the grand chorus from Wei Continent's King and Queen of Singing, it instantly pulled everyone into the atmosphere of the Blue Song Olympics. The opening ceremony concluded. The highest official of the Blue Song Olympics Organization Committee continued the official proceedings. Distinguished guests entered. The delegations from each continent entered in formation. Head coaches of each continent made speeches. The official in charge of the Blue Song Olympics Committee gave a speech. Even though it was all formal rhetoric, no one was impatient. A competition with the scale of the Blue Song Olympics must have such a level of ceremonial feeling. Chapter 1171, 1013. They haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. 3. Solemn, serene, grand. The entire process took several hours. By the time all procedures were concluded, half a day had just passed. Representatives from various continents were arranged to dine, but the live broadcast did not end. Including Zhong Continent, in the broadcast rooms of the 8 major continents, commentators continuously explained topics of interest to the viewers, from analyzing the strength of coaches from various continents to the capabilities of the contestants, as well as various scientific tidbits, as audiences from each continent were not very familiar with the contestants from other continents. Head coach Yang Zhongming from Qin continent is very strong. This person had a glorious track record in his early years, but he has released fewer musical works in recent years. However, the fact that Qin continent chose him to be the head coach shows that his level is possibly beyond that of Liu Shang. Head coach of Yin continent is Bai Nye. Bai Nye was one of the best maestros of the previous generation, having retired 5 years ago. Perhaps his composing skills are not as good as before, but his experience in music is something many top maestros in Zhong continent might not match. Head coach Piao Kaiying of Wei continent is someone to be cautious of. Piao Kaiying is the only singer among all the head coaches on the continents, whereas the other continents have maestros leading the teams. Zhao continent chose the singer Piao Kaiying to lead because her achievements in the music scene are so high. Even the aura of those Wei continent maestros can hardly suppress hers. The most formidable is the head coach of Zhong continent. Abigail, a maestro ranked among the top 5 on Blue Star, a fact openly acknowledged by many top maestros. And what's even more terrifying, Abigail has still been very active in recent years, with many of his compositions having significant influence in various continents. However, it's worth mentioning that Abigail once lost to Yang Zhongming in a past music duel. And there's Han continent. Undoubtedly, the head coaches of each continent are the focus of attention in the continent's broadcast rooms. Next in focus is each continent's primary master bishop. Among them, Xian Yu also received particular attention from the various continents. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao Wei. People are not unfamiliar with Xian Yu. Commentators mention Xian Yu with a bit of wariness. However, most of the Zhong continent viewers had never heard of this person. In the Zhong continent broadcast room, the host introduced Xian Yu. Xian Yu, the youngest maestro ever on Blue Star, has notable influence in the 7 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and is hailed as the leading youth figure in the music scene within these continents. But of course, this is within those 7 continents because everyone on Blue Star knows that no matter the ranking, Zhong continent always has to be excluded, like the land of music or a movie palace, as if our Zhong continent doesn't exist on Blue Star. Having said this, several Zhong continent hosts laughed heartily, and when Xian Yu's image appeared on the broadcast in Zhong continent, the spectators were quite surprised. This guy is really handsome. This was Zhong continent's first impression of Xian Yu. As for the achievements of Xian Yu mentioned by the commentator, the hearts of Zhong continent's viewers had no waves. They even felt like laughing. The leading young figure in Blue Star's music scene? Did you ask for our opinion in Zhong continent? After so many years, the 7 continents still like to amuse themselves. Some Zhong continent viewers jokingly commented in the barrage, with 108 gold medals, I wonder if we can take over 50 this time. After all, in the last Olympics, we won 28 more gold medals than the second place. It's always such a crushing scenario without suspense. Can the 7 continents give some pressure? Inside a certain villa in Zhong continent, the TV broadcast was very loud. Someone looked up at the Blue Song Olympics host's introduction. When the host mentioned Xian Yu, this person suddenly felt a pang in his heart. At that moment, the telephone rang. From it came a voice, Matsushima. Rain. Matsushima Rain held the phone, a hint of bitterness in his voice as if recalling the experience of leaving Qin continent overnight. Chung sang. He has arrived. The voice of Ito Chung on the other end of the line sighed. These useless commentators, and even our entire Zhong continent at this moment, they have no idea about the seriousness of the issue. Zhong continent. So arrogant. To prevent any incidents, I must contribute my own strength to protect the glory of Zhong continent. Understood. Chapter 1172, 114, Overwhelming. Afternoon. The Blue Song Olympics competition is about to begin, and the opera group contestants are warming up their voices in their own ways, as the opera group competition is the opening event of this Song Olympic Games, covering quite a few categories. Men's opera solo, women's opera solo, men's opera duet, women's opera duet, mixed quartet, mixed sextet. The so-called duet is one of the forms of vocal music performance, referring to 2 or more performers singing the same piece of music, each according to their own voice part. It can be divided into duets, trios, quartets, up to sextets, based on the number of parts or performers. Certainly, there could also be trios, quintets, and the like if expanded arbitrarily, but that would give opera an overly significant proportion of gold medals, and so limitations have been set. One main category, 6 competition events. Actually, that's quite a lot. It means that the opera competition will ultimately yield a total of 6 gold medals, where enthusiasm from all continents is mobilized. Qin continent. On the blog, 6 gold medals for the opera group, wondering how many we can take. Looking forward to the first gold. Just the first round of opera solo has 5 judges. The later duets will probably have even more judges. And there's a lot of contestants too. Just for the men's opera solo, each continent has 3 spots. Add them together, that's a whopping 24 contestants. Is Wei Haoyun in the opera group? She's actually participating in 3 opera events, including a woman's solo. Can she really handle it? If it's arranged this way by the top, then there should be no problem. Let's cheer for the contestants. It's starting. The first event is the men's opera solo. Netizens are fervently discussing. The media is also analyzing the strengths of each continent. Because of the controversy that the entire Yu Dynasty team made it onto the big list, Wei Haoyun received some attention. At the competition venue, the host is introducing the rules. The men's opera solo competition only has 3 rounds. The first round is 24 contestants from 8 continents performing separately, determining 8 to advance. The second round, the 8 who advance perform separately, determining 3 to advance. The third round, the 3 finalists perform separately, deciding the gold, silver, and bronze medalists of the event. The rhythm is very fast. The rounds are very few. In such intense competition, even a slight mistake is fatal. After introducing the rules, the competition officially begins. Qin continent. Inside the live broadcast room, the commentator excitedly starts. Dear viewers, what we will witness next is the first event of our Blue Song Olympics, the men's opera solo. At this critical moment, we have also invited one of the 9 master coaches of our Qin continent, Teacher Jing, to offer commentary on the performances of the contestants in this opera competition. Hello everyone. Zheng Jing greets the camera. The official competition soon begins, and the order of appearance is determined by draw. A contestant from Han continent draws the chance to perform first and heads straight to the stage to sing. After the performance, the 5 judges score. The first judge gives a score of 81. The second judge gives a score of 85. The third judge gives a score of 79. The fourth judge gives a score of 83. The fifth judge gives a score of 77. Several commentators discuss briefly, then ask Master Coach Zheng Jing what he thinks. Zheng Jing begins. The performance wasn't bad, but by the standards of a top-level competition like the Blue Song Olympics, it falls short. The contestant might have been nervous, being the first to perform. There was some trembling in the voice as it began, otherwise his score. Zheng Jing explains and popularizes from a professional perspective. At the competition, after singing, the contestant from Han Continent looks at the score with a somewhat dispirited expression. Although there's no reference from other participants' scores due to being the first performer, he knows he didn't perform well in the first round and is likely to be eliminated. After all, there are only 8 spots to advance in the first round. As expected, the following male solo performances all did better than him. Among them, a contestant from Zhong Continent named Meng Wei gave a stunning performance, with all 5 judges unanimously scoring him above 90. As for the 3 contestants from Qin Continent, their performances were a mixed bag. The best one from Qin Continent, named Mu Li, achieved an average score of 88. Although not as high as the one from Zhong Continent, it was still pretty good. The remaining 2 only scored a bit over 80. The cruelty of the Blue Song Olympics is revealed to the audience for the first time. There are no second chance rounds. The first round is crucial. Only 8 spots to advance. Zhong Continent secures 2, and the remaining continents each grab 1. The most unfortunate is Zhao Continent, whose contestants were all wiped out in the first round. After the first round ends, the male commentator gives a wry smile. The opera competition is too cruel, the pace too fast, utterly unlike the rules of the music variety shows we're accustomed to. If the contestants don't perform well, there's no second chance competition. Everyone only has 1 shot. Lose and you're out, with 3 rounds deciding everything. That's right. Zheng Jing speaks up. This is also what tests our coaching team the most because we need to strategize accordingly with such a cruel competition format. Take this men's opera solo for instance. If you want to save your best songs for the finals, what if you lose before you get there? Even the best song won't get a chance to be sung. It's the same with many card games. Keeping big cards for later is standard play, but sometimes you need to play your big cards early because if you don't play them now, you might not get a chance to play them later. Chapter 1173, 114, Overwhelm_2. But speaking of which, male commentators said, if the Blue Song Olympics didn't play this way, and everyone had the opportunity to sing for several rounds, it would occupy too much competition time. After all, we have a total of 108 events. Of course, female commentators said, not all singing competitions have 3 rounds. Opera is technical, and listening to 2 songs is clear enough, so there are few rounds. Some competitions have more rounds, hence a higher margin for error. Contestants could still have the chance to turn the tables even if they make a small mistake. Studio. Zhao people are sighing heavily. They got eliminated in the first competition. The other continents were incredibly tense, shocked at heart. Damn, this competition format for opera solo is really twisted. If you don't sing well in the first round, you're directly sent home. There's no room for mistakes. What's even more terrifying than the competition system are the contestants from Zhong Continent. Zhong Continent is really twisted. Even someone indifferent to opera like me was amazed by Meng Wei's singing. Meng Wei is one of the kings of singing from Zhong Continent. When it comes to the value of the king of singing, Zhong Continent really is the strongest. It looks like Meng Wei is highly likely to take the championship. It's not certain. After all, competition depends on on-site performance. What if Meng Wei makes a mistake? He could be out. Zhong Continent. Studio. Commentator smiled faintly. As expected, no suspense, I boldly curse it once. Meng Wei is the champion. The screen exploded in comments. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that overconfident? That's a bold claim. But Meng Wei really is formidable. He crushed it with his skills. Feels like a familiar rhythm. A bit regretful though, we from Zhong Continent eliminated 1 in the first round. It's really a pity. The 1 eliminated just needed to perform a bit better to advance and could have kicked another continent competing. Not thrilling enough. I hope the other continents can bring some intensity. What about Qin Continent? Isn't it the land of music? And yet, this is their showing. Here's a joke. Qin Continent is the land of music on Blue Star. Zhong Continent's studio was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Qin Continent's head coaching team was watching the competition on site. Upon hearing Meng Wei singing, everyone's expression changed. Indong sighed. We need to change our strategy. Let Mu Li sing the final song in the second round. Mu Li is the male opera soloist from Qin continent who advanced. Yi Zhiqiu frowned. What about the third round finals? Anshin, another head coach nearby, said, we could give up on the third round. Yang Zhoming agreed. If Mu Li doesn't bring out his best song in the second round, he might not advance to the third round, especially with these two strong contestants from Zhong continent. This was a strategic consideration, because male opera solo competition only has 3 rounds. The first round has 8 qualifying spots, the second round has 3. The third round is a showdown among the 3 advancing singers to determine the holders of the gold, silver, and bronze medals. Reaching the third round at least guarantees a bronze medal. Now the problem is, Lin Yuan looked at the other continent's head coaching team, who were coaching. The other continents are also eyeing this same idea. Each continent is led by top musicians and has a sharp vision. If Qin continent thought of it, naturally, they could too, all preparing to go all out in the second round. However, no matter if other continents adopt the same strategy, Qin continent has already moved into action. Very soon, Mu Li was notified. He would go all out in the second round. Lin Yuan was not wrong. Not only Qin continent chose to go all out in the second round, other continents did too. This made the second round particularly exciting. All high scores. Every continent's studio was boiling. Everyone scored above 90. They sang so well. The weakest contestant of Blue Song Olympics seems like they can easily crush those represented in music variety shows. I feel like every continent's contestants just exploded. Of course, they had to explode, because if not, they won't get another chance. There are only 3 spots in the second round. If they advance, it means that they get at least a bronze medal. If they lose, they get nothing. What do you mean by that? They brought out the songs they were supposed to save for the third round to compete for gold. Damn, I wonder why each one suddenly became so fierce. The audience was initially puzzled as to why contestants from every continent suddenly became so fierce in the second round. But after the commentator and guest coach's explanation, they understood that this was everyone going all out. Just a match strategy. Unfortunately, even if all continents went all out, they still couldn't stop Zhong continent from taking the top spot. 2 contestants from Zhong continent advanced to the third round. There was also 1 contestant from Wei continent who advanced to the third round. For Qin continent, Mu Li failed. Ultimately, the male opera solo was dominated by Zhong continent, winning both gold and silver medals. Among them, Meng Wei took the gold medal. Wei continent obtained a bronze medal. The other continents were all just supporting roles. Wei continent's audience, however, was quite satisfied. They got a bronze medal, which felt pretty good, especially since the gold and silver were taken by Zhong continent. Losing to Zhong continent was not embarrassing. According to the tradition of not counting Zhong continent in Blue Star rankings, Wei continent, rounding up, is effectively the first in male opera group. Qin continent. The coaching team was somewhat silent. After a long time, Yang Zhoming spoke. Opera is our weak point. This scene was within expectation. Chapter 1174, 114. Overwhelming _3. Indong nodded. Mu Li did his best. A maestro named Chun Hechuan shook his head and said, he was just a bit short of getting the bronze medal. It's only the first round. Lu Shang gritted his teeth. The competition is still long. Obviously, Qin continent failed to enter the top 3, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Qin continent live broadcast room. Zheng Jing also looked a bit upset. The commentator tried to alleviate the atmosphere. Although we didn't make it into the top 3 or win a medal, contestant Mu Li truly gave his all. He actually ranked 4th, but unfortunately, there are no medals for 4th place. You need to be at least 3rd to get a medal. It's okay. Another commentator encouraged. There are 5 more events in the bel canto group. Let's keep pushing hard. Teacher Zheng Jing, can you analyze the upcoming events from the perspective of the head coach? A long way to go. Zheng Jing uttered these 5 words. She couldn't directly tell the audience that the Qin people's bel canto wasn't very strong, as it would be too demoralizing for the group. She chose a more conservative approach. I believe in our next contestants. I hope everyone will continue to support them because there are 108 events in this competition. The men's bel canto solo is just one of them. Each continent's live broadcast room chatted for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, The spirit of the commentators from each continent was revitalized. Qin continent commentator. Oh, dear audience, please pay attention. The women's bel canto solo is starting. The first round features our contestant Wei Haoyun. It's tough being the first to perform. The pressure is really huge. Oh, she sang wonderfully. Contestant Wei Haoyun performed exceptionally, earning an average score of 88 from the 5 judges. My goodness. 3 people. All 3 of our Qin continent contestants have made it into the second round. The same was achieved by 3 contestants from Zhong continent. Who says women are inferior to men? Our Qin continent's female bel canto soloists have showcased the elegance of the land of music. The women's group is much stronger than the men's group. All 3 female singers from Qin continent entered the second round. All 3 singers from Zhong continent also made it to the second round. The remaining 2 spots were taken by Wei continent and Qi continent. Inside the Qin continent live broadcast room, the audience became excited. Finally, the elegance of our land of music has been sung. In the first round, 4 continents were eliminated, leaving 4 advancing, and we secured 3 of those spots. Good job. Could this round be a win for us? I feel like we have a chance to defeat Zhong continent. How frustrated I was watching the men's group, but how satisfying it is watching the women's group. Wei Haoyun sang really well. I never knew her bel canto was so incredible. During the discussion, the second round began. The first of the 3 Qin female singers made a mistake, landing a low score. Male commentator. Such a pity. Female commentator. We can only hope for the remaining 2 contestants now. It was the second female singer's turn. 5 high scores. The commentators were thrilled. Zheng Jing smiled. Our contestant Wang Rong performed beyond expectations. She's hopeful for the third round. Qin's third contestant, Wei Haoyun, took the stage. After singing, her score was slightly lower than Wang Rong's. Zheng Jing expressed her regret. It's hard to say with Wei Haoyun's score. It depends on Zhong continent's performance. Result. Zhong continent still charged forward strongly, with 2 more of its contestants advancing to the third round. Wei Haoyun was stopped in the second round. Qin's female singer Wang Rong did advance to the third round, but ultimately only secured the bronze medal. Stronger than the men's group. However, there aren't many strong contenders. Hundreds of viewers in Qin continent's live broadcast room sighed, and for the first time, curses appeared in the barrage, furiously criticizing the competitors from Qin continent for not being strong enough. Field. Coaching staff of Qin continent. The atmosphere became even colder. Even Lin Yuan, usually so calm, didn't feel like talking anymore. Wei Haoyun's bel canto level isn't bad since she was trained to a diva level by Lin Yuan, but what Blue Song Olympics doesn't lack are diva-level talents. Unfortunately, Wei Haoyun is already among the top 3 bel canto singers in Qin continent. There was no mistake in her performance. It was purely that her level was not equal to Zhong continent's. This left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat stifled. He realized for the first time from the depths of his heart how powerful Zhong continent is. Though he didn't want to concede, Zhong continent indeed deserves to be proud. Qin continent, the grand land of music, clashing head-on with Zhong continent, only to be utterly defeated. Though this has to do with bel canto being the weakest category for Qin continent, being crushed twice in a row by Zhong continent in the music field is an indisputable fact. No one made excuses. Lost in bel canto means a loss. What's scarier is, this is just the beginning. In the following hours, it was torture for all viewers from Qin continent. Men's bel canto duet, bronze medal. Women's bel canto duet, silver medal. Mixed voice quartet, nothing gained. Mixed voice sextet, nothing gained. In the 6 rounds of bel canto contests, Qin continent got only 3 pathetic bronze medals. Zhong continent dominated in all directions, taking away all 6 gold medals, crushing the competition gloriously, and even secured 2 silver medals. Coaching staff of Qin continent. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. In Qin continent's broadcasting room, the commentators tried to liven up the atmosphere, but Zheng Jing couldn't muster a single smile. I can't watch this anymore. Utterly disappointed. The competitors are inadequate. The coaches are inadequate. And this calls itself the land of music? Helpless against Zhong continent. It's okay if we can't defeat Zhong continent since they have always been so powerful, but it's truly excessive to perform even worse than Wei continent and Chu continent. These musicians need to reflect. There's no need to watch the upcoming contests. Zheng Jing caught a glimpse of these barges. His heart twitched slightly, and his face turned paler. The broadcast room was humanized. For interactivity, the commentators could see the barges. Though 90% of the barges were primarily encouraging and sympathetic, the remaining 10% did not lack critical voices. Zheng Jing noticed only the critical barges. People are like this, always attracted by the more glaring comments, thereby overlooking the more encouraging voices. It's only the first day. When the commentator from Qin continent noticed the direction of the barrage and Zheng Jing's grim expression, he forced a smile. We have to believe in our competitors, believe in our coaches. The upcoming contests still need everyone's support. Everyone's from Qin continent. Everyone feels uncomfortable. But what can be done? The power of Zhong continent is simply despairing. What makes Qin people even more unacceptable is that the musical standards of other continents are also quite notable. Wei continent, Han continent, Chu continent, Qi continent. These continents showed a certain level of competitiveness, seeming not any weaker than Qin continent, known as the land of music. Could the land of music truly be undeserving of its name? Could it be that over the years, Qin continent has gradually been overtaken by other continents? Chapter 1175. 1015. The fairly competent little singer. The first day of competition has ended. The people of Qin continent are in low spirits. If the coming days continue like this, the title of the land of music will completely become a joke. Yes, losing to Zhong continent is understandable, but our performance was even worse than Wei continent and Han continent, which is really hard to take. Not a single gold medal. I thought we would at least get one gold medal today, considering there were 6 events in the bel canto category. I'm feeling down. I no longer have the courage to watch tomorrow's competition. I originally thought that Qin continent would only be slightly worse than Zhong continent, but the Blue Song Olympics has awakened me to reality. It turns out Qin continent's music is not as strong as we thought. It's only the first day. Why are you all so pessimistic? Keep watching. Qin continent is known as the land of music for a reason. At night, in the blogs, many Qin people are sighing, filled with regret. However, many Qin people also feel a surge of resilience, believing Qin continent can redeem itself. The bel canto participants who did not perform well are also full of self-reproach, issuing apologies to the people of their continent through the official platform. In this situation, although many Qin people are still feeling down, the public has chosen to cheer the participants on. Yet some Qin people didn't accept this, angrily, criticizing the singers in the comments section. For instance, in Wei Haoyun's blog's comments section, many wrathful messages appeared. Shame on you for posting updates after losing the competition? Have the gall to compete in 3 bel canto events? If you're not up to it, give your spot to someone who really has the talent. I knew you would mess things up. The entire Yu dynasty making it to the big roster definitely has some shady dealing going on. Their skill isn't up to scratch. Alright, actually, singers from every continent who lost faced similar situations. Praise when you win. Criticize when you lose. Even though Wei Haoyun performed better than the other Qin continent participants. On the other side, core coaching team. The atmosphere is somewhat tense. Each head coach has their main area of responsibility. Lin Yuan is mainly responsible for the pop segment and did not participate in the creation of songs for the bel canto, but he would feel upset as the head coach since bel canto lost completely. It's my fault. Head coach Chun Hushuan spoke with remorse. The situations in the bel canto category were mostly handled by Chun Hushuan, one of Qin continent's best at composing bel canto songs. It's okay, Yang Zhongming said lightly. It's no secret that our bel canto category is weak. We can't have another day like today. Lu Sheng spoke up, fire in his eyes. Yin Dong squinted his eyes. Tomorrow we have the pop category. Competition. The first day of competition, just half a day. Tomorrow's competition has both morning and afternoon sessions, with more variety than just the first day. Qin continent will face its strong categories. Pop music is one of them. At this moment, Yang Zhongming looked at Lin Yuan. Continue to commentate tomorrow. The next day, The competition was about to begin. The coaching teams from each continent made their entrance. The entrance formations were divided into 8 columns. The core coaching team from Zhong continent walked on the farthest left column, followed to the right by Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, distinctly separate. First row. Head coach of Zhong continent's team, Abigail, looked forward with her voice suddenly emerging. Don't disappoint me again today. Wait and see. Yang Zhongming also looked forward, speaking softly. The head coaches from other continents heard their conversation, wearing expressions that showed no emotion, their thoughts unknown. Suddenly someone behind Abigail said, Xianyu. It was another head coach from Zhong continent's team. Lin Yuan didn't turn his head, responding nasally with a hum. Seemingly curious, the other party said, Didn't have any of your songs in yesterday's competition? Lin Yuan's tone remained the same. The other seemed to laugh. That's really too bad. I had a song yesterday, the one Mingwei won with. There are quite a few items today. You must have some pieces too, right? But the outcome will be the same as yesterday, because I've got songs today too. Lin Yuan ignored him. Instead, it was Lu Sheng behind Lin Yuan who laughed, seemingly recognizing the person. Ming Hui, aren't you Zhong continent's second head coach? Why are you talking to our head coach? Overstepping your bounds. The other grunted. The head coaches from other continents laughed, and someone teased, Lu Sheng, how did you end up being the second head coach for Qin continent? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Today you will understand why I am the second head coach. Blue Star audiences are watching the entrance live stream of each continent's core coaching team. It seems the coaches from each continent are chatting. Pity we can't hear what they're saying. There should be fireworks. This entrance segment must be intentional, making the core coaching teams from each continent come so close. It would be interesting if they started fighting. Of course, they won't actually fight. It would affect the image of the continents, but antagonism is certain. Amid the audience discussions, each head coach moved to their designated areas, while Lin Yuan, after appearing, turned and headed to Qin continent's backstage broadcast room. Next, players made their entrance. A parade of young female singers. Because this morning's first round is for the pop category competition among female singers aged 20 to 30. Indeed, because the pop category encompasses a vast of singers, Blue Song Olympics categorizes not just by gender, but also limits by age. Chapter 1176, 1015, a fairly competent little songstress _2. Female singers aged 18 to 30 compete together. Female singers aged 31 to 55 compete together. The 2 age categories for female vocalists alone mean a battle for 2 gold medals. Qin continent. Live broadcast room. The male commentator began. Today's first competition is the solo pop singing contest for women aged 18 to 30. Representing our Qin continent in this round are Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu, and Xia Fan. As we can see, all 3 of our female vocalists are quite young. And besides their youth, these 3 singers have something else in common. They all hail from the Yu dynasty. The female commentator added, When it comes to the Yu dynasty, we can't help but mention teacher Admirable Fish, our Qin continent's lead coach. As it happens, our special guest commentator from the core coaching team today is none other than teacher Admirable Fish himself. Let us warmly invite teacher Admirable Fish to join us. As these words were spoken, Lin Yuan appeared in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast rooms for each continent have been set up in Wei continent, requiring a core coach to serve as the guest commentator daily. Today, Lin Yuan is responsible for providing commentary to the viewers of Qin continent. Seeing the legendary teacher Admirable Fish, the 2 commentators were visibly excited. The male commentator greeted him first. Hello, teacher Admirable Fish. I am Pudding, one of the commentators from Qin continent. The female commentator was equally jubilant. Hello, teacher Admirable Fish. I'm Fragrant, one of the commentators from Qin continent. Hello to you both. Lin Yuan then turned to the camera. Hello, everyone. Pudding said. As you can see, we have a lot of bullet comments welcoming the arrival of teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan looked up and indeed saw a screen displaying bullet comments, many of which read, Admirable Fish. Besides, some comments were dubious. What the hell? In today's first round, Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu are just making up numbers. Wasn't Wei Haoyun's wasted slot yesterday enough? The only real contender in this group is Jiang Kuei. There are so many great female vocalists among the younger generation in our Qin people. Why were all the slots given to the Yu dynasty? Another wasted day ahead. Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan are just there as ornaments. Let's see if Jiang Kuei can carry them in the end. Wei Haoyun got in because of Admirable Fish's influence yesterday. Seeing Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan, many Qin continent viewers were stomping their feet in frustration. Lin Yuan, upon seeing these bullet comments, didn't say much. To use the coaching team's words, our Qin people don't see Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan as threats, let alone other continents. It's a good thing. No need for too much explanation. Pudding spoke up. Besides the three outstanding female vocalists from the Yu dynasty, does teacher Admirable Fish know about competitors from other continents and have any judgment on their abilities? Contestants from all continents have already made their appearances. Lin Yuan had studied the contestants from other continents with other master bishops during the training period, and now looking at the list of contestants from other continents, he said, the three from Zhong continent are all right. Pudding and Fragrant both paused, exchanging glances. What kind of evaluation was that? The three contestants from Zhong continent. Just all right. They are clearly three esteemed divas from Zhong continent. The viewers in Qin State were speechless. What the hell? Has Fish Papa not woken up yet? The three contestants from Zhong continent are just all right. If Zhong continent is just all right, what about the contestants from the other continents? And what about Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu? Sparring partners? We from Qin continent can't even compare to them. We got thrashed yesterday. Fortunately, the competition began at that moment. The first to perform was a contestant from Zhong continent. She sang a love song. With one song, she instantly wowed the entire room. Today's female pop competition is assessed by 7 judges. 6 judges gave this contestant from Zhong continent over 90 points. The only one who didn't give over 90 points still gave 89. What a great song. And sung very well. Does Zhong continent have no weak spots? Yesterday's classical voice category was already extremely strong. Today's pop feels no less impressive than yesterday. A bit of despair. Is this the alright according to Admirable Fish? To be honest, someone's being a bit pretentious. Becoming the lead coach and openly favoring the Yu dynasty, maybe things have been going too smoothly for him. He's getting a bit carried away now. Some people were dissatisfied with Admirable Fish. Pudding pretended not to see those dissatisfied comments and said emotionally, every diva from Zhong continent really has their own unique edge. Just like the contestant who just performed, her soft, sorrowfully tender style is truly soothing to listen to. Fragrant nodded. Both her breath control and singing style are perfect. What do you think, teacher Admirable Fish? Their eyes turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, overall, it was satisfactory. The only shortcoming was the transition from the verse to the chorus, which was lacking a bit of intensity. That's probably why some judges gave less than 90 points. I wouldn't have given more than 89 points myself. The bullet comments saw some quick tempers. Even if she's a competitor, isn't it unnecessary to so aggressively belittle her? This part could be handled with a different approach. Lin Yuan, happening to notice that comment, decided to demonstrate and sang the segment of the song from the contestant from Zhong continent in his female voice. Instantly, a melodious voice filled the air. It conveyed a soft, sorrowful tenderness. Without any accompaniment, it still touched everyone deeply, especially with the way some lyrics were enunciated. A resemblance to the contestant from Zhong continent was there, yet with careful listening, there was much more to discern. In just a few lines, Lin Yuan transported everyone to an echoic realm, leaving them wishing his song could go on forever. Chapter 1177, 1015, The Decent Little Songstress _3. The live streaming room quieted down. Pudding and Fragrant looked at Lin Yuan with somewhat strange expressions in their eyes. The next moment, the barrage exploded. The entire screen was dense with comments. OMG, Xian Yu is freaking boss, cracking voice. Just changed a tiny bit of pronunciation, but it feels like it got twice as good in an instant. Ha ha ha. Who's saying Fish Papa is getting carried away? He doesn't have the right to get carried away? He pinpointed the contestant's issue directly and even provided a better singing method. Damn it. Why does Fish Papa have to be a coach? Instead of making a name for yourself at the Blue Song Olympics, you're cooped up here being a little streamer. What level is this? The audience was truly shocked. As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, he didn't even need any music, nor did he need any preparation, and he sang countless times better than the contestants. All right then. Pudding, with a bittersweet smile, said, I finally understand why Teacher Admirable Fish said the contestants from Zhong Continent are not bad. Compared to your level, they can only be considered not bad. And Fragrant next to him nodded earnestly. Those comments saying Xian Yu was too arrogant disappeared in an instant. Such a person casually schooling professional singers on live broadcasting really leaves one speechless. Way too hardcore. Everyone almost forgot that this person was not just a maestro. Back in the day of The Masked Singer, Xian Yu once thrashed a bunch of kings and queens of singing. Lin Yuan's commentary style is bound to be different from Zheng Jing's. He used his own singing to explicitly tell Qin Continent's audience where exactly these contestants' singing was lacking. Next, he brought a commentary that could shock the audience for an entire year at the Blue Song Olympics. This contestant's timbre doesn't perfectly match the song. It would be better if it was a bit husky. I'll demonstrate and you will understand. These high notes would sound much better in a full voice, but she couldn't reach them. What would it be like if she could sing them? As usual, I'll demonstrate. Doesn't it sound much better? This contestant from Zhao Continent has a poor quality voice in her head voice. But I don't blame her. It's hard to control the timbre. This little singing queen from Wei Continent handled the breaths too roughly. We should sing it like this. La 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 la. Sorry, I don't remember the lyrics very clearly, but you roughly get the melody. That's enough. The audience listens to the contestants' performances for the first time and always feels that these contestants are so impressive. However, after hearing Xian Yu's commentary, followed by his modifications, everyone immediately feels these contestants' performances are just so. Xian Yu's casual humming is much stronger than theirs. After this series of actions, the entire live broadcasting room was convinced. Hardcore commentary, nonchalantly referring to this little singing queen. Each of the proud singing queens from the various continents becomes just plain cabbage when it comes to Xian Yu's mouth. And what's more irrefutable is that these critiques are all justified and well-founded. He looks down upon the professional singers as if a calculus professor is watching a primary school student solve math problems. At this time, another comment drifted by. If only Teacher Admirable Fish could compete as a contestant, we wouldn't be so bullied. This comment instantly resonated with countless viewers. It's like a reminder. Everyone's mood sank again. Xian Yu is really very strong. But what's the use of Xian Yu being strong? Not to mention that he is not a contestant. Even if Xian Yu were a contestant, he could only participate in 4 events. And the Blue Song Olympics isn't a game where one person can turn the tides. Qin Continent still doesn't have a single gold medal, which is the best proof. Especially as the competition continues, contestants from other continents have also performed well, scoring high points. Despite their singing flaws being seen through by Xian Yu and corrected on the spot in the live broadcasting room, demonstrating them to the audience. This is not good, Pudding said with a worried look. Compared to yesterday, the overall scores of today's contestants seem higher. So far, even the least scored singer has gotten an average score above 85. That's right, Fragrant chimed in. 85, in the first round of the operatic voice group yesterday, was already a very high score. At this point, on the stage, Zhao Yinggu entered. Pudding forcibly uplifted his spirit. Dear audience friends, our Qin Continent's contestant Zhao Yinggu is up. Xian Yu, what do you think about Zhao Yinggu's singing? Perfect. Lin Yuan spread his hands. The audience's tension and pressure were dissipated by Xian Yu's sudden comedic tone. Well played. Zhao Yinggu hasn't even sung yet. You really are biased towards the Yu dynasty. But this time, no one in the live streaming room dared to spray Xian Yu anymore. Lin Yuan's commentary today shocked all the Qin Continent audience. That penetrating insight and the ability to look down on professional singers, it was terrifyingly powerful. Such a person has the right to say the contestants from Zhong Continent are not bad. Even if he says the contestants from Zhong Continent are nothing special. If it was just from his personal perspective as Xian Yu, it would be totally fine too. Too strong. It's strong beyond just one dimension. No wonder Xian Yu said during the previous training that people sing as amateurish as first-line singers. But it's still the same issue. Xian Yu's strength is of no use. After all, the competition ultimately relies on the contestants themselves to compete. Can Zhao and Gu make it? Although those contestants who face Zhao and Gu seem to have merely not bad levels referred to as little singing queens by Xian Yu. But Zhao and Gu herself probably can't even count as a little singing queen. Hey, the comments have already begun to comfort each other in advance. Don't get your hopes up for this round. Wait for Jiang Kuei. In the view of the audience. In this round of the competition, only the singing queen Jiang Kuei has a chance to win a gold medal for Qin continent. Xia Fan, Zhao and Gu. These two are just for show, no need to hold out hope. Just like the so-called young athletes, often mentioned in the Blue Olympics, they're here at the Blue Song Olympics to train and develop. Chapter 1178, 1116, Itch. Zhao and Gu and Xia Fan are merely ornaments to Jiang Kuei. Not only do the audience think so, but even their opponents in the same group think the same. For example, Su Wan of the Zhong continent team. As the strongest competitor among the three participants in her group from the Zhong continent team, Su Wan and her coach had analyzed the opponent's information before the contest. Both she and the coach agreed. Outside of being cautious about Jiang Kuei, the songstress from Qin continent, there weren't other competitors in the group worth paying attention to. And so, when Zhao and Gu took the stage, Su Wan's mood was indifferent, and she was even able to chat leisurely with the other two Zhong continent contestants beside her. Qin continent has put all their bets on Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei's standard is indeed good. But even being good, she's not our match. Yesterday, we in Zhong continent already claimed 6 gold medals, and we are going for the 7th. Meanwhile, in the Zhong continent live stream, the male host of Zhong continent said with a smile, "Next up is a contestant named Zhao and Gu from Qin continent, who came from a talent show and is also from an organization called the Yu Dynasty." "What's the Yu Dynasty?" his female co-host suddenly asked, curious. The male host chuckled and said, "The so-called Yu Dynasty is a singer organization founded around teacher Admirable Fish, the top coach of Qin continent. It can be thought of as a coalition of singers formed around a songwriter. This alliance has had quite a bit of success in the other continents over the years." The Zhong continent audience laughed. Yu Dynasty is pretty good. A bunch of little singers getting together and daring to call themselves a dynasty? It seems the first coach of Qin continent is pretty full of himself. Do they even understand what the word dynasty means to dare claim it so lightly? Such limited experience. A small place, understandable. Ha ha ha, it still feels embarrassing. The host suddenly remembered. Right. Yesterday in the competition for the Bel Canto group, a contestant named Wei Haoyun from Qin continent, who is also a member of the Yu Dynasty, lost terribly to our Zhong continent contestant. The live stream burst into greater joy. Goodness, I was just about to say, wondering what the strength of the Yu Dynasty was like, and now you're telling me that somebody from the Yu Dynasty got thrashed by our Zhong continent contestant yesterday. Uft. Is that all? Now it's done for. The dynasty is about to be overthrown. Su Wan, what happened? Did I just overthrow a dynasty? Sister One hasn't even won yet. It's obvious. Junie hasn't even used her full strength yet, and her average score is already as high as 93. In Zhong continent, Su Wan is a very famous songstress. Among female pop singers aged between 18 and 30, Su Wan ranks in the top 3. Of course, other continents were also watching the live stream at this moment. When Zhao and Gu appeared on stage, quite a few people in the live streams from each continent were mentioning her name. Not because of Zhao Yingji's skill level, but because of Zhao Yingji's fame. The variety show Fish Walking With You was very influential, and those who had watched it were not unfamiliar with Zhao and Gu and others. At this moment, the main focus of the various continents was still on their own contestants, as well as the 3 daunting figures from Zhong continent. These 3 from Zhong continent are terrifying. It looks like the gold medal is going to be Zhong continent's again. The most fearsome is Su Wan, the 3rd contestant from Zhong continent, who just performed. Su Wan sings with a very unique feeling, really cool. So far, Su Wan's performance is at a dominating level. The other 2 contestants from Zhong continent are also incredibly strong and are likely to sweep the silver and bronze medals. With such strong competition, Zhao Yinggu really doesn't stand much of a chance. Amidst discussions from all sides, Zhao Yinggu stood on the stage. The audience filled the seats below the stage. Jiang Kuei and Xia Fan, who hadn't taken the stage yet, made a heart gesture towards her. Zhao Yinggu winked with her right eye at them, then nodded at the staff nearby. Click. The sound of turning off the lights. The stage darkened. A lazy tune began to play, conveying an indescribable languor. Itch. In the Qin Continent live stream, Pudding muttered. Beside her, Fragrant was slightly stunned and instinctively said, "Oh, it's a piece by teacher Admirable Fish." Yes, the song information had already appeared. Title: Itch. Lyricist: Xian Yu. Composer: Xian Yu. Performer: Zhao Yinggu. The audience in the Qin Continent live stream felt a stir. It seemed like this was the first time a song by Xian Yu appeared in the Blue Song Olympics. For some reason, a sudden, inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up in everyone's hearts. Zhao Yingji's expression was more relaxed than ever, as if she knew nothing of nervousness. Her voice was exceptionally laid back. The melodious verse sang out on stage. She is the gently setting sun, yearning for someone to appreciate. She owns a blue patch of cloud window, just waiting for someone to share. She is a soft piece of music, longing for someone to chant. She has eyes full of tender light, just waiting for someone to bloom for her. The lights came up. Her figure was somewhat hazy. Su Wan, who was chatting with her Zhong Continent teammates, suddenly looked up. Her gaze immediately locked onto the stage. Hiss. The faces of Su Wan's two teammates slightly changed as they instinctively took a sharp breath. Though this song only revealed the tip of the iceberg, it had already made the three contestants from the Zhong Continent feel a touch of danger. This breathy voice was so seductive. Several judges who had been writing something on their notebooks suddenly raised their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with surprise, while many faces in the room subtly changed. Zhao Yingji's voice went on, suddenly becoming irresistibly charming, her eyes glinting with 1,000 amorous expressions. Come on, enjoy to your heart's content. Chapter 1179, 1016 itch_2. Anyway, plenty of time. Come on. Oh love. Anyway, lots of folly. Come on. Wander on. Anyway, there are plenty of directions. Come on. Make a scene. Anyway, there's plenty of scenery. Oh, itch. Zhao Yinggu flipped her hair. Not just the judges and the contestants. The audience's hearts were suddenly stirred. Gazes from countless eyes abruptly converged on the stage. Holy shit. This song. This voice. I'm so done. Wicked but not evil. Sexy but not lewd. It was like a weak current suddenly zapping everyone. Every spectator in the venue felt a tingling sensation over their skin. Indulgent. A delightful numbness. Some had goosebumps on their arms, feeling as though their whole body was light and floating. What is this? Inside Qin Continent's live studio, Pudding's mouth was gaping open. Fragrant's eyes were wide. The audience in the studio was utterly spellbound. No one had ever thought Zhao Yinggu could sing like this. No one ever considered a voice could be this enticing. It's like the ambiguous moonlight, like a slightly tipsy wine, carrying a heady charm. The dopamine was almost spilling out. Zhao Yinggu on stage, swaying gently, making it impossible to look away, as if she's a breathtaking siren. Her voice was incredibly comfortable, without a trace of strain, but that lazy feel was endlessly appealing. Squarely falling for the thought of love. Round and round, getting lost in the fantasies of dreams. The more you panic, the more you crave, the more frantic you grow, the itchier the scratch, the itchier it gets. Zhao Yingji's phrasing was peculiar, as if she was teasing people to the brink of losing control and then suddenly stopping. Zhong Continent. In the live studio, both hosts were dumbstruck. It was a feeling that made you fantasize. This kind of singing seemed almost like cheating. Zhong Continent's audience was also shocked, hearing this kind of song for the first time. Everyone even forgot that this was a competition. A different sensation was fermenting within the song. How could someone write such a song? And how could someone perform it so well? At this moment, Zhong Continent's live studio experienced silence for the first time. This was collective silence, from commentators to the audience. While Zhong continent was silent, the watchers in other continents' live studios were going wild, their comments reflecting the agitation at the scene. Enchanting melody. This voice should be censored. I want to report. This. Let's listen a bit more before reporting. Those eyes are too provocative. If this woman were in ancient times, she'd be a nation-wrecking enchantress. How can there be such a seductive song? Who can resist this? Her voice has a bit of coldness. Yet why does it feel so tantalizingly itchy? This song is too much. What's with all this come on and be merry? What's all this about putting on airs? Zhao Yingge seems to be bewitching the stage. The enchanting vibrato, the captivating singing style, every movement, look, and voice portrays a devilish charm to the fullest, yet it carries an allure that is seductive without being vulgar, sensuous without being tasteless. The core coaches from every continent were a bit flabbergasted. Merry? Put on airs? Wonder? The style of the Blue Song Olympics has turned somewhat unusual. Suddenly, a maestro-level coach couldn't help but say with a laugh, "This is the style of Wei Continent's songstress Jean Mina, but no one has ever written such a song for Jean Mina before." No. Another coach shook his head. In terms of this style, Jean Mina can be a bit too flamboyant. Zhao Yingge has just the right touch. She's more elegant. No flamboyant gestures or affectations. Her every frown and smile bewitches hearts. Is this teacher Admirable Fish's composition? It's unexpected, really imaginative. The feel of a risque song, yet it doesn't fall into vulgarity. You seem to be overlooking one issue. Isn't Zhao Yingge's singing technique a bit too high-level? It seems like we've been deceived. There's more than one Jiang Kuei as a threatening contestant in Qin continent. The core coaching teams from all continents, consisting of the most skilled maestros, their eyes were too sharp, instantly perceiving Zhao Yingge's extraordinariness. The ultimate in flirtation is actually seductive without being cheesy. Though the lyrics are full of desire, the singers perform with an indifferent and hazy allure, as if their voices were light and airy, enveloped in mist. A gentle provocation, a gentle tingling, so faint that people even forget when the song ended. Everyone fell into an immersion, absorbed in the atmosphere created by the song. When Zhao Yingge finished singing, the applause was delayed by several seconds before it suddenly burst forth. Several judges, who had been watching Zhao Yingge closely from the start, exchanged glances for the first time. "Judges, please score." The host glanced at Zhao Yingge, his voice seemingly tinged with something unusual. This was definitely the most emotionally engaging song in the Blue Song Olympics so far. It wasn't just fiery, nor explosive. It was itch. The judges lowered their heads once more, as if pondering how to score the song. Qin continent. The live stream had been in a frenzy since Zhao Yingge finished singing, with countless comments flooding the screen. Unbelievable. There's hope in this round. What song is this? Fish Papa, quick, say something. I really want to say, Zhao Yingge is so damn flirtatious. But this kind of flirtatiousness isn't derogatory, it's a natural charm. Who said Zhao Yingge is just for show? This song is so unexpectedly amazing. Just now my mom came in, and I actually felt a bit guilty, thinking about putting on headphones. Haha, bro, I get you. Those girl groups that sell sex, even if they stood right in front of me, naked, dancing spicy dances, wouldn't be as captivating as this. Male viewers were particularly excited, and female viewers didn't find it off-putting either. The charm of a woman, both soft and seductive, was fully expressed in this song. At this moment, everyone seemed to rediscover Zhao Yingge. Inside the live stream, Pudding finally couldn't help but speak. "Teacher Admirable Fish, do you have anything to say?" "Perfect." Lin Yuan had the same 2 words. He had looked for a bunch of people to try singing this song at the training center, and only Zhao Yingge could master it. And on Earth, the original singer of this song is Isabelle Huang. Isabelle Huang has a unique charm when singing this song. Zhao Yingge's rendition also shared a resemblance with Isabelle Huang, but included her own distinctive features, so much so that even someone as critical as Lin Yuan could only remark that this was a talent other female singers couldn't learn. As for why Lin Yuan chose this song, it was only after coming to Wei Continent and hearing Jean Mina's performance after the ring battle song on Wei Continent that he had the idea. On stage, All 7 judges had finished scoring. The host spoke. Please reveal the scores. Swish, swish, swish. All 7 judges revealed their scores. When the audience saw the score from the first judge, they gasped. 83? The first judge had only given Zhao Yinggu 83 points? At that moment, the viewers from Qin Continent's live stream felt their hearts sink. However, just then, the live audience suddenly erupted with even louder cheers. 91, 96, 93, 95, 90, 97. Aside from the first judge, all other judges had given scores above 90 points. The last judge even gave the highest single score to a pop category singer so far. 97 points. The competition is based on average score. Even with the first judge's lower score, when averaged with the others, it still amounted to an extremely high score. We've advanced. We've got this round. Zhao Yinggu is awesome. Ha ha ha, I knew it. With such a brilliant performance, how could the score be low? So satisfying. Go Zhao Yinggu. Numerous Qin Continent viewers exploded with huge cheers. Although this was only the first round, having seen the competition for 2 days was frustrating, and suddenly seeing a Qin Continent contestant explode with talent was an indescribable emotional lift. It was a victory that could inspire morale. Although there were still 3 contestants, including Jiang Kuei and Xia Fan, left to perform, Zhao Yinggu's score was already safely through to the next round. Now, inside Qin Continent's live stream, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. On behalf of the entire coaching team of Qin Continent, I invite all Qin Continent viewers to witness together. This is the counterattack from the land of music. Chapter 1180, 1017, Song of the Wind. Blue Star's music scene is a flourishing garden. However, singers who can perform it with its myriad of charms are still few and far between. The only one who seems to have any connection to this style is Blue Star's diva Jean Mina. But that's just a loose connection. Zhao Yinggu and her have an essential difference. Rare is precious. This performance style is too rare and too expressive. Except for the first judge who gave a low score, perhaps because they naturally dislike this style. In any case, the vast majority of people are really buying into it. Thunderous applause resonates under the stage. Cheering abounds in the live broadcast. Audiences from all continents are discussing this song. The most classic comment among them is a bullet screen message. This voice should be censored. Zhao Yinggu is probably the first singer from Blue Star to receive such a comment. I have not failed the expectations. Watching the audience's reaction and the judges' scores, Zhao Yinggu quietly murmurs to herself. Because the entire Yu dynasty was selected for the big list, representing that they have to bear too much pressure, even netizens from Qin Continent did not lack those who questioned. Because of this, every member of the Yu dynasty is holding back. They can accept skepticism, but won't allow anyone to question their representatives. Zhong Continent's live broadcast room. It took a while for the 2 commentators to come back to their senses. Seeing the obviously reduced number of bullet screen comments, the male commentator coughed. We have to admit, this Yu dynasty, they've got something. Indeed. The female host next to him nods with a smile. It seems we can't underestimate the heroes of the world, but this is just the first round. Indeed, this is just the first round. The commentator's words remind the Zhong Continent audience. An occasional outburst is normal. After all, there's singers who can participate in the Blue Song Olympics. In any case, that's what makes it interesting. If women like Jiang Kuei were to win all the way without resistance, we'd all be falling asleep watching. The Qin Continent folks must be overjoyed. In the next 2 rounds, let's see if they can keep their smiles. The first round isn't over yet, right? Didn't the commentators just mention that there are 2 more singers from the Yu dynasty to go? Right. Seeing the bullet screen, the commentator smiles. There are 3 contestants left in the first round who haven't sung yet, 2 of whom are still singers from the Yu dynasty. Oh, the female commentator glances at the field. The next one is her, Xia Fan, the weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty. Of course, that's not something I said, but what someone mentioned on forums from other continents. Let's see how this Xia Fan performs, then. As the male commentator speaks, Xia Fan has already stepped onto the stage. Despite being acknowledged as the weakest female singer in the Yu dynasty, Xia Fan's appearance didn't draw much attention. The reason is simple. Everyone is still immersed in Zhao Yingji's just-ended performance. Online, many people are enthusiastically discussing the stunning and vulgar itch, with the live broadcast still running. In fact, even the live audience is still engrossed in Zhao Yingji's singing. Thus, when Xia Fan came on stage, only polite applause arose from below. Their indifferences stem not just from Zhao Yingji's good performance. It's mainly because they don't have high expectations for Xia Fan's singing. This is a tough act to follow. Jiang Kuei smiles bitterly. Qin Continent's drawing lots this round was metaphysical. Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, and Jiang Kuei were serial numbers. This means Xia Fan must take over the atmosphere left by Zhao Yinggu. No worries. Thinking of the song Xia Fan has, Zhao Yinggu softly smiles. With that song there, shouldn't be a problem. That is true. Seemingly recalling something, Jiang Kuei also starts to smile. Xia Fan stands on the stage, takes a deep breath, then nods to the staff beside her. The lights dim down. The next instant, several beams of mismatched colors appear, chasing each other. A piano solo. A strong sense of rhythm, combined with the sound of the drum set, crackling away, instantly captures many people's ears. People finally started to look up at Xia Fan. The intro to this song seemed not bad, and in the Qin Continent live broadcast room, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke out. Song of the Wind. The audience in the live broadcast room was taken aback, then saw the song information on the screen. Song title, Song of the Wind. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singer, Xia Fan. The audience realized, so Xian Yu was introducing the song title. This song was still a work of Xian Yu, and it was also the second song Xian Yu had composed for the official competition at Blue Song Olympics. For a moment, even the audience from Qin Continent, who hadn't held high hopes for Xia Fan, couldn't help but listen attentively. Piano, bass, drum set, all very traditional pop music arrangements, in line with the standards of this competition. As the piano solo paused, Xia Fan's singing voice suddenly overlapped with the instruments. On this journey, with stops and starts, following the traces of drifting youth. Just before stepping out of the train station, I hesitated, laughing at the fear of nearing home, yet inevitable, and the sky of Nagano is still so warm. Wind brings back the memories. 8 scales can reign supreme. 88 piano keys can stir the world. The song Song of the Wind has no flamboyant and whimsical arrangements, and the vocal style is standard pop. Yet, it's precisely this kind of song that you can hardly pinpoint what's good about it, that manages to bring a sense of comfort and pleasure to listeners with just an opening verse. Because pop symbolizes the popular, and Zhao Yingji's itch took a more unorthodox approach. However, what really moved the audience's emotions was the following segment of high notes sung by Xia Fan, which was also the chorus part of Song of the Wind. I once struggled to extricate myself from the vast world, also indulged in its dreamy babble, unable to discern truth from fiction, making no struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once turned my youth into surging waves for her, also played out a splendid summer on my fingertips. What the heart desires, let it follow fate then. The charm of pop music, the charm of popular singing, the charm of enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Xia Fan sang at the top of her voice on stage. Her powerful and penetrating voice, along with the occasional soulful runs, instantly dispelled the impact brought by Zhao Yinggu, turning the stage entirely into her own domain. Androgynously mature, a female voice, with a touch of masculinity. Xia Fan also had a unique singing style that was not vulgar. Standing on the stage, she even exuded a queenly aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the audience in the venue once again focused their eyes as if Xia Fan on the stage was bathed in radiance. Indeed, bathed in light. The colorful follow spotlights converged at her feet, making her the center of the stage. Xia Fan's voice was firm and warm, with an innate robustness, revealing a radiant bearing. A short path, with stops and starts, has also gained some distance, unsure if what is caressed is the story or just a mood. Perhaps all that's awaited is to defy time, to see you again, in the slightly cool dawn light, smiling so sweetly. At this moment, the audience was completely captivated. Chapter 1181, 1018. The Great Demon King created by Lin Yuan. Qing Continent. Live broadcast room. The audience was completely shocked. Holy crap, this sounds so good. Is this still the Xia fan I know? It's got that vibe. Fish Papa's 2 songs are freaking awesome. This is like textbook level mainstream pop music. So catchy. Who the hell said Xia fan and Zhao and Ge were just fillers? Look how fierce your fillers are. Super fierce. Full throttle. The charm of mainstream pop music fully blossomed. Other continents. The audience was dumbfounded. This song doesn't even need to be interpreted from a professional standpoint. It simply sounds great. Are you kidding me? Zhao and Ge is one thing. But how did Xia fan become so awesome too? I need to reevaluate these female singers from the Yu dynasty. I've heard Xia fan songs before, except for Initial Dream. There weren't any other explosive tracks. Has she been transformed into a superhero by Fish Papa? I really like her aura. She's not losing to Qing Continent at all. Oh my god, I thought Qing Continent relied entirely on Jiang Kuei, but before Jiang Kuei even started, Xia fan and Zhao and Ge already hyped up the whole place. Xia fan's performance was unexpectedly amazing. What happened to the so-called weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty? The weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty, and she's already at this level? Zhong Continent. The 2 commentators seemed to be choked, their eyes round with astonishment. What the hell? The hearts of Zhong Continent's audience felt like 10,000 horses stampeding. What's the deal with this Yu dynasty? Didn't the host just say that this lady is the weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty? You call this the weakest? Dumb host, can you stop spouting nonsense? Something's not right. This song was also written by Xian Yu. Did we underestimate this fish? The audience in Zhong Continent finally felt a sense of crisis. This Yu dynasty is too uncanny. 2 contestants consecutively performing like they're on a roll. Along with the songs from Xian Yu, the capabilities of these 2 contestants from the Yu dynasty were fully showcased. Core coaching group of various continents. All coaches' expressions changed. Even the coaches from Zhong Continent started to turn heads. We've been tricked. Yu dynasty was hiding their true skills. This real level of Xia fan. It's completely different from what our research showed. Same goes for that Zhao and Ge. No, the most terrifying is Xian Yu. Xian Yu's 2 songs are tailor-made for them. It's all about the catchy melody capturing the audience, because for most people, sounding good is the king's path, which is why pop music is the most popular on Blue Star. The song Song of the Wind first went viral on Celestial Dynasty's music platform before becoming widely known. In fact, songs that go viral there are often disliked by the public because they're mostly internet celebrity songs with little substance. It's even become a kind of norm, where even if a song is good, once it floods that platform, people instinctively look down on it. However, Song of the Wind is different from other internet celebrity songs, in that even the most professional musicians love this song. Zhou Shen, Wu Qingfeng, J.J. Lin. Many well-known powerhouse singers have covered Song of the Wind, and it has caused quite a stir each time. It's not an overstatement to say this song has one of the highest cover rates by major artists. This itself proves the success of the song. But this song wasn't originally written by a musician from Celestial Dynasty, but was instead covered from a song from another country. Although I hate to admit it, music from that country really has something special. Xia fan's cover is naturally different from those of the big-name singers from Celestial Dynasty, but she has her own flavor. She did justice to the song. On stage, Xia fan was reaching the end of her performance. The sound of the guitar, the sound of the bass, background vocals softly murmuring. Xia fan's voice lowered, a tender touch moving the heart. In the name of love, are you still willing? Xia fan's microphone was pulled away, her body slightly bent. When she stood up straight again, the awestruck audience suddenly roared. Applause thundered. A very different approach from Zhao and Ge, but the effect was remarkably similar. On the side of the stage, one of the female judges, who was clapping, was the one who gave Zhao and Ge the lowest score previously. This side point indicated that the low score given to Zhao and Ge was purely due to not liking the song, Itch, and was not targeted against Yu Dynasty or Qing Continent. Phew. The host came on stage, praising, "What an amazing performance." After finishing, the host looked at the 7 judges. "Please, judges, give your scores." Blue Song Olympics isn't an entertainment variety show. No need for judges' commentary. The singers don't even need to introduce themselves. Just getting on stage, singing, and scoring. The process is swift and efficient, wholly relying on the quality of the song and the performance. Even the background of the song isn't introduced. It's all up to the audience to listen and feel. There was no communication. The 7 judges pondered for a moment, then began scoring. The first judge gave 93 points. The other judges revealed their scores one after another. 96, 96, 90, 91, 91, 95. All 7 judges gave scores above 90. In this competition, scoring above 90 in the first round generally means advancing, not to mention Xia Fan's average score of 93.2. Instantly, the applause grew even more enthusiastic. The live broadcast room in Qin continent was submerged in cheers for the second time. Comfortable. So satisfying. From now on, anyone who badmouths Xia Fan is going to have a problem with me. Even if Xia Fan performs poorly in the second round, I'm okay with it. This performance really showed the grace of our land of music. Fish Papa was right. The counterattack from the land of music has begun. I suddenly feel that Zhong continent isn't that scary after all. Am I the only one who thinks Fish Papa was hinting at the song title when he said, Song of the Wind? Yeah, Song of the Wind. We are reclaiming the territory lost by the opera group bit by bit. Zhong continent. The 2 hosts were on tenterhooks. Previously, they had deliberately belittled the Yu dynasty, filled with confidence in Zhong continent. But now they were somewhat panicked. Next up is Jiang Kuei. The female host swallowed nervously, forcibly steering the conversation towards the upcoming performance. This singer is also from the Yu dynasty. The female host paused. She didn't know how to continue the introduction, because she knew very well that Jiang Kuei was the strongest female singer of the Yu dynasty. If we were to guess Jiang Kuei's level based on the performances of Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan, the result might be terrifying. The Zhong continent audience was anxious. What about the next singer? Also from the Yu dynasty. What's her level? Could she be stronger than those 2? Impossible. The performance of these 2 is already comparable to our Zhong continent singers. If the next one is even stronger than Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu, doesn't that mean she could compete head-on with Sister Wan? I don't believe it. Faced with the increasingly agitated audience, the male host braced himself and took over. The singer from the Yu dynasty coming up next is Jiang Kuei. She is the strongest female singer of the Yu dynasty, but seeing Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan's performances, I think there might be some inaccuracies in the Outland's ranking of Yu dynasty's internal singer strength. After a pause, the male host reassured a bit. Even if this singer, Jiang Kuei, is stronger than Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu, it would likely be by a limited margin. The female host didn't dare to respond. Something seemed off. In yesterday's competition, including Qin continent, everyone could only passively take hits from Zhong continent. But in today's competition, the performances of Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu had already suppressed Zhong continent. Currently, only Su Wan, the strongest singer from Zhong continent, was performing slightly better than Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu. If Jiang Kuei really is as strong as the data shows, even stronger than Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan, then even Su Wan from Zhong continent might have a tough time facing Jiang Kuei. Meanwhile, Qin continent's live broadcast room. The netizens in Qin continent were raging. Amidst the flood of comments, many asked, can Fish Papa comment on the strength of the female singers inside the Yu dynasty? Before, no one would have asked this. Jiang Kuei is recognized as the strongest. However, today, Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan's performances have scared many people. Even the Qin continent viewers are doubting whether the internal rankings of the Yu dynasty might have already changed. Maybe. In the current Yu dynasty, the strongest female singer might be Xia Fan or Zhao Yinggu. Lin Yuan saw these comments and after a moment's thought said, actually, Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan, including Wei Haoyun, their levels are very close, each with their own style. As for Jiang Kuei, how is Jiang Kuei? Pudding and Fragrant couldn't help but stare at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled. They can only take hits against Jiang Kuei. In fact, they have taken quite a few hits. Some people are really blessed by the gods. Jiang Kuei, the #1 female singer of the Yu dynasty. This was a fact personally admitted by Xianyu. The blood in Qin continent viewers surged to their heads. Damn, Xia Fan is so strong. Zhao Gu is so monstrous. Yet they can only take hits against Jiang Kuei. How fierce must Jiang Kuei be now? Lin Yuan didn't say more, letting the audience imagine it for themselves. He not only used an upgraded version of Teacher's Halo, but also employed props to enhance the strength of the Yu dynasty. He's running metaphysical cheats. Zhao Gu and Xia Fan have greatly improved. Jiang Kuei has always been the strongest female singer of the Yu dynasty, and her improvement was undoubtedly even more exaggerated. Su Wan from Zhong continent is called the Great Devil. Wait till Jiang Kuei has sung, then we'll discuss who the real Great Devil is. This is the Great Devil that I created myself. Her full burst even scares me a bit. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Jiang Kuei had already taken the stage. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Jiang Kuei, with Zhao Gu and Xia Fan erupting in turns. Could Jiang Kuei still defend her glory as the #1 female singer of the Yu dynasty? Or could Jiang Kuei tell the world why she is the first female singer of the Yu dynasty? Chapter 1182. 1119. Though of low position, I dare not forget to worry about my country. Jiang Kuei. When Jiang Kuei stepped onto the stage, it was as if a connection was formed. Su Wan suddenly lifted her head, staring intently at the delicate figure. Before the competition, the coach had cautioned Su Wan. Be careful of Jiang Kuei. Su Wan initially didn't take it to heart. Jiang Kuei might not even get past her two teammates from Zhong continent. It wasn't until Zhao Gu and Xia Fan's subsequent eruptions that Su Wan put away her pride. With Zhao Gu and Xia Fan already warranting vigilance, what level should Jiang Kuei, the strongest female singer of Yu dynasty, be at? Yu dynasty, a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wait, what does her costume mean? Isn't that the type of costume that ancient performers would wear? Su Wan thoughtfully speculated about the details of Jiang Kuei's song. Jiang Kuei, dressed in a theatrical costume, stood on stage, not choosing to start immediately, but instead, she gently closed her eyes. This song needed an emotional build-up. Once her emotions were fully brewed, her eyes suddenly snapped open. Start. The staff member, seeing that the preparation time had ended, gave a signal. A high-pitched mix from the piano and guitar started. Flute. Pipa. It seemed there was also the sound of an eru. The atmosphere seemed inexplicably sorrowful. And behind Jiang Kuei, the stage's large screen suddenly lit up. It showed an animation of an actor with makeup on his face, his expressions unclear. Below the stage, a group of fierce-looking spectators, lounging with their legs crossed, faces relaxed, appearing to be a group of soldiers. What's this? The 7 judges looked at the large screen. Every singer's performance was enhanced by stage effects. Wei continent's technology was very advanced, enabling the stage to become extremely splendid. Previous singers, including Zhao Gu and Xia Fan, had utilized these stage effects to make their singing more impactful. And Jiang Kuei's song seemed to carry a narrative. The large screen was clearly telling a story. Just as everyone was making guesses about this story, 2 words suddenly appeared on the screen. The opera performer's sacrifice. Simultaneously, Jiang Kuei's voice eerily resounded. A play in one act. Waves of water sleeves rise and fall, singing of joy and sorrow, of partings and reunions. Unrelated to me. Fans open and close. Gongs and drums sound in silence. Affections within the play, people outside the play. Who can tell? The song's information, along with the singing, fully revealed itself to all the viewers watching the live broadcast. Song title: The Opera Performer's Sacrifice. Lyrics: Xianyu. Compose: Xianyu. Singing: Jiang Kuei. This was Xianyu's 3rd piece at the Blue Song Olympics, the quality of the first 2 already having conquered the audience. It has a bit of an ancient style. This thought passed through everyone's minds as Jiang Kuei's voice once again resounded. Accustomed to blending all feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into makeup. What does it matter if the old lyrics are sung through? White bones and blue ashes are all my own. At this point in her singing, on the stage's large screen, the animated performer was singing. Below the stage, a group of spectators was giggling. Some soldiers were dressed untidily, gathering in small clusters chatting. A few leaders, even more so, were holding beauties in their arms, playing with something with frivolous gazes. What does it mean? It seems to have an ancient touch. Just as the audience was curious, the scene suddenly shifted. Streets littered with corpses were in disarray. Old people and children barely clothed were shivering. A group of soldiers holding weapons grinned as they charged into households, looting property and women. And from these soldiers' attire, they are the same group as those currently watching the play. Invasion. War. Although it is unclear in which dynasty this story is set, such visual representation made the story very clear. They are invaders looting and plundering. The cries of the people were trampled by horse hooves. The soldiers beneath the stage wore faces of arrogance. Among them, a man with a scarred face suddenly threw a silver ingot, landing at the feet of the performer. This moment, a tremendous oppression suddenly filled all viewers' hearts. Blue Star and Earth are different. Qin dynasty had unified for countless years, with fewer wars, but throughout thousands of years of history, there have always been times filled with turmoil and thrilling wars, and there were also instances of vassal states being established. Historical records never shied away from these pasts. Such innate aversion to invasion is almost engraved in everyone's bones. On stage, the performer sang, "In this chaotic world, I endure the sight of beacon fires burning across rivers and mountains. Though of low status, I dare not forget my woes for the country, even if no one knows me." These lyrics annotated the song, confirming the audience's understanding of the story, but at this moment, the emotions stirred up by the lyrics themselves were even more intense. Of low status, yet daring not to forget the woes of the country. Liu Yu's eternal quote first appeared on Blue Star. Now it became Xian Yu's original work, and these few words shocked countless people. The faces of several judges suddenly turned serious. "Good," one of them even exclaimed in approval, but it was drowned out by the music. Su Wan's body tensed suddenly, for she knew what was coming next was the chorus. And the chorus, as the soul of a song, its quality directly impacts the entire song's presentation. What would the chorus of the opera performer's sacrifice be like? A single line of low status, yet daring not to forget the woes of the country, sets such a high standard that any glitch that followed would lose its flavor. Just then, on the stage's screen, the performer, who was singing, suddenly stopped moving. That made-up face seemed to carry a hint of disdain. With a tap of the toe, the silver ingot was sent flying. Simultaneously, it was as if a signal was given. The world suddenly turned a fierce red. Flames blazed fiercely from all directions. Whoosh! The rogue soldiers below were thrown into chaos. Fear and pandemonium spread with the flames. Chapter 1183, 1019. Though lowly, I dare not forget my sorrow for the nation _2. The actors on stage, however, remained unfazed. The central performer, clad in a red robe, continued to sing, her lips moving in the same arc as Jiang Kuei's. In a trance, it seemed as though the animated character and Jiang Kuei on the stage merged into one, with a single operatic tone transforming into a blade, piercing the hearts of countless people. Under the stage, people walk by, no longer seeing familiar faces. On the stage, people sing a heart-wrenching farewell song. The character of emotion is hard to capture with ink. She sings, needing to mix it with blood. The curtain rises. The curtain falls. Who is the guest? Jiang Kuei sings not a song, but an opera. It is an operatic score, filled with a poignant, penetrating power, a determination that sets aside life and death. The so-called opera performer's sacrifice is the performer dressed in red. Yet, now, as flames rise, the red becomes even more glorious amidst sorrow. The phrase, "though lowly, I cannot forget my country," at the climax of the main verse, and this scene before us echo each other perfectly. The red of the opera performer is not just the red of her attire, but also the red of the flames, and her way of forgetting the woes of the country is to perish alongside these enemies before her. Even if it's tragic, even if unknown. On the spot, live streaming, every viewer was stunned. They felt chills all over. Su Wan's body trembled slightly, influenced by Jiang Kuei's singing. What a song! The operatic score blends into the singing seamlessly, merging with the story in the song to create an even greater impact. Amid this shock, The main verse resounds a second time. Suddenly, the flames on the stage vanished. Still a performer on the stage singing, but below were not soldiers, not invaders, but ordinary common folk. The opera continues. The common folk clapped and cheered. Ah, so this was a scene from before the war. The viewers felt poignant, understanding the story conveyed by the scene. The beautiful past, in sharp contrast with the current tragic state. Accompanied by the resounding song, lyrics that initially felt ordinary took on new meaning the second time around, especially when the passionate operatic score sounded again. Some viewers stood up. Some more emotional viewers even had eyes brimming with tears. For Blue Star, the concept of country isn't clear, but human emotions are universal. Under such circumstances, it's inevitable to be moved by the people and emotions in the story. The fire could no longer be controlled, engulfing the soldiers who had been behaving rampantly earlier. Among them, those who had bullied the common folk most ruthlessly screamed and rolled in the intense flames. The scar-faced soldier who had earlier thrown silver bars toward the stage rushed onto the platform, his body aflame, crazily stabbing his sword into the abdomen of the opera performer in red. With a squelch, the tip of the sword appeared behind her back, dripping with blood. The music suddenly ceased, and the flaming stage seemed to host a silent play. Silence. Utmost quietude. She fell, silently. An unknown performer, yet she revealed a smile. And after this silent pause, the music suddenly reappeared, even more tragic, causing everyone's barren eardrums to tremble again. You finish your part, and I enter the scene. Do not mock the play of romance. Do not laugh at human folly. Once asked about fortunes. Once sang lustily about rise and fall. The way of no emotion. The way of emotion. How should one ponder? Jiang Kuei sang to the end, the flames actually burning on the stage, and not just on the screen. This is the technological effect of the Wei continent's stage. But at this moment, people almost forgot it was just an effect. People yelled, countless were shouting, but Jiang Kuei's voice grew fainter, slowly. The way of no emotion. The way of emotion. Too hard to ponder. Flames consumed the stage, hiding her figure until the music completely settled, and the effects ceased. She then stood there again, still in a red robe. Facing the audience, she slightly bowed. Su Wan's body slumped. Jiang Kuei. She was incomparable. The 7 judges, unnoticed before, had stood up, applauding simultaneously. Then, the entire auditorium erupted in applause. Surprisingly, no one was whispering. This was everyone's respect for this performance. Inside the live broadcast room of Qin Continent, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This song, Jiang Kuei had rehearsed 3 times. Ideally, she should have practiced more, but Lin Yuan was worried about emotional overspending, so he always had Jiang Kuei hold back. Jiang Kuei did it. Although she had only rehearsed 3 times, she fully exploded on stage without a hint of rawness. Objectively speaking, is the opera performer's sacrifice a good song? It definitely is not bad. The Devil Tan Jing covered it. The top opera master Li Yugong covered it. Li Yugong even sang a symphonic version of this song. Different people have different interpretations of these covers, and Lin Yuan has his own. He changed some of the arrangements. For example, the gap at the end of the song. When the opera performer falls, dying together with the enemy, the world becomes quiet, which wasn't arranged in the original. The effect was not bad, because after that, the stage's fireworks would complement Jiang Kuei's singing and elevate it. Don't mock the play under the moonlight. Don't laugh at people's foolishness, who once sang triumphantly, who claimed opera performers only sing of backyard flowers. Different eras. There's always someone in their own way, sacrificing and burning brightly. The lowliness of status and the nobleness and ignobility of personality are always 2 different things. Back to the previous question. So, is the opera performer's sacrifice considered a good song? Definitely good, but not particularly special. However, the effects of a song in different environments and atmospheres, even with different singers, are completely different. Jiang Kuei elevated the limit of this song. Whether it was her opera style or the singing in the verse section, she quickly captured the audience's heart. Coupled with the scene and stage arrangement, the song ultimately presented this effect, thus making it the best stage performance today given the circumstances. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have the same effect. Even if it were a so-called better song, it might not have the same impact. What specific effect? The lively audience comments in front of Lin Yuan are the best answer. The comments have gone crazy. The refresh rate is so high that it's hard to keep up. Although it's glitch, I still want to say. Mom asks me why. I'm kneeling to listen to the song. I cried listening to it. How can a single song be so heartbreaking? People say harlots are heartless and performers are untrustworthy. But today's performance, I'm convinced. When the opera voice came out, it was a thrilling rush to the Heavenly Spirit cover. Kneeling to Fish Papa, Jiang Kui Dam is the real devil. Suwon's performance got completely crushed. Okay, I thought Fish Papa was exaggerating. Now I know it's not. Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan must have been harshly criticized. No wonder Jiang Kui is the top female singer of Yu Dynasty. A queen of song, this is a queen. The singing profoundly interprets the song, so powerful it's terrifying. Suwon. At that moment I was extremely afraid. Not only the audience in Qin continent is boiling. Other continents' live streams have gone crazy too. Almost every continental host is exclaiming in their live streams. Perfect singing. This song is unbeatable. It could totally compete in the finals. The women from Yu Dynasty are clearly enchanting. We used to say Zhong continent singers were the dark forces. Turns out Yu Dynasty is the real dark force. This Jiang Kui is the leading big sister. Such a young girl. How can her singing be so lethal? Although it's inappropriate for me as a Yin continent native to say this, I declare, I'm a fan of Jiang Kui now. Wait, there's one live stream room that hasn't gone mad, nor is it boiling. It's the Zhong continent live stream. In Zhong continent's live room, it's eerily silent. The male announcer is covering his head, as if having a lot to say, yet as if choked up. The female announcer's face is deathly pale, her lips trembling on live broadcast. This song, the male announcer's expression twisted. He started with 3 words and then stopped. This song, the female announcer wanted to continue saying something but also stopped, like a repeat machine. Instead, on the comment screen, comments from Zhong continent's audience gradually densify. Some of the most upvoted comments turned red. This is a small design of Zhong continent, allowing the host to interact with popular comments. And the hottest comment reads, Devil. Inside the Qin continent live room, someone mentioned the word devil too, and coincidentally, also in red upvotes. Bodies tingling, Fragrance says, they say Jiang Kui is the devil. Looking at Lin Yuan, Pudding blurted out, the devil himself is right here. Chapter 1184, 102, Xian Yu's Music Mini Classroom. Regardless of the audience's reaction, what ultimately determines the direction of the competition is still the judges' scoring. On stage, the host speaks, please, judges, score the song The Opera Performer's Sacrifice, performed by Jiang Kui. At once, audiences from every continent hold their breath. Competitors in the same group also become tense. Even Jiang Kui can't help but bite her lip. Although the live performance of this song can be said to be very good, and the audience's enthusiasm is unprecedented, there's still some nervousness without seeing the final results. Suddenly, shwa shwa shwa, the judges raise their scorecards. 7 scores light up at the same time. 95, 97, 97, 95, 94, 91, 96. Audience. Expected. She crushed it. Ha! Such a high score. The highest score so far. Isn't this the kind of score you'd see in the finals? Jiang Kui is awesome. She's on the rhythm of a champion. Remove one highest score, remove one lowest score, the remaining average score is 95.4 points. Don't look at this score as only about 2 points higher than Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, and Suwon, among a few other competitors. In a competition of Blue Song Olympics caliber, victory is often determined by such a small difference in points. Because the perfect score is 100. Jiang Kui is already very close to a perfect score, but nobody felt that this score was out of place. Jiang Kui's performance did indeed overpower everyone, including the 3 competitors from Zhong continent who were outshone by her brilliance. And after Jiang Kui, there was another contestant from Wei continent. However, this contestant might have been under too much psychological pressure as they performed after Jiang Kui, and their performance was obviously problematic. the score they got destined them to be eliminated. Next, let's look at the singers' rankings. The host speaks, the large screen showing the scoring rankings for the first round of the competition. Only the top 8 can advance. Qin Continent Team, Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, Jiang Kuei all directly advanced. Zhong Continent Team, Su Wan advanced, Ding Ning advanced. Wei Continent Team, 1 person advanced. Qi Continent Team, 1 person advanced. Chu Continent Team, 1 person advanced. All other continents, completely eliminated. All major live broadcast rooms were stunned by this result. Due to the intense competition and tension, many people didn't keep a detailed count of each singer's score. Only after the first round singers' scoring rankings were published did everyone belatedly realize an astonishing fact. Zhong Continent Team didn't all advance. Zhong Continent Team. The only contestant who didn't advance was named Zhao Wan. She ranked 9th on the singers' scoring list. The difference between her score and the 8th place singer was only 0.3 points. When Zhao Wan realized she was eliminated, she was dumbstruck and stood there. I'm eliminated? This is the first singer from Zhong Continent to be eliminated in the first round. When Zhao Wan realized this, her eyes suddenly reddened, and the next moment she cried hysterically on the spot, regardless of the camera's capture. Wow! Her crying was extremely miserable. According to common sense, Zhao Wan was set to advance, but nobody expected Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggu to be so monstrously good, taking 2 spots among the top 8. You have to know, in the pre-competition analysis of the continents, Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan were sure to be eliminated in the first round. Based on this analysis, Zhao Wan didn't give her strongest performance in the first round, planning to save it for later. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wan was directly eliminated. If this was playing King of Glory, then Zhao Wan's situation would be like. Even though she had her ultimate, golden body, and flash abilities on hand, she wanted to save her skills, thinking she could win the brawl without them, and ended up being taken down instantly. That's the reason why Zhao Wan was crying on the spot. She lost too unfairly. The coach's pre-game analysis was wrong. If she had played to her full potential, she doesn't dare to say she would have definitely won a medal, but advancing to the second round would have been no problem. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, seeing Zhao Wan crying miserably, audiences from all continents were stunned. Everyone's heart gave rise to a strange feeling. A Zhong Continent contestant cried. It somehow felt off. Although since the start of yesterday's Bel Canto group competition, it was common to see contestants crying when eliminated, this was the first time everyone saw a Zhong Continent contestant cry their eyes out, making the scene seem somewhat unreal. So Zhong Continent contestants can cry too? Immediately following, everyone suddenly felt, maybe Zhong Continent contestants aren't as unbeatable as we imagined. The competition will not stop because of Zhao Wan's tears. After the eliminated contestants leave the stage, the host, with an impassive face, announces, the second round of the competition officially begins. Please have the contestants come on stage to perform in the order determined by the draw. The order of performance was decided by a draw. In the second round of the competition, Su Wan is the first to perform. This diva from Zhong Continent seemed to be enraged. During her second round performance, Su Wan went on stage and started belting high notes right away, almost appending the entire stage. The full power of the Zhong Continent top diva erupted completely. Boom. The whole venue explodes. Just based on the audience's reaction, Su Wan's singing seemed not to be weaker than the effect brought by Jiang Kuei's, the opera performer's sacrifice. Oh my god, such amazing high notes. Are all the high notes done with her real voice? Is this the strength of a top Zhong Continent diva? I just finished listening to Jiang Kuei's performance, and I thought she would definitely be the final champion. But after listening to Su Wan, I'm suddenly not so sure. Holy crap, that's so lit. Even though I don't like Zhong Continent, I have to admit, the standard of Zhong Continent is really insane. Chapter 1185, 102, Xian Yu's music. Mini, classroom _2. Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan are definitely not a match for her. This Su Wan, only Jiang Kuei can fight her on equal terms. Live, in the live streaming rooms, audiences from all continents are furiously discussing. Live streamers from all continents are dumbstruck, speechless. The 7 judges didn't hesitate to give high scores. This round, Su Wan's average score is 95.5 points. That's 0.1 point higher than Jiang Kuei's last performance of the opera performer's sacrifice. In the live streaming room of Zhong Continent, the male commentator, as if he had been resurrected with full health, began shouting frantically, "This is our Sister Wan. Who else can match this high note? The queen of high notes." The female commentator was practically screaming the whole time. Sister Wan's signature skill, annihilating the world's high notes. Even in Zhong Continent, there are only a few who can compare with Sister Wan in high notes. The commentator's frenzy infected the audience. The ingrained pride of Zhong Continent was fully awakened. Soaked, highest score yet, even higher than Jiang Kuei's last round. Jiang Kuei is a big demon king, but isn't Sister Wan also a big demon king? This round, I just want to ask on behalf of our Sister Wan, who else is there? Xia Fan, Zhao Ge, or Jiang Kuei? What I'm hearing isn't a song, it's the trumpet of victory. Listening to Jiang Kuei's performance, the audience of Zhong Continent once doubted, suspecting that Zhong Continent might lose in this competition. However, when Su Wan fully erupted, paired with a high-note song tailor-made for her by the maestro of Zhong Continent, the confidence of the Zhong audience was reignited. Qin Continent, live streaming room. Pudding and Fragrant were both dumbstruck by the high notes, and the most prominent barrage in the prompter was not a sentence, but a series of exclamation marks. Pudding suddenly turned to Lin Yuan. "What does Coach Xinyu think?" "Such a pity." Lin Yuan sighed. Hearing this, Fragrant's eyes dimmed slightly. "Does Coach Xinyu think we no longer stand a chance?" "That's not it." Lin Yuan felt somewhat gloomy. "I'm saying, it's a pity we can't sweep the gold, silver, and bronze medals." Pudding, Fragrant. Audience, are you talking about fantasy? You're still thinking about Qin Continent sweeping all the medals for this competition? Pudding couldn't help but ask, "What does Coach Xinyu mean by that?" Lin Yuan explained, "If I'm not mistaken, the singers advancing to the third round should be Su Wan, Zhao Ge, and Jiang Kuei. When you asked me earlier about the rankings of female singers from the Yu dynasty, overall, Xia Fan is indeed the weakest. No choice. Xia Fan couldn't beat Su Wan, and even Zhao Ge couldn't beat her. At least for now, these two can't beat Su Wan." "You've predicted the results already?" Fragrant cautiously asked. "Then how does Teacher Admirable Fish evaluate Su Wan's strength?" "Not bad." Lin Yuan nodded earnestly. Pudding and Fragrant's cheeks twitched slightly. The audience in the live streaming room of Qin Continent also couldn't help but laugh and cry. Su Wan flipped the entire venue, and yet she only got a "not bad" from Xianyu? Thinking about it, Pudding still objectively expressed his thoughts. "To me, it was a perfect level performance." Perfect is an exaggeration. Lin Yuan shook his head. Su Wan has a fatal flaw, which is that her high notes have a poor tone, creating a piercing feeling to the ear. Without a comparison, you might not have a direct feel for it. So let me demonstrate it for you. While speaking, Lin Yuan began to sing. Without any build-up, Lin Yuan started singing from the highest part of Su Wan's song. His clear and loud singing voice filled the live streaming room, as if penetrating the souls of all listeners, truly embodying what it means to sing at the top of one's lungs. "Oh my God!" Pudding almost wet himself. Fragrant covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes so wide that her forehead lines were visible. "What the hashtag UN%%? Get lost and go compete. Right now. Immediately." That was the first reaction in everyone's mind after listening to Lin Yuan's singing. So high, so beautiful. With the same lyrics and melody, Xianyu's singing, even without any music, was discernibly superior to Su Wan's. What's even more terrifying is, Su Wan was clearly struggling when singing that part. Yet when Xianyu sang it, his expression didn't even change, and after finishing, he wasn't even out of breath or red in the face, as if he was just casually humming a tune. "Are you even human?" After Lin Yuan finished singing, he said, "If Su Wan could sing to the level I just did, she would just be barely passing. Of course, there are even more advanced singing techniques I won't demonstrate. Let's continue watching the competition." The barrage exploded. "For the love of God, you have even more advanced singing techniques. Don't tell me you can raise the high note by a key. Enough. Don't say anything else. Please, just go and compete already." If you're not in the Olympics, I'm not watching. Fish pop-up, you are my real daddy. Everyone in the live streaming room was shocked to their core. Pudding and Fragrant's knees went weak. They almost wanted to kneel before Xianyu. Big shot. Isn't your commentary a bit too hardcore? Probably the whole world couldn't find a second commentator as hardcore as this. That peak-level performance by Zhong Continent's top diva, Xianyu easily replicated it and effortlessly took it to the next level. This felt like what? Like a world-class track and field competition. The starting gun fires. A group of professional athletes sprint out like arrows, rushing forward. Just when everyone was amazed by the athletes. Speed, Xianyu, in a role akin to a photographer, was actually running ahead of the athletes with a camera, filming their performance while still having the leisure to commentate for the audience. Chapter 1186, 102. Xianyu's Music Mini, Classroom_3. The contestant's speed is not bad. But if Suwon knew the situation in the Qin Continent's broadcast studio, she would probably wish she could retire on the spot. Extremely insulting. And damn highly offensive. Yet, Lin Yuan didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words. He was seriously explaining to the audience. In the shock brought by Xianyu, even if the contestants following Suwon performed well, to the audience in Qin Continent, it still felt like a meaningless scuffle of mediocrity. No way around it. The audience in Qin Continent had high standards. And the results of the second round were exactly as Lin Yuan predicted. Suwon, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu. They advanced to the third round. Including Xia Fan, all other contestants were eliminated by these three. Among them, Xia Fan was exactly the fourth. The middle state contestant named Ding Ning ranked fifth. Ding Ning cried on the spot, crying more miserably than Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan cried because she didn't use her powerful move and felt aggrieved. While Ding Ning was directly cried by the three sisters of the Yu dynasty. She just wasn't as strong as them. Isn't this more devastating than losing a game by mistake? If it hadn't been for Suwon, the gold, silver, and bronze might have really been an internal battle of the Yu dynasty. No wonder Xianyu said before, it's a pity that Qin Continent couldn't win gold, silver, and bronze all at once. However, the three singers from the Yu dynasty did not sing the songs written by Xianyu this round. Qin Continent has many maestros. Everyone has a rich arsenal. The songs by Lin Yuan might not necessarily be the best choice every round. Even so, when the results of the second round came out, many people were scared enough. The three women from the Yu dynasty are too fierce. Xia Fan got 94 points in the second round, which is simply off the charts. What's even more outrageous is, yesterday in the classical group some matches, 94 points could win the championship, but today in the pop group, it's not even enough to make it to the third round. Because stronger freaks are here. Zhao Yinggu scored 94.2 points. Jiang Kuei also scored 95 points in the second round, but compared to the explosive Su won this round, or even her own first round, it was slightly lacking. Looking at the situation, Suwon still has a good chance of winning. Regardless of the result, the abilities of Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, and Jiang Kuei have already made countless people on Blue Star remember them, and the industry will inevitably refresh its views of the singers from Yu dynasty. At this time, the third round of the competition has also started. Zhao Yinggu sang first, the song provided by Yin Dong, and finally scored 94.4 points. It was thought that this terrifying score might vie for the championship, but unexpectedly, the second performer, Suwon, scored 95.7 points. The highest score. This is the highest score since the Blue Song Olympics started. At that moment, in the Zhong Continent broadcast room, the male host almost announced Suwon's victory on the spot. The female host couldn't help shedding tears of emotion. This game has been full of ups and downs. Our Zhao Wan shed tears on stage. Our Ding Ning also stopped in sadness in the second round. But fortunately, Sister One stood up for us middle state people and took us to the finals. No matter how many regrets there are, if we eventually lift the gold medal, the victor is still us from middle state. Too frustrating. Middle state has never been this frustrated. Where did this Yu dynasty come from? Three terrifyingly talented women could just smash apart the singers from middle state besides Suwon. Among them, that woman named Jiang Kuei is like a great demon, hardly inferior to Suwon. In this frustrating situation, middle state people desire this victory like never before. And now, considering the scores of Su Wan, this victory is almost within reach. Just waiting for Jiang Kuei to finish singing. After all, the combined weight of the silver and bronze medals isn't equivalent to a gold medal. Qin Continent. Broadcast studio. Lin Yuan is singing. It's the climax of the song Su Wan sang in the third round. It's a high note that could annihilate the world, where Su Wan sang until her veins bulged hysterically, yet Lin Yuan just slightly bent his body and completed the same performance effortlessly. The audience in the Qin Continent's broadcast room was nearly numbed by the shock. Is this what fish? This is clearly a beast. Such a monstrous level, not competing, but cooped up in this small, shabby broadcast studio, giving us music lessons. There were direct complaints in the bullet comments. Of course, there wasn't too much malice, just helplessness and speechlessness. The more I listen to this fish sing, the angrier I get. If only he were willing to compete. What would middle states singers have to worry about? After singing, Lin Yuan pretended not to see the bullet comments and continued his duty-bound commentary. This middle state's little diva's high notes actually still have the flaw I just mentioned, especially in this round. She shouldn't have continued using high notes. This is throwing himself into the line of fire of Jiang Kuei, because the song Jiang Kuei is going to sing in the third round is also focused on high notes. It might not annihilate the world, but destroying a Suona should be no problem. And that song was just provided by Lin Yuan. However, Qin Continent's audience couldn't be as optimistic as Xianyu. Even if Xianyu casually sang in the broadcast studio, he could easily suppress Su Wan. Their thoughts at this moment were, it's over. No matter how incredible Xianyu is, he can't replace Jiang Kuei in the competition. Jiang Kuei is facing Su Wan, who just performed almost perfectly, scoring the highest in Blue Song Olympics history. 95.7 points. What will Jiang Kuei use to surpass this score? Chapter 1187. 1021 Joair, I'll take you far away. Jiang Kuei stepped onto the stage step by step. At this moment, all eyes on site and in front of the live broadcast were fixed on her. On the internet, countless people were discussing. Jiang Kuei is more likely to face misfortune than fortune this round. Who would have thought that Su Wan would score the highest in the competition so far? Speaking of singing, I actually prefer songs with a story like The Opera Performer's Sacrifice. Su Wan's singing is too much about showing off her skills. It lacks other features, just a blunt display of hitting high notes. Perhaps the judges like high notes. Pop music doesn't demand too much else. Hitting high notes is indeed one of the winning tricks in pop music, and it's a tried-and-true tactic in various competitions. Anyway, I found it very satisfying and enjoyable. Indeed very enjoyable. The high notes were powerful and resonant. Although the process was fraught with twists, it looks like Zhong Continent is the last to laugh in the end. Just have to say, it's well-deserved. For Zhong Continent, they've already won 6 gold medals, while the other continents haven't even got one. Zhong Continent. The audience is thrilled. Time to pop the champagne and celebrate. Zhao Wan and Ding Ning. Sister Wan has avenged you both. When it comes down to the crunch, look to Sister Wan. Although I'm happy we won, this Jiang Kuei from Qin Continent has earned my respect. Right, Jiang Kuei managed to be honorable in defeat. Not just Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan are also very powerful opponents. Even in our Zhong Continent, they would have a place. No wonder they are called Yu Dynasty. While they still speak big, these people from other continents do have the level of a dynasty. Of course, they can only be called a dynasty outside. In our Zhong Continent, they are still somewhat lacking. The audience's confidence grows stronger and stronger. Su Wan's score is the current highest. The only way for Jiang Kuei to win is to break the current record. The male commentator laughed. Are records that easy to break? The female commentator nodded in agreement. This competition has been a wake-up call. These people from the other continents, they've got something indeed. The Jiang Kuei with something stood in the center of the stage. The band was also ready. A competition at the level of the Blue Song Olympics would certainly not be without a live band, and they are all top bands from various continents. However, because the main focus is the singer, the band gets very little screen time. Little did anyone see that there was an astonishing musical instrument within this band. A Suona? others might overlook, but Suwon noticed this instrument. She doubted her own eyes, not understanding why there would be such a netherworld instrument like the swona in this band. What kind of song would require a swona? Could it be that this swona player got lost and ended up in the wrong set from some swona competition? This thing almost never appears in a band, because the swona steals the scene too much. It's not a joke to call it a musical instrument hooligan. Once the swona sounds, other instruments are suppressed and cannot hold their heads up. Not like the piano or violin, which can easily cooperate and match, creating a good mixing effect. Only the swona is unreasonable. Alright, not overly fixated on this point, Suwon looked up with a weird expression at Jiang Kuei, trying to see panic on the other's face. To her disappointment, she saw none. Jiang Kuei seemed unaffected by her, worthy of being an opponent who makes her go all out. Such composure is not simple. Truth be told, Suwon knew she was not as comprehensive as Jiang Kuei, but her high notes were too outstanding. It was like a trump card. This move was very effective, especially as the judges seemed to like high notes. That's what made her score so high. With such circumstances, Suwon did not believe Jiang Kuei could still surpass her and turn the tables. Jiang Kuei closed her eyes. 3 seconds later, Jiang Kuei opened her eyes and nodded to the staff. The first instrumental sound rose, and it was precisely the swona which had caught Suwon's attention. The audience was taken aback. A swona? Why is there such an instrument? It feels so unsophisticated in pop music. I consider the swona one of the most vulgar instruments. I think it sounds quite nice. The melody is okay, but if it were the piano or something else, it would definitely sound better. In many customs in Blue Star, a swona is only used in countryside weddings or funerals. Actually, not just in Blue Star. Even in Celestial Dynasty, the swona was at one point considered a very rustic instrument, a symbol of vulgarity. In a nutshell, not high class. Those who play the swona are either folk enthusiasts or people paid to perform at weddings and funerals. Amidst the sound of the swona, the large screen on stage suddenly displayed a field of lush sorghum in a somewhat realistic animation style. The song's information emerged before the audience. Song name, Joer. Lyricist, Xianyu. Composer, Xianyu. Singer, Jiang Kuei. As soon as the sorghum field appeared, the rustic feeling came along with it, combined with the swona, leaving the audience even more puzzled. Is this pop music? Commentators in various live broadcast rooms almost subconsciously frowned. What's with this song? What's with this song? The same doubt also appeared in the Qin continent broadcast room. Had this song not been created by Xianyu, they would likely be just as puzzled about the swona's appearance as the other continents. In fact, question marks were already popping up. Yet, Lin Yuan, upon hearing the familiar and somewhat sentimental sound of the swona, spoke with a sigh. Let me tell you a story. Fragrant and Pudding were stunned. Tell a story? Lin Yuan had already started his narrative. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Joer. Chapter 1188. 1021 Joer, I will take you to a distant place _2. Due to differences in the era, Lin Yuan found it difficult to transplant certain literary works that were born from the land of the Celestial Dynasty to Blue Star. However, this does not mean Lin Yuan had no solutions. When the song Joer appeared, Lin Yuan prepared to narrate the story from Mo Yan's novel in a simplified manner, weaving it into Jiang Kuei's singing. On stage, the sound of the swona continued as the prelude. It seemed as if the wind was blowing across the screen. The immature green sorghum bowed down. Then Jiang Kuei's voice sang out, soft and clear, yet with an unusual sense of depth. The fields beside me, the jujube flowers in my hand, are fragrant. The ripe sorghum paints the sky red. Joer, I'll take you to distant lands. People of the Celestial Dynasty all knew that this song was related to Mo Yan's novel Red Sorghum, but the lyrics didn't capture the intense emotions of the book, nor did they mention the plot of its related dramas. The song even carried a hint of the singer's personal reinterpretation, so it was entirely up to the singers to use their performance to convey the mood of the song. This was the reason Lin Yuan dared to present this song. There were worries, of course, such as whether people in this world had read Mo Yan's novel. They might not understand the background of the song, which was a regret that Lin Yuan could not avoid even with a brief explanation. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan decided to let the music express itself, since this world, albeit without Master Mo's Red Sorghum clan, had its own classic rural literature that expressed similar emotions. These were stories that could have happened in any past era, stories that could enable the audience to make an emotional connection. Moreover, in the former lifetime, many fans of the song had not read the original work or watched its adaptations yet were still deeply moved after listening to it. That is the true meaning of music. Han Hong, Apple Hu, Sa Ding Ding, Wu Bixia, and Tanjing. Each version is unique. This song is truly a treasure fought over by countless national team singers, one that ordinary singers dare not even touch, for there are too many brilliant renditions by national team singers before them. Singing it without sufficient skill would be utterly humiliating. Jiang Kuei also had such a story in her mind. It was the story told to her by her representative after she received this song. It told of a girl named Joer who dared to love and hate, and although she was a woman, she was knowledgeable about the affairs of family and state. She endured hardships, but met a special man at the moment of utmost despair. Remembering this story, unexplainable emotions surged within Jiang Kuei's heart. At the Blue Song Olympics, there might be few singers who could understand the life of a farmer. Jiang Kuei understood. She was a girl who had walked out of the mountains. She had carried her brother on her back, living the most humble life. At this moment, although the lyrics were exactly the same as the first time, the listening experience felt different from the first performance. It wasn't just that the pitch of the second performance was slightly higher. More importantly, the emotions had also changed. The use of fourth and octave chords seemed to symbolize the fate of Joer, full of ups and downs. When the second verse ended, Jiang Kuei suddenly let out a chant that seemed to weave hope with despair, making the simple melody even more magnificent, and the sense of the song's tumultuous fate even stronger. At this moment, commentators in various live broadcast rooms were suddenly wrapped in indescribable emotions, feeling a faint sourness in their hearts. It was a story about some generation of ancestors, looking at the green sorghum fields on the big stage screen, symbolizing the fruit of hope. It seemed to be taking root in this field of sorghum. This sequence of chanting, almost identical to Tanjing's version, grew higher and stronger, the abundant breath exploding thoroughly at the end. The fields beside me. It was the third time, now forming a high note. Especially when reaching, the ripe sorghum paints the sky red. Some audience members were touched for the first time. This song is not a simple one. It went up a key. The 7 judges from a professional perspective appreciated the performance, their eyes shining with excitement. The same lyrics, but different emotions, presenting an increasing form. Su Wan is known for high notes, and Jiang Kuei can hit high notes too. It was just that Jiang Kuei's progression of emotions was so natural, the high notes didn't feel abrupt at all. So much so that the judges only realized now that they had been deceived by the previous performance. This damn song is actually a high-pitched song. Below the stage, the audience instinctively leaned forward slightly. It was because they were drawn into the emotions of the performance, eagerly waiting to hear what came next. Indeed, they were already captivated by Jiang Kuei's rendition. The song itself was good, but the performance was the true soul. Not making the audience wait, Jiang Kuei's hand gripping the microphone suddenly tensed, and under the sudden close-up, the knuckles turned slightly white. The ripe sorghum paints the sky red. Joer, I'll take you to distant lands. Emotions surged up fiercely. The first transition to prolonged high notes tore open a great curtain. The 2.5 rounds of singing built up to a climax. The word fong, place, was stretched to the limit, as if the boundless breath had no end at all. Roaring, an utter explosion. Just as people thought this was the peak, a majestic sound descended from the heaven, as if coming from the depths of the soul, perfectly melding with the voice, intertwined and soaring upward. The Swana. It was the Swana. The Swana that charges straight for the heavenly spirit cover, stronger than high-proof sorghum liquor. The male commentator in Yin Continent's live broadcast room actually started screaming out loud with both fury and exhilaration, clapping his hands forcefully. Chapter 1189, 1021 Joer, I will take you away _3. The scene was exactly the same. All the audience were infected, and the 7 judges' bodies tensed up in an instant, covered in goosebumps, with one thought in their minds. How can the Suona be so heart-stirringly impactful? Even those audiences in the live streaming rooms who previously looked down on the Suona, finding it too rustic and tacky, were dumbstruck, trembling in body and soul under the overwhelming power of the Suona. Art. The Suona is art. Divine assistance. My God. Shocked. What the heck is this? Sent away. Directly sent away by the Suona. To the heavens. Almost simultaneously, every live streaming room exploded. The charm of the Suona as an instrument was fully blossoming at this moment, its divine assisting effect, allowing Jiang Kuei's singing to burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Intoxicated. Everyone was intoxicated. Even the previously confident Su Wan was completely in a trance at this moment, not knowing whether she was shocked by the Suona or scared by the song. This competition is suspenseful. The Suona was like a masterstroke. Su Wan's confidence was severely shaken. And just as Su Wan's confidence wavered, Jiang Kuei's 4th rendition began. She didn't even wait for the Suona to finish. She just burst forth amidst the Suona's sound, as if to compete with the soul-stirring Suona. Sorghum matures with red filling the sky. Jiang Kuei's voice directly overwhelmed the Suona, leaving it with no fight left. To those unaware, it seemed as though the Suona had stopped, yet its lingering tones could be heard everywhere in the lyrics. Whoosh! On the big stage screen, the wind came blowing again, as if the seasons were changing and time flowing. Where green turns to yellow, the years sing. The lush sorghum fields had turned red, like a scenery dyed with blood. Sorghum. Ripe. Jiang Kuei, as if stepping on the ripe sorghum field, sang to the audience, to the judges, to Su Wan. Joer, I send you afar. Su Wan's confidence shattered, her soul shaken. Her mouth agape, unable to close, matched perfectly with the fierce expressions of the 7 judges beside her. Listen, what is this, Joer? I send you afar. Bloody hell, more like Jiang Kuei sends you afar. The ultimate high notes, like a cry, like a roar, like a wail, brought with them an unprecedented surge. Sorghum matures with red filling the sky. At the arrival of the song's highest note, the Suona seemed to extinguish altogether. The emotion and momentum gathered in the entire song exploded in this line, striking the soul. Su Wan's spirit completely shattered. Her pride in her high notes was utterly crushed by this line, without mercy. The mountains and fields of her hometown were filled with the scent of jujube flowers. Even we at the bottom carry that same yearning for a better life. Jiang Kuei recalled the story the representative had shared with her. Such good sorghum, such fine crops, such potent alcohol, such fiery women. If there were no invaders, if there were no beasts worse than animals. Jiang Kuei's eyes reddened. Her emotions deepened as she staggered and slipped, her voice steady, her breath unwavering. Joer, I send you afar. Like a whisper, her lingering voice floated above the stage. On the stage screen, the sorghum field suddenly lit up with a fire, as though appearing at the end of the horizon. At this moment, many in the audience, perhaps still not understanding the story of the red sorghum, were completely taken over and conquered by these emotions. And during Jiang Kuei's performance, in Qin Continent's live streaming room, Lin Yuan's story was also coming to an end. Joer died on this land, with her deepest love for this place, perished together with the cold-blooded enemies. Her choice was like the opera performer's sacrifice, blooming and withering in the blazing fire, as radiant as sorghum. At that moment, Qin Continent's live streaming room fell silent. Only after 3 seconds, it erupted in an uproar. Pudding was listening intently to Xian Yu's story, and at this moment he was moved. Jiang Kuei's first rendition was like a whisper, like a young girl's bashful parting with her lover. The second rendition was like that of a young wife sending off her beloved, less shy, more strong. Then came a hummed interlude, signifying the growth of life. The third rendition was clearly that of a fully matured woman, bravely facing life's misfortunes, strongly confronting her lover's departure to war. The fourth rendition fully transcended the third, with majestic and tragic high notes, conjuring the image of a woman sacrificing herself in the face of the enemy. The final low note of the song displayed the heroes and heroines longing for their hometown and relatives, the ache of parting that resides in the heart of the ordinary people. Listening to the whole song is like reading a long novel. The transformation from a girl to a mature woman, the struggle against beauty and suffering, the evolution from innocence to reason, the conflict between sacrifice and reluctance. I wonder if my understanding is correct. Lin Yuan said, 1,000 listeners may have 1,000 versions of Joe Air. What you feel is right, is right. This is art. Fragrant spoke, tears brimming in her eyes, not knowing if she was moved by the brief story or touched by the song. Online. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhaowei. In the 7 live streaming rooms, the barrage was so numerous it was uncountable, even more furious than in Qin Continent's room. The audience here hadn't heard the story told by Xianyu. Their focus was entirely on Jiang Kuei's performance. Mesmerized, so impactful, shivering in my very soul. After listening to this song, my palms are sweating. What kind of high notes are these? Chapter 1190. 1021 Joair, I will take you far away _4. The Suona has been completely overshadowed. The scariest part is, this song has only 4 lines of lyrics. 4 lines of lyrics, crushing Su Wan. What the hell is this concept? Don't say anything else. I'm going to learn to play the Suona. I was wrong, Suona YYDS. Suona, Jiang Kuei, couldn't you have given me some face? This song hides a story. The singing voices many tales. Suddenly, I really want to know what this song is all about. I don't know what it's about, but why does it sound so invigorating? It's because of resonance. Emotions can resonate. Music is a bridge for communication. In my heart, Jiang Kuei has already won. Joe Air, I am sending you far away. This has sent everyone far away. Previously, almost no audience favored Jiang Kuei because Su Wan's score was too high, a score that could even sweep all the previous bel canto competitions. However, now it has turned around, especially when the camera showed Su Wan, her pale face, bowing her head in silence. Everyone understood the fate of the match. Even the parties involved accepted it. In Zhong Continent, the male commentator, clearly having professional training, could speak eloquently and endlessly for hours with the audience, but at this moment his voice was tying in knots. This song is very excellent. Even if we lost, although defeated, still glorious. Sister Wan is still the Demon King. It's just, Jiang Kuei is even scarier. We have 6 gold medals. The female commentator was far more capable than the male commentator, quickly finding a point to console the audience. Even if we lose this round, our advantage on the gold medal table is still dominant. Of course, we must also have the courage to admit, Qin Continent has indeed produced an incredible queen of song. Audience, the male commentator has been sent away. I've been sent away too. No wonder there's Suona. This infernal instrument is so abnormal. It's like sending away all the audience at once. This is the Demon King from Qin Continent. The scariest thing is actually Xianyu. To be able to write such a song, fully unleashing the Demon King's power. We lost. We've definitely lost for sure. In the end, who is still glorious despite defeat? This Yu dynasty. The audience from Zhong Continent was deeply impressed by the Yu dynasty. Actually, what happened next had no suspense. Jiang Kuei went crazy. With the Suona, she sent everyone packing. Amidst the cheers of the audience from Qin Continent, Jiang Kuei won the gold medal. With a silver medal in hand, Su Wan stood beside Jiang Kuei, her face deathly pale. On the other side of Jiang Kuei was Zhao Yinggu, holding a bronze medal. Although she won the bronze medal, Zhao Yinggu was clearly in a good mood, even flashing a victory sign during the photo session. Because the gold medal also belonged to the Yu dynasty. Representing Qin Continent, the Yu dynasty took both the gold and bronze medals. Not only that, this gold medal of Jiang Kuei also set a new record high score, 96.1 points. This score was higher than Su Wan's, but not as high as one might imagine. Why? Because Joe Air, this song, placed in the pop category, was not perfectly aligned in the percentage match. This song actually combines the singing techniques of popular music with folk song composition, a very imaginative approach. Taking this into account, the judges slightly suppressed the score. No matter how much you innovate in the pop category, you still have to compete with songs that are more pop-oriented. But in front of the gold medal, these things are just minor details. Blue Song Olympics medal table. Qin continent rose to second place, carving a bloody path through Zhong continent's monopolized gold medal table. Across all continents, the expressions of the core coaching staff varied. Qin continent was undoubtedly the happiest. These judges are quite authentic. I would give the same scores. Jiang Kuei is indeed our trump card. What do you think would happen if Jiang Kuei and Xu Yu had a PK again? Hard to say. It depends on which side Xian Yu is on. Ha 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 ha. The way you say it, it's as if our Qin continent only has Xian Yu. But we have to admit that our first gold of Qin continent was brought by Xian Yu leading the Yu dynasty's Jiang Kuei. Finally, we've broken the embarrassment of 0 gold medals. Suddenly, Lu Sheng said, "This is just the beginning." Zheng Jing smiled. The song from Zhao Yingge was not bad actually. Yang Zhongming raised an eyebrow. Song of the Wind is coming. Seems to have a double meaning. Qi Continent Core Coaching Group. Not looking too good. We still don't have our first gold. While Zhong Continent is strong, they major in bel canto and similar events. We will have our chance to shine later. Chu Continent Coaching Group. Truly the land of music. Jiang Kuei's level is nothing like what our research suggested. Not just Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, and Zhao Yingge are also not to be underestimated. Yin Continent Coaching Group. Happiness is always someone else's. When will it be our turn? Soon. With 108 events, no one can monopolize everything. Han Continent Coaching Group. Zhao Continent Coaching Group. Wei Continent Coaching Group. Core coaching groups from each continent were all whispering amongst themselves. The Zhong Continent Coaching Group was not whispering. The coaches had grim expressions. It's such a pity to lose this gold medal. We were so close to winning. Yes. The score gap isn't actually that big. Suddenly, Abigail spoke coldly. Don't you understand yet? What they won by is precisely this small margin. Even a 0.1 difference in score signifies a vast gap in strength. If it weren't for the judge's preference for high pitches, Suwon wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Kuei. Abigail could see this, so could everyone else. The sighs right now were nothing but self-deception. The other coaches from Zhong Continent immediately fell silent. Especially the third master bishop from Zhong Continent, who had provoked Xian Yu before. He now clenched his fists tight with shame and annoyance. Why? Because the song Su Wan performed in the final was written by him. Su Wan's loss to Jiang Kuei also meant that he lost to Xian Yu of Qin Continent. Zhong Continent. Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto sat together, having watched the entire competition. I just knew it. When Jiang Kuei was awarded the gold medal, Matsushima Rain sighed. It's still so overwhelming when he acts. Humph. Ito Makoto said indifferently. This is Xian Yu's strength, and you know it too well. Matsushima Rain through gritted teeth. Seeing Jiang Kuei's performance, perhaps Qin Continent really could pose a threat to us later on. After all, no one knows how many more tricks Xian Yu has up his sleeve. It's not just Xian Yu. Ito Makoto's eyes flickered. Yang Zhongming hasn't made his move yet. Those who underestimate him don't know how they'll die. Matsushima Rain was silent. Ito Makoto sighed. There's some good news though. My composition was chosen for the flute category and will be used in the finals. Oh. Upon hearing this, Matsushima Rain finally showed a smile. Just so happens my piece was also adopted by the Eru group for the finals. Our abilities are limited. Ito Makoto said helplessly. That's all we can do to secure these 2 gold medals for Zhong Continent. After receiving their medals, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yingge, and Xia Fan left together. As soon as they stepped out of the venue, countless journalists swarmed them. The press of bodies was almost frenetic. On behalf of Qin Continent Television, I express heartfelt thanks to the 3 of you for your spectacular performance. Video. Air performed by teacher Jiang Kuei was so beautiful. Teacher Zhao Yingge, what is your opinion of your opponents? Teacher Xia Fan, regarding the online comments that you are the weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty, do you have any response, especially since we all saw your brilliant performance today? Teacher Jiang Kuei. The journalist's frenzy took the trio by surprise. Even Jiang Kuei, despite her post-competition status, had never encountered being surrounded by so many reporters. They were all nervous. These journalists came from all continents, including those from Zhong continent. But the most excited among the journalists were from Qin continent, because these three were heroes for Qin continent. Even though Xia Fan didn't win a medal, she showcased her talent and defeated two lead singers from Zhong continent. There was no choice. One by one, they took turns answering questions from the journalists. When it came to Zhao Yingji's turn, she suddenly huffed. Before, many questioned, saying that the entire Yu dynasty being selected for Qin continent's team meant we had backdoor privileges. Now I want to say, you can question us, but don't slander our representatives. Same here. Same here. Xia Fan chimed in next to her. And then Jiang Kuei followed suit. The journalists at the scene laughed. The three sisters of the Yu dynasty were ruthlessly efficient on stage, but turned out to be quite adorable off stage. Among them, several journalists from Qin continent had very peculiar expressions, questioning Xianyu and such. You probably have no idea what Xianyu did in the live stream. Now, who would dare question him? The people in the live stream are all kneeling and listening to his commentary. Chapter 1191, 1022. My viola is only at professional level. The pop music competition can be considered one of the highlights of the Blue Song Olympics. The level of attention it receives is simply incomparable to the bel canto competitions. This is why Qin continent's gold medal in this event could attract such attention and even astonishment from the viewers of different continents. The more people paying attention, the more valuable the gold medal becomes. It's just like the Olympic Games. There are Olympic champions everywhere. A single games can produce hundreds of them. Why are only a few of them famous? Because the Olympics have hundreds of events, and some are destined to be niche. And the gold medals in these niche events, while still gold, just don't generate enough attention to have significant impact. Take archery, cycling, and climbing, for example. Apart from groups that are particularly interested in these niche sports, the average person willing to watch these events live is truly not that many. Everyone is only concerned about whether the champion is one of their own. Very real. The same logic applies to the Blue Song Olympics. Comparing the overall gameplay of the Blue Song Olympics, it is designed to mirror the Blue Olympics. This means the gold medal that Qin continent has just won is the most important one of the competition so far. Let's take the bel canto events as an example. There's no doubt that bel canto has a certain threshold and isn't something everyone can appreciate. However, pop songs using common singing techniques are something everyone can hum along to and experience the charm of music. This is the advantage of pop songs. And whether in the Blue Olympics or the Blue Song Olympics, the sadness of these niche events comes from not only do they lack enough attention, but their competition times often clash with those of more popular events. Yes, during the pop competition, there are also 3 niche music events of the Blue Olympics taking place at the same time. These 3 niche events are the reggae group competition under the rock category, the quick-tongued group competition under the rap category, the viola competition under the instrument category. Regrettably, the live broadcast rooms of different continents have unanimously made the pop event the highlight of the broadcast. Although these niche events also have live broadcast arrangements, they've been relegated to the second-tier TV stations with relatively lower viewership ratings, including the guest commentators whose status tends to be much lower. It's rare for master coach-level personalities to directly interact with the viewers. Now let's get back on topic. If it weren't arranged this way, the Blue Song Olympics would have a total of 108 events. Compete one by one? When would it ever end? Doesn't the Blue Olympics, with its several hundred events, manage to finish within a month precisely by using this method? As a result, shortly after the conclusion of the pop group competition, the results of the other 3 niche events also gradually came in. Qin continent won a gold medal in the quick-tongued competition under rap, a bronze medal in the viola competition under instruments, and another bronze in the reggae competition under rock. In addition, Qi continent took the gold medal in the reggae competition. Wei continent took the gold medal in the viola competition. As the victorious news came in, the official accounts of each continent immediately announced it. Qi continent. After the announcement, the entire Qi continent boiled over with excitement. Finally got our first gold. It's even a gold medal from an instrumental competition. That's wonderful. It's even more significant than reggae and quick-toned. Too bad it can't compare to the pop group Gold Medal. Big Boss Huli is mighty. Huli is the viola player who secured the first gold for Chi continent. At the Blue Song Olympics, any player who helps their continent win a gold medal will become an overnight sensation, reaching a peak in their personal career. It is the largest dream-come-true platform in the music world. And although the viola is niche, its value is definitely not low. It's considered a refined art in the public's heart, not attracting much attention from the ordinary people. But within the industry, it receives a lot of attention. Way continent. The common people are cheering and boiling over just the same. Our first gold. Although I'm indifferent to reggae music, OU getting the gold medal is a hero of our Way continent. Go Way continent. Reggae has always been a niche genre in Blue Star. Even within the rock scene, not many play this kind of music, but a gold medal is a gold medal, and it's Way continent's first gold. One can imagine the value and reputation of this OU will skyrocket from now on. Chin continent. In the live broadcast room. Although the pop competition has ended, it's clear that the audience is still engrossed. Pudding and Fragrant are still pulling Lin Yuan to talk about the recent competition, various post-match analyses. Suddenly, a voice came through Pudding's headset. Pudding's face suddenly brightened with joy, looking into the camera with fiery eyes. Dear viewers, I have a piece of good news to announce. Just now, our Chin continent has won the men's quick-tongued rap champion. Boom. The live broadcast room instantly erupted. After the first gold, Chin continent has so quickly secured the second gold medal. At this moment, Pudding suddenly turned to look at Lin Yuan with an even more passionate gaze. The person who helped our Chin continent win this second gold medal is none other than Chun Jiu from the Yu dynasty. Before Lin Yuan could react, the barrage exploded. My God, is that true? Chun Jiu won the championship? It's confirmed. Our Chin continent's official account has broadcasted the news everywhere. The Yu dynasty is too fierce. The first two gold medals of Chin continent were both won by them. Fish Papa has cultivated a lot of talent for our continent. Rap quick-toned. I suddenly remember in a variety show from the Yu dynasty, Chun Jiu showed off his quick-tongued skills. It was really fast, invincible speed, and also with amazing clarity. Chapter 1192, 1022. My viola is only at a professional level _2. Wait, isn't Chun Jiu called the weakest male singer of the Yu dynasty? Ha. The Yu dynasty only has 2 male singers. You can also say Chun Jiu is the second male singer of the Yu dynasty. Second, I suspect you are implying something about perennial runner-ups first generation, and I have evidence. Chun Jiu is truly the first-generation almighty runner-up. Did he pass the spirit of second to his final opponent? Still, the weakest male singer of the Yu dynasty sounds better. Think about it. Even the weakest male singer from the Yu dynasty starts as a champion of the Blue Song Olympics. Chun Jiu. In the Yu dynasty, I am the second, but outside, I am the boss. I'm going to check out Chun Jiu's competition, though I'm not interested in rap. But how can I when Bro got the gold medal? Well, Bro has been called. It's a common thing in every continent. When Chun Jiu wins, he's called Bro. Makes sense. Lin Yuan watched the barrage of live comments, a smile appearing on his face. Just then, Fragrant next to him suddenly announced major news. Some people may not have seen the official announcement. Our teacher Chun Jiu won the championship with a work created by Bishop Fish, and it's an English song titled Rap God. Whoa, the live broadcast room boiled over. Was the championship song Chun Jiu sang another work of Xianyu? Driven by a strong sense of pride, countless Chin continent people immediately went to listen to Chun Jiu's final song. After listening to the song, the Chin people were dumbfounded. Fast. Way too fast. Chun Jiu's mouth was like a Gatling gun. His lips moved rapidly, furiously delivering words into the microphone. This quick talk. Real damn like a Gatling. Holy moly. My ears are gonna get pregnant from this. Insane. Ridiculous. Does Blue Star have anyone who can speak faster than Chun Jiu? What song is this? This is simply black humor. Chun Jiu singing an English song to beat his opponent from Han continent, where English is basically the native dialect of Han people. Simply a miracle. Qin people using English rap to defeat Han people. That thing, rap. God. Translates to, God of rap, right? God of rap. Nothing wrong with this translation. Cause, Rap God, is one of the signature works of Eminem, a top Western rap artist. In the hearts of Western rap artists, and even Eastern ones, Eminem is indeed the god of rap. They call Eminem Eminem. This, Rap God, isn't even Eminem's fastest song. But you can't just chase speed in a quick talk. The judges will surely consider this, so Lin Yuan carefully selected this song. In fact, when Lin Yuan saw there was a fast-talking competition, he had already decided internally to customize a song from Eminem. After all, the rap scene in the Celestial Dynasty is just getting started, and generally, the quality of works is still behind that of the West from his previous life. This we have to admit. The effect was indeed very good. As if Eminem himself descended, Chen Jiyu clinched the fast-talking championship. This is Chen Jiyu's talent. Rock and rap are styles he excels in. In Han continent, losing the championship crushed the spirits of the Han people. It was like Americans being steamrolled by a Qin person with an English song. Simply absurd. You know, rap culture is not mainstream in Qin continent. Han continent is considered the paradise of rap music. Han people held extremely high expectations for rap competitions, even hoping to snag a few more gold medals with them. Outskilled. How is his English so fluent? What made a Qin continent contestant so crazily practice English? I thought all continents considered English hard to learn. Who really are the people from Han continent? Compared to Chen Jiyu, our Han continent contestants are as weak in English rap as Qin people. Why is Chen Jiyu so good at English? This question, probably only the insiders of the Yu dynasty know. They once crazily practiced English to sing Xian Yu's English songs, even staged intense internal struggles. To win the internal competition in the Yu dynasty, Chen Jiyu went as far as hiring English teachers from Han continent, practicing countless hours. No other reason but to be the primary candidate for singing Xian Yu's English songs. With such a background, even Wei Haoyun, the worst in English in Yu dynasty, can freely communicate in English with people from Han continent. In Zhong continent, inside the live broadcast room, the two commentators gradually announced the results of the 3 competitions. Despite sweeping the 7 continents previously, they only secured 3 silver medals in these 3 niche competitions. Not a single gold medal won. Although a silver medal is nice, not having any gold upsets the whole Zhong continent. Why is the Yu dynasty so strong? The female commentator from Zhong continent's voice was almost crying. Why did the 2nd gold medal have to be won by someone from the Yu dynasty? We underestimated the Yu dynasty. The male commentator bitterly said, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, and Chen Jiyu are all very strong. This Yu dynasty, formed by 6 singers, might be our biggest rival in this Blue Song Olympics. You see, not long ago, in the Zhong continent live broadcast room, Zhong continent viewers were making all sorts of sarcastic and scornful remarks about the Yu dynasty, making fun of the dynasty designation. Now everyone in Zhong continent has been slapped in the face by the Yu dynasty. They only have 6 singers, yet 2 of them have already clinched gold medals for Qin continent. Isn't this winning rate a bit abnormal? Chapter 1193, 1022. My viola is only at a professional level _3. Damn it, this is really a musical dynasty. There are 6 singers in the organization, and 2 of them got gold medals. It's only the 2nd day of the competition. Who can guarantee that Yu dynasty can't get another gold medal for Qin continent? This is the first pop group of Qin continent, right? Not good. Is our gold medal ranking in danger now? In these competitions, we haven't just failed over Qin continent. We haven't even surpassed Qi continent and Wei continent. What's going on with the coaching staff? It's like the viola competition is totally the coach's fault, because in instrumental competitions, the skill levels are all similar. It mainly depends on the piece. Panic. Middle state people are starting to panic. No one from middle state dares to say anymore, hope other continents can add some. Pressure. The pressure has been applied to them. Even though the gold medal table is still far ahead, it still cannot set middle state people's minds at ease. Actually, it's just that middle state people are too arrogant. Like in Olympics, although middle state also has the most gold medals, other continents can also pressure them. Same goes for Blue Song Olympics. Each continent always has shining events because in the end, it's people competing, which state doesn't have top talents in specific events. Morning session is over. The afternoon session continues. Lin Yuan had lunch, then continued in the live stream room. Blue Olympics is planned to last about 20 days. That means at least 5 events need to happen each day at Blue Olympics. The specific competition duration is still uncertain. After all, competitions might encounter special situations. There could even be possibilities for competitors to redo due to some disputes. Of course, there are no such situations right now. The real situation is probably in Qin Continent's live stream room. Yes, there are issues again in Qin Continent's live stream room. The cause of the situation is that the competition hasn't started this afternoon. The live stream room needed the host and audience to chat leisurely for 20 minutes. Then Pudding started talking to Lin Yuan about the morning competition. Suddenly Fragrant asked a professional question. Teacher Admirable Fish, many viewers are curious. What's the difference between a viola, cello, and violin? Can you enlighten the audience? Lin Yuan said. The violin is the smallest in the string instrument group, with the highest range, and its expressiveness is particularly rich and diverse. In terms of playing technique, violin is also the most flexible in the whole orchestra, suited for playing music phrases of any speed and form, including those with chord progressions. Hence, the violin always plays a leading role in the orchestra, and it can be called the heart of the symphony orchestra. The viola has the same shape as the violin, but a bit larger. All professional knowledge. Lin Yuan spoke for a long time, noticing in the Damaku that only a few people understood. Most people responded with "don't understand, but wow. Let's do this." Lin Yuan decided to use the simplest and most straightforward method. I'll show you all. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan's viola performance sounded in the live stream room. Quite a few viewers who understood viola were dumbstruck during Admirable Fish's performance. Then this classic catchphrase repeatedly appeared in the live stream. Damn you, go compete. Those who understand know that Admirable Fish's viola level is very high, totally at a professional level. However, Lin Yuan's response was very humble, even somewhat naive. My viola level is poor, only at professional level. Going to compete would not achieve very good results. Level is poor. Professional level. Standard. But those who know their stuff know that he's not bragging. Maestro truly has a professional level of viola skill. What the hell is this concept? Maestro is maestro. Maestro only knows about melody composition, strong in music theory, but if they actually play an instrument, how many can reach a professional level? But what everyone doesn't know and can't even imagine is, actually all of Lin Yuan's instruments, through system rewards, have reached a professional level, especially piano, which has reached a master level. What is master level? That probably means if Lin Yuan really went to compete in Blue Song Olympics, he could possibly win. Of course, as long as Lin Yuan keeps playing in this live stream room, everyone will eventually find out anyway. Chapter 1194, 1023. Is this a live broadcast or a horror movie? Evening, 9 o'clock. The second day of the Blue Song Olympics is over. There were 3 competitions scheduled for this afternoon, meaning 3 gold medals were up for grabs. Lin Yuan was in charge of commentating the band competition, and after 3 rounds of fierce competition, Qin Continent won the band category gold medal. And the championship-winning song for the Qin Continent band was composed by the 3rd master bishop of the core coaching team, Lu Sheng. Boom. The 3rd gold medal was seized. Qin Continent cheered, as the entire coaching team stood up to celebrate. After the morning's decline, Zhong Continent finally managed to secure a gold medal in the afternoon. Chu Continent then took the last gold medal of the afternoon. The people of Chu went wild with excitement. It was their first gold. They had finally broken their duck. After the competition ended, all continents were covered with Blue Olympics news reports, all talking about today's competition. Qi Continent, Wei Continent, Han Continent. These 3 major continents secured their first golds, heartily celebrating their initial victories. As the biggest winner of today's competitions, Qin Continent nearly ignited a frenzy across all of its local media, with news flying everywhere. Jiang Kuei takes the first gold. Zhao Yinggu clinches the bronze medal. Chun Jiyu secures the 3rd gold. Yu Dynasty takes home 2 gold medals. Xian Yu becomes today's greatest hero in the competition. The three sisters of the Yu dynasty shine at the Blue Song Olympics. Lu Sheng leads the band category to the third gold, sweeping 3 gold medals. We are the land of music. Meanwhile, as the competition ended, the songs that emerged from the Blue Song Olympics were also released on various major music players. Among them, hits like Jiu Air, The Opera Performer's Sacrifice, Itch, Song of the Wind, etc., caused a sensation across all continents, garnering numerous downloads and plays shortly after being released. No need for promotions, because the Blue Song Olympics is the best advertisement. With the entire Blue Star watching, you can imagine the popularity. The contestants who performed well today saw an explosive surge in popularity. Even Xia Fan, who came away empty-handed, gained immense love from the Qin people for defeating 2 Zhong continent divas. This was a rare occurrence. Other medal-less contestants would be somewhat criticized by certain naysayers, but Xia Fan became an exception. It's because Xia Fan lost to her own people. When losing to competitors from other continents, the audience gets annoyed. But losing to one of their own doesn't really matter. Why let the good go elsewhere? Regarding the competition results, the capitals of each continent also reacted swiftly. A top Blue Star cosmetics brand. Invite Jiang Kuei to be our brand ambassador immediately. Our competitors are also in touch with Jiang Kuei's agent. Whatever price they offer, we'll double it. A top Blue Star catering brand. Let's finalize Zhao Yingguo as our next brand ambassador. Isn't Zhao Yingguo not a queen of singing? Doesn't our brand only recruit kings and queens of singing as ambassadors? Idiots, after the Blue Song Olympics, Zhao Yingguo will surely become a queen of singing. If we approach her now, we can secure a better deal. A top Blue Star clothing brand. I believe Xia Fan fits our brand image very well. But Xia Fan hasn't won any medals. Why not choose Jiang Kuei? Because Xia Fan has the best figure among the women of the Yu dynasty, and now her fame has skyrocketed due to the Blue Song Olympics. She can definitely bring us a considerable volume of sales. A top Blue Star automobile brand. I just did some research and found that Chuan Jiyu seems to like off-road vehicles a lot. Let's collaborate with him for our new off-road model. But didn't we already approach a king of singing? The contract isn't signed yet. Now switch to Chuan Jiyu. Offer him the endorsement fee according to the king's standard. The Song Olympics champion is worth it. Endorsements from top Blue Star commercial brands, even for kings and queens of singing, are a juicy piece of the pie. And now, because of a Blue Song Olympics, various brands were extending olive branches to the outstanding performers. Within the Yu dynasty, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yingguo, Xia Fan, and Chuan Jiyu instantly became hot properties for major brands. Bear in mind, except for Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, Zhao Yingguo, and Chuan Jiyu were just in the first tier, not yet among the ranks of kings and queens of singing. Among them, some brands were even considering an approach to Xian Yu. However, Xian Yu never accepts endorsements, leaving many big brands helpless. As a second choice, some brands started contacting Lu Sheng. As a maestro of Blue Star and the third master bishop of the core coaching team, he also led the band category to a gold medal today. Such a man also carried significant commercial value. After all, he's the second youngest maestro in Blue Star history, also known as Little Xian Yu. Wei Continent. Conference Room. 940. The core coaching team was in a meeting, summarizing today's competition and preparing for tomorrow's. Before the meeting started, Lu Xing suddenly remarked, "The impact of the Blue Song Olympics is maddening. Just after our Qin continent band won the championship, several top brands wanted to make me, a behind-the-scenes figure, their endorser." Zheng Jing laughed and said, "Did you accept?" Lu Xing shrugged. "I need to make a living." Everyone laughed, very satisfied with the outcome of today's competition. Yi Zhiqiu mused. "I also got the news that all contestants who achieved results in the Blue Song Olympics have seen their values double. If the Song Olympics continues to be held, I suspect the musicians will behave even more crazily, given the vast commercial interests involved." "Ha ha ha," Indong said. "It seems we've completely copied the Blue Olympics play. Good performers have their worth doubled. Even we behind-the-scenes coaches have become sought-after commodities." Chapter 1195, 1023. Is this a live video or a horror movie _2? Blue Song Olympics is just like that. Once athletes win the championship, they are sure to be approached to endorse products until their hands are tired. At this point, Yang Zhongming said, not only is the capital's attitude towards the Blue Song Olympics similar to that of the Blue Olympics, but the upcoming competitions will also be more in line with the model of the Blue Olympics. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Yang Zhongming explained. Starting tomorrow, some important competitions will be split into rounds and will take place over 2 days, meaning that there will be more events to compare each day. That's reasonable. Everyone can accept this competition format. With consecutive competitions, the athletes might not be fully prepared. But if there is only 1 to 2 rounds per day, the athletes can have enough time to prepare for the next day's competitions. In fact, the Literature and Art Association is also feeling its way forward, because this is Blue Star's first Blue Song Olympics. Exactly how to handle it is being studied while the competitions proceed. In these 2 days of competitions, the Literature and Art Association realized that the competitions were too rushed for the athletes, especially for those who continuously advance, having to perform one after another, so the competition times were adjusted. For instance, letting the athletes decide the finalists within 1 day, then allowing the athletes to compete in the finals the next day, which could present a better stage. After a pause, Yang Zhongming said with a smile, "Let's first congratulate Xian Yu and Lu Sheng today. Your works helped our athletes win the gold medals." Everyone applauded. Lu Sheng waved his hand and said, "What's my contribution? It's just 1 gold medal and I didn't even train the band." Unlike Little Fish, who got 2 gold medals, and the champion athletes were indeed cultivated by him over the years in the Yu dynasty. They performed well, praised the athletes. Lin Yuan didn't take the credit. It was the singers who fought hard in the front line, while he was just chilling in the air-conditioned live streaming room. This is a victory shared by the athletes and the composer. Yang Zhongming patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "The live streaming room is also requesting me, hoping you can continue as a commentator. Would you like to do that?" "Sure." Lin Yuan didn't dislike commentary work, and he got along quite well with the live audience. Lin Yuan's live streaming was indeed very effective. When the competitions ended the next day, online, aside from various discussions about Qin continent's performance today, Qin people were also lively discussing Xian Yu's live streaming. Fish Papa's commentary was freaking solid, purely domineering. I freaking knelt to watch the entire live stream. The comments were spamming, "Xian Yu go compete." It cracked me up. This guy is truly invincible. The athletes are fighting to death, but it doesn't compare to him casually humming in the live stream. I understand commentary to be like what Zheng Jing does. After watching Xian Yu's commentary, would you still want to watch what Zheng Jing does? Ha ha, poor Ms. Jing. We're not just crushing competitors in competitions, but even our live commentary is crushing other continents. The comments about Xian Yu go compete sound like a joke, but it's all true. If he really goes to compete, other athletes might know what a true big boss is. Don't forget, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei have already merged. There's no cultural barrier strong enough. The internet across continents is interconnected. Very quickly, netizens from other continents also saw Qin people discussing Xian Yu's live, with all their boasting and praise, which was outrageous. Continental netizens were annoyed at once. What does this mean? Scoundrel succeeded? We admit that your Qin continent does deserve its title as the land of music. Your Qin contestants indeed performed remarkably today, but even bragging about Xian Yu's live streaming effect is tasteless. Isn't live streaming just commentators blabbering? And the head coach responsible for educating the audience about music theory? Could your Xian Yu's commentary even perform breaking stones with his chest in the live stream? All right, netizens from other continents are busy watching their own continent's live streams. Rarely would someone stop watching their live stream to check others, leading to a lack of understanding. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, be it Qi continent, Chu continent, Yin continent, Han continent, Zhao continent, Wei continent, unconvinced. Except for Zhong continent, which had not yet joined the merge, people from other continents all came to clash online with Qin people. Too many people. Qin netizens weren't a match. However, Qin netizens were neither panicked nor coward. Many Qin people simply posted videos of Xian Yu's commentary, letting netizens from other continents watch for themselves. Heh, daring to post videos? Of course, netizens from other continents were still unconvinced. Loads of them directly opened the video, even figuring out how to criticize within moments. Don't think just because Xian Yu is my idol, I won't dare to criticize. Previously no idols in my continent. Just this? Nothing impressive. It's similar to our continent's live stream, just chatting with the audience. Not even as humorous as our head coach's commentary. Oh, Xian Yu is about to comment on the players? I'd like to see how you will comment. Comment on your sister. Holy crap. What the hell is this? Continental netizens' expressions gradually changed. And when they saw Xian Yu effortlessly demonstrating Su Wan's high note segment to the audience, everyone was shocked. It was like being struck by thunder. Chi continent netizens. Chu continent netizens. What kind of monster is this guy? Yin continent netizens. Kneeling to the big boss, dominating competitors from the live stream booth? Han continent netizens. If this guy competes, do other competitors even have a chance to live? Chapter 1196, 1023. Is this a live broadcast or a horror movie? _3. Zhao continent netizen. Can't help but burst into song. Even their instrument playing is at a professional level performance. Wei continent netizen. The true king is right here. Stunned. Everyone from all continents is stunned. Someone screamed right in front of their computer. Those contestants who seemed nearly invincible in everyone's hearts during the day actually got taken down in seconds by Xian Yu sitting in the live studio? Yes, taken down in seconds. The kind of instant annihilation. What kind of commentary is this? You're obviously wrecking the place. Damn it. When those contestants see your stream later, they're gonna go crazy. Have some decency, man. Some things can't be blocked by cultural walls. Things that go viral often permeate through all continents. The scenes unfolding in the Qin continent live studio are nothing short of diabolical. At that moment, someone from Wei continent recorded it and sent it straight to their friends in Zhong continent. Check this out. What's this crap? Live stream from Qin continent. Why show me this? Just watch it, don't piss yourself. 5 minutes later, Zhong continent friend replies. So you did piss yourself in the end? Pissed a river, okay. This person is Xian Yu. Oops, looks like you middle state people recognize Fish Papa now, huh? Fish Papa. That's what we in the 7 continents call Xian Yu. Sounds about right, this guy in Zhong continent would be considered a daddy-level figure. So freaking sick. I'm going to upload the video online right away. And just like that, the Zhong continent person uploaded the video online with a flashy title. Qin continent Xian Yu, the real demon lord. It's no longer just about boosting others' morale and crushing your own spirit, but a terrifying demon lord that the entire Zhong continent must confront. Zhong continent. Online. Some are cursing the coaching staff. Some are complaining about the contestants' performances. Some are cheering for the failed contestants. And more people are discussing the situation of today's competition. Among them, the performance of the Yu dynasty from Qin continent has become a hot topic of discussion for many middle state people. Suddenly, many middle state people noticed Xian Yu's commentary video. The performance of the Yu dynasty caught everyone's attention, and as Xian Yu was Qin continent's top master bishop, as well as the Yu dynasty's behind-the-scenes leader, it naturally aroused the curiosity of many middle state people. So when they saw the video, many clicked on it instinctively. Then, middle state people were stunned, completely flabbergasted, as if a thunderbolt had struck. Even the proud middle state people were scared by Xian Yu, shuddering all over. What the heck is this? Absolutely ridiculous. This is Xian Yu. What kind of voice does this person have? Su Wan's high notes, he easily demoed it to the audience. This video made my heart quiver. The moment he said he'd give the audience a piece, I lost it. How can Qin continent have such a terrifying person? Do we in Zhong continent have even more twisted singers? You should be asking if anyone on this planet can sing anything like he does. Darn, no wonder he could mentor a bunch of monsters. It turns out he himself is the most terrifying monster. As Blue Star is merging, this man will surely become a formidable foe to our Zhong continent music scene. The youngest maestro on Blue Star, with invincible vocal skills, even playing the viola at a professional level. The Demon King from Qin continent. No wonder he dared to establish the Yu dynasty. This guy is just too outrageous. Infinitely more so than Jiang Kuei. That same evening, Su Wan and other middle state contestants were resting. Although they lost today's contest, contestants like Su Wan, with relatively high skills, were not only participating in a single round. There were more contests to come. Su Wan was adjusting her mindset. After all, she was the queen of singing from middle state, and she had gradually overcome the blow of the competition's failure by then. Even though Jiang Kuei was stronger than her, it didn't mean Su Wan had no chance to defeat her. The gap between the two was not irreparable. If Jiang Kuei hadn't sung that song, perhaps she would have been the champion. Just at this moment, Su Wan received a video sent by a friend. What's this? A video to cheer me up? Su Wan had also received similar videos and felt very warmed by them. Without thinking too much, she immediately clicked to watch. After opening it, only halfway through the video, Su Wan's hand suddenly trembled, and her phone dropped onto the table with a crisp sound. What is this? Can someone tell me what this is? As the phone crashed onto the table, Su Wan's worldview nearly collapsed completely, especially once she saw Xian Yu demonstrating his own songs. The composure that Su Wan had hardly managed to regain was now thoroughly shattered. If she thought the gap with Jiang Kuei might be bridged, then the gap between her and Xian Yu was simply hopeless and endless. It wasn't just Su Wan. Many other contestants who participated in today's contest also saw the video through different channels. As the netizens teased, including Su Wan from Middle State, contestants from all over nearly went mad after seeing the video. What in the world is this? Bastard. Why send me this horror video? Thinking it's funny, trying to mess with my mindset. Our gap with this person is just too big. I've seen The Masked Singer. I know he's a freak, but I never thought he would be this freakishly talented, overpowering all the contestants with his prowess. The first master bishop from Qin continent is the most horrifying. Damn it. Is this a commentary video? It's more like a horror movie. Thank goodness he didn't compete. If he were in the contest, what the hell would we play for? From now on, the Blue Song Olympics must ban this guy. He can only be buried in the coaching bench. That night, who knows how many contestants tossed and turned sleeplessly. Some contestants even dreamed of Xian Yu sitting in the live broadcast room, skillfully commentating. Now let me demonstrate for everyone. Demonstrate my ass. Demonstrate. Leave us a way out. The face in the dream, which was excessively handsome, was even more terrifying than a demon. A nightmare. Xian Yu tonight was the nightmare of countless contestants. Some even talked in their sleep, blurting out in their dreams, hold him down. Pin him down in the coaching bench. Pin him down in the live broadcast room. If Qin continent really unleashes this thing, then for some people, it's not as simple as having nightmares. Nuclear weapon. I want to report. Qin continent has nuclear weapons. Chapter 1197, 1024, God of Musical Instruments. The next day, morning, the core coaching teams from various continents entered the arena with today's competing contestants. Lin Yuan, serving as Qin continent's head coach, stood behind Yang Zhongming and suddenly felt something was off. Weird. Was it an illusion? Why does it seem like everyone is looking at me? Indeed, it wasn't Lin Yuan's illusion. As a member of Qin continent's core coaching team, upon his entrance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention like a magnet. Audiences from every continent. Contestants from every continent. Audiences from every continent. Almost everyone stared at Lin Yuan with complex expressions, as if he was the main character of today's Blue Song Olympics. What's going on? Lu Sheng spoke out, feeling somewhat uncomfortable because he was standing behind Lin Yuan and could strongly feel these gazes. Our handsome guy so popular? That doesn't make sense. The past 2 days when they entered, Xian Yu didn't receive this much attention. Didn't you watch the live stream? Zheng Jing suddenly spoke up from behind, speaking very softly and with a weird expression. Later, you can check out the crazy stuff little fish has done in the live stream. Lu Sheng, who has a regular daily routine, went to sleep after the meeting last night and wasn't aware that Xian Yu's live stream content went viral across Blue Star and is now the crazy talk among all continents. Even among the contestants, even among the core coaches, they are all sharing Xian Yu's video. The head coach from Zhong continent, who challenged Xian Yu just yesterday, shrank his head today occasionally glancing at Lin Yuan without being too obvious. This monster. The other head coaches from different continents weren't so shy. Some turned their heads and stared directly at Lin Yuan, as if there were flowers on his face. Below the stage, the live audience, without any reservations, stared at Lin Yuan, whispering to each other with varied expressions. It's Xianyu. Did you also watch the live stream? I did. I was scared peeless last night. He's truly ruthless. Terrifying. No wonder he's the top coach of Qin continent, emperor of the Yu dynasty, the crownless king above all contestants. Is it Xianyu's live stream again today? Contestant area. The contestants discussed amongst themselves, terrified. Even the competitors from different continents were sharing with each other. All watched the live stream, right? Yeah. I'm totally freaked out. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. Watched that video last night. Took me an hour to fall asleep. Got scared. He can sing so well. I'm just afraid he'll be commentating behind me during my performance. It shouldn't be his stream today, right? 5 minutes later, coaching teams from all continents took their seats. Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming exchanged greetings. Then Lin Yuan stood up. Immediately, all eyes were on Lin Yuan again. Some contestants turned pale. No way. Are you commentating again today? Is it so you can show the audience how easily you can trounce me while I'm desperately singing on stage? Darn. Someone faints. Lin Yuan followed the staff to the live streaming room. Last night, Yang Zhongming had already promised that today it would be Lin Yuan who'd be live streaming. Qin continent's live streaming room. The commentators were replaced. The male commentator became the renowned host in Hong from Qin continent. The female commentator, named Xiaomi, was known as Qin continent's top beauty host. Before Lin Yuan entered, the bullet screen discussed Xiaomi. After Lin Yuan entered, all viewers immediately turned fish-shaped. The lightly dressed female commentator Xiaomi, seeing Lin Yuan, let out a surprised scream, quickly stood up to shake hands with Lin Yuan, bending deeply enough that a certain elliptical scenery on her chest was fully visible to Lin Yuan, and her voice was especially coquettish, making the audience melt. Hello, Fish Papa. Lin Yuan quietly nodded. Next to him, and Hong smiled and also came over to greet Lin Yuan. Long time no see. Teacher Admirable Fish. Welcome to Qin Continent's live streaming room. Long time no see. Lin Yuan was somewhat pleased to see in Hong, and when he saw the latter open his arms, he didn't refuse and gently hugged him. Uffed. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Couldn't it be any more humorous? The main beauty host of Qin Continent, delicately greeting Lin Yuan with the name Fish Papa. Her reaction was clearly that of an avid fan of Xianyu. And Xianyu, shaking hands with her, his face expressionless. When Hong came to greet Lin Yuan not only smiled but also embraced him. She's so devoted. Is this why Fish Papa is so strong? I would call you the strongest. Fish Papa, women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Xiaomi must be questioning her life now. As Qin Continent's #1 beauty host, she has no presence in front of Fish Papa. Intimately waving at the male host, but indifferent to the female host. Fish Papa, women, stay away from me. Well, actually, the audience misunderstood. Lin Yuan wasn't being dismissive of Xiaomi, mainly because he didn't recognize her. And Hong was different. He had long been an acquaintance of Lin Yuan, having hosted The Masked Singer, Our Song, and participated in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala recording a few months ago, having many exchanges and collaborations with Lin Yuan. This was the reason for this dramatic scene. The competition hadn't even started. The program's impact was already at its peak. As Qin Continent started the live broadcast, other continents also started their own live streams. After the live streaming rooms were opened, the continents habitually checked the viewer ratings. Chapter 1198, 1024, God of Musical Instruments _2. Hiss. When seeing the viewership ratings of our continent's live stream, the staff responsible for monitoring the viewership in each continent suddenly gasped in astonishment, totally dumbfounded. The next moment, in the live stream rooms of various continents, panicked voices erupted incessantly. Strange. Why did the viewership drop? Yesterday's opening of the live stream was way higher than this. Today's audience number seems to be only 2/3 of yesterday's. Why? Currently, our continent only has this one live stream room. Where's the viewership? Where did all the viewership from yesterday go? Wait, could it be? A horrifying thought appeared in everyone's mind. The person in charge in each continent's livestream channel almost simultaneously opened Qin Continent's livestream room, then almost spat out blood in shock, only to see Qin Continent's livestream room. The screen was packed with comments like, "Is Xian Yu in charge of today's Qin Continent livestream? I guess I came to the right place. Friends from Qi Continent, gather here. Ha ha. Any buddies from Chu Continent? Oh whoa, that must be Yin people. Only people from Yin Continent like to howl. And people from Han Continent are here too. Han people have come famous. Zhao people, of course, aren't absent. Came famous too, watching Fish Papa's livestream. Even some from Wei Continent, who were hosting competitions right outside their doorstep, left their own live streams to join Qin Continents. This bunch is even scrambling to find fellow townspeople in the comments, desperate for others to know they are Wei people. At this moment, heads of live stream channels from other continents totally lost their cool, shattered to bits. Damn, so humiliating. How are we supposed to live with this? These netizens, instead of watching our own continent's live stream, all ran off to Qin people's live stream to make their presence felt. Isn't this plainly boosting others' morale and destroying our own pride? Xian Yu. Definitely Xian Yu. Apart from Xian Yu, who else could make viewers from all continents abandon their own live streams to flock to Qin Continents? Obviously, the impact of Xian Yu's previous livestream videos has fermented. Everyone wants to see Xian Yu's insane commentary style. So much so even our own continent's live streams lost their allure. Rise, rise, rise. The viewership of Qin Continent's livestream room exploded from the start, easily crushing all other continents' livestream channels. And Han got the news. He looked at the comments, smiling warmly. Welcome friends from all continents to our Qin Continent's livestream room. On behalf of Qin Continent, I extend a warm welcome to everyone. Welcome. Everyone's here. Don't be shy, huh? Sit, 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 sit. Feel at home. Watching the competition doesn't matter where you are. Qin people were ecstatic and showed great hospitality, feeling extremely pleased internally. Welcome. Xiaomi also knew exactly what to do, making a heart gesture at the camera and casually showing off her figure, instantly stirring up excitement among viewers from all continents. Look at Qin Continent. How playful Qin Continent is. Other livestream rooms are earnestly discussing the competition, while there's set up a sexy female commentator, full of eye-catching benefits for the viewers. This trip was worth it. Next, it's Fish Papa's turn to perform. Most of the viewers from various continents came just for this. Xian Yu's commentary is so hardcore. The quality is unmatched. Some even feel that Xian Yu's commentary is more worth watching than the competition itself. Soon, live stream begins, and Hong first explained the adjustments to the competition format. Today's competitions will be mini since we're splitting the rounds, meaning we'll be having prelims and semifinals for various categories today, and the finals might be held tomorrow or the day after. There's an announcement from the Literature and Art Association online. Many viewers had already learned the rules beforehand. After discussing the changes in the format, the livestream room started broadcasting the first event, the string instruments competition, with the cello making its appearance. The first contestant is from Qi Continent. The piece was composed by Mu Ran, a veteran maestro from Qi Continent, very skilled in violin composition. And though the performing contestant is not Qi Continent's top cellist, they are quite impressive. And Hong is very knowledgeable, having also done his homework beforehand. His expertise may not compare to Xian Yu's, but having hosted many musical programs in Qin Continent, he's more than capable of providing commentary. Even female commentator Xiaomi isn't just for show, occasionally chiming in with some solid information. Of course, when it comes to more profound professional analysis, it requires Xian Yu, the master bishop, to do the commentary. Thus, when the first contestant finished performing, Xiaomi immediately turned to Lin Yuan, with a look of admiration and infatuation. How does Fish Papa see it? In my view, the cello is like the noblewoman of musical instruments. Its sound rich and full, very suitable for lyrical melodies to express profound and complex emotions. Lin Yuan spoke. Noblewoman of musical instruments? Lin Yuan's commentary angle was unique and easy to understand. instantly giving viewers unfamiliar with the cello a rough idea about the instrument. The audience laughed. Very interesting perspective. The noblewoman among musical instruments. This angle of commentary is simply brilliant. It instantly piqued my interest in cellos. PSH, are you interested in cellos? LSP. But weren't you supposed to demonstrate? How has Fish Papa's style changed? This isn't quite like those videos from yesterday. I'm not here just to watch commentary. Mainly it's to see you show some skills. Chapter 1199, 1024. Can you guys tone it down? It's like assuming Maestro can't sing just because he understands the cello doesn't mean he can play it. Right. The most impressive thing about Fish Papa is his singing voice, not his ability with instruments. The bullet. Comments were discussing, and Hong and Xiaomi saw these discussions and didn't respond. What if teacher Admirable Fish can't play the cello? Wouldn't that be awkward? Who knows? Lin Yuan also saw these bullet comments. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yuan stated unabashedly, "Seeing that many viewers want me to demonstrate, I'll just play something at random for you all." Viewers? And Hong's eyelid twitched. There it was. The legendary "just play something at random." Xiaomi, sitting beside, was staring at Xian Yu with eyes brimming with admiration. Sure enough, he can play the cello. The audience got stirred up, and the excitement built up in the live room. Haha, here he comes. He's starting. Classic moment reenactment. Just play something at random. It seems that Fish Papa is versed in quite a few instruments. After all, he's a maestro. It's not strange for him to know some instruments. I was too hasty. Is there anyone who understands the cello? Evaluate the level of Fish Papa's cello playing. I understand. I do too. I've been learning for over 20 years. There were too many viewers, many hiding their expertise, including lots of professionals. And this was the Blue Song Olympics live stream, furnished with all sorts of musical instruments. Lin Yuan had barely spoken, and staff members had already brought in a red cello. He embraced the cello. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, then he started to play the strings. His technique was very smooth, without any hesitation, clearly a veteran. Instantly, the deep and rich sound of the cello filled the room, a profound melody lingering throughout the live stream. 30 seconds. Lin Yuan stopped. The bullet comments were dense. Sounds awesome. Holy shit. This level is kind of terrifying. What level? I've been studying the cello for 5 years, and I can tell you for sure that Fish Papa is almost at a professional level. Really? Absolutely true. I can vouch for that. This level is nearly as good as that performer who just played. Why do I find it hard to believe this? And Hong watched Lin Yuan play, lost in thought. This is professional level. That comment was both a compliment to Lin Yuan and an explanation to viewers who didn't understand the cello. Lin Yuan nodded. My level is quite average, just professional level. And Hong? Quite average, just professional level? Listen to you. Is that even humanly possible? Do you think professional level cellists are as common as cabbages? Truly godlike. Xiaomi, looking at Lin Yuan, was so enraptured it was as if she'd give herself away to him on the spot. Boom. The live room finally exploded. Following yesterday's demonstration of professional viola skills, today, we got a taste of professional cello technique. No one doubted in Hong's words. Speaking like that in front of so many viewers, and Hong wouldn't lie, otherwise his professionalism would be questioned. What kind of deity is this? Wait a minute. I remember Fish Papa's piano playing is also professional level. Many maestros have personally acknowledged it. Oh my god. Piano, viola, cello, all professional level? Since when did becoming a professional level player become so undervalued? Nowadays, is it so competitive among maestros that just knowing theory isn't enough? You also gotta reach professional level playing skills. Fish Papa, you're not leaving any room for the performers. If all maestros were like you, what's the point for professional players? You maestros might as well enter the competition yourselves. At this moment, the Qin Continent live stream once again fell into Xian Yu's rhythm. And as for today's schedule, the cello competition was only a beginning. Inside the live room, because there were fewer rounds today, there were more events broadcasted, several important competitions were live-streamed. Bass, guzheng, pipa, drum kit, violin. Half a day passed, with a total of 5 musical instruments competitions. Xian Yu demonstrated each instrument to the viewers. For each instrument, Xian Yu displayed an impressive level of skill. Live room. The audience was going insane. Xian Yu has mastered all these mainstream instruments. He could single-handedly support a band. My goodness, that's too powerful. Is this what being a maestro is all about? You're pulling my leg. Not even maestros can do this. This is frickin' divine. I finally understand why Xian Yu became the youngest maestro in Blue Star. His musical talent is simply unbeatable. It's fine for someone to know many instruments. A genius has strong learning abilities, right? But to have such a high level in every instrument is just absurd. Holy crap, 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 crap. These instruments are too mainstream. Can't our music competition be more challenging? Find an instrument that could stump Xian Yu. I refuse to believe he knows how to play everything. Bring on the Suona. What are you joking about? Xian Yu, who composed Jo Air, can't possibly not know the Suona. You have to come up with a trickier instrument. Suona? Seeing the netizens mention Suona, Lin Yuan smiled and said, I also happen to know a thing or two about the Suona. Would you like to hear it? Listen, my ass. We get it. You're awesome. Now you want to play the Suona. Just how do you plan on showing off next? Blowing us all away? Chapter 1200, 1024. God of Musical Instruments _4. Lin Yuan didn't care whether people wanted to listen or not. He directly started playing the Suona in the live broadcast, a very festive kind, enhancing the program effect once again. Just then, the last competition of the day began. This competition, though also for the musical instrument category, had an intriguing format. It wasn't a comparison between singular instruments, but rather a group of niche instruments put together. Probably because these instruments were too obscure to hold their own competitions, it would be a pity not to include them in the Blue Song Olympics, so they were all lumped together to vie for a single gold medal. The audience's eyes lit up. Finally, something challenging. Everyone's eyes were glued to Xian Yu, showcasing instruments throughout the event. You know how to play popular instruments, but there must be some obscure ones you don't know, right? Coincidentally, the first contestant used a very obscure instrument that some people had never even heard of. Chiba. The live stream audience got super excited upon seeing this incredibly obscure instrument. Huh, what is Chiba? Does Fish Papa have a slight idea about this? If you know this as well, then I admit you're amazing. Admit you're amazing? Could that be? Fish Papa, am I not amazing enough? But this bizarre instrument is way too obscure, right? Fish Papa finally met his match. The previous instruments were all too mainstream. Now let's play with something niche. The discussion wasn't over yet. Lin Yuan quickly found himself a Chiba. Under Hong's gaze, Xiaomi's gaze, and the gaze of all the audience, Lin Yuan slowly started to play. Hong, Xiaomi, audience, you know a bit about this too? These spectators seemed to have their competitive spirit provoked. 5 minutes later, the audience started shouting again. This instrument sounds like it's called Hu Reed Pipe, even more obscure than Chiba. Do you know it? A bit. These 4 words were Lin Yuan's catchphrase, mentioned not just once in the live broadcast, just like the following sentence he had repeated countless times. Let me demonstrate for everyone. The audience was baffled. 10 more minutes passed. Someone in the barrage provocatively sent a message. What exactly is oxhorn gourd? Does Fish Papa recognize it? Is this even an instrument? A bit. Lin Yuan educated everyone on this instrument. The oxhorn gourd is a very distinctive reed instrument from Blue Star's instrument family, originating from an ancient fishing and hunting tribe. Its sound is subtle yet uniquely charming, and the design is quite unique too. Let me give you a demonstration. The audience was dumbfounded again. Half an hour later. You know this, oh right, it's called a card group. Do you know card kazoo? Know a little bit. It's called the card kazoo, a very interesting instrument. It uses the sounds produced by humming vocals, amplified by its membrane and resonance tube, to produce a hoarse sound. Let me demonstrate for you. The audience was speechless. 40 minutes later. Fish Papa, demonstrate your slightly known tabor drum. The traditional tabor drum family usually sits on the floor, the bass drum on the left, the high-pitched drum on the right, with a fabric cushion beneath to keep them in place, and both hands used to play. This player modified it a bit. Let's do a simple demonstration given our limited conditions. The audience collapsed. Everything is slightly known. Everything can be demonstrated. In CNU's casual tone, mainstream instruments, non-mainstream instruments, obscure instruments, even instruments the audience had never heard of, there wasn't anything he couldn't play. This monster. The audience was completely convinced. The entire live broadcast room was on its knees. Lin Yuan also felt a bit emotional. Indeed, many of these obscure instruments were also his first encounters, but thanks to previously acquiring the reward from the system that he mastered all instruments. As soon as he took up these instruments, the methods to play them immediately appeared in his mind, and he could easily control them. The god of instruments. The highest like barrage became red, appearing in the live broadcast, followed by countless audience members frantically brushing the words, the god of instruments. The third day of the competition. CNU's live broadcast was still boiling. Chapter 12:01, 10:25, a one-man cheer squad. Unlike before in the live streaming room, where Lin Yuan crushed competitors with singing, in reality, Lin Yuan's musical instrument performance level wasn't actually better than the players. However, the shock that Lin Yuan caused in the live streaming room today was in no way smaller than yesterday, and the significance it represented was even more terrifying. Can a pipa player play the piano? Can a pianist play the violin? Can a violinist play the drums? Perhaps some performers are proficient in more than one instrument, but absolutely no one can master so many instruments at the same time like Lin Yuan, as if he were a walking encyclopedia of instruments. That night, the video of CNU's live stream today once again spread rapidly online, and countless people who watched the live stream were forwarding it. In front of the computer, in front of the mobile phone, many netizens who chose not to watch CNU's live stream, still sticking to their own continent's live streaming rooms, clicked on these videos when they noticed them, and all their faces went slack. Damn, how can he know how to do everything? Absurdity just opened the door for absurdity, and absurdity has arrived home. If I'd known, I would have watched CNU's live stream. Compared to CNU's performance, what the hell are those commentators in our streaming room talking about? The competition isn't even this exciting. CNU today redefined what it means to have a little knowledge. You'd say he's showing off, but clearly he's extremely low profile. You say he's low profile, but can this be called low profile? On the other side, someone transferred CNU's live stream video to Zhong Continent yet again. After watching the video, the netizens of Zhong Continent were dumbfounded again and let out a continuous chorus of gasps as they looked at the tall figure in the streaming room. Oh my dear mother, how can a person's mind hold so many instruments? We in Zhong Continent have a master who is said to be able to handle any weapon with great flair, so he's called the weapons master. Does Qin Continent's Fish's performance count as the music industry's version of a weapons master? Fish Papa can go directly to apply for a Blue Star record, right? Is there anyone in the world who knows more instruments than him? Did Fish Papa start learning instruments from the womb? The more we learn about this person from Qin Continent, the more terrifying he becomes. Why can't such a terrifying person be from our Zhong Continent? At the same time, the media were also shocked. News headlines from all continents literally flew everywhere. Qin Continent's live streaming sessions shatter viewership records. CNU, the god of musical instruments in the modern world. CNU, a walking encyclopedia of musical instrument knowledge. CNU shows off an array of 18 musical instruments, once again astonishing all continents in the live stream. The youngest maestro in history? Maybe he should also be called the person with the most in-depth knowledge of musical instruments in the music industry. The deepest hidden boss of the Blue Song Olympics. Is there any instrument this young maestro doesn't know how to play? CNU. CNU. Still CNU. News about CNU could be seen everywhere on all continents. One might think CNU is also a competitor if they didn't know any better. But this is the Blue Song Olympics. Damn it. Shouldn't the main characters in the news be the players who are battling it out in the competition? Well, okay. The media, of course, hadn't forgotten to report on the competition-related news. Which players were eliminated, which players advanced. All of these were promoted and reported by the media of all continents. It's just that these reports were clearly overshadowed by the news about CNU. Two reasons. The first reason is that CNU's live stream was indeed outrageous, and the news effect was maxed out. The second reason relates to the competition format. Today, many events only had preliminary heats, some reached the semifinals, but no event entered the finals, so no gold medals were produced, and naturally, the heat was a bit lacking in excitement. Tomorrow, everyone will be most concerned about the gold medals. In the meeting room, Qin Continent's core coaching team was meeting again, and when Lin Yuan walked in, he was immediately surrounded by countless gazes. Clearly, everyone knew about the live stream. How many musical instruments can you actually play? Yang Zhongming couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, I basically know a little about all of them, but I'm a jack of all trades and master of none. Speechless. What a jack of all trades and master of none. How much more master do you want to be? Do you intend to practice every instrument to a master level? This is demonic. Lu Sheng's mouth twitched. Serving as the second master bishop was truly justified. 5 minutes later, ending the topic about Xianyu, everyone finally started discussing tomorrow's competition. Speaking of the competition, everyone's expressions became serious. Tomorrow there will be 6 finals, meaning 6 gold medals. On the medal table, though Qin Continent was in strong momentum, ranking second, the actual number of gold medals was far fewer than Zhong Continent. After all, Zhong Continent currently held 7 gold medals. In comparison, Qin Continent had only 3, not even half as many as them. The competitors are from Zhong Continent. The pressure on everyone's shoulders remained heavy. Clearly, Qin Continent's core coaching team was not satisfied with the current results. For Yang Zhongming, Lin Yuan, Lu Sheng, and the others, suppressing the other 6 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei in the land of music was something that should be achieved. The real enemy in everyone's heart was Zhong Continent. After the meeting, everyone went back to rest. Yang Zhongming suddenly called out to Lin Yuan. You'll be commentating again tomorrow. Once the Blue Song Olympics competition begins, the coaches can't do much. Even Xianyu is the same. Yang Zhongming simply let Lin Yuan stay in the position that suits him best. Commentator. Xianyu is just too useful. He's simply a divine tool for interfering with opponents outside of the competition. With Xianyu's heart-stopping performances in the live stream, some of the competitors from other continents were more or less affected mentally. Chapter 1202, 1025. One person's cheerleading squad _2. Especially those singers. Those singers, while competing, would ask themselves, even if I truly win this championship, does it mean I'm the best at this in Blue Star? In other words, if Fish also joined the competition, could I still win the championship? The answer is something many contestants are reluctant to face, because there's an undisputed king always watching them in the live stream, who might very well be commentating in a way that dominates over their performance on the stage. Contestants from Qin Continent wouldn't think this way, because during their intensive training, Xianyu had already thrashed them into having self-doubt. Deep down, they didn't feel all that great, and even when looking at their opponents, they were filled with confidence. How amazing can you really be? Our great devil just didn't play. That's all. Even if you win, it's just because the king of the mountain isn't here. Although this kind of external distraction will gradually become less significant as the competition goes on, and is ineffective for some contestants, the undeniable fact is that Xianyu sitting in the live stream boosts the morale of Qin people. Morale is very important. Xianyu alone can form the strongest cheer squad for Qin Continent, able to inspire the hearts of Qin viewers as well as the contestants. The 4th day, Lin Yuan dazzled on the stage and went straight to the commentary booth afterwards. Noticing his presence, the competing continents' coaching teams almost simultaneously twitched at the corners of their mouths. Toxic. This freak is doing commentary again. Naturally, the coaching teams had watched Xianyu's instrument live stream. After watching, coaches from all continents began to doubt life. How does this guy manage to learn so many instruments and still become maestro? How did learning instruments not take up all of his time? Does this guy have no limits to his energy? Commentary room. Today, it's in Hong and Xiaomi working with Lin Yuan again. The first match of today is the bass competition. The preliminaries and the semifinals for the bass group were completed yesterday, with 6 people entering the finals. 2 from Middle State, 2 from Qin Continent, 1 from Chu Continent, and 1 from Yin Continent. After yesterday's competition format adjustment, the number of finalists for the major events has increased. Now each contestant in each event has 2 performance opportunities. This allows the contestants to make up for any mistakes they made in the first round. Those with enough strength, even if they make occasional mistakes, still have a chance to advance in the end. However, different from yesterday's raging momentum, today's start seems to be a bit rough. The two contestants from Qin continent didn't get a single gold medal. The middle state contestants, on the other hand, showed their dominance once more and successfully clinched the gold medal for this round. What a pity. Middle state has one more gold medal. Hey, you Qin people are already lucky. It's the 4th day, and we still haven't got a single gold medal in Chu continent. It's as if we in Yin continent have any gold medals. Aren't we from Zhao continent the most miserable? No gold medals, and not even a few silvers or bronzes. For days into the competition, 3 continents still haven't tasted victory, because Middle State and Qin continent have been too fierce, taking most of the medals. Especially Middle State, who despite some setbacks and being quite scared by Xianyu, still have a crushing lead in the total number of gold medals. For a moment, all continents were complaining. This scene is quite magical. Even though every continent has its live broadcast, a bunch of people ran to Qin continent's live broadcast to start a complaint conference. Middle State. The live broadcast room is filled with cheers. Well done. We've been scared to death by Xianyu these past few days, almost forgetting how strong Middle State really is. We were just messed up by Xianyu. Actually, a small setback doesn't count for much. Blue Song Olympics is all about cumulative performance. Let's think about it. Although Qin continent is a bit stronger than we thought, it seems that only the Yu dynasty stood out, and the others are still no match for us. I don't believe Xianyu can crush Middle State all by himself. 8 gold medals. Going by this trend, Middle State will win for sure. The confidence of Middle State people is back. The number of gold medals is their pride. No matter how terrifying Xianyu is, Blue Song Olympics is not a one-man competition. Blue Song Olympics is all about the musical heritage of the major continents. How many gold medals could this fish possibly help Qin continent win? After the base drum set finals, a contestant from Qin continent won a bronze medal. However, for Qin continent, there is also good news. Middle State didn't get the drum set gold medal and only got silver. Yin continent won the gold medal. This excited the people from Yin continent badly. Comments started pouring and celebrating. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Congratulations to our friends from Yin continent on getting the first gold. Such a spectacular performance. This is Yin continent's first gold medal, which is indeed not easy to come by. The winner deserves respect, having not performed well in the first round but then making an incredible comeback in the second round, reversing the game like a miracle and defeating that strong contestant from Middle State. Fish Papa being too polite. Ha ha ha, what a grand scale. Just look at Fish Papa's magnanimity. This live stream was worth watching. At this moment, viewers from other continents' live streams also began to extend their congratulations. People from Qi continent send their congratulations. People from Chu continent send their congratulations. Now only us and Zhao continent bros are left without a gold medal. People from Zhao continent express it's too hard, but still, congratulations to Wei continent. People from Han wish you luck. Thank you all. And Hong, seeing these harmonious comments, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Yuan, feeling a peculiar sense of camaraderie. Chapter 1203, 1025, One Person's Cheerleading Squad _3. It's hard to imagine. During the Blue Song Olympics, there would be a live broadcast room where netizens from all continents encourage each other, even though they are competitors from different continents. And Xianyu initiated this scene. The Blue Olympics like to promote something called the Blue Spirit. Perhaps this scene could be considered the Blue Music Spirit. Except for Zhong continent. It seems that every other continent has a dislike for Zhong continent. Not because Zhong continent is too strong, but because the people of Middle State have always had an arrogant public image. Middle State people, of course, don't care about these opinions. Getting a silver medal did not particularly disappoint Zhong continent. The male announcer from Zhong continent chuckled. This round, although we missed the gold medal, Qin continent didn't get it either. Yes. The female announcer laughed along. Even if other continents won the gold medal, it wouldn't pose any threat to us, just like Qin continent wouldn't pose any threat even if they took this gold medal. It's mainly that fish. The male announcer said, he's truly a bit terrifying. After several days of competition, people from Middle State also admitted that Xian Yu is terrifying. Very subtle. Today, both Zhong and Qin Conscience, upon finding out that neither had won the gold medal, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This means Zhong Continent has started to seriously view Qin Continent as a contender. Today's third final is the Gujing. Zhao Continent won the gold medal. Wei Continent won the silver medal. Qin Continent won the bronze medal. Zhong Continent was a bit upset this time. They didn't win a single medal. Even though Qin Continent didn't get a gold medal, they at least won a bronze, which still counts on the leaderboard. Congratulations to Zhao Continent. This time Hong followed Lin Yuan's lead, interacting with audiences from other continents. It's said that Zhao people are very knowledgeable about classical instruments, and indeed it shows today, whether in ancient instruments or classical poetry. And Hong suddenly realized something was wrong. The classical poetry of Zhao Continent, wasn't it overshadowed by someone in the live broadcast? The audiences from all continents laughed. Go on. Why not continue? Is the classical poetry from Zhao Continent bad? Ha ha ha. And Hong faces a career crisis. The Zhao people admit, Fish Papa's poetry truly surpasses the ancient and modern. Exactly, we Zhao people have never denied Fish Papa's strength. I, a Zhao person, even bought the envious fish poetry collection. The Zhao people didn't mind. This was their first gold. Compared to the first gold, the issue of their poetry being overshadowed by Fish Papa could be set aside for now. The female announcer Xiaomi chuckled lightly. Just when we stopped talking about music, how did it circle back to Fish Papa? Lin Yuan didn't speak. He wondered if it was time for Qin Continent to win a gold medal. Several competitions passed. Qin Continent hadn't made its move yet. In the joyful atmosphere of the live broadcast room, a new competition began for all continents. Violin. Lin Yuan finally smiled. And Hong noticed Lin Yuan's smile and asked curiously, Teacher Admirable Fish, how do you see this competition? This round, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Our head coach from Qin Continent is about to make a move. Head coach? Yang Zhoming. The chat in the live broadcast room suddenly livened up. Qin Continent's head coach Maestro's strength is exceptionally strong, featuring publicly highly ranked Lu Sheng and Xian Yu, who even makes Middle State people nervous. However, no matter how strong Xian Yu and Lu Sheng are, Qin Continent's head coach is still Yang Zhoming. Why? Is it just because Yang Zhoming is more experienced? Just because Yang Zhoming became famous earlier than Xian Yu and Lu Sheng? Just because Yang Zhoming had once defeated Xian Yu in a battle of gods? Chapter 1204, 1026, Kingly Demeanor. The violin competition finals are about to begin. In the live broadcast room, people noticed that the core coaching teams from various continents suddenly started whispering to each other. That man is about to make his move. I knew it as soon as the violin competition started. He has kept a low profile for so many years. The piece he is presenting must be worth the anticipation. After all, he is the fellow who dared to refuse Zhong Continent back then. Abigail must be quite thrilled. Hee. Abigail has always regarded teacher Yang Zhoming as the foremost rival. Otherwise, why do you think Zhong Continent didn't send those few people to lead the team and instead allowed Abigail to come out? Zhong Continent, core coaching team. The head coach sat up straight and spoke in a soft voice. The violin is known as the Prince of Instruments. Prince. Seldom complimentary. Abigail suddenly scoffed. The violin is not just simply the Prince of Instruments. In the symphony orchestra, the violin is the heart, and Yang Zhoming is known in the maestro circle as the king of violin. It's a pity I didn't write a violin piece this time. Otherwise, I should have taken this opportunity to compete with you. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly. Abigail turned his head towards the direction of the Zhong Continent's core coaching team. In the midst of various reactions, the competition has already started. After intense competition, 3 players emerged. These 3 are players from Han Continent, Zhong Continent, and Qin Continent. In the final round, the player from Han Continent played first. After the player finished, there was applause throughout the venue. Han Continent's live broadcast room. The commentators have stood up. An excellent performance. The female commentator excitedly looked to the side. How would Coach Zhang evaluate it? Han Continent's guest coach, named Zhang Ming, unexpectedly stood up for the first time, full of emotion. Voice of the heavens. This is his evaluation of the local player. This piece, Fong Yi has practiced countless times. Even during breaks, he would make the motions of playing this piece. But none of the countless training sessions during the intensive training period have had the effect comparable to just now. Are we going to win? The audience in Han Continent's live broadcast room got excited. And just as the commentary was in full swing, the player from Zhong Continent began their performance. Halfway through the performance, Han Continent's Master Bishop Zhang Ming slumped back into his chair, his face ashen. Coach. Both commentators panicked. Zhang Ming's lips trembled slightly. We are going to lose, not just the performance, but the piece as well. Zhong Continent, too terrifying. Qin Continent's live broadcast room. Lin Yuan sighed and said, if the violin performance of the player from Han Continent scored 99, then the player from Zhong Continent, in this round of performance, has reached 100 points, which is master-level violin skill. Master level? And Hong was shocked. I heard that for any instrument, those who can reach master-level skills can be counted on one hand. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The violin, in the orchestra, is heralded as the heart of the symphony and is also called the Prince of Instruments. It's a very important instrument. Almost no style of piece can do without the accompaniment of this instrument. But truly reaching master-level skill, as far as I know, there are only 4 people on Blue Star, with 2 of them in Zhong Continent. And the other 2? Xiaomi hurriedly asked. Lin Yuan looked towards the stage. The third one is sitting in our coach's seat, the head coach of Qin Continent, teacher Yang Zhoming. Yang Zhoming. Isn't he maestro? Does maestro actually have master-level violin skill? The outside world does not know of this news. Teacher Yang Zhoming's low profile is somewhat terrifying. And the fourth? And Hong's heartbeat sped up slightly. Lin Yuan looked towards the stage. The fourth is our Qin Continent player, Lin. In terms of performance level, he is no less than the player from Zhong Continent. So, and Hong's eyes sparkled. If the performance levels are equal, then what's about to decide the outcome of this round is the piece itself. We've won. Lin Yuan suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. The entire live broadcast room was stunned. Was that such jinxing, celebrating too early? The player from Qin Continent hasn't started playing yet, and you're saying he won? Why? Xiaomi asked subconsciously. Lin Yuan seemed to find the question superfluous. I've said it before, our head coach is making a move. Xiaomi, what is the logical connection here? When Yang Zhongming makes a move, does that mean a guaranteed win? As a fan of Xianyu, Xiaomi knew that when Yang Zhongming previously assessed Xianyu, he was always generous with praise, but she never imagined that when Xianyu praises Yang Zhongming, he is even more excessive. Zhong Continent. They really want to start popping champagne to celebrate here. The male commentator laughed. The performance of the player from Han Continent really made me nervous, but fortunately, our Zhong Continent player has the upper hand. More than just a slight advantage. The female commentator next to him was brimming with a smile. Several judges stood up to applaud. That's not a common treatment. Audience, we have this in the bag. The advantage is ours. Looks like we're adding another gold medal to our count. Not necessarily. What if the Qin Continent player brings out a piece by Xianyu? Even Xianyu couldn't save him, I tell you. Haha. In these instrument competitions, Xianyu's works never seem to appear. He probably isn't adept at composing for instruments. Our Zhong Continent should hurry up and send a master bishop to join as a guest as well. Just like with Xianyu sitting in the Qin Continent broadcast room. These 2 commentators are too amateurish. Their professional knowledge is half-baked. Chapter 1205, 1026, King Style _2. At this moment, on stage, the performer from Qin Continent had finished. The creator of this piece is indeed not Xianyu, but Yang Zhoming. The name of the piece is Memory. Yang Zhoming. The female commentator's expression slightly changed. The male commentator also frowned slightly. This is Yang Zhoming's composition. Yang Zhoming is the master bishop of Qin Continent, and this is the first time his work has appeared in this Blue Song Olympics. However, our player, in the midst of their talk, the music had already started. The male commentator's voice suddenly stopped. The female commentators breathing became increasingly rapid. Amidst the violin melody, the entire live broadcast seemed to quiet down. Was it for fear of offending the artistic conception of this music, or for some other reason? It seemed like there was a force, a power that made people quiet, a power that made people subconsciously appreciate and enjoy. People seemed to recall a lot of memories, passing through their minds like fleeting clouds. Lin Yuan was closing his eyes, enjoying the music. As the main coach, Lin Yuan had of course listened to the works of other coaches beforehand, including the work of Master Bishop Yang Zhongming. Lin Yuan was certain that this violin composition by Yang Zhongming could definitely rival some of the masterpieces by some big names on earth in his previous life. This is the strength of a master-level maestro from Blue Star. Stunning. Shocking. No matter how many times you listen, it always remains captivating. Even those who don't understand violin, suddenly hearing such a melody, can't help but fall into the charm of the instrument and the emotions created by the piece. This is the ultimate elegance of beauty. Delicate and muted, richly luxurious, and melancholically mysterious. The second section's melody transitions into a masculine beauty. Robust, deep yet smoothly bright, carrying a vast spirit and yet also a comforting warmth. Truly intoxicating. So intoxicating that when the piece ended, the audience was somewhat reluctant to let go, as if they were not yet satisfied or as if they had lost something dear. Not until the judge's average score was given, an unprecedented 98 points, did everyone snap back to reality. All continents were stunned. The live audience screamed, 98! Such a high score. A new record, this score. But it really is lovely. I can't even articulate why it's beautiful. You just can't help but enjoy. It's like I've heard such music somewhere before, mysteriously moving. Even though it's not an intensive piece, I feel a bit thrilled. This is the strength of the Master Bishop from Qin Continent. I don't even know how Qin Continent won this round, but I can't bring myself to question the result. That's because you don't understand the violin. This composition is invincible. Father Yang is still your Father Yang. In the Qin Continent broadcast room, the live chat was also boiling. Everyone finally understood the source of Xian Yu's confidence. Did we win? Why wouldn't this piece win? Yang Zhongming is terrifying. Call him Father Yang. This isn't just Yu dynasty. This is great Qin dynasty. Besides Fish Papa, Father Yang is also fiercely brilliant. This is only the first time Father Yang made a move, and it's earth-shattering. Highest score so bold. Although I don't understand, I am deeply shocked. In Zhong Continent, the commentators were dumbfounded. So were the audience. Everyone was still, processing what it meant that the Master Bishop had taken the stage when this composition struck their souls. Damn, who said Qin Continent only had Xian Yu? Yang Zhongming's performance in this round was even more outrageous than Xian Yu's. This violin piece actually scored the highest in 4 days of Blue Song Olympics. I'm sold. Played perfectly. The composition even more perfect. This segment is a true master-level performance. It feels like the ceiling of the Blue Song Olympics. Only Abigail could possibly defeat him, right? Teacher Abigail definitely won't have a problem. But we lost this round. There's really nothing we could do when their Master Bishop steps in, and I previously thought, why isn't Xian Yu the most terrifying from Qin? Xian Yu is also terrifying, but Yang Zhongming gives a feeling that's not just horror, it's indescribable. The commentators are jinxed. Whoever they praise loses. Hoping the commentators go praise our opponents now. In the coach's lounge from various continents, nobody was surprised. Yang Zhongming's victory seems to be a consensus among all the maestros. But there was still shock on everyone's faces. Why do I feel Yang Zhongming is more terrifying than ever? He strikes rarely, but when he does, it's lethal. One hit, one kill, one strike to set the tone. That is the Master Bishop of Qin Continent sitting at the core. His compositions are getting more balanced and majestic. I'm starting to look forward to the merging and fiery conflicts after Zhong Continent's unification. It's going to hard for Abigail to seek revenge against Yang Zhongming. The Blue Song Olympics will probably mark Yang Zhongming's rise to public awareness. His compositions were highly praised within the industry before, but he was too low profile, which didn't quite represent his true strength to the public. In Zhong Continent, Abigail's face had gone rather flushed. He was actually a bit excited. Yes, it was this Yang Zhongming that he had always been obsessed with. For Abigail, defeating such a rival was truly interesting. Although for other maestros from Zhong continent, Yang Zhongming's compositions were like a nightmare. This guy is getting more and more incredible. That's just one composition. He must have prepared more than one for Blue Song Olympics. He will definitely strike at the crucial moment, a lethal blow. Chapter 1206, 1026, Kingly Demeanor _3. Now we can only pray that he doesn't have many works to present, or else some of our entries are in danger. Yang Zhongming also has Xianyu and Lu Shang. Our opponent is really not that simple. All conclusions were right. The Blue Song Olympics is the best stage for Yang Zhongming to showcase his strength. The first time he took action, he shocked everyone, making everyone understand why he is the head coach of Qin continent. Mature, incredibly mature works. That's the quality of moderation. Like a king, a heavy sword without edge, yet striking with the force of thunderbolt. Han Continent Live Broadcast Room. The coach Zhang Ming, who had been beaten by a Zhong continent player before, spoke. Let me tell you a secret. Yang Zhongming once faced off against Abigail, the head coach of Zhongzhou, and it's only known within the industry, not publicized to the outside world. And the result? Abigail admitted defeat. Hiss. The Han continent commentator gasped. The screen was full of exclamation marks. Zhang Ming exclaimed, "Why do they say Yang Zhongming is terrifying? Because music has its barriers. Does everyone understand the violin?" He shook his head. Zhang Ming spoke again. The terrifying part about Yang Zhongming is that, whether you understand the violin or not, you can't help but listen to his violin works, and you genuinely like them, even if you don't know what specifically you like about the melodies. Qin Continent Live Broadcast Room. Lin Yuan was also educating the audience. This was an explanation no one had given before, because this was the answer given by the system. Lin Yuan trusts the system's judgment, not just because the system has never lied to him, but also because he has witnessed it. Today, Lin Yuan shared this answer with the audience, whether they believe it or not. Teacher Yang Zhongming's overall composition level is among the top 3 in the entire Blue Star. The comments exploded. Coming from Xianyu, these words carried immense weight. Even the most skeptical had to seriously consider. Seriously? Top 3 on Blue Star. Although this piece is indeed perfect. But top 3. That's like the pyramid of the music industry. Isn't that an exaggeration? Does Father Yang have more works coming? Let's listen and find out. If they are all of this caliber, the top 3 seems quite possible. Some were skeptical, thinking that Lin Yuan was just gilding Yang Zhongming's face. After all, everyone knows the close relationship between Yang Zhongming and Xianyu. Some believed, due to the instrumental piece just played, and also because of the few works by Yang Zhongming that, though scarce, were widely spread on Blue Star. If you still don't believe, Lin Yuan looked towards the stage. Just watch the next contest, we've already won. The next contest was the pipa. Lin Yuan had considered presenting a pipa piece himself to secure a gold medal. After hearing Yang Zhongming's piece, Lin Yuan knew it was unnecessary. As it turned out to be true, it was still the finals. Still a work by Yang Zhongming. Even though pipa and violin are distinctly different, and Zhao continent people are best at pipa. But this Zhao continent player only managed to get the silver medal. The gold was won by a Qin person playing Yang Zhongming's piece. After this round, people gained a deeper understanding of Yang Zhongming. So strong, kingly presence, an irresistible force. Honestly, the pipa skills of the Qin player were slightly inferior to the competitors, but the piece was amazing. A very minute gap, but the piece was explosive. I must download this piece. Father Yang made me appreciate the charm of the pipa, truly deserving as one of the most classical instruments. I feel like Father Yang has a kingly demeanor. Now that you mention it, Fish Papa seems to be Starlight's crown prince. Ha ha ha, playing with the father-son trope again. That's some old Huang stuff. This wasn't the first time Yang Zhongming and Xianyu were teased with the father-son trope. Back when Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming participated in our song, people often shipped them as a CP. This father-son trope even once became very popular online. Actually, for Lin Yuan, Yang Zhongming is his teacher. Lin Yuan's songs come from the system, but his own musical knowledge is primarily from learning with the character card of Yang Zhongming. This is not known to the public, but there's a common saying on Blue Star: a teacher serves as a father. Lin Yuan didn't mind netizens joking about this. Qin Continent live broadcast room, and Hong was excited and elated. Today, we have already won 2 gold medals, and now we're up for the last one of the day. Cello. The female commentator Xiaomi read out the event. Lin Yuan glanced at it and easily said, "We won. My goodness. Here you go again." And Hong couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Let's keep a low profile." Xiaomi also smiled wryly. "Can you explain why?" Lin Yuan said, "Because the final piece for the cello is also a work by the head coach." Yes, Lin Yuan hit the nail on the head. Today's last gold medal was taken by Qin Continent. Composer, Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming, without action, would be insignificant, but once he acted, he shook Blue Star, showing an invincible authoritative power. Kingly presence. The screen bloomed red in applause. Today's protagonist was Yang Zhongming. Strangely, another comment also turned deep red, skyrocketing in likes, because these 2 words were Milk King. Zhong Continent's commentator: "Whoever they support, that team perishes." But this fish supported Yang Zhongming for 3 rounds, resulting in 3 victories. The undisputed Milk King, Xianyu's brand of pure milk. In the live broadcast room, Xiaomi was so excited that she burst into singing on the spot. "I once struggled to separate from the greatness of the world." The wind starts blowing. Chapter 12:07, 10:27 Digital Life. Yang Zhongming takes action. Qin Continent captures 3 cities. Hidden King. Yang Zhongming's strike is deadly. Qin Continent's head coach, 100% win rate Demon King. Xianyu. Yang Zhongming is one of the top 3 maestros in Blue Star. An industry insider. OL Yang is the real king of Qin Continent. Coach. Zhang Ming from Han Continent revealed Abigail lost to Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming alone can uphold half the music scene of Qin Continent. After the competition, all major media outlets reported. News of today's competition echoed across every continent. If yesterday's spotlight was on Xianyu, then today's star of the Blue Song Olympics was Yang Zhongming. This low-profile maestro has finally drawn his sharp sword, profoundly making everyone realize why he's the head coach of Qin Continent. Online. As the finals of the day concluded, the terror of Yang Zhongming was thoroughly excavated by the media of each continent, shocking the whole Blue Star. There were cries of astonishment. Qin Continent. Haha. Now who dares to doubt our status as the land of music? Did everyone see that? Not only do we have Fish Papa, but also Father Yang, who rarely makes a move. But when he does, he clinches the gold. Qi Continent. Father Yang is too fierce. Chu Continent. After all this fuss, it turns out Qin Continent's biggest secret weapon isn't Xianyu, but Yang Zhongming. Yin Continent. A woo, Yang Half-Wall. Han Continent. Such king-level strength, isn't it? Zhao Continent. Half the music scene of Qin Continent, one of the top 3 maestros in Blue Star, has defeated Abigail before. Is all of this true? Wei Continent. Is Qin Continent challenging Zhong Continent now? Look at the medal table. Qin Continent unexpectedly grabbed 6 gold medals, only 2 shy of surpassing Zhong Continent, a scenario unimaginable before the competition. Middle State. Seeing the looming number of gold medals from Qin Continent, the people of Middle State feel an increasing pressure. How can Qin Continent be so terrifying? Is this the same external state they once looked down upon? Never has there been a continent that posed such a great threat to Middle State. Xianyu has already been a massive headache for Middle State. Now Yang Zhongming's move adds insult to injury to the current situation in Middle State. It seems like a more preposterous genius than Xianyu. Qin Continent's coaching team. Lu Sheng was absolutely thrilled. Little Fish has been live streaming and leading the Yu dynasty to victory these days. And today, all attention was snatched by Yu. Yang Half-Wall. Impressive. Just some reserves. Yang Zhongming remained unflustered. He had chosen to be low-key and rarely made moves over the years, saving some good reserves specifically for the Blue Song Olympics. Feeling everyone's excitement, Yang Zhongming reminded, "The competition isn't over yet." At that word, everyone's expressions turned serious quickly. Indeed, It wasn't time to be excited yet. Seeing everyone calm down, Yang Zhoming nodded, then turned to Lu Sheng. You go live stream tomorrow. Lu Sheng puzzled. Why not let Xianyu continue? Zheng Jing laughed. Tomorrow's events are mainly pop music. Xianyu has many pieces, and theirs. Also the Yu Dynasty's competition. Almost forgot about that. Lu Sheng said. Then little fish can just enjoy the matches tomorrow. Best if he can bring back a medal. I'm heading to the live stream. Lin Yuan nodded. Seems like Senior Yaohua has a match tomorrow. No matter how terrifying Yang Zhoming's performance, it can't change the fact that the competition has only just begun. This isn't a one-person competition. This is a confrontation of the 8 continents of Blue Star. Current achievements don't reflect the results in a few days, let alone the final results. Thus, the next day, all continents gathered their spirits, embarking on a new journey. However, when Lu Sheng entered Qin Continent's broadcasting room after showing up at the venue, he encountered a bit of an embarrassment. Lu Sheng commenting today. Where's my fish papa? Switch to Xianyu. I don't watch Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng isn't as interesting as Xianyu. Goodbye. I'm going back to our Yin Continent stream. I'm also going back to our Chu Continent stream. Swish, swish, swish. Quite a few people left the broadcast room instantly. Lu Sheng's face was darkened, his expression almost crashing into the camera. Xianyu really didn't come. But little Xianyu did, huh? Uffed. The stream burst into laughter. Little Xianyu was just a joke, yet Lu Sheng actually took it to self-deprecate. It seems the core coaches of Qin Continent indeed have a great relationship. On site, the first group of contestants had already started performing. It was the pop solo competition for men aged 18 to 30. It was exactly matched up with the previous female group pop competition that Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, and Zhao Yinggu participated in. Sun Yaohua was one of the 3 contestants from Qin Continent. His other 2 teammates were also kings of singing, one named Guan Guan and the other named Yang Shi. To put it precisely, all members of this group are kings of singing. As the saying goes, pop is a major event. Aside from the competition for gold, people watch the Blue Song Olympics just to enjoy music, especially the most accessible mainstream pop. Antler equals Chapter 1208 1027 Digital Life _2. Following that, other contestants took the stage in turn. To everyone's surprise, an 89 had already become the lowest score of the entire competition. The subsequent contestants' average scores were all above 90. Qin Continent's broadcast room. Today's male commentator was Pudding, accompanied by Xiaomi, the female commentator. This is like a battle of gods. 89 is currently the lowest score. Yang Shi is up. Yang Shi, 91 points. Not a bad score. But this round the contestants from each continent have performed very well, all exceeding 90 points. What does Mr. Lu Sheng think? Both commentators turned to look at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes. Yang Shi is in danger. This statement cast a shadow over the hearts of viewers from Qin Continent. Before long, another king of singing from Qin Continent, Guan Guan, also took the stage. Guan Guan scored higher than Yang Shi, but only by a small margin, 91.6 points. The commentators were a bit worried. This score still seems unsafe. How many contestants are left? 3. Sun Yaohua is the second to last to perform. The last one, huh? That position must be very stressful. Finally, the preceding contestants had all finished their performances. The score of the first contestant remained the lowest. The lowest score was still an 89. The competition results were now roughly apparent. Yang Shi and Guan Guan would surely be eliminated, because each continent's kings of singing scored too high. According to the rankings, at least 92 points were needed to advance to the next round. Both commentators heaved a sigh. Qin Continent's audience members also felt somewhat upset. So close. What's with this round? Everyone's scoring so high. Can Sun Yaohua hold on? Among the kings of singing of Qin Continent, Sun Yaohua's level seems to be only average, right? Many are underestimating Sun Yaohua. His true skill is definitely ranked high among the Qin Continent kings of singing. But the problem is Yang Shi and Guan Guan are also not weak. They are our Qin Continent's most formidable young kings of singing. Yang Shi is even touted as Fei Yang's successor. It's a shame King Fei is over 30 and can't participate in this group. Otherwise, he would definitely have a chance at winning. Before the competition, although the Yu dynasty faced some controversy, nobody questioned the other several contestants, including Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei. In fact, Sun Yaohua's participation was actually quite anticipated. However, Yang Shi and Guan Guan, who were also highly expected to do well, were eliminated in the first round, which indicated many problems. Everyone's confidence was starting to crumble. On site, the host announced, "Next up." Sun Yaohua took a deep breath and then stepped onto the stage. He knew his junior was also watching him from below the stage. It seemed like he was now Qin Continent's only hope. There was now a reason that he had to win this round. It was one thing for Jiang Kuei to have a gold medal to his name, but even Chun Jiu managed to snag a championship in the rap and speed singing competition. So why shouldn't he win the championship? Sorry, OL Chun. You'll continue to be the weakest male singer in the Yu dynasty. That's what you get when we're the only two adult men in the team. With this thought, Sun Yaohua nodded to the staff. Then, the music began. The song information appeared on the big screen. Song title, Digital Life. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singer, Sun Yaohua. The audience's gaze slightly hardened as a surge of great anticipation arose. Sun Yaohua was singing a song by Xian Yu in the first round. Zhong Continent. The male commentator's eyes widened. Xian Yu again. The female commentator immediately began to feel a headache, her tone noticeably rising a few notes. Not only is the song by Xian Yu, but this king of singing from Qin Continent named Sun Yaohua is also from the Yu dynasty. Xian Yu, Yu dynasty. Could it be that enemies' special animosity is at play? Zhong Continent's broadcast room instantly became lively. Crush them. Make Qin Continent go bald. Although we eliminated 2 from Zhong Continent this round, Dingyu has the current highest score and is definitely advancing. I refuse to believe that every member of the Yu dynasty is that strong. Of course not. I remember on the first day of the competition in the Bel Canto group, there was a female singer from the Yu dynasty who got annihilated by our Zhong Continent. I remember, too, that woman seemed to be called Wei Haoyun. That name is too easy to remember. Ha 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 ha. Her luck ran out when she faced Zhong Continent. This Sun Yaohua too, expecting to be fiery? Let's see how we extinguish your fire. The Zhong Continent viewers held a complex view of the Yu dynasty. On one hand, they truly admired Xian Yu's abilities. On the other hand, their hatred for Xian Yu was extremely high, especially regarding people from the Yu dynasty singing Xian Yu's songs. It immediately triggered the audience's depressing. Complex. The angst is real. Hatred maxed out. On stage, at a certain point in the music, Sun Yaohua began to sing. 062430624700 30624770 53420213942 431400624. The audience was stunned. Even the judges were shocked and looked up at Sun Yaohua. What is this? Just numbers? Some even specifically checked the song information on the big screen. There were subtitles, too, confirming they were indeed numbers. This is interesting. A judge raised an eyebrow and continued listening. The accompaniment suddenly became lively, and Sun Yaohua's speed slightly increased, carrying a cheerful vibe. 30624700. This way of pronouncing the numbers wasn't in Mandarin, but in Qi language. 3 contestants from Qi Continent happened to be just below the stage. They exchanged looks, all reflecting bewilderment. Chapter 1209, 1027 Digital Life _3. Is this song all in Qi language numbers? Of course not. As a certain number came to an end, Sun Yaohua's voice suddenly rose, belting out a high note with his true voice. Filling life with numbers. Who truly knows their purpose? Worrying over numbers all life long. Who can fully master them to satisfaction? It's clearly just 23, why leap to 41? Who can foresee? The price at 434 skyrockets to 1004. Recognizing by numbers. Your IQ, your fortune, your physique, your everything. People and numbers, there are many odd things. How many are held captive by the counting machine? As these lyrics that were no longer mere numbers appeared, the song suddenly transformed from a meaningless heap of numbers to a deeper reflection, as if the tune itself was infused with emotions. At this moment, some thought of the lottery, some thought of stock trading, some thought of money. Everything related to numbers in human life was associated, as if life were a game of numbers. Isn't that the case? Even in this competition, isn't it about the number of medals for each continent and the scores the judges give to the contestants? Suddenly, Sun Yaohua's tempo accelerated again, spewing out numbers like a downpour. 043404 3402 3202 3206 4606 460 8780 8780 5150 5150242. Rhythm. Strong sense of rhythm. A super long string of numbers. No, rather than saying it's a stream of numbers, it's better to say it's a stream of rapid high notes. This kind of rapid high note not only requires strong breath control, but also exceptionally high demands on articulation and rhythm. It's not as simple as a tongue twister. That high note on turns into 1004, especially requires high-level skills to be sung well. What's needed here is not just technique, but also talent. It's certain that for other singers, even for many kings of singing, to sing this passage of high notes would undoubtedly require a fermentation period. For example, taking a deep breath, whereas Sun Yaohua reached an even higher peak instantly on a long high note, using his throat to vocalize. Crisp, vigorous, magnificent, clean and decisive. Several judges' eyes were wide open, as if their past understanding of music had been challenged. Live broadcast rooms for each continent. The barrage exploded. Oh my God, a number song? A song written by Lin Yuan. It's getting more and more absurd. Hey, I've got goosebumps. What level is Sun Yaohua singing? Everyone in the Yu dynasty is really freaking talented. Lin Yuan is bizarre, and so is the singer. This whole song is a marvel. Although it's really fun and sounds good, can the judges really score a song like this? I think they should. This singing is absolutely incredible. Zhong Continent Live Broadcast Room. The two commentators were dumbfounded live. The commentators are fighting for lines with the viewers. What is this? Can someone tell me what this is? Singing numbers? Is Lin Yuan too lazy to write lyrics now? Why does he always make such peculiar songs? That previous itch as well, utterly outrageous. This song doesn't deserve a score, but I kind of think it's pretty badass. Can an ordinary person even sing this? Are monsters a specialty product of the Yu dynasty? Qin Continent Live Broadcast Room. The two commentators' expressions were astonished, staring blankly at the barrage. Sun Yaohua has gone mad. Oh my goodness. What kind of song is this? Unheard of. I don't care, as long as it sounds good. It's so catchy. This rhythm makes me want to dance in my wheelchair. Lung capacity. Invincible lung capacity. Is this the non-breathing technique he learned from Fish Papa? And those super high notes. Lucian couldn't help but want to laugh. The first time he heard this song, he burst out laughing. What is this? This is the Blue Song Olympics. Can Lin Yuan get any more bizarre? But after a closer listen, Lucian knew. This song was not only strong, but also showcased incredible technique. So strong Lucian doubted whether anyone could sing it. To his surprise, there actually were those who could, and not just one. Fei Yang could sing it. Sun Yaohua could too. Qin Continent is truly hidden with talent. As for whether this song could satisfy the judges, in any case, Lucian didn't believe these judges on the Blue Song Olympics would really dare to treat this song as a boring pile of numbers. Moreover, judging from the performances of the previous contestants, these judges seemed to really enjoy the singers showing off their vocal skills, and the kings of singing never lacked in skill, hence the overall high scores. So then, is the skill in Sun Yaohua's song enough? Chapter 1210, 1028 Scientific Name, Ichthyophobia. Blue Song Olympics live. The audience on site was dumbfounded. Sun Yaohua has got iron lungs. Truly iron lungs. Just asking me to recite those numbers feels too long. And he actually sang it all in one breath. This song is so magical. I actually find these numbers strung together quite pleasant to listen to. Where are these mere numbers? This is life. This song is even more powerful than the Swana. Anyone who wants to learn this song doesn't need a Swana to call. They can send themselves off. Coaches from different continents. The expressions on the coaches' faces were spectacular, especially the coaches from Qi continent. Each of them was wide-eyed. Did you all notice that the pronunciation in Qi language for each number matches the melody of the song exactly? And even if there are some differences, they are very close. This lyricism is too ingenious. There are many ways to write lyrics, but probably only Xianyu would think of using pure numbers. What's scarier than the lyrics is Sun Yaohua's singing. You all heard it, right? The phrase in the lyrics, just now, turn left 1004, sounded like a closed-mouth high note. How did he do that? This fish is getting increasingly outrageous. He previously wrote an English rap for Chun Jiu, and now he has crafted a Qi language song for Sun Yaohua. Yet this guy is a Qin person. You can't write a song like this without a deep study of Qi language. It's magical only on the surface. The talent that it carelessly showcases behind is truly the scariest part about Xianyu. The Zhong continent coaching group. The coaches' expressions were equally exciting, but their eyes held a bit more seriousness. What exactly is going on with the Yu dynasty? The strength of this group of singers from the Yu dynasty has been severely underestimated. Sun Yaohua's strength is absolutely on the same level as Jiang Kuei. Every time someone from the Yu dynasty performs, it gives me a very uncanny feeling. Before participating in the Blue Song Olympics, they never showed the strength they demonstrate on the stage. This song is not simple. Xianyu's research on Qi language is deep. It's easy to see. Even someone who knows a little Qi language should be able to tell that reading out that series of numbers at the beginning is almost like singing it. The audience just finds it pleasing, thinks this song is magical, thinks Sun Yaohua's singing is incredible. Everyone's understanding of this song can only be based on the section of lyrics unrelated to numbers, to contemplate the meaning of the whole song. But for the professionals, this song is extremely complex. On the stage, Sun Yaohua finally sang to the end. His speed slowed down, and his pitch also deepened. 534-2021394313424. Digital life. Ending with numbers. Does it have a special meaning? Do these numbers also have a special implication? Like the last four, does it represent the death in life? Many people were pondering, but perhaps this question is only clear to Xianyu himself, or maybe he simply filled in a closing number that fits the rhyme randomly. With life filled with numbers, why fuss over the